Chapter 371. During the process of transmitting magic power through the air, there will be a certain loss, and the frequency of magic power will also change slightly. These are things that the user needs to solve and overcome. The power he can put into condensing magic patterns is less than half of his total power. Even so, it is much faster than simply using the magic power of the clone, because as long as the wizard tower is located on the ground, it is endless, and Dualai only needs to pay the corresponding mental power loss. This is actually the first time for Dualai to create magic patterns on such a large scale, so he is very slow. At this time, he turned his head and looked at the door of the room while standing on the fireplace. Holian raised his head and looked at the large furnace that was several times larger than the furnaces he usually saw. On the furnace, Dualai's body, which was stronger than the usual wizard's, exuded a mental power that was a little more terrifying than that of an ordinary level 5 wizard. To be honest, he was shocked in his heart. Seeing through the magic circle and seeing with the eyes are two completely different concepts. In the magic circle, he only has energy reaction, and the mental reaction is not strong. But when he saw Dualai, he knew that this young man was probably much better than she imagined. The auction house has its own wizard formation. She naturally understands that Dualai uses his own power, and the power of the wizard tower. At this age, he has his own wizard tower, and his own set of wizard concepts. This is a very scary thing. Look at the speed at which Dualai condenses magic patterns. This is simply abnormal. Powerful alchemists are also wizards. Some wizards can even form a formation with a thought. High-level alchemists don't even need to use powerful witchcraft. They can easily attack cities and capture strongholds with the help of alchemical magic circles. However, that is based on hundreds of years of alchemy. He saw this potential in Dualai. Even for ordinary space magic patterns, Dualai's condensation speed was not inferior at all. So she was shocked. This person will definitely be a master in the future. Dualai looked at Holian and saw her expression. She was not complacent, but a little alert. This was a wizard with higher strength than herself. Level 6? Or level 7? Dualai could not sense the other party's strength, so he could only speak first. I have met the wizard master, but what is the matter? Holian was in shock at this time, and Dualai's question woke her up. No, I just came to see you and make sure you didn't do anything wrong. Holian sighed and said, I've heard a lot of rumors recently that you are very domineering, arrogant, and conceited, but today, when I saw you in person, I realized that you are truly confident, more confident than any genius. Your confidence comes from your ability and strength. Compared with you, the top 5 young people in Watsberg can only be compared with you by the genius disciples of the president of the Glory Wizard Association. Dualai has heard a lot of flattery, but it is the first time that he has heard good words from someone who is much stronger than himself. Your Excellency is too kind. I am just trying to protect myself. These years, I have been in fear every day. I have to work hard. Holian's mouth twitched. What is this? You have a wizard tower, and a super powerful creature like the Xian corpse worm. If you are still afraid, then how can other level 3 and 4 survive? Dualai pouted and said, their enemies are not level 5 and 6, so they don't need to be afraid. Holian's heart suddenly sank. This child's sense of crisis was many times stronger than others. It seemed that he had indeed experienced some things in recent times. She suddenly spoke and smiled lightly. Master Dualai, you are joking. I heard that you have a good relationship with a hellhound. In the entire northwest region, there are only 5 people with a level 7 background, including you. Hearing this, Dualai's heart immediately skipped a beat. These intelligence agents are really powerful. They even know who is behind him. Since Ball recovered to level 7, he began to act erratically. Just chasing the black lizard in the evil spirit mountains that day caused a lot of noise, and that was when he set out to find Tai Sui. That incident actually caused a big stir in secret. Among the many monsters in the evil spirit mountains, a level 7 died, which was a shock like an earthquake. In addition, it was killed by a strange hellhound. All kinds of signs indicate that this power comes from the human race, and currently he is the only one in the human race with an unknown background. In fact, there are already many flaws. After thinking through all this, Dualai spread his hands and said, after the elder had recovered from his injuries, he left. I have nothing to do with him now. Holian looked at Dualai, not knowing for a moment whether what Dualai said was true or false. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably use the name of the hellhound to deceive people, but this person just said that his backer had left. It must be false. Just looking at the confidence on his face, you can tell that he is lying. Anyone who believes that the hellhound has left and then goes to trouble Dualai would really walk into the trap. Haha, Master Dualai is joking. I leave immediately after saving your life. Okay, let's not talk about this matter. I'm just here to take a look. A transaction of more than 10 million is one of the few transactions in our Watsberg. Dualai nodded, not knowing what to say for a moment. He didn't know who this person was, or what he did, but he should be from the auction house. Holian sighed and said, I am Holian, the wizard supervisor of the auction house, in charge of all security matters. I have several disciples who are good at alchemy. Master Dualai, do you need help? They only need potions as a reward. Dualai knew that the other party was planning to have a good relationship, but he didn't need it now. Thank you, sir. I may need it in the future, but I have to do it myself now. Holian nodded, then casually pointed, and a light flew towards Dualai. Dualai saw the light, and the same light flew out. The two took the light, and after exchanging information, Holian turned and left. After Holian walked out, he just thought for a moment, and then began to send a message. The City Lord's mansion had always been prepared to ignore Dualai, but now it seems that ignoring him is not an option at all. He will definitely be a big shot like that one in the future. The name of the City Lord's family is the Rhine family, which is a subfamily classified by the Glory family, and can be regarded as a branch of the royal family. In fact, in the Glory Empire, all provinces and states are considered branches of the royal family, and the entire Glory Empire is under the rule of the Glory family. Although the Wizard Alliance has the most powerful core combat power, the Glory family does rule the entire empire's open political power. But then again, the Glory family itself has many talents, and every generation has talents in the ruling class. They crush other families in terms of wizards and warriors. Otherwise, other families may not be convinced. Chapter 372. Holian soon got the confirmed news. Don't worry about him for the time being. Wait until he reaches level 6, then it will be worth the royal family to really win him over. What the empire's top leaders lack is high in power, not low in means. Holian quickly figured out the reason, sighed, stopped talking, and slowly walked towards his room. For days passed quickly, a little longer than expected. At the end, the mental power dropped too fast, the control strength was a little insufficient, and it took a little more effort. Dole was exhausted physically and mentally at this time. Despite the powerful assistance of the wizard tower, he was tired and wanted to have a good sleep. Took out a bottle of energy potion from the ring, and poured it into the mouth of the clone, and the power was evenly distributed on each Xianxia worm. After closing his eyes for a while, he felt that he and the Xianxia worm were more harmonious. It seemed that every time he used it, he was merging with the thoughts of the Xianxia worm itself, and he was more free to control it. But he was still sleepy. He forced himself to be alert and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his mental power communicated with the stove. On the stove, white magic patterns began to light up with faint white light, which soon became a ray of light, covering the entire stove. Dualai raised his hand and grabbed it, and the stove quickly shrank slowly. Dualai jumped up and landed on the ground. The stove was also shrinking. When Dualai landed on the ground, the stove had become as small as an ordinary bowl. He stretched out his hand, and the stove fell into his hand. Dualai breathed a sigh of relief. It took several months, more than 10 million gold coins, and so much energy, and finally it was done. As long as we go back and install the furnace, we can upgrade the wizard tower to the real 6th level, or even the 7th level. Dualai walked out of the door lightly, without telling anyone, and soon disappeared on the street. On the top floor of the auction house, the Red Lotus Wizard and Nambo sat side by side. In front of them was a small magic light curtain, and the light curtain was exactly where Dualai was. When they saw this, they looked at each other in surprise. This was really successfully refined by the other party. Such a huge furnace was actually taken away like this? This little guy's talent in alchemy is not lower than that in refining medicine. The two looked at each other with complicated expressions. Back to the wizard tower, Dualai's clone handed the furnace to the original body. Dualai stood up and took the furnace in his hand. He threw out the storage bracelet, took out a pile of animal corpses from it, and put them on the ground. The clone dispersed into insect mist, covering the corpses, and soon feasted on them. In addition to the consumption of energy, replenishing physical energy is also the top priority. Otherwise, it will cause the instinctive resistance of the Xianxia worm, which is the most unprofitable. The corpse was well preserved. Although it didn't have much smell, it looked very creepy. When the Xianxia worm was eating the corpse, it was like Dualai was eating the corpse. This feeling was very uncomfortable. But from the perspective of the Xianxia worm, the corpse was a delicacy in the world. The difference between the two was simply unreasonable. He now had two contradictory points. When he was the main body, eating the corpse was a very difficult process to accept. He tried his best not to vomit it out, but when he was the main body of the clone, eating was like eating the only delicacy in the world, and he couldn't resist the temptation. No wonder there is a saying among the people that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Why should a dog change? Shit is fragrant to them. If they leave such a fragrant thing and don't eat it, are they crazy? Changing the furnace is equivalent to changing the energy core of the wizard tower. The energy inside the wizard tower will be turbulent, which will affect the laboratories of various wizards. Dualai issued a notice, asking everyone to discuss a time before changing it. This time alone took a long time. After the furnace was changed, the wizard tower was readjusted, and the Honor Wizard Alliance also responded to Dualai's application. There is an academy in Watsberg, and the level of the academy is much higher than that of Arangel. To graduate from Arangel Academy, you only need to enter the second level of Extraordinary to graduate successfully, but here, you have to reach at least the third level of Extraordinary to graduate, so there are so many powerful young people in Watsberg. The Wizard Academy and Warrior Academy in Watsberg are separate. The Warrior Academy is outside the city wall, while the Wizard Academy is outside the entire crater, far away from the city. There are various subjects in the Wizard Academy, and naturally there is also a pharmacy subject, but they only go up to level 3. For level 4 and above, you either study by yourself, by formulas, and experiment one by one, or go to the Pharmacist Guild to ask for advice, or find a pharmacist who specializes in training others privately, and the price is not cheap. Now that Dualai has made the level 4 course public, and even the level 5 course, how can the Honor Wizard Alliance not be shocked? Dualai is a level 6 pharmacist, and there is no doubt that he is qualified to offer a level 5 course. He can even offer a level 6 course with only a level 6 mental potion, but everyone knows that ordinary pharmacists above level 6 cannot offer courses. Therefore, the Honorable Wizard Alliance discussed it internally and felt that this matter was beneficial to the development of Watsberg, without any harm, and could improve the overall level of Watsberg. So after a few days of discussion, it was passed. Some people in the Pharmacist Guild strongly opposed it. The 6th level pharmacist class would destroy their jobs. No one wanted to see this situation, so there was a lot of opposition, but the Pharmacist Guild was just a guild after all, and the Honorable Wizard Alliance was the main force in the end. When the Honorable Wizard Alliance officially announced the matter and confirmed the news, the wizards of Watsberg were boiling. Whether they were regular troops or wild roads, they were full of incredible expressions after hearing the news. It was easy to inquire about Dualai's affairs. You could get accurate information with a little inquiry. When they understood the teaching level of this person, it shocked the entire wizard world of Watsberg for a while. If there are still some level 4 pharmacists, then level 5 pharmacists are becoming rare. Dualai directly opened a level 5 course, and all the pharmacists who were stuck at the level 4 threshold would come to the class even if they were bankrupt. This is the power of the Advanced Pharmacist course. When the plan was exposed, the families were in chaos. What should they do with the level 4 pharmacists they trained? Send them all to school, and the Pharmacist Guild, what should those pharmacists who were stuck at level 4 do? Pay the money to go to school? Dualai didn't care what they thought. In just 3 days, Dualai's clone received more than 100 applications for admission. What he didn't expect was that there were so many level 4 pharmacists in Watsberg. No wonder the professional level here is so high, generally at level 3. It turned out to be this reason. He looked at the list and didn't know anyone, so he didn't cross out any of them, but kept them all, and then asked others to notify these people, pay the money, and prepare for the class. Chapter 373. Life Temple. 100 gold coins per class. This kid really dares to ask, how do you do things? It's been so long, why hasn't anyone contacted that kid yet? The middle-aged man looked at his many subordinates, with some anger in his eyes. The people below dared not breathe. The middle-aged man had no choice but to appoint one person to come out. You, come out and tell me? The man walked out with a stiff upper lip and said, reporting to the Lord, the people in Dualai Wizard Tower are very united and difficult to infiltrate. It is impossible to do so no matter how much money is given, and Dualai himself cannot be contacted at all. He only comes out occasionally, and only goes to a few specific places to meet special people. Our people dare not approach him at all. The Life Temple can only be regarded as a small organization in Watsberg, and it is an organization that cannot be seen in the light. If it is discovered that it is doing something shameful, I am afraid that the entire Life Temple will be uprooted. The middle-aged man sighed. These people have been brainwashed too much. They don't have many opinions, and can't do anything well. It seems that this matter can only be done by himself. The Temple of Life is an underground force developed by the Church of Light overseas. It conducts infiltration, intelligence transmission, talent discovery, assassination and other activities. On the surface, it is a small organization similar to ordinary pharmacists, but in fact, its fundamental purpose is still to provide intelligence and discover talents. In the Glory Empire for so many years, I don't know how many talents have been sent to the Holy Empire by them. This Dualai is only 21 years old this year, and he definitely has potential in the future. When he thinks about how much reward he can get by sending such a talent to the Empire, the middle-aged man gets excited when he thinks about this. He thought for a moment, glanced at his followers, and his expression eased. Okay, you guys stay hidden and praise the Goddess of Life. In the Holy Empire, you should praise the God of Light, but in this place, you have to change the God to praise, otherwise you will be easily eliminated. Oh, it's so hard for me. Everyone shouted in unison, praise the Goddess of Life. Pharmacist Union. Several older pharmacists sat together to discuss some things, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. A young pharmacist came in, and whispered in the ear of an old man for a while. After hearing it, the old man nodded without thinking too much and said, we all know about this matter. It doesn't matter. Let qualified people sign up. The core secrets are in our hands. We are not afraid of him digging it out. The young pharmacist was a little surprised and just nodded. He said shyly, teacher, can I sign up too? The old man smiled faintly. Although you are my disciple, you can also go. It's a good opportunity to see how arrogant Dualai is, and how good he is. The young pharmacist was immediately excited. It's teacher. As soon as the young man left, several old men turned the topic to Dualai. Next to him, another old man said indignantly, this Dualai, he is only a 6th level pharmacist, and so far, he only knows 2 kinds of potions, mental potion and magic potion, but he dares to teach others 5th level potions. He really doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. The old man sitting opposite the old man smiled and said, he knows only 1 kind, and he is also a 6th level pharmacist. Lao Hong, what you said is biased. When you were this age, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. The old man in red suddenly stopped talking, and said angrily, I was exposed to it late, oh forget it. The old man in red is naturally a 6th level pharmacist. The old man at the beginning smiled faintly at this time. This Dualai can be regarded as injecting fresh blood into the pharmacist industry of our Watsberg. No matter how we object, the Wizard Union will not agree. They did object, but they were directly rejected by the Wizard Union. As the leader of a faction, they were not convinced at first, but Dualai did not start the 6th level course, and it was also within the authority of the Glory Empire, so they had no reason to stop it. Anyabai, your idea changes quickly, but it is true that the 6th level core is in our hands, and we are not afraid of him turning it over. Although the old man in red has a sense of crisis, he has to compromise. Bieber, how about we go and listen to it? Anyabai said jokingly. Hearing this, Bieber shook his head quickly. Forget it. If other people see this, who knows what they will say? Let's just do our research honestly. If we don't make progress, one day, we will be surpassed by these young people. That's true. How is your research on the glass potion going? Anyabai said. Bieber shook his head. I just got a little clue, but no specific details yet. Advanced potions are too difficult. The young man went downstairs and quickly passed the news to his brothers and sisters. Soon, the pharmacists who had been stuck for a long time swarmed to apply to Dualai. 1 class is only 100 gold coins, not much, not much, the main thing is to gain knowledge, and 100 gold coins are nothing to them, the 4th level pharmacists. In a short time, the number of students in Dualai doubled again. The young man rushed out of the potion temple, quickly turned a few streets, changed his clothes, and came to a small courtyard. There were several people in gray robes in the small courtyard. They greeted each other with their eyes, and the young man clapped his hands and called everyone together. Dualai Wizard Tower will teach pharmacy knowledge. You can sign up and see if you think you can continue to learn. If you think you can't continue to learn, you can stop. I believe you all know this news. Our pharmacist union can also sign up now. This person should be capable. Everyone who wants to learn can go and learn. At this time, someone whispered, brother, their lowest course is level 3. The young man's mouth twitched, and he immediately scolded, then why don't you hurry up and study, and strive to reach level 2 as soon as possible? Although the pharmacist industry makes money, the competition is also very fierce, especially in Watsberg, where the competition for low-level pharmacists is particularly fierce. Fortunately, there are enough other professionals in Watsberg, giving low-level pharmacists enough living space. This situation is happening in various places, families, organizations, and forces. Dualai set the class to start in May, giving enough buffer time. He did not deliberately emphasize whether it was 1 semester or 1 semester, but only said how much a class cost, which gave many people a signal. This course will continue. Dualai doesn't like dealing with people, so in the Dualai Wizard Tower, Morris, Sano, and other 2 nobles have become hot figures. Morris returned to the room in high spirits, with stars in his eyes. The high society of Watsberg is much more layered than that of Wat City. Just now at the dance, people from all walks of life spoke freely, without any sense of disobedience. Although they are all from different worlds, it seems that they have rehearsed many times, and they are all very harmonious. It was a banquet of the Marsha family. Although the teacher once said that the Marsha family had a little conflict with him, it did not affect their efforts to win him over, so Morris went. Besides, Morris himself was also a noble, and his composition was different from that of Dualai. Chapter 374. At the banquet, Morris felt the long-lost feeling of being won over. The conditions offered by those people almost tempted him. Unfortunately, they could not give him a future. At most, they could only give him money and some resources. For a pharmacist, the future is more important than anything else. As long as he has the ability, why should he be afraid of not having resources? Behind Morris, a weak little girl followed him. This was a young apprentice, who was asked by a nobleman to learn potion science, and he was given a lot of medicinal materials. Morris welcomed this with pleasure. The little girl was not young, she was 15 or 16 years old, and she had grown up in all the places that should be grown, but she looked a little cold, but it didn't matter, she would be fine after a period of training. Lilia, if the lecturer asks you, you should say you are my disciple, not a student, otherwise the lecturer will be unhappy. Lilia nodded, her thin body lowered slightly, her eyes flickering. My father said that as long as you can learn, you can do anything. Morris coughed pretentiously and said, your father said that you can't confuse the concepts. You can be my assistant, and you can observe until you learn the 2nd and 3rd level potions. Lilia nodded, acting very well, but she sneered in her heart. Her family was born as a merchant, and she had been to many noble banquets. She knew these nobles too well. They looked decent, but when no one was around, they wanted to turn into demons and pounce on themselves. Although Morris didn't seem to have taken any action, he would definitely be like others in the future. It would be better for him to take the initiative and learn more. She smiled slightly, showing a sweet smile, slowly approached Morris and said, Teacher, what are you going to do today? If you have nothing to do, can you help me arrange a place to stay first? I'm dirty and uncomfortable. Morris. As time approaches, there are many more people in Dualai's Wizard Tower, all of whom are brought in by the students one after another. He did not restrict them. As long as they do not destroy the Wizard Tower, they can do whatever they want. It will soon be May, the sun moves north, and Watsberg begins to slowly get hot. At this time of year, merchants from the north go south and merchants from the south go north, bringing local specialties to various places, and the activities of the Chamber of Commerce in Watsberg will become more frequent. In the Dualai Wizard Tower, the clone slowly walked out of the room with information and 2 medicinal materials, and walked to the 7th floor. The 7th and 8th floors are various classrooms, their own and the students', classified into different categories. After class, these students will leave. Entering the classroom, there is silence inside. Sitting in the first row are Morris and others. Just as he walked in, Dualai frowned. There were many students in the classroom, some in their 20s and 30s, and some in their 40s and 50s, totaling more than 100 people. What shocked him the most was that in addition to himself, there were many servants in the classroom, who were ordered around, making a lot of noise. It was his first class, and Dualai didn't expect such a scene. He walked to the desk, gently put down the experimental equipment, and looked at the students. Although there was no sound from below, there were still people walking around. Morris and others in the first row lowered their heads in shame. Although they did not bring servants, the behavior of the people behind them was simply a headache. Dualai looked down and swept his eyes around. These people were all at level 3 or 4, and there were also people at level 5, whose strength was about the same as his. He saw that everyone's eyes turned to him, so he slowly spoke. Everyone, in the future, you are not allowed to bring any servants to class. No matter what type, you are not allowed to bring any. I don't care if you are disabled or anything else, you can only sit alone in the classroom. Now, let everyone you bring out. I don't want to see anyone walking around in the classroom. There was a commotion in the classroom, and someone immediately stood up and said, Why, we paid the money. If you say that the servants didn't pay, can't we make up for it? The people around laughed. That's right, we don't need this little money. You should go to class quickly. That's right, don't waste everyone's time. We are still waiting to listen to the class. The classroom was noisy, and everyone seemed to want to see what Dualai's reaction was. Dole stood on the podium, not saying a word, quietly looking at those who were talking. Those people saw that something was wrong, and their voices gradually became quieter. Dole touched the ring and poured out a dozen bags from it. The things inside collided and made a crisp sound. His eyes narrowed into a line, and he said word by word, "This is your tuition fee. If anyone doesn't want to, send your servants here now, collect the money, and then get out of the classroom." He casually threw a purse, and it flew up from the table, breaking through the air and hitting the face of the man who stood up and spoke. The purse made a shrill sound, and it was extremely fast. The man's face changed, and he quickly released the magic shield. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, and a little magic light flew out. At this moment, the whole classroom was filled with great pressure from all directions. Sitting on him, his face changed because of the pressure. The magic barrier shattered, and at this moment, he was hit by the purse. Pung! The man flew backwards, knocking down several people on the way. The powerful force directly knocked him 5 or 6 meters away, and fell to the ground. He vomited blood, with a look of shock and confusion, and his face changed wildly. This was in someone else's wizard tower, and it was a level 6 wizard tower. Even if a level 6 wizard came, he would not dare to make trouble here. When the people around saw this, they were all shocked, and they shut up and dared not speak. This was in someone else's wizard tower, and they just thought of a crucial fact. Dole was giving a lecture in his own wizard tower. He was the god here. He wanted anyone to leave. Even if they were level 6, they didn't dare to speak easily before they had a falling out. The purse fell on the man, and Dole didn't even look at him. He said directly, "Get out." The voice seemed to hit everyone, and the whole classroom suddenly became quiet. After a while, some people hurriedly drove the servants out. The man took the purse, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said unwillingly, "You will regret it." After saying that, he left in a panic. A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. This is someone else's wizard tower. Even if he said something harsh, he didn't dare to say it too harshly. In the classroom, some servants walked out one after another at the signal of the wizards. But some servants still stood beside their masters, the wizards. These wizards are generally powerful, dressed gorgeously, with a lot of decorations on their bodies, and emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Dualai glanced at these people, and after all the servants of the others had gone out, he looked at them, and said calmly, "What do you mean?" Morris looked back and exchanged glances with Sano, thinking, what happened to Lecturer Dualai today? How could he really do this to these people? He knew a few of the wizards who stayed behind, all of whom were disciples of the pharmacists of the major families, with noble stature and powerful strength, and indeed, they were not comparable to the man who had just left. Chapter 375. One of them looked at Dualai with a lazy smile on his face. "I won't let them move around, and they won't make any noise." Isn't that good? Or if we count them by head, these people are also considered to be in class. How much money do you want? I give it to you. The others looked at Dualai quietly at this time, with disdain on their faces. Obviously, this man said what they were thinking. In the quiet classroom, Dualai sighed and smiled faintly. It seems that today's class is not easy. Let's pause for a moment. I have a question for you. Tell me, do I teach for money? His expression was half smile, and it was hard to tell whether he was laughing or not. The man was about to say, "Don't you just want money?" But when the words came to his lips, he quickly shut his mouth. Dualai didn't have much money, but the entire wizard tower belonged to him. This thing alone was said to cost nearly 30 million. Who among those present dared to say that he was richer than the other party? He cared about these 100 gold coins? It was simply a joke. Even for the people present, each person gets 100 gold coins, and more than 100 people add up to only 10,000 gold coins. What can 10,000 gold coins do? His heart sank immediately. At this moment, the person next to him spoke. He saw that it was a pharmacist from a small family, the Shirway family, Kuru, whose strength was close to that of a 5th-level pharmacist. He was taught by the 6th-level pharmacist Anders, and had a strong talent and a respected status. Isn't it just money? 100 gold coins per class, and nearly 3,000 gold coins for a semester? Kuru said nonchalantly. Dualai glanced at him. In the classroom, that huge pressure appeared again, and Kuru's face suddenly became extremely ugly. After a moment, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a wallet flew up from the desk and hit Kuru fiercely. Katong! Kuru was directly hit and flew out. Get lost? Kuru wanted to say something harsh, but the power of the magic circle in the classroom gathered again. He was so scared that he fled with his men without saying a word. The man who spoke at the beginning was stunned. That was a level 5 pharmacist. How could he do it without saying anything? Isn't this person afraid of offending a level 6 pharmacist? A trace of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. Dualai glanced at him with a cold expression. Give you 30 seconds to let all irrelevant people go out, otherwise, I will hit you out. You have wasted 15 minutes, and I don't mind you continuing to waste it. The power of the magic circle emanated again around the teacher, and everyone felt heavy. Morris and Sano smiled bitterly. He knew that the lecturer was really angry. They quickly contacted those who were unwilling to give up, and persuaded them to give up quickly. The lecturer was firm in his words. Don't be kicked out in a while. If you are kicked out, you will never have a chance to come in again. 10 seconds, everyone looked at me and I looked at you. At this time, Dualai's face was grim. He slapped the table, and the money bags flew up automatically. 20. 19. 18. When those people saw this, several of them hurriedly asked the servants to go out. 10. 9. 1. There were still 2 people left. They didn't let the servants go out. These 2 people were old men. Dualai didn't say anything nonsense, and directly threw the money bags out. Those 2 people have been watching the show to see whether Dualai is playing for real or faking it. You know, they are all level 5 wizards. This is a level 6 wizard tower. They really dare not act rashly, but as long as Dualai attacks them, they have a reason to fight back, and even spread Dualai's faults outside and let the Honor Wizard Alliance convict him. The 2 people who were driven out just now were not of good status, and only their weight could be used. At this moment, they saw that as the last word fell, the 2 people's eyes blurred, and Dualai really took action. Boom boom. As the 2 money bags hit them fiercely, the various magic items on the 2 people burst into light, and the front resisted the impact of the money bags. But at this time, the magic circle around the teacher released pressure again, hitting the 2 people fiercely. The 2 people roared. Insolent. As the powerful momentum surged from their bodies. Level 5 wizards are called destructive level, with virtual images of magic power, which can appear in the outside world in a substantial form, and can release extremely destructive magic at will. When the 2 people were angry, the people around them suddenly felt that the world around them had collapsed, with wind and clouds surging, lightning and thunder. Is this going to be a battle in the classroom? Everyone felt uneasy. At this moment, the 2 suddenly disappeared from where they were, and the scene just now suddenly disappeared. In a flash, the classroom returned to its previous calm, and everyone was stunned. Dualai glanced around, sighed, and then slowly said, Let's start the class now. There are 2 things to be taught today, namely the extraction method of the 5th level medicinal material XXX, and the extraction method of the medicinal material XXX. There are still 3 hours before the end of get out of class. I hope you can listen carefully. The magic circle in the classroom began to work, and everything became calm. Everyone was shocked, and then their eyes lit up. This was a big move, the method of refining 5th level medicinal materials. They had to listen carefully to the class. The 100 gold coins were not wasted. Outside the magic tower, several figures suddenly appeared. They found themselves in the tower forest of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Their faces became very ugly. At this moment, 2 money bags fell from the tower and landed in front of them. Both of them were furious. After so many years in Watsberg, someone dared to treat them like this. They must get him. As they said, the 2 were about to rush to the wizard tower. At this time, a voice came from the side. If I were you, I would be obedient and pretend that nothing happened. A small group of wizards in black wizard robes were staring at the 2 of them, exuding a strong aura, as if they were waiting to see them go crazy. The 2 glanced at these people, and the anger in their hearts disappeared immediately. The inspectors of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Why are they here? It's no wonder that Dualai and Wizard Allen have a good relationship. The 2 held back their anger, saluted the inspectors, and then turned and left. The Glory Wizard Alliance has 2 major institutions, the inspectors and the supervisors. The inspectors have the right to enforce the law on the spot. As long as the evidence is conclusive, they can use the killer at any time to lock them up in the Black Prison under the Wizard Tower. As long as they go into the Black Prison, no one will regret it when they come out. Even if they are level 5, they dare not act rashly. In the scope of Holian, even if they are really level 6 or even level 7, they are not the opponents of the inspectors. The other party can even mobilize the inspectors. Even if the 2 of them can get angry, they can only hold back. Let's go, and let him pay later. In the circle of pharmacists, strength still speaks, I will bear it. The two of them left angrily with their men. At the same time, at the door of the Dualai Wizard Tower, servants went out one after another, and were driven out of the tower by the law enforcement team of the inspector. Without a wizard leader, their identities were not recognized, so they had to be driven out. The rules in the magic tower were strict, and the servants dared not speak. They lowered their heads, crouched, and walked away in silence. No matter where they are, no matter how powerful they are, when they come to the Wizard Tower group, they must treat themselves as passers-by. Among the inspectors, someone sneered at this time, "Do you think these two people will come to retaliate?" Someone sneered, "I am a level 6 pharmacist, and they are two level 4 pharmacists. Even if they are stronger, what can they do? I still have a level 5 clone, and it's not like I can't beat them." Chapter 376. That's right. Lord Allen once said that you shouldn't bother Dualai unless necessary. On the one hand, there is a level 7 boss behind him. On the other hand, this pharmacist is different from other pharmacists. His elemental ability is also very powerful. If you are at the same level, you are no match for him. I always feel that this statement has other meanings. Lord Allen is afraid that you will be bewitched by others, and go to Dualai Wizard Tower for problems. But don't tell me, the quality of the potions here is really good. I have bought potions here several times. The leader has not spoken all the time. He listened to what his subordinates said, and sneered in his heart, among the same level, only the top 10 geniuses have the ability to fight him. Others go to Dualai Wizard Tower. It's useless. Although I don't know what kind of meditation method Dualai practiced, it must be very powerful. Otherwise, how could a 4th level wizard have a 5th level clone? This is not common sense. He sat next to him, and said slowly, "Notify the law enforcement team that there is something wrong here, and ask them to come over. We have nothing else to do. If you want high-quality potions in the future, just go to Dualai. As long as you can afford it, he will make it below level 6. I know some of you have special formulas. If you want to make it but it's not convenient to disclose it, he is the first choice. Do you understand?" Others echoed one after another. An outsider pharmacist always makes people feel a little inexplicable trust. When Dualai lectures, he always exudes a sacred glow. His language may not be very vivid, but it is very precise. His tone is gentle and serious, and there is no extra nonsense. It only took 10 minutes for the pharmacists below to become serious and take notes, seriously. Dualai only talked about what he should talk about, and was ready to turn around and leave after the class. Both kinds of medicinal materials are level 5 medicinal materials. In order to pursue meticulousness, Dualai even subdivided many of the extraction parameters and artificially created many words. At the same time, he popularized the vortex method again, and then the class was finished. After the lecture, he picked up the things, looked at all the people who were still taking notes, and said heavily, "Next time before class, only you are allowed to come by yourself. If you bring others or servants, I don't need to say anything, just get out of here. This is not the Red Mansion or the vegetable market." Hearing Dualai's voice increase by 2 times, everyone was stunned by the sound. Especially Morris and Sano in front of him, they laughed secretly in their hearts. Dare to go against him in Dualai's Wizard Tower. These pharmacists really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. Within the range of the Wizard Tower's energy radiation, Dualai lecturer is a godlike existence. Who dares to make trouble? These wizards in Watsberg are really used to being the boss, and don't know what to do. Several direct academies looked at each other, smiled, and left together after taking notes. After a long time, as they finished writing notes one by one, the pharmacists looked at each other, and sighed that the 100 gold coins they spent were simply lessons and experience, and they would go back and experiment. There are a lot of level 5 medicinal materials. If they continue to talk like this, plus their own experiments, they may not be able to make level 5 potions by themselves. These 100 gold coins are worth it. At this time, a pharmacist dressed in a simple but still gorgeous wizard robe came to another pharmacist, coughed, and said, "Jack, do you need anyone in the city lord's mansion?" Jack was a young man in his 30s. He looked at the other party, and smiled faintly. "The pharmacists here are currently full. If you need someone, I will say hello to you again, how about it?" The pharmacist was naturally very grateful. With one person taking the lead, this kind of thing naturally happened in every corner of the classroom. Most of them were ordinary pharmacists, and they just wanted to find a good master. Some people did not move at all, and were ready to go back to do experiments on their own and find ways to become level 5. After reaching level 5, their value would increase greatly, which was better than joining others now. Dualai could easily become a platform. However, some people soon discovered that the wizards of Dualai had left at this time, and did not flatter any family or any force at all. Some people suddenly became thoughtful. After Dualai's clone left the classroom, he put the things back into the laboratory, then turned around and left the wizard tower. When Jack left the wizard tower group, there was already a carriage waiting outside. In addition to him, there were 6 other 4th-level pharmacists from the city lord's mansion returning together. However, Jack was the youngest, and the most promising pharmacist in the city lord's mansion. He only planned to take a look this time. Unexpectedly, Dualai's lecture directly dispelled his doubts. This guy has extraordinary means. The carriage started slowly, and arrived at the door of the Rhine family in a while. As soon as he walked in, he received a message that the teacher asked him to come over. In an ordinary room, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. Jack walked in and bowed slowly. The old man raised his head, glanced at Jack casually, and said in a hoarse voice, "How is it?" Jack lowered his head and replied, "Teacher, Dole is very good at teaching. Today he is talking about." He talked about Dole's performance in class, and then talked about the content of the other party's lecture. The old man nodded while listening. At the end, he slowly stood up. When Jack finished the last sentence, he slowly nodded and said, "This little guy's basic skills are very solid, and the vortex method is also very interesting. It reminds me of a witchcraft. This should be modified. I don't know what it was originally. It's very interesting and useful. You go back and practice more. Every pharmacist has his own unique skills. It seems that this little guy is best at mental control. Such a person is not easy to mess with." Jack frowned and said, "Teacher, he is just a pharmacist." "Why do you say that?" The old man shook his head. "Do you know why some wizards, when they come to, after reaching a certain level, will they turn to study alchemy and potion science?" Jack thought of what he had experienced. So he said, "Alchemy can grasp the truth of heaven and earth, and pharmacists can improve their understanding of biology." The old man shook his head. "What you said is all in books, it's useless. To master alchemy, the most fundamental thing is to understand heaven and earth. This is not wrong, because witchcraft itself comes from heaven and earth. Whether it is witchcraft models or magic patterns, in fact, in the end, they are all the same, and potion science is precise mental control. With precision, it is easy to release any magic or magic array. You only see the surface, not the depth." Jack was stunned. The old man thought about it, and his face became serious. "The vortex method, if you really think it is just a method of training control, then you are wrong. If you imagine it as a witchcraft similar to Storm, what do you think it will be?" Chapter 377. Storm? Jack lowered his head, and he remembered the storm magic he had encountered before, the most massive natural disaster from the heaven and earth, the irresistible momentum, the strong wind, the huge waves, the thunder and lightning, the huge scale of dozens and hundreds of miles. When he thought of this, he felt that he was too small. This vortex method is indeed very similar to this magic, and there are countless similar ones in the wizard world. If he can control more than 20,000 wind blades, once released, 20,000 first-level magics will be released together, which is also a very terrifying thing. He imagined the scene of tens of thousands of wind blades flying towards him together, which is absolutely terrifying. He shuddered and said, "Teacher, I know. I will learn this skill well in the future." The old man nodded and said, "The Rhine family has sent people to contact this person. You will hear the news soon. The Marsha family, the Orn family, and the Shiroi family have actually started to contact him, but the other party doesn't want to pay much attention. Now there is news that he is backed by a level 7, so ordinary forces dare not be presumptuous. This is the news I got, don't go out and say it." Jack nodded, and then he said, "I know, teacher, then I will go back to do experiments. The extraction methods of these 2 medicinal materials are very important to me. Go." After the course, the wizard world, which was ready to see Dualai's joke, was calm. No news came out. The wizards who didn't know the truth were also asking, but they didn't get any news. At this time, Dualai got a message that all the people in the youth plan had returned, and the average level had increased by a small realm, which was a bit scary. After level 4, each small realm will become very difficult to cross. It has only been a few months, and these people have crossed it per capita. This is simply exaggerated. At the auction, after Dualai put the things into the storage ring, Axe looked at his storage ring, coughed, and said, "Dualai, wizard, are you interested in helping us refine a batch of storage rings? As long as you can reach level 5, I can give 20,000 gold coins for each. Of course, we will provide the materials ourselves. This guy's storage ring looks of good quality." It must be very difficult to hold so many things. Dole looked at X seriously and said, I only sell potions. After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, he stopped and said, Are there any wizard slaves at this month's auction? X shook his head and asked tentatively, No, why? Wizard Dole wants some living people for experiments? Dole's mouth twitched. I don't have the habit of using living people for experiments. I just want to buy some capable subordinates. X's eyes lit up, and he smiled immediately. Then you asked the right person. Although our auction house doesn't have them, someone does. If you want, I can take you there. Dole has only been here for 3 months, and he has created huge profits for their auction house. The auction house has long told him to hold on to this big customer. Besides, the family that sells slaves is also the Rhine family's industry, which is not cheap for outsiders. Dole raised his eyebrows and said, Okay, are you free now? Can you take me there? So far, the members of Dualai Wizard Tower are only him and his students. There is no reception, no management, and even everything has to be handled by him or his clone. Without good management personnel, it will not work. Generally, there are 2 ways to find such people. The first is the wizard talent market, where there are a large number of elemental wizards looking for jobs. The second is slaves. The sources of slaves are varied. Some have violated the laws of the empire, some have been captured in wars with other countries, and auctioned according to the defeat convention of the Western Ring continent, and some have sold themselves. Generally, there are more wizards who have violated the laws of the empire. Except for those who sold themselves, slaves from other channels will have some troubles, but Dualai is not afraid. He has many ways to make the other party obedient. The 2 of them walked out of the auction house slowly together. At the door, they got on X's exclusive carriage. Soon, they passed through the huge city and came to the east of the city. The east of the city, connecting the south and north of the city, is a huge commercial district. The commercial district here is not some commercial districts in other places. It is a paradise for professionals. The Colosseum, the arena, and the basic transactions between various professions are all here. Of course, there is also the largest slave market here. Dole had read many books, and there were a lot of chapters about the Colosseum and the arena, saying that this was a man's world, full of passion and youth, but he didn't think so. This was just a tool of the ruling class, a product of diverting contradictions, and a place for big men to enjoy themselves. As for the slaves, they were the real victims. Soon, they came to a huge circular building, which looked like a palace, with the word Zonglu Garden written on it. Zonglu Garden occupied a large area, even larger than Tallinn. The white dome looked very simple and majestic, and people couldn't imagine that this was actually a place for trafficking. This is where the slaves are sold. Dole blinked his eyes. He thought it was dirty and messy here, but it was built quite like the real thing. This is, Axe said, Wizard Dole, we are here. This is where high-level slaves are sold. Let's go in and take a look. This is the property of the Rhine family. There will be no problem with safety. Axe meant something. Dole nodded. The Rhine family is the city lord family. Like the Glory family, they are both branches of the royal family. The 2 are completely different concepts. Axe said this, obviously, to let him contact the Rhine family. Dole only likes to get to the point directly. He doesn't care who he deals with. At this moment, he felt a few eyes glancing at him from a distance. He stopped and turned his head to take a look. Several old acquaintances appeared in front of him. They were the 2 young men from the Sikong family, who had caused trouble with him at the auction house. Next to them, there were 2 acquaintances of Dole. Andrew, Andre. These 2 people are here too? Andrew and Andre are people around the 3rd prince. What are they doing here? Seeing Dole stopped, X also became confused. He turned his head and looked in the direction Dole was looking, and his heart suddenly shuddered. He was about to explain, but he saw the 2 people from the imperial capital striding directly towards him. His face suddenly changed, and he secretly complained in his heart. These 2 people are not here to steal his business. Andrew and Andre did not expect to meet Dole here. They hit a wall several times in a row in Tallinn, and finally met him in person this time. Since they fell out with Dole in Wat City, this is the first time they have met Dole. Normally, there is no chance. At this moment, Dole turned his head and said to X, Go in, ignore those people. X breathed a sigh of relief. These people were obviously acquainted, but it was obvious that Dole did not want to see them. Chapter 378. The gate of the white building is very large. There is a powerful doorman at the door, at least level 3. After seeing Axe, he seemed to know him. He hurriedly greeted him, and led the 2 people in. As soon as they entered Zonglu Garden, They saw a very large hall. There were many pillars around the hall, which were more than 10 meters high and supported by the dome on the top. The space inside seemed very spacious. Under each pillar, there were silver cages. The cages were filled with people, including human beings and other races. They looked very powerful. There was a layer of power suppressing them. This power seemed to be connected to the entire dome. There was a magic circle inside. Dualai was thoughtful. There were people next to each cage. They were wearing standard clothes and seemed to be introducing them. At this time, there were many people in the hall, pointing and talking around, as if they were discussing who to buy back. These people were all nobles, and their strength and status were not low. They also brought guards with them. Their strength was above level 3. When Axe and Dole came in, no one paid any attention to them. But soon, a well-dressed middle-aged man came out and walked quickly to Axe, smiling and saying, "Excuse me, this customer is Dole Pharmacist. Axe, you should have informed him in advance." Axe smiled faintly. "It's a temporary decision." He pointed at the other party and said, "Master Dole, this is Rupert, a second-level figure in Zhonglu Garden. He can make decisions here. We can go and see now." Rupert looked at Dualai, carefully observing the newcomer in the wizard world, and smiled faintly. "Wizard Dualai, what kind of stuff do you want to see?" Dualai smiled and said, "Hello, I want to find some wizards to be my subordinates, preferably young and worthy of training." Rupert thought for a while and said, "What about talent? What are the requirements?" Dualai shook his head and said, "No requirements, as long as they are young enough." Rupert nodded and said, "Then may I ask, what do you buy them for?" There are actually not many such resources. Many people are willing to buy children back and train them again. Maybe they will be loyal servants in the future, but they all have requirements for talent. This person actually has no requirements for talent. Is he buying them back to do that kind of thing? He couldn't help but look at Dualai's face. I heard that this person doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Is he not good in some aspect? But he quickly said otherwise. This person is a very powerful pharmacist. What medicine can't he make? His purpose should not be that simple. Dualai glanced at Rupert and didn't intend to hide it. My wizard tower is full of pharmacists. Everyone is very busy and has no extra time to manage the wizard tower, so I plan to train some ordinary wizards to do some reception, management and service. If ordinary people are in the wizard tower, there will be many inconveniences, and they will die easily. Rupert was stunned. He understood instantly, so he thought about it and said, "Some good stuff just happened to come these days. Please follow me." Axe smiled and said, "Money is not a problem, as long as the stuff is good." Just then, a voice sounded from behind Dole. "Wizard Dole, it's been a long time since we last met. Don't you plan to meet old friends?" The voice was very elegant, and made people feel very kind. "Dualai, what do you mean?" At this time, another rough voice sounded, and it was obvious that he, his master, was not easy to mess with. The voice was so loud that it alarmed many people. Everyone in the hall looked over here, and soon someone found out that this was a visitor from the imperial capital. Andrew looked at Andre angrily. Idiot, he was in the wrong, but he still did this. Afraid that others didn't know what it was, Andre felt the gaze from Andrew, and his anger was a little less, but he still looked at Dualai angrily. It had been so many days, and they hadn't even seen anyone. How could they not be angry? For so many years, no one could ignore them. Dualai, Axe, and Rupert stopped and looked back at Andrew and the others. Rupert didn't know these two people, but from their clothes and decorations, it could be seen that these two people were either rich or noble, and they should also be big shots. He looked at Dualai, but saw that the other party looked very calm. Dualai had no way to avoid it. At this time, all the eyes around him were on him. He slowly turned his head and looked at Andrew and Andre. Andrew saw this, stepped forward quickly, and bowed slightly. "Wizard Dualai, it's really hard to meet you." Andrew tried to calm himself down. Dualai looked at him and glanced up and down. This guy was stronger than the last time he saw him. He had broken through to the late stage of the 4th level. It seemed that it was really good to follow the 3rd prince. He thought for a while and said, "I don't think there is any benefit in meeting you, so I just don't meet you." Andrew paused, and Andre next to him was immediately angry. He suppressed his anger and whispered, "Dualai, what do you mean? You don't even give face to the 3rd prince." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar around. Next to Dole, Axe and Rupert looked at each other. Rupert didn't understand. Axe whispered a few words to Rupert, and Rupert immediately understood. These two guys stayed in Watsberg for a long time, and didn't want to leave. It turned out that it was for Dole. Dole glanced at the two people, felt the gazes from the people around, and his expression suddenly became a little angry. These two guys really had water in their brains. He stood there, expressionless, saying, "Our cooperation relationship has ended. Please don't bother me anymore." Andrew frowned. Andre said angrily, "Don't forget, when you first came to our glory empire, who gave you the most basic convenience? Who gave you the medicinal materials?" Dole smiled, showing a gentle smile. "So, I am very grateful to the Rose Chamber of Commerce. From level 2 to level 4 and 5, all the production was handed over to the Rose Chamber of Commerce. Even when I was not there, the students also spontaneously handed over the production to the Rose Chamber of Commerce. The relationship between us was just a fair trade, but what about now?" Andre said bitterly, "You are now successful, so you shouldn't. Should they serve us more?" Dole looked at Andre with a slightly cold expression. "We are just businessmen to a certain extent. Since we are businessmen, we should talk business. The Rose Chamber of Commerce did help me a lot in the early days, but the Rose Chamber of Commerce also made a lot of money from me, millions of gold coins, right? I have already repaid this favor, which has even exceeded the scope of ordinary business. The Rose Chamber of Commerce failed to threaten us, and now it has changed to blackmail. There is no such good thing in the world. What's more, even if I am grateful, it is the kindness of Hades and others. What does it have to do with you, the third prince, and what does it have to do with you, Andre and Andrew?" Andre wanted to say something else, but Andrew held him back. He had already felt the eyes from all directions. If it was said at the beginning, Dole was in the wrong, and everyone was still on their side, but as soon as Dole finished speaking, the eyes of the surroundings focused on them. Andrew said slowly, "Since it is business, let's talk in a business way. It's not right for you not to see us." Chapter 379. Dole glanced at Andrew and said expressionlessly, "Business? I don't need to do business with you. I don't think you are qualified. Please don't bother me again in the future." So that's it. Axe finally understood why he had this attitude. It was probably caused by that kind of potion. The potion that can be made by a level 6 wizard, and can treat level 6, or even level 7 injuries should indeed be in his hands. Unfortunately, they underestimated his determination. Rupert also saw something at this time, and the two of them whispered to each other. A level 4 wizard with a level 6 wizard tower only needs to be afraid of a few big families, and a few level 6, or even level 7 bigwigs in Watsberg. Others don't need to be taken seriously at all. What's more, he is a level 6 pharmacist. Even if his character is bad, the potion is always real. There are only a few level 6 pharmacists in the whole Watsberg, not to mention that he has directly opened a level 5 pharmacist course and accepts everyone. Now the pharmacists in the entire wizarding world are grateful to him. Let alone the third prince. Even if the prince came, how much face would he give you? The wizard system itself is under the jurisdiction of wizards, and it would be useless for anyone to come. At the same time, the nobles and merchants around were also pointing and talking. They also recognized that this was the Dualai pharmacist, a master of pharmacy, who had a super potion that could treat level 6 and level 7 potions. This is a real master. Dualai usually doesn't come out, and today I finally saw the real person. The third prince, who can sit on the throne, is truly powerful. Now, he is just the third prince, and even in the Rhine family, people will not take him seriously. Andre was also pointed at by the people around him at this time, and his expression was no longer as excited as before. Dole's words were obvious, that is, he didn't want to cooperate with them. They had lost the basis for cooperation, and people didn't want to see them. Andrew coughed and said, "We have understood what Mr. Dole meant, but we came with sincerity this time. Please give us a chance. We can play our value, and we are willing to pay a certain amount of time compensation." In public, he was embarrassed to directly say the trump card. After all, they did something wrong in the previous matter. Dole looked at Andrew, then at Andre, with an indifferent expression. No need. After saying that, he turned and left. No matter what the Andre brothers were thinking, no matter what the third prince was thinking, Dole was determined not to pay attention to them. Dole had just taken a few steps when many housekeepers came up with business cards around him, which were goodwill from each family. Dole accepted them one by one, and he didn't look at them carefully, and walked to the back with Axe and Rupert. The good stuff is inside, and here are just ordinary stuff. At the door, the Ander brothers saw Dualai surrounded by the crowd, and their faces turned pale. Andrew looked at Andre and sighed. He looked at him coldly. "You will go out later, pack up your things, go back to the imperial capital, report today's events, and then stay in the imperial capital." Andre was furious at this time. This kid really didn't know how to respect him. After hearing this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if someone poured a basin of ice water on him in the middle of winter, and his anger disappeared instantly. Why? Because I feel ashamed. After Andrew finished speaking, he turned around and left. There was a whisper in the hall. It turned out that the person was Dualai. It turned out that he was so young. Wizards don't have much contact with ordinary people. Wizards mostly contact wizards. Except for family wizards, other people can't see high-level wizards at all. Most of them knew that although the business card was handed out, this person would probably not come to organize banquets. After a while, Dualai's identity as a pharmacist of biological magic was exposed. In the hall, most people looked at each other. This person is a walking terrorist bomb. Behind the hall is a bright corridor, which is very clean and decorated with various decorations. Behind the corridor are various apartment-like things. But these apartments look like apartments, but they are actually luxurious prisons. Rupert smiled slightly and said, "According to your needs, I will take you to sea. Recently, we have had several big wars with several small countries outside the deep blue sea in the northwest. One of the small countries was destroyed, and many good things were sent here. Some are nobles, some are royal families, and there are many children. Go this way." They soon came to the front of an apartment. This apartment is quite high-end, with a small yard. The small yard is very clean and empty at this time. When they came to the door of the apartment, Rupert took out the key and opened the door. The three walked in, and he clapped his hands gently. Not long after, a small team of guards came out of the apartment with a group of people. These people included adults and children, all nobles, warriors, and wizards, but their strength was not high. As the defeated party, these people were naturally dejected. Some of them still held their heads high, but they had lost their former vigor. They soon stood in front of Dole, more than 30 people. Rupert coughed and said, "This is one of the nobles. Now they are all slaves. Take a look. It's no good. Let's go to the next one. There are a lot of goods this time. There are a lot for you to choose from." A group of people stood in front of Dole neatly and dejectedly. It was the first time he really saw what slaves looked like. Dole glanced at everyone, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. However, he didn't sigh carefully, and started to choose slaves. The slave system in this world is very perfect. As the defeated party, these people, as slaves, naturally would not think of themselves as nobles. The slave traders would naturally train them to be very obedient. He looked at everyone. Among the 30 or so people, more than half were children. Dualai coughed and said, "Those who have wizard talent and are under the age of 15, please stand up. I am the owner of a wizard tower. Follow me, and I will not let you suffer in the future." Some of those people immediately raised their heads and looked at Dualai, and some even pushed their children. Some people looked at Dualai in horror and hugged their children hard. Dualai coughed. At this time, he had seen several good seedlings. He smiled lightly. "I am just looking for some servants, not test subjects. Don't worry, if there is a chance in the future, you can restore your civilian status by following me." Rupert coughed and whispered to Dualai, "It is not easy for a defeated country to restore its status. Wizard Dualai, please don't promise yet." Dualai nodded to show that he knew. When those people heard this, they whispered to each other. At this time, a little girl came out and said, "I have wizard talent, and I am willing to be your slave." She lowered her head and knelt in front of Dualai. Chapter 380. Father once said that the eyes of a real wizard are clear. This person's eyes are clearer than father's. He must be a good person. The little girl has been through many hardships recently, and now she has regarded Dualai as the last straw. Seeing this, Dualai smiled, while Axe looked at her differently, and Rupert looked a little weird. "Since the little girl is willing, Dualai wizard, are you willing to take over? This little girl has good talent, and is worth 300,000 gold coins." Hearing this number, everyone in the apartment felt a little frightened, angry, and helpless. They are now all goods being bought and sold. Dualai didn't seem to care. He walked up, touched the little girl's head, carefully sensed it, and then nodded and said, "Well, I want it." Rupert breathed a sigh of relief. The business of 300,000 gold coins was done. He smiled slightly and said, "Master Dualai, do you need more?" Dualai nodded. He looked at the others, and said, "Are there any more similar ones? I want to go around more." Rupert looked at the little girl and said, "What about this?" Dualai said, "Bring the contract here, take it with you first. There are many such apartments in the back of Zhonglu Garden. The magic circle in the apartment is very powerful. The prisoners are all kinds of talents with special properties. They are worth a lot of money. A little girl costs 300,000 gold coins. This shows the huge profits in this industry. No wonder the book says that only war can make money. It turns out that it is people who make money, which makes Dualai more disgusted with war. There are many people coming to the palm garden, and there are also people coming to the back. Dualai met many of them, but he didn't know them. These people were either rich or noble, either from major families or business celebrities. Dualai stayed in the wizard tower day after day, so naturally he didn't know anyone. After walking around several apartments, Dualai was followed by 3 people, 2 girls, both of whom were very determined and opinionated, and the other one was a shy boy who was probably only about 10 years old. The first girl spent a little more, but the other 2 were average in talent, so it was not very expensive. A total of 600,000 gold coins were spent. After delivering the slave contract in the front hall, Dualai and Axe quickly came to the front hall, and naturally followed by 3 children. When he came to the front hall, Dualai saw at a glance that Andrew was still there, but Andre was missing. He had a headache. At this moment, he sensed 2 malicious eyes coming from the side. He turned his head to take a look, and immediately sneered. Another acquaintance, 2 stupid young men from the Seacombe family. Next to the 2 Seacombe young men, a middle-aged man stood with his hands hanging down, exuding a strong aura of blood. The clothes on his body were the same as those of the 2 people from the Seacombe family, and they were from the same family. At this time, X also saw the situation here, and was a little surprised. When he saw the middle-aged man, his face changed slightly. These 2 idiots of the Seacombe family, how did they find this person? How did they know that Dualai was here? He turned around and glanced at Andrew, but seeing the other person's appearance, it shouldn't be him. Who leaked the news? However, there are many people in the hall today, and it is reasonable for someone to tell these 2 guys. The middle-aged man saw Dualai looking over and strode over. Dualai turned his head and looked at X, whispering, "Who is this person? He looks very powerful?" X smiled bitterly and said, "This is the strongest of the younger generation of the Seacombe family. He looks very old, but he is actually only 30 years old this year. He has practiced to almost the 6th level. Their family has a very advanced Seacombe boxing method, which he has practiced to the 7th level. He has comprehended the boxing momentum, and is close to the boxing meaning." After he finished speaking, he immediately waved his sleeves, and took the lead to greet the middle-aged man. Next to the middle-aged man, the suicidal young man Sun and Duke were adding fuel to the fire, walking and following. Seeing Axe coming forward first, their faces changed slightly again. They just got the news that Dole was here, but they didn't expect that the people from the auction house would also come. The 2 had been put on the monitoring list by the auction house, and even the manager who cooperated with them was dismissed, so they were naturally full of jealousy. But the auction house was such a huge product that they naturally couldn't confront it head-on, so they could only find Dole, but they didn't expect that the people from the auction house would come with Dole. Axe came in front of the middle-aged man, glanced at Duke and Sun, and bowed slightly. Dole didn't know how they talked. The middle-aged man looked at him frequently, but Dualai was not afraid at all. Level 5 versus level 5. Although his clone was not yet level 6, his combat power was guaranteed. If a fight broke out in this place, I'm afraid that the Seacombe family and the Rhine family would have to fight. Although this matter involved himself, he actually liked this kind of thing. Dualai was watching the show, and the people around him naturally watched the show too. I don't know what Axe said to them. After a while, the 2 young men became anxious and kept talking to the middle-aged man. Axe was level 5, and the middle-aged man was also level 5. At this time, other masters of Zhonglu Garden also rushed over from various places, fearing that a fight would break out here. Not long after, Axe waved to Dualai. The corners of Dualai's mouth twitched slightly, and then he walked slowly with 3 little men. Coming to Axe's side, the middle-aged man looked Dualai up and down, and his expression was full of doubts. In his blood and chi perception, Dualai did not look like a person, to be exact, not like a person. "What is this?" he said in a muffled voice. "I heard the 2-sided words of Director Axe and my 2 nephews. I want to hear your words as the person in charge." Dualai looked at the middle-aged man and said expressionlessly, "What words? Just for lying on these 2 trash? Can your Seacombe family come to trouble me?" Hearing this, the people around were shocked. In front of the elders, calling the younger generation trash, isn't this a provocation? Director Axe tried to persuade for a long time. Axe was also stunned at this time. What was this Dualai kid going to do? The middle-aged man's face suddenly darkened, and he was about to speak, but Dualai suddenly laughed. "In this city, as long as it is within the scope allowed by the Honor Wizard Alliance, anyone who provokes or frames a wizard can be regarded as a war. I can think that you, or your Seacombe family, want to provoke a war?" He glanced at Sun and Duke, and at the same time, an inexplicable force came across the space, directly penetrated the defense barrier in the hall, and fell on Dualai. Yes, he wanted to provoke trouble today, and he wanted to expose his fighting power. Whoever dared to make trouble in the future, he would beat the other party to death directly. According to Nalyu's biography, Nalyu's favorite thing was to provoke, and to make all those who were not convinced, so that no one would come to trouble him. It's just a level 5 guy. With a level 5 guy and a wizard tower, I can kill you with just a little finger. He now wants to expose his own strength and intimidate. Chapter 381. When the power of the wizard tower came across the space and landed on Dualai's clone, the guards of the entire Zhonglu garden were alarmed. The magic circle was directly opened, and a loud warning sounded directly from the surroundings. Sun and Duke looked at Dualai with a look of horror on their faces. Isn't he a level 4 wizard? How did he suddenly become level 5? And there is also a wizard tower to assist. The middle-aged man also felt very tricky at this time. Feeling the power of Dualai, his blood and chi slowly rose. Looking at Dualai, his face was full of anger. No one can ignore our Sikong family. Even if I die today, I must defend the dignity of the Sikong family. When he thought of this, the blood and chi in his body gradually condensed, and a stream of air formed from his body and began to compete with Dualai's power. The dignity of the Sikong family cannot be violated. You are a wizard, right? I challenge you in the name of Mark. With great momentum, under the pressure of Dualai, he slowly stretched out a piece of power belonging to himself around himself. Of course, it was only his own power. Behind him, the two young men had retreated to a distance and stared at this side in amazement. The war seemed to be imminent. Beside the two of them, feeling the extremely huge energy field of both of them, Axe also exuded a powerful force at this time. He stood still and smiled bitterly. You two, this is the territory of the Rhine family. You have to fight outside. Seeing that the situation was not good, Rupert was ready to take action at any time. After all, he was also a battle-hardened warrior, and was not afraid of Mark's threat. Although Mark was the most outstanding young generation of the Sikong family, he was still a little young after all. This is Zhonglu Garden. You are from the Sikong family. What are you going to do? I want to see who dares to take action. At this moment, a loud shout came from behind, followed by a powerful and extremely vigorous blood and fighting spirit. As soon as the sound came, the two felt a huge force surging in the distance, as if the waves hit them. Dole did not move, but his face changed slightly. This force was just the aftermath, and it wiped out 1/3 of the power of the wizard tower. And Mark's momentum was directly wiped out. The whole person took 2 steps back, and his face suddenly turned pale. The airwaves swept through, as if a level 10 storm blew in the hall, and everyone was silent. At this time, the hall became quiet, and the people around looked back. It's Lord Otto's. Here comes this guy. It's going to be a good show. Lord Otto's is a brigadier general, with a strength of level 6. Dualai looked back at this time to see who this Lord Otto's was. The man was a young man in a half-length silver armor, no older than 40 years old, with an exaggerated red giant sword hanging from his waist. A red light was flowing on the blade, and he looked like an extraordinary person. He was 2.5 meters tall, standing there like an iron tower. Looking at this side, his eyes were like flames, burning anyone who looked at him fiercely. It was irritating. Dualai took a deep breath, dispersed the power of the wizard tower, and returned to his normal state. The person in charge was here, so there was no need to shout and kill. He closed his eyes, and then opened them again. There were countless magic patterns in his eyes, which formed a strange pattern. He could no longer feel the burning power. He looked at the brigadier general again. A top level 6 expert is only 1 step away from reaching level 7. Unlike wizards and monsters, a level 7 warrior only needs 3 thunder tribulations to reach level 7. If he can withstand it, he can reach level 7. If he can't withstand it, he will be wiped out. It is much easier than a wizard. Judging from his momentum, he will most likely reach level 7 in the future. Otto strode forward, like a giant elephant, stepping on everyone's mind with 1 step. Next to Otto's, someone had already described the situation here. Otto's came to the hall, glanced at Mark, and sneered, the Sikong family has really been empty in recent years. Mark is a waste who is used as a gun. As for these 2 wastes in your family, if I were your elder, I would not even look at these 2 bastards dying outside, and you still stand up for them. You are really stupid. He glanced at Dualai, and saw the strange state in his pupils. He glanced up and down at him, and snorted coldly, you are brave. Mark blushed and was angry in his heart, but he dared not speak. The Sikong family has been going downhill in recent years, which is true, but it is also a behemoth, a major force in Watsberg, and can also act arrogantly on weekdays, but it cannot be compared with the military office. At this time, he can only choose to keep silent. At this time, Dualai cupped his hands and said, "Hello, Lord Ottos. If there is nothing else, can I leave?" Ottos blinked his eyes. He did not expect Dualai to reply like this. He looked at Dualai, and at the two little girls and a little boy behind him. He suddenly blinked and looked wretched, revealing an expression that all men understand. "Well, you can go. Come back often when you have time. I still have a lot of stuff here. As long as you have money, you can buy it." The corners of Dolai's mouth twitched. He felt that as he spoke, the bodies of the three children behind him kept shaking, as if he had become an unforgivable villain at this moment. He bowed helplessly, then turned and left, not even looking at Mark and Andrew who were still there. Today, things really happened one after another. I guess the Gory Wizard Alliance will probably ask me to question them when I go back. Using the power of the Wizard Tower is no small matter. Axe followed Dualai out, and he came to Dualai and gave him a thumbs up. Standing on the street, the two quickly came to the front of the carriage. Looking at the passing people, Dualai smiled and said, "Thank you for today. I will give you some good things later." Axe shook his head and said, "Business is business. There is no need for that. I hope you can make more finished potions to sell." Dualai smiled faintly. "That depends on your ability to collect materials. If there are branches with strong vitality such as the Tree of Life and the World Tree, I can make more money here. You know, I have to maintain a wizard tower." Axe looked at him, his mouth twitching slightly, and said, "Every one of these you said is so precious. It's not that easy. Wait for the news. The reputation of your potion has spread. I guess those big families are more anxious than us. As far as I know, there are several injured level 6 in the Rhine family. I guess they are all trying to find a way." Axe is only the person in charge of the auction house. He is not from the Rhine family, so he said it so easily. "As far as I know, the Andrew brothers came here for the formula of your potion, but don't worry, the Gory Wizard Alliance won't let them force you. Besides, this potion won't benefit the Gory Wizard Alliance, and they hope you don't contribute the formula." Dole nodded and said, "I hope so." He looked back at the three children and said, "Let's go back." Chapter 382. Of the three children, the oldest is the first girl, who is already 12 years old, the youngest is the boy, who is only 10 years old, and the other girl is 11 years old. The three children chosen by Dualai all have wizard talents. He plans to let them practice elemental meditation and become his capable assistants in the future. As for what achievements they can make, it depends on their own abilities and willpower. Dualai only provides a platform. After returning to the wizard tower, after introducing the three to everyone, he handed them over to Rosa for training. Dualai's clone began to prepare for the next round of experiments. The clone needs to be promoted to level 6. Now it needs to do two things. The first is that all the Xianxia worms must reach the peak of level 5. Dualai has basically reached this point under the feeding at all costs. Some are just a little short. The second point is enough corpses and energy supply. For this, he still needs to apply to the Gory Wizard Alliance and go out. Another point is whether his mental power can control the level 6 Xianxia worms. This is also a problem. From the current point of view, controlling the level 5 Xianxia worm is not a problem, but the level 6 is really hard to say, so he has to find Wushu and borrow his level 6 Xianxia worm to see what the effect is. These are the problems that need to be solved at present. After the wizard tower has a real core furnace, the energy has increased by almost 100 times compared to before. Dualai can be said to have real confidence, and in the past few months, he has been working hard to coordinate the magic circle inside the wizard tower to make it reach its peak state. However, if the original strength is too weak, it is still a big hidden danger in this world where the strong prey on the weak, especially now that the major families are coveting his ability and constantly provoking him. It is urgent to improve his personal strength. He couldn't stay in the wizard tower every day. He was a person and needed to breathe fresh and free air. He thought that he would stay here for at most 1 year, and then go out to find a place where he could stay and establish his own territory. He didn't like staying in other people's places and being restricted everywhere. In this year, he needed to open up various relationships, caravans, military and political circles, and solve the supply of raw materials and sales channels. Therefore, in the field of potion science, he also needed to do his best. It would be best if he could enter the realm of level 7 potion science before leaving, so that he could advertise better. Originally, he was going to go through the military system to see if the northern fortress needed potions, but the Watsberg alone was enough for him to consume, so he didn't ask. However, after the student's strength improved, the potion supply of Watsberg should be stagnant, and it would not be too late to open up at that time. Of course, this is just a plan. As for the changes, haha. The three slaves each have their own names, Dino, Kanchel, and Libisa. Dino is very smart. After a little training, he is competent for his job. His task is to be a clerk, responsible for registering various materials, the number of employees in the Wizard Tower, registration, and ability, etc. Under the leadership of Rosa, he knows everyone. Kanchel, who was the first to kneel down and surrender to Dole, was slightly trained and became a doorman on the first floor, responsible only for reception and record. Compared with Dino, she seemed a little busy here, because there were many orders from outside, but she only needed to work 2 hours a day. Being busy helped to reduce the longing for relatives, which was actually quite good. As for Libisa, she was responsible for passing the recorded things to each pharmacist, and was responsible for the transportation of the warehouse. With the arrival of the three people, the other pharmacists breathed a sigh of relief, and finally did not have to take turns to do the work of doormen. Originally they were afraid that Dualai was a weird uncle, and the three of them were very nervous for a while. After a few days together, the three children found that they had no chance to see Dualai at all. This young-looking pharmacist rarely showed up. He was either doing experiments or practicing, and his hard work was outrageous. On the morning of the third day, Libisa came to the door quietly, saw Kanchel, and whispered, "I thought it would be very busy, but it was quite relaxing, and there was still time to practice." Kanchel also relaxed, and his originally straight waist also slumped gently. Yes, Wizard Dualai is very good, a good master. Libisa was slender and tall. She stood next to Kanchel and whispered, "I heard from Sister Rosa that the master is going to let us change the meditation method and abandon the one we are practicing. I don't know if it's true or false." Kanchel thought for a while and said, "It should be true. Although the meditation method we are practicing is the top meditation method in our country, it is only an intermediate meditation method here, and can only be practiced to the 4th level. The master should not have a good enough one, maybe the kind of meditation method that can be coordinated together." She sighed slightly. When they were bought, their fate in this life was determined. They could only be slaves and do whatever they were told. It was normal for them to change their meditation method to cooperate with their master. When the family was not yet in decline, there were many little wizards who practiced meditation methods that were useless, but they could cooperate with the master family and enhance the power of the master family. Libisa smiled faintly. "No, it is said that it is the elemental meditation method. We will choose it according to our talents. In the next few days, Dino should also be one." Dino and Libisa were from the same family, but when the three of them came to Dualai, the concept of family no longer existed. They were a whole, so the three of them were very united. Kanchel thought of Dualai's heroic and cold appearance when he bought them that day, and a little star appeared in his heart unnaturally. "I hope to practice the same meditation method as the master, but I don't know if I am qualified." TSK, wishful thinking, the master must practice a very advanced meditation method, otherwise he can control a clone that is one level higher than himself. I heard in the family that you can't control a clone that is stronger than yourself. This is a law, but the master doesn't. What does it mean? It means that the meditation method is very advanced. Libisa YY in her heart, this method of practice must be very difficult, otherwise, you can sell your body. Hee. Kanchel looked at the extremely tall Libisa, her long legs and thin arms, and her full breasts. She suddenly stretched out her hand and attacked Libisa's butt. Libisa cried out, feeling itchy, and hurriedly dodged. Kanchel smiled and said, "You have more capital than me, otherwise you go. Besides, the master wants us to do something, so we can't refuse." Libisa said a few words, "I don't want it. You are so petite, you should be the master's favorite." She reached out to touch Kanchel's chest. The two of them immediately started fighting. At this time, a small group of wizards came outside, and the two hurriedly stood up. Kanchel smiled in his unskilled common language. "Hello, this is the Dualai Wizard Tower. What potion do you need?" The wizard came to the front and looked at the woman. He felt a little strange. The pharmacist came to register himself 2 days ago, but now he has changed. He said without thinking, "Hello, little friend, I want to buy these medicinal herbs." He took out a note and handed it to Kanchel. Chapter 383. Kanchel looked at the list, saw the last line, frowned slightly, and said, "Sir, the last item of your order needs the approval of the Honor Wizard Union. Do you have the relevant documents?" Libisa secretly glanced at the list, and saw the last item, and her heart was suddenly startled. The wizard blinked, and his mind suddenly became active. She didn't say no, she just said that she needed approval documents. It seems that there are all kinds of medicines in the Dualai Wizard Tower, including this kind of highly toxic poison. It seems that I came to the right place. He smiled slightly and said, of course there are. This is the approval document. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Kanchal. Kanchal took it in his hand and looked at it, activated the inscription on the paper, and after verifying it, he smiled slightly and said, please wait. She handed the paper to Libisa and said, the last medicine is only available at the master's place. You can find the others in the warehouse. Libisa nodded and then walked away. Seeing Libisa go in, the wizard also breathed a sigh of relief, then looked up and asked, are you all new here? What are the recruitment conditions here? Kanchal felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. She lowered her head and said, no, we are all slaves of the master. The wizard immediately understood, nodded, and stopped talking. It seems that this wizard Dualai does not trust others. The entire wizard tower uses his own people, and the house is not going to be rented out. He is very vigilant. Libisa came to the top floor and knocked on Dualai's door. Soon, the door opened, revealing Dualai's busy figure inside. What's the matter? Libisa bowed and said, Master, there is a potion that only you have. I take it. What's the name of the potion? Libisa took a look and said, Salamander poison, I need 10 bottles. A magic hand quickly formed beside Dualai, and then flew to a room, and soon, it came out with a bunch of potions. Libisa quickly took it in her hand. She secretly looked at Dualai. He was still busy, standing in front of the culture tank, not knowing what he was cultivating. That kind of concentration was fascinating. She just took a sneak peek, then quickly turned away and said goodbye. Rosa walked in from outside the room with a pile of papers. Seeing Dualai busy, she said as she walked, Dualai, I checked it carefully today. There is no problem with the wizard tower. We can find a way to upgrade it to level 7 or above. Dualai's busy hands paused for a moment, then said, don't worry, the foundation of this tower is still too weak. It is only 6 corners. Level 7 is the limit. I plan to save some money and build a new one if it doesn't work. Rosa was stunned. Wouldn't that be a waste? This tower has invested 30 million gold coins. Dualai smiled. How can it be a waste? When we have our own territory, this tower can be rented out. We can make a lot of money just by collecting rent. Rosa thought about it, and it was true. No matter how many wizard towers there are, it will not be a waste. Moreover, the towers can be connected to each other. The wizard formations are superimposed on each other, which greatly enhances the power. As long as there are enough towers, even if a level 6 top white dragon comes, there is nothing to be afraid of. Recently, he has been studying Hori's magic house, and he admires the author of this masterpiece. There are as many as 32 wizard tower formations above level 8, various functions, various modules, everything you need, and great power. This is simply a godlike work. Although she didn't know where Dualai got it from, she also knew that there must be a powerful person behind Dualai, otherwise how could such a high-level thing appear on him? In Rosa's eyes, Dualai was covered with a layer of mystery. Dualai was very serious about doing things, so serious that it was scary. That kind of serious attitude, expression, and posture exuded a scholar's brilliance, which made people want to look at it more. In fact, Dualai is also very handsome, but he is a little short. Even so, he is much stronger than ordinary wizards, making up for the defect of height. He said that he often worked when he was a child, and was malnourished, which led to his height not being able to grow. Thinking of this, she softened a little, and then slowly said, if it is an octagonal wizard tower, then which wizard array should we use? There are many wizard arrays here. Dualai was preparing nutrient solution. He was preparing to upgrade the black corpse worm. Hearing this, he stopped and thought for a while. If it is an octagonal wizard tower, there is no need to be so conservative. Chris's wizard array is relatively defensive, and the structure is relatively simple. The octagonal wizard tower can use the Babel Tower structure, which is both offensive and defensive. It has many long-range firepower methods and strong defense, but it is a little expensive. Rosa understood immediately. The Babel Tower structure is ranked in the top 3 among the top 8 level wizard formations in Hori's magic house. It is a true attack and defense integration, with many means, and the internal formations are also quite rich. It will not be easily broken. The long-range means are divided into various types. The attack range is extremely wide, and there are many choices of flight speed. The most outstanding feature of the Babel Tower is its space jumping ability, and its escape ability is very good. Of course, this can also be regarded as a pursuit ability. Rosa nodded, her heart sank slightly. Then I will study the Babel Tower next. Dualai turned around, glanced at Rosa, nodded, and said, "Take it easy, pay attention to the combination of work and rest, and your own practice is the foundation. There is still a long time." Dualai handed Hori's magic house to Rosa just to see Rosa's character. If it doesn't work, he can take it back. But now it seems that Rosa has a good character and is worth cultivating. Originally, she was here to record and serve, and learn alchemy by the way. Now that she has recruited a few slaves, this work will continue to the next level, and Rosa will be freed. However, Dualai feels that he still needs 2 or 3 slaves to maintain the normal operation of the wizard tower. At this moment, Dualai's face changed. He stood up slightly, stopped what he was doing, and raised his eyebrows. Greta, Eugene, and Ash, the 3 of them dressed up as ordinary wizards, came to the door, said a message, and then stopped at the door to look at Canchel. Greta smiled gently at this time. It seems that Wizard Dualai is too busy to recruit outsiders. Eugene's face radiated a slight glow, and his slightly rigid expression showed a jumpy expression, and he also showed his intention. He is a pharmacist here, so he naturally needs some pure service personnel. Do these 2 children look like our locals? Slaves from the northwest? Greta looked at Canchel and nodded slightly. At this time, Canchel also became a little uneasy. These 3 people were all local young talents, perhaps even geniuses. They were talking about her, as if she were an animal. She didn't like it very much. Chapter 384. Just then, Dualai's voice rang in Canchel's ears, and then he lowered his head slightly and said, "The master invites you 3, on the 11th floor." The 3 people nodded politely to Canchel, and Canchel immediately returned the greeting. She had not yet entered the extraordinary, but she could feel the huge power of the 3 people, and did not dare to act rashly. Rosa had already left, and Dualai was alone on the 11th floor, and soon saw the 3 people. When he saw the 3 of them, Dualai was shocked. The Gory Wizard Alliance was indeed quite powerful. They were all at level 4, and they were not in the early stages. What good things had they eaten? Greta smiled as soon as she came in. "I have been in seclusion in the Glory Wizard Alliance for the past few days since I came back, and I haven't come here. It's just right for us to come together today." Eugene and Ash nodded at Dualai at the same time, and said with a smile, "We are here to prepare and continue to discuss the last matter." Dualai was a little uncomfortable with the attitude of the 3 people getting straight to the point as soon as they came in, but he was also a person who didn't like to beat around the bush, so he looked serious and said, "As a wizard, it is natural to focus on one's own strength." "I understand. We just talked about half of the last matter, and now it's a good time to discuss it in detail. If you have any opinions, you can raise them today. I will be responsible for providing raw materials and technical guidance, and you 3 will provide the venue and people. When it comes to doing business, Greta is naturally the best." Recently, the 3 of them went out together and discussed privately for a long time. This time, they came with full sincerity. Ash flipped her wrist, took out a drawing from the ring, spread it flat, and put it on the table. "This is a map of the entire city of Watsberg." Dualai blinked his eyes. These 3 rich second generations paid a high price. This map is not something that can be obtained easily. After Ash spread out the blueprint, he immediately whispered, "This is the blueprint of Watsberg, divided into several areas. If we want to make money, we naturally have to open stores wherever people consume. I personally think that we need to open at least 5 stores, here, and here." Greta nodded beside him. "This is the result of our discussion between the 3 of us. Ash's meaning also represents my meaning." Eugene nodded beside him. Seeing this, Dualai said, "Since you have already determined the place, what else can I say? Just do it." His eyes were full of ambition. Recently, he was very short of money. He spent a lot of money on slaves. He still had to buy slaves and import medicinal materials. There were many expenses. The income from the 6th level potion alone was far from enough to cover his expenses. Even if he was fully operational, he could only earn a few 100,000 gold coins a month. That was all. Greta nodded. The 3 of them communicated for a while, and decided on this matter. At this moment, Greta said apologetically, "I heard about your affairs when I came back. I'm sorry that I didn't pass on the matter after I left, so my brother and you had a conflict. This was my fault. Another thing today is that our 2 families re-signed a supply agreement." Dualai nodded. Time was flying quickly, and soon it was July in the middle of the year. Several new beverage stores in the city were very popular under the joint promotion of several geniuses. Affected by this, Dualai should have the first small rebound. At this time, Dualai's experiment also ushered in a new round of problems. He has 2 formulas on hand, mental potion and magic potion. These two have been completely learned and leaked, but the formulas of other potions, which cost more than 100,000 yuan per recipe, have not been obtained yet. The reason is that several major families and the Pharmacists Guild are obstructing, which makes Dualai very angry, especially the Marsha family, who played many dishonorable roles in it. The Marsha family has two very important members in the Pharmacists Guild, who directly suppressed his purchasing rights. Dualai had no way to deal with it, so he got angry and put all the people of the Marsha family on the blacklist. The two families were completely angry, and for a time, the whole of Watsberg was in an uproar. The Marsha family was holding Dualai's neck, and this matter soon spread throughout the wizarding world, and Dualai directly cut off the supply of potions from the Marsha family to him, which had a great impact. The reasons given by the Marsha family were also very sufficient. Dualai was an outsider wizard, and his contribution to the Glory Empire was insufficient. The Glory Empire did have a claim of contribution, so Alan had nothing to say. Dualai was very upset about this. To be promoted to a level 7 pharmacist, he had to learn at least 7 or 8 level 6 potions before he could consider learning a higher level. Unexpectedly, he was stumped here. Therefore, Dualai also hated the Marsha family. Since the formal channels were not working, Dualai was going to find other channels. He must get the formal formula of the level 6 potion. The problem now was that he could only go to the black market or ask for help from other people. He originally planned to ask Wushu, but unfortunately, Wushu didn't know how to do it either. Moreover, Wushu was busy with his own promotion to level 6 recently, and didn't care about him at all. Lord Bar was helpless, so Dualai suddenly fell into a situation where he had no connections to use. For a lone man, this is the most difficult. But in fact, Jasmine is the most difficult among them. As the fuse of the deterioration of the relationship between the Marsha family and Dualai, Jasmine is very uncomfortable at this time. Because of this matter, he ignored the family's playboy and concentrated on alchemy, which made that person more jealous of Dualai and lobbied in the family to destroy Dualai's good deeds. However, in terms of medicinal materials, after Greta came back, Dualai was no longer constrained, and other potions were supplied normally. The Orn family also had some conflicts with the Marsha family because of this, and the two families were not doing well. In addition, with the opening of the Azure beverage store, many similar industries also had some opinions about Dualai, and the political and business departments attacked together. Fortunately, the operator is a genius from the three major families, and has little relationship with Dualai. You can check it out. Therefore, Dualai has not had much to do recently. In addition to teaching pharmacy courses, and occasionally refining some potions, most of the time is spent on cultivation and trying to figure out formulas. However, if there is really no other way, he can only go through the fortress channel, directly to the military. If the formula is successfully obtained, it can be supplied in unlimited quantities here. This requires a special channel. Dualai has no relevant acquaintances, so he can only ask one by one. Dualai thought for a long time. If it really doesn't work, he can only go to Campbell Fortress in person. He has already inquired about the black market. There is no such high-end black market, or there are high-end transactions. He just doesn't know. The Pharmacist Union controls this aspect very strictly. Most of the black market is black wizards, and among the black wizards, there are very few above level 6. Dualai has no channels in this regard. Wushu was only level 5 before, and he didn't have any. Thinking of this, he put down the things in his hands and prepared to go to the auction house to take a look. Chapter 385. Axe looked at Dole with a serious and sincere expression. After the two traded potions, Axe breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time Dole made his request. If you want to see someone from the Rhine family, why go far away? Miss Ash is it? Axe knew that Dole was targeted, especially after the recent opening of several beverage stores. After the fire, everyone who knew who he was cooperating with. Dole wanted potions, and wanted to break the deadlock, so why bother looking for someone else? Dole blinked his eyes. He didn't know the origins of Eugene and Ash. He didn't expect that Ash was from the Rhine family, but this was also his own fault. He never asked. Besides, he originally wanted to rely on Gretel for the beverage store. Then Ash should have taken the blueprint last time. Thinking of that iceberg beauty, Dole touched his chin. This guy didn't seem to be easy to get along with. He thought about it, and still sent the message quickly. Azure beverage store. This store has 3 floors, and the decoration is very low-key and mysterious, not very luxurious. Even so, the first and second floors are already full of people, and the private rooms on the 3rd floor are also half full. Dualai walked in from the door, and Gretel and Ashley were already there. What a rare guest. It's rare that the big boss comes to inspect in person. Gretel smiled. Ashley also smiled. She didn't have much pocket money to begin with, and she bought this equipment and that equipment, and her plans were full. Recently, she had money to buy some cosmetics and the like. Dualai shrugged. I have no choice. Please ask you to listen to your opinions. Gretel shook her head. We don't understand your pharmacist's affairs, and we will die if we give you random suggestions. There was a glimmer in Ash's eyes. He had heard about Dualai's predicament from his family. So far, there are only two ways for Dualai to get out of the predicament. One is to completely surrender to the Empire, and the other is to go through the channels of black wizards in the black market. But no matter which of these two, it is not small for Dualai, who pursues freedom. Tell me first, is there anything we can help with? Ash stretched out her hand to stroke the hair beside her ear, revealing some of the charm of a woman. Greta almost whistled when she saw this. Is the iceberg girl going to melt? Dualai found a place, sat down slowly, and said, You all know the predicament I am facing now, so I have another idea. The two of you can help me with it. That is, I want to go the military route and supply the military exclusively in the future. Of course, they have to provide the formula and alchemical formula. I don't know if you know anyone. I want to go through this channel. If we talk about consumption, the army naturally consumes the most. Hearing this, Greta didn't care about looking at Ash's breathtaking beauty, and frowned directly, saying, This road is not easy to go, because usually the pharmacy will supply alone, or the major military departments have their own supply channels. If you are asked to supply alone, your volume is not enough. Even if all your students are added together, it is not enough. Their family is engaged in medicinal materials, and they know everything about it. Dole frowned and said, I'm not talking about pure independent supply, but as a supplier. A level 6 pharmacist is always qualified. Greta smiled and said, Level 6 qualification is enough. He thought for a while and said, You can think of supplying to the military district, which is very good, but you have to think about it. In our glory empire, how many armies are there, and how many parts are they divided into? Which part can be used? Ash has a better say than me on this point. Dualai looked at AI. She thought for a moment, and said, What if it is a fortress? Axie lowered her head, thought for a moment, and then raised her head. The military is divided into two parts. One part is the military office, which is the garrison you can see in various places, including the fortress. The other part is the legion, which is the main war department of the empire. The fortress belongs to the military office. Although there are more wizards there, the mental potion and magic potion sell better, but the sales of other potions are almost zero, because there are very few wars. If you want to go through the military channel, it is best to go through the legion, because the legion has to fight demons almost every once in a while. Axie said a long list, and Dualai felt that he had been here for so long, and he was really ignorant. Greta saw what Ash said, so he smiled lightly. The legion is the soul of the empire. Within the Glory Empire, 60% of the land area is still under the control of demons. You should know that 100 years ago, this number was 70%. This 10% was all conquered by the Empire Legion. If you want to take the fortress route, you might as well take the Legion route. He paused and said, I know you may not understand it very well, so I will give you a rough explanation. We have two legions in the northwest. One is the Iron Pioneer Corps, which is under the jurisdiction of Prince Ryan, and the other is the Brave Corps, which is under the jurisdiction of Prince Ace of Glory. Prince Ace doesn't need to care about it. They use the Imperial Mage Corps, and have activated 3 wizard towers. You can still hook up with Prince Ryan's pioneering group. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Ash. Ash blushed slightly, and was very concerned about Gretel's words. Recently, she has been living a good life with the help of several beverage stores. In addition to the family's resources, she could also buy some mental potions and magic potions by herself, which is a world of difference from before. So after thinking about it, he said, I need to ask for you, because the suppliers of the Legion are all institutions or organizations with imperial attributes, and rarely need to be provided by civilian organizations. Don't worry, the Legion has a big gap in potions. If they are willing to open this hole, I will tell you the news. Dualai was overjoyed and said, Then I trouble you. Gretel smiled and said, What's the trouble? It's just helping each other. You don't know yet. Ash is from the Rhine family. Guess where Eugene is from? Dualai really doesn't know this. Except for Gretel, who came to the door by herself. The other two don't know much. Gretel smiled and said, Eugene is the grandson of the current president of the Honor Wizard Union, and also his disciple. Dole raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He really didn't see that. That guy was too arrogant. He didn't expect that he was really from an extraordinary family. Ash glanced at Gretel, and was a little dissatisfied with this guy for exposing their past. The 10 people in the youth plan are all young talents from various families. It's just because they have good qualifications, not because the Honor Wizard Union prefers nobles or organizations. There are too few people with good qualifications in the folk. Watsberg is still widely popularized to ordinary people. Even so, the number of wizards is still small. Dole nodded in agreement. Rich and powerful people always improve their genes from generation to generation and absorb excellent bloodlines. In this regard, it is difficult for ordinary people to reach common people. He himself is a commoner, so it is easy to think of it. He has figured out the details of these 3 people, and he was relieved. Next, let's see if Ash can perform well. This iceberg beauty, if she can speak, it means she keeps her word in her heart and will not go back on her word. Chapter 386. Ash looked at Dory and suddenly had an idea, saying, "How many elements do you practice? Do you have any good spell models? Let's exchange them. I have 2 attributes of feng shui." Greta was immediately excited and said, "This is a good suggestion. I have the attribute of dark fire. The spells I often use tend to be dark. I currently have 6 4th-level spell models that can be exchanged." Dory looked at Greta. His expression was a little dull. It's hard to imagine this guy as a dark attribute, because people with dark attributes are generally gloomy, and this guy is as sunny as a piece of sun. He looked at Ash and said slowly, "It seems that it's more appropriate for the 2 of us to exchange. I have 3 elements of feng shui lei. I have mastered 6 4th-level spell models, and 4 advanced 4th-level spell models." Hearing this, Greta and Ash really took a breath of cold air. What kind of meditation method did this guy practice? He actually has 3 elements in his hands, and the number of spell models is amazing. You know, it is amazing for an ordinary 4th-level wizard to be able to come up with 2 ordinary spell models. Greta immediately asked, "How many do you know now?" Dole raised his head and smiled faintly. "Of course I know all of them." Greta immediately stopped talking and looked at him as if he was a monster. By the way, Dole was promoted to the 4th level before them, so it seems reasonable that he knows more, but his speed is too fast. Moreover, it takes 2 or 3 years to study high-level 4th-level witchcraft. This guy's speed is too exaggerated. I looked at Dole and took a deep breath. She was really shocked. "Ahem, then we 2 will exchange. Greta has nothing to do with you." Greta shrugged and said, "What a pity." Dole smiled and said, "I practice a complete set of meditation methods, with a complete system of wizard inheritance. I can trade any 6th-level witchcraft. At present, I am most proficient in wind spear technique. After integrating ice, it is no longer wind spear technique. Let me demonstrate it to you first." Dole waved his hand casually, and magic power surged out crazily. While condensing wind blades and ice blades, he condensed the spell model. In his opinion, in the process of condensing the spell model, filling the wind blades and ice blades needed by the spell model first can increase the efficiency of the spell to the highest. The witchcraft that originally took 3 seconds to condense now only takes 1.5 seconds. After all, this is a 4th-level witchcraft, not a 1st-level witchcraft, which can be cast in one thought. When the gray wind spear technique in Dole's hand condensed into shape, the energy on it was compressed to the extreme, and the power was concentrated on a line. Just by looking at it, the 2 felt that their bodies were about to be pierced. Seeing the power of this witchcraft, Ash was stunned for a moment. This power was almost comparable to the most powerful witchcraft in his hand. Wind gun technique, it seems that there is such a witchcraft, but no one has ever used it, and the difficulty coefficient is too high. At this time, they noticed that this witchcraft compressed thousands of wind blades and ice blades, and then condensed them together successfully. This difficulty is simply higher than any witchcraft in their hands. Although it looks like only a level 1 wind blade and ice blade, there are as many as 3,000 or 4,000 of them, arranged according to a certain formation, and all the damage is dealt out in an instant. This power is definitely far beyond Tongji. Terrible, Ash nodded, indicating that she understood. Of the same power, you can only exchange for the same power. Dole dispersed the witchcraft. Greta said in shock, "If you can restrain your breath a little bit and be faster, ordinary level 5 wizards will run away when they see you." Dole shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated. Level 5 wizards can transform into elements as long as they meditate a little better. Although my move looks powerful and fast, it is difficult to condense and takes a long time. It's not that powerful." Greta's mouth twitched. "If you are faster, others will die." Ash gritted her teeth and said, "Your witchcraft is very attractive and difficult. I want to exchange it." "Yes, Only the glacial wind and frost is the most suitable for you in the same level, and the glacial wind and frost can be upgraded to the glacial storm in the future, which is quite powerful. Greta turned her head, looking at Ash in disbelief. This is your ultimate move. Ash turned her head, her eyes were determined. After changing, I will have a slightly more powerful single ultimate move. Greta shut up immediately. Dualai's witchcraft is indeed powerful. The Rhine family's meditation method of the god of ice and snow, plus the glacial storm, plus this wind gun, in the future, as long as the ice and snow field is achieved, it will be a killing spree in it. With this guy's icy appearance, it is simply the arrival of the ice and snow goddess. Dole smiled and said, "You have to think about it." Ash nodded seriously. Dole does have several other excellent witchcrafts, but they are all witchcrafts from the outside world. If they are recognized by masters, it will be more than worth the loss. It is better to use this simple stacking spell, anyway, it is powerful enough. I don't know what kind of meditation Ash is practicing, but it seems that he is lacking in this kind of witchcraft that can cause targeted damage. When Gretel saw that the two had completed the transaction, he also sighed in his heart. Unfortunately, he didn't have any suitable witchcraft on hand. After the two exchanged witchcraft, they were all happy. After chatting for a while, they talked about witchcraft and meditation. Witchcraft is developed, and some geniuses can even create their own witchcraft. In Dualai's system, each witchcraft is closely connected to the storm element, and is closely connected to it from the nodes and effects of witchcraft, almost as one. The spell model was created by the predecessors, who went through countless hardships, so every creative witchcraft is precious, especially the more powerful the witchcraft is, the less people will teach it privately. In the entire martial arts world, it is difficult to see this situation unless it is a master and an apprentice. When Dualai saw the glacial wind and frost, his brows only slightly frowned, but from this witchcraft, it can be seen that Ash's witchcraft tends to be in the form of range, and it belongs to the kind of ultra-wide range form. This witchcraft directly changes the surrounding environment to form a world in the form of a glacier, lowers the temperature, covers ice and snow, ice blades, ice spears, and other forms of ice and water witchcraft. The power is scattered, which is not very useful for individuals, but the group damage effect is excellent. When facing a considerable number of enemies, the power is not bad. This made Dualai even more curious about what kind of meditation she practiced. He was going to go back to the Glory Wizard Alliance to see. Asking others about meditation is a very rude thing. Unless you are sparring or fighting, you will find out other people's ways. Under normal circumstances, no one will take the initiative to tell others what kind of meditation I practice, otherwise it is easy for others to find flaws and then target them. After chatting for a while, the three of them separated. Dualai went to the auction house to get the money, and the two did their own things. Ash walked out of the gate, slowly got on the family carriage, and reached out to touch the pendant on her ear. Chapter 387. This pendant was bought recently. It has a protective shield that can resist the impact of a level 5 warrior. It was only recently that she had the spare money to buy some of these ornaments, and threw away all the ones issued by the family. They were not for girls. The driver was a level 6 warrior. At this time he slowly said, "Miss, where are you going?" Ash's cold voice came out, "Go home." The driver nodded, and the sound of horse hooves soon sounded on the street. She sat in the car. While dividing a part of her mental power for cultivation, she thought about the feasibility of Dualai's matter. If it was feasible, everyone would be happy. If it was not feasible, she had to find a way to repay this favor. That guy was really hard to do recently. He wanted to make progress, but he was stuck by someone. This feeling was exactly what she felt. When she was in the family, she felt the same way when she was stuck in meditation by Nyang. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Dualai. In the city lord's mansion, at the gate of the Rhine family, the carriage slowly stopped. Ash slowly got off the carriage, nodded to the coachman, and then walked into the gate alone. The city lord's mansion is the largest mansion in Watsberg, with an area of nearly 2 hectares. From the front yard to the backyard, gardens, pavilions, and small martial arts arenas, it has everything. In Watsberg, where every inch of land is valuable, it is not easy to own such a place. In the backyard, she came to her mother's residence, greeted her, and then prepared to find her father. When she just walked to the door, she saw her father just coming back from outside. He was wearing armor, and his blood was so strong that he exuded a breath like a lion, which made her a little breathless. Wesleyan walked in from outside, his blood and chi not yet fully collected. When he looked up and saw his daughter, he quickly collected his breath and smiled. "Ash, you have time to come out?" "It's rare." Ash breathed a sigh of relief, bowed slightly, and said, "Father, I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come back." Westerland blinked his eyes. "A little strange. Ash rarely looked for him. Is there something wrong?" "Not enough money, or not enough magic cores and crystals," he said without thinking. "If you lack anything, just apply to the logistics department. No need to go through me." Ash shook her head and said, "It's not about resources. I want to do a business with my father." Westerland walked to the door at this time. His eyes became serious. "Daughter, have you been persuaded by someone? It's fine if you do business by yourself, but you also bring me your old father." Although Westerland's tone was a bit heavy, he knew that Ash should not be the kind of person who doesn't distinguish between the important and the unimportant, and there must be something really wrong. Hearing her father's tone was a little heavier, Ash hurriedly said, "No, it's like this." She told the whole story again. Westerland came to the room, sat on the table, and listened quietly. He frowned and relaxed his brows while listening, as if considering the feasibility of this matter. He had heard about the Dualai Wizard Tower countless times recently, especially when that kind of potion came out. The entire high-level supernatural world was in an uproar, especially the military and military offices, and some special departments with heavy casualties. They had no idea how many crooked ideas they had, but they all stopped because they had no materials. If he wanted the formula, why didn't the Pharmacist Guild give it to him? This is a strange thing. The Marsha family is interfering. This is new. Thinking of the recent events, Westerland said slowly, "Don't worry about this matter. Let it go. In a few days, when I finish the work at hand, I will invite Dora to our house, and invite your new friends to have a party." Ash was stunned. Was this an agreement or a disagreement? And inviting those people, wouldn't it be a nuisance? But she didn't dare to go against her father's wishes. Anyway, she had already blown the wind for Dora. So he smiled and said, "Okay, father, then I thank you on behalf of Dualai." Westerland didn't take the matter to heart. He looked at his daughter and smiled slightly. "You should seize the time to improve your strength, but don't forget to find a son-in-law. You are in your 20s this year, not young anymore." Ash's expression suddenly became nervous, and said, "It's still early, it's still early." Westerland's face deliberately stern, saying, "It's early. When your mother and I were your age, we had your brother." When Ash thought of that brother, he felt a chill in his heart. "Father, I will find one." Ash knew in his heart that if he didn't find one, he was afraid that his father would arrange various blind dates for him. Children from families like theirs usually have difficulty in having their own way in such matters. They are all arranged by the family. So many children of nobles are very indulgent in matters between men and women, because love is a luxury for them. Westerland was also a little surprised. His daughter had some money recently, and was dressing more and more like a woman. This was a good sign. It would be fine if she was cold as ice at ordinary times, but she was also cold when it came to matters between men and women. That was not a problem with the meditation method, but a problem with the person. Among the several advanced meditation methods in the family, only Ash chose the ice and snow goddess. This large-scale meditation method is very important to their family. In addition to her talent, Westerland indulged his daughter. Otherwise, if a daughter in her 20s, who had not yet married among the nobles had not been married, the clan would have started to put pressure on her. That's not the case with Dory's little invention. It is said that the net flow of water is more than 100,000 gold coins a month. If divided, if the three people share it equally, the daughter will also receive 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins every month. This deal is really a free gift. This is a unique deal. He really wants to meet this person. Of course, it is estimated that the patriarchs of other families will also meet, but unfortunately, they don't buy it at all. It's better to have a daughter. The Honorable Wizard Alliance and the military and political body are two completely different systems. When the nobles hold a party, they can only invite the wizards under the nobles. The wizards of the Honorable Wizard Alliance never participate. This time, I took this opportunity to find out the boy's opinion. Can this potion be mass-produced? If it can be mass-produced, it can make the strength of the Northwest increase again. Westerland thought about it, suddenly stood up, said goodbye to his wife, and walked out of the room, and then disappeared. Dole didn't know that he just wanted to ask people, and there would be so many things later. After returning to the Wizard Tower, he began to retreat. Now his strength has reached the advanced level of level 4. With the help of the majestic magic power of the Wizard Tower, his strength has progressed rapidly, but up to now, the improvement of strength has gradually begun to stagnate. It's not that the magic power is not enough, nor is it that the mental power is not enough, but the meditation method needs to be improved again, and it is necessary to dig deeper into the meditation method to enhance the power of the meditation method to a deeper level. What this means is that his perception is not enough, and this cannot be solved by seclusion. Instead, he needs to truly sense nature, to experience the real storm elements, to feel the real natural system of heaven and earth, and to complete his own system. Chapter 388. Now his system is based on meditation, the records in the library, and his own occasional observations. It is not based on observation of entities. All the foundations of the storm element are built on imagination, not real scenes. Therefore, if you want to make progress now, you need to really observe the storm element. From level 4 to level 5, it is the meditation method of visualizing oneself, and the magic virtual image is truly reflected in the outside world, forming a real elemental body form, which is considered a real success. Basically, at this stage, the individual strength is clearly divided. The higher the level of meditation, the stronger the strength, and it has little to do with talent. After level 5, it is the real mark of dividing the strong and the weak. Of course, most of the meditation methods that can be cultivated to level 5 will not be very low, so basically there is no need to worry about this problem. However, he didn't dare to run around recently. He could only solve the matter of pharmacy first before he could find a way to get out of here. At this time, he moved his mind and a message appeared in his consciousness. He looked at the message and understood it. Ash was still very concerned about this matter. The profit of tens of thousands of gold coins every month was not in vain. He touched his chin and replied, "Don't worry." He walked out of the laboratory and went directly to tower number 1, went upstairs, and came to the library. He registered at the entrance of the library. The person who registered was a little girl with not very high talent. She had a good figure, but a very cold temperament. It was said that this girl was the daughter of a tower owner, and this job was arranged for her. Of course, there is more than one person at the registration counter. There is also another old man who stays in the room and sleeps all year round. He doesn't care at all. However, if someone dares to bully the little girl, then this old man will definitely be willing to get up and teach the person a lesson. Leaving the registration counter, Dualai came to the 6th floor of the library. He was going to start from here. There are administrators on each floor of the library in Watsberg, because many books require gold coins or points, or permissions to read, and they are all sealed. When you need to read a book, you need an administrator to come and unseal it according to the permissions. There are even many administrators on the lowest floors, and sometimes they are too busy. The library is also one of the few sources of income for the wizard tower. Many wizards are willing to spend huge sums of money to read books here. Therefore, in the lower floors, even in the middle and lower levels, every small private room has a wizard who is thinking hard, and some even have several, discussing with each other, verifying each other, and improving together. Although Dualai has not been here many times, he has seen a lot. Arriving at the 6th floor, he walked through it in a hurry, took a general book on the origin of Watsberg, found an empty seat, and sat down, and read it carefully. This book records the changes of Watsberg in thousands of years, from the Glory family at the beginning, to the Messy family in the middle, to the current Rhine family, all the changes. The Glory family is the royal family of the empire, and the Rhine family is the royal family's foreign relatives, that is, the royal family's uncles, and also belongs to the prince. After Dualai understood this, he focused on finding the information he wanted to get. The royal family of the Glory Empire has several powerful warrior skills and wizard skills, and there are many of them. The most powerful warrior skill is called the God of War, and there are many famous wizards, but they are not reflected in this book, but the book records a lot of information for Dualai to participate in. The Imperial Mage Corps, which is exclusive to the royal family of the Glory Empire, is composed entirely of members of the Imperial Royal Family. Among them, there are several powerful wizard formations. The two most powerful ones are the Ice and Snow Domain and the Fire God Domain. From the data of fighting with demons, foreign races, and foreign countries over the years, it shows that they have a great reputation and outstanding military exploits. Obviously, according to the meditation method, the wizard formation is derived from it. It is speculated that what Ash practices is related to this. But don't the Ice and Snow bloodline and the Fire bloodline conflict with each other? Dualai closed the book and thought about it in his mind. The bloodline of the Glory Empire is called the Golden Bloodline. The warrior side practices very quickly and has great power. It is famous for its combination with the family's skills, but what the hell is the wizard bloodline? Ash is undoubtedly the successor of the Ice and Snow Domain. She will definitely go to the Imperial Mage Corps in the future. There is no doubt about it, so the name of the skill she practices is naturally called out. Dualai turned his head to see where the Orn family came from, and where the other families came from. 3 days passed slowly. Selin sat at the back of the office, his bald head becoming increasingly shiny. In front of him, Wijwa and another young man stood with their heads bowed. The atmosphere in the room was a little heavy, even a little stagnant, and the bald man was obviously a little impatient. Yesterday, Westland held a military meeting, and together with the Mage Corps, they talked about logistics supplies. This autumn, they might be planning to attack the Southwest Highlands, but the point I want to talk about today is not this, but the medicine supply for the Mage Corps and the Legion. What percentage of our family share this year? Wijwa was a little confused. Is the Legion going to fight again? He immediately raised his head and said, Sir, our supply of medicine in the military accounts for 1/20th. We have limited manpower, and the production of advanced medicine is seriously insufficient. The young man was also a little confused at this time. Why is there another war? No one wants the land of the Southwest Highlands. What's the point of conquering it? Did the Imperial Mage Corps develop something that can survive in large quantities on it? The Empire has always been a profitless party. Obviously, there is nothing worth conquering in the Southwest Highlands. He said cautiously, Father, what is there in the Southwest Highlands? The bald man glanced at his son, shook his head, and said, Except for various metal mines, no other valuable things have been found, but everyone is preparing for this. I called you here today just to let you listen. The young man stood aside and dared not speak. At this time, Celine looked at her son and thought to herself that her son still has a promising future, but today is just a private questioning, and a family meeting will be held later to discuss this matter. At this time, it was not just the Marsha family. In fact, all the families and forces in Watsberg began to get busy, integrating and tapping resources around the Imperial war machine. Once the war started, there would be millions of gold. This statement was not exaggerated. At the same time, war was also the easiest of the few ways to fight for the Imperial title. Therefore, they not only had to take advantage of the materials, but also had to find a way to form a team and join in. Celine frowned at this time and said, With our size, we only occupy 1/20th, so who currently has a larger proportion? Which was said, It's the Pharmacist Union. Celine nodded and said, We still don't have enough manpower. What happened to the reserve personnel trained by the family in the past few years? There is not even one promising one. Chapter 389. Wijwa lowered his head and dared not speak. The field of potion science has always been more talent-intensive. Without talent, it is useless to say anything. Celine frowned and said, How is the recruitment of Dualai? Wijwa lowered his head even more. The other party did not contact us, and even stopped all orders from our family. Celine's mouth curled up slightly. Going against our Mashia family is really courting death. That's it. Notify everyone and hold a family meeting. The young man was shocked at this time. Although he only said a few words, he heard a lot of important information. The Empire is going to war, and now it is the preparation stage, and it involves all aspects. The Mashia family is going to start their resource chariot, but what can he do in the meantime? When he thought of the potion resources of the Dualai Wizard Tower, he immediately became active. There are more than 30 or 40 pharmacists in the Dualai Wizard Tower, and all of them are level 3, 4, or 5 pharmacists. If they can win them over, the family will make a fortune. However, he thought, if the family is against others, why should others cooperate with their family? But they can't cooperate, and they can't let Dualai cooperate with other families. They must make this matter go wrong. Opposite the Azure Drinks shop, in a high-end private room of a luxurious coffee shop, the young man invited a few good friends, a total of about 7 people, all of whom are acquaintances from other families. The young man saw that everyone was there, and smiled and said, There is a piece of news, I wonder if you have heard it. The others had already sat down at this time, and they all laughed. One of them said, What news? Who are you going to pick up? Do you know them, brothers? That's right, the one last time, she had a great body, but she wasn't very pretty. What, have you become rich recently? The old man doesn't hold you back anymore? As soon as they opened their mouths, they started to tease each other. The young man's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, This time it's a serious matter, I guess the senior members of your family have heard about it. He then told them about the Empire's plan to attack the Southwest Plateau. These young men all looked like playboys, but they were all well-known figures in the circle, and they all had industries. When they heard this, they were shocked and thought about what benefits they could get from this matter. Attacking the Southwest Plateau is no small matter. You know, although the land in the Southwest Plateau is barren, there are many kinds of monsters and ghosts. The most famous one is the Tian Shan Yichi, where there are countless ghosts and ghosts living. It is very scary. There is also an 8th level flying Rakshasa in it, which is the nightmare of countless families. However, the Empire must have made careful calculations before attacking. The early baggage and resources must be handled first, and there are many tricks involved. Dole fell into a stage of having nothing to do. These days, he has been teaching several of his disciples, hoping that they can reach the 5th level pharmacist as soon as possible. The 5th level pharmacist is a threshold. In the wizard world, the number of wizards above the 3rd level has decreased, and the market supply is insufficient. As long as they reach the 5th level pharmacist, almost every pharmacist will not be left without food even if they are targeted, just like Dole now. Even if there is no formula for other potions, relying only on mental potions and magic potions, he can maintain all the consumption required for cultivation. Bernard's talent was not good, but he worked hard enough, while Morris and Sano's talents were okay, but their efforts were not obvious. The three of them barely kept pace, and each of them had their own focus on the 4th level potion. Dole was instructing them, and at this time, Labitha walked in from outside, and she looked at Dole timidly. Dole turned around. "What's the matter?" Labitha said, "Report to the master. Someone gave an envelope and said that it must be given to you. Do you see?" Dole frowned, and he used his mental power to scan the envelope, and his brows frowned immediately. This envelope is also very tricky, with a forbidden method composed of magic patterns on it, which can block the scanning of mental power, which is interesting. However, the forbidden method on it is not advanced, and Dole only spent 2 or 3 seconds to crack it. After scanning the contents of the letter, his brows were frowned into a river. "I don't know who sent the letter. There is no signature on it. The content inside is very interesting. It roughly says that someone is making a fuss about his affairs in the Legion and intends to unite various families to resist him. This is very interesting. Who is warning me or showing me goodwill?" Dole said slowly. "Do you know who sent it?" Labitha shook her head and said, "I don't know. The other party is wearing black clothes and didn't show his face." Dole said, "I know, you go down and destroy the letter for me." Labitha took the letter and nodded obediently. Morris, Sano and others were sweating all over their heads, which was because of Dole's scolding. When they saw Dole frowning, Morris boldly asked, "Tower Master, what's the matter?" Dole thought about it and glanced at Morris. He suddenly remembered that these two guys were also nobles. They could play with them. Otherwise, let them infiltrate the enemy? He thought for a moment and said, "Nothing, you two come to my room later." When everyone saw this, they all thought that something must be wrong. But what was it? In this world, there is a strict dividing line between nobles and civilians. Even after becoming wizards, civilian wizards rarely integrate into the wizard world. Dualai now regrets why he didn't recruit some nobles to study courses at the beginning, and he could have more people to advise him at this time. The guidance ended in the evening, and Dualai returned to his room. Not long after, Morris and Sano walked in from outside in a sneaky manner. Canchel and Labitha walked out of the next room, respectfully poured water for the two, and then stood beside them with their hands hanging down. The two have been here for so long, and have gradually adapted to this place. Compared with Zonglu Garden, this place is simply a paradise-like treatment. Morris spoke first. "Tower Master, is there anything we can help with?" Sano nodded vigorously beside him. "That's right, you said. We will definitely do our best." Dole smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. I just want to tell you not to stay at home recently, go out and attend more banquets, and so on, and help me find out some information." Morris and Sano looked at each other, feeling a little surprised. This is not the style of the Tower Master. "Did something happen recently?" Morris coughed and said, "Tower Master, in fact, many of the 5th level students are nobles. If you have something, you can tell them. I believe that everyone is willing to help you like us." Dole shook his head. "It would be great if those people were with you too. The noble group seems to compete with each other, but it is also relatively united. It is extremely difficult for Dole, an outsider, to integrate into it. This is what happened." He told his own affairs, and the affairs of the military. Chapter 390. Morris walked out of the wizard tower slowly, raised his head, and looked at the sky. The sun in late June was still very strong, shining on people, and the skin felt a little hot. He put his arms under the wide magic robe, and walked out of the door leisurely. Today was the banquet of the Sikong family. It was said that the two younger generations of the Sikong family had conflicts with Dualai. He wanted to see who the nobles, who had been rumored to be against Dualai were, and dared to cause trouble for a 4th level wizard and a 6th level pharmacist. Morris' own strength has also reached the 4th level. He is old, and at least part of Dualai's potion has entered his stomach, so it is difficult not to improve. The Sikong family is not a top family, but it is also among the high-level families. Many years ago, it was committed to the development of the family on the wizard side. The development was quite rapid, and did not fall behind many families. However, compared with the wizard side, the development of the warrior side has not fallen behind. The banquet was held in the backyard. The banquet at the wizard level was a little more mysterious. It couldn't be held in the front hall. When he arrived at the entrance, Morris showed the invitation, and someone soon took him in, and came to the back. He soon saw a few acquaintances, several pharmacists belonging to the pharmacist sequence. These people were not nobles, but civilians recruited by the nobles. They were not very strong, and the pharmacists were not very strong. In addition, he also saw other noble wizards, who were old acquaintances he had met recently. He straightened his clothes and walked over with a smile. Today, he came here specifically to inquire about the news, so he had to pretend to be serious. McLaren has been doing very well recently. After becoming proficient in the limb recasting technique, he and his students have had opportunities for development. In addition to ordinary soldiers, he has gained some regular customers from the legions. To be precise, it is the lieutenants on the front line who occasionally bring some disabled retired soldiers to receive limb regeneration technology. After a while, everyone has become familiar with each other. McLaren has become a regular customer of theirs, and occasionally gets some news. Hansen brought people here again today. They are 3 senior disabled soldiers, but their injuries are relatively minor. One has the palm of his right hand broken, one has the entire left arm completely missing, and one has the sole of his foot missing. For soldiers, such injuries are enough to ruin their lives, but here at McLaren, they can be reborn, which is a great thing, although the price is a bit high. I'm here again. Hansen sighed and said, "These 3 are my former subordinates, all level 5 warriors. I've saved enough money recently, so I brought them here to save face." McLaren is very favorable to the military, at least 1/3 cheaper than others. These 3 people must have retired and can be treated as ordinary people, but McLaren still has to give face to the people brought by Hansen, and these 3 people are strong. After being cured, they can go to the battlefield again, which does not violate his principles. At this time, the 3 people looked at McLaren with hope on their faces. McLaren pondered for a moment, then smiled gently, and said, "They are all men who have shed blood and tears for the Empire. It's okay, leave it to me, Lord Hansen. You have been coming more frequently recently. Is there something going to happen?" McLaren was not well informed, so he only realized it now. Hansen smiled, "Your news is a little behind the times. The news has spread throughout the professional circle in the Northwest. Didn't you know?" McLaren asked his disciples to help the 3 people go down for treatment. He did not personally participate, so he said curiously, "I really didn't know that there would be another war in the Northwest." Hansen nodded solemnly. "This time it is in the Southwest Highlands. According to the information detected by the Flame Adventure Group, there is a very rich magic crystal mine, as well as a lot of mithril, activated copper, various energy metals, and other high-grade materials. After consultation, the 2 major military forces in the Northwest and the Imperial Mage Group decided to attack the Yuchi in the Southwest Highlands." Hearing the name of the metal, McLaren was stunned. Mithril is the most important material for making alchemical equipment above level 6. It is a metal with extremely excellent magic conductivity. Currently on the market, 1 gram of mithril is as high as 100,000 gold coins. You can imagine. But it quickly came to its senses on the wizard side. Is it the Imperial Mage Corps? Or the Honor Wizard Union? Or a combination? Who is providing the medicine and logistics? Hansen had a headache after hearing these words. He patted his forehead and said, "Why do you wizards ask me these questions? It's annoying." McLaren said awkwardly, "Isn't this just caring?" Hansen snorted, "It's about money. However, there are indeed many loopholes that can be opened this time, because the power of the entire Northwest is integrated, so the gap is large. At that time, various methods will be used for bidding, but it's not time yet, so you are afraid of nothing. You have this skill. As long as you can hold on until the end of the war, you will make a fortune in minutes. After the war, there will inevitably be a large number of disabled people. Will McLaren still be overcrowded by then?" McLaren shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with money. I'm just asking casually. There are many pharmacist organizations on the wizard side. Although our pharmacist union still occupies the majority, there are still many low-level pharmacists who have united privately to form teams to sell potions. I'm just asking casually. What money do I make here?" "Your money. To be honest, I can't make much of your money. I have to pay a part of the patent fee to Dualai for the money I make. There is not much money at all." Hansen said in a strange way, "Why, what does your treatment plan have to do with him?" I've heard this name recently, and my ears are almost falling out. McLaren looked at Hansen in confusion. You don't know that there are only a few 6th-level pharmacists in Watsberg? Hansen was stunned. Level 6 pharmacist? He blinked his eyes and thought, no wonder the higher-ups always mention this person, and they have had many arguments. It turns out that he is level 6, and this plan for treating disability is also his. Thinking of this, his mind became active, and he said, is Dualai a person or a team? Can they do large-scale treatment? McLaren immediately laughed. They have an independent wizard tower, as high as level 6, and they have 30 or 40 level 3 and 4 pharmacists under them. They teach their own classes and pass on their experience as level 5 pharmacists. Even I occasionally go to listen to the classes. What do you think? Hansen took a breath. Then why haven't I heard of him before? He is only 21 years old this year, and he is considered a young genius. He has only been here for a short time, and there are many people suppressing him. It is normal that you don't hear his name, especially the Legion system, which seems to have some contradictions recently. McLaren thought for a while and said. He also knew Dualai's situation, and said it casually. It would take several days to treat the injury, so Hansen had to stay in the city for a few days. That afternoon, he returned to the family to ask people and get information. Chapter 391. Owen family. Hansen, who had not been home for a long time, put on his armor and returned to his courtyard majestically. His wife and children were already waiting excitedly at the door. Seeing him come back safely, the women were relieved and excited. Hansen was also a little excited. He walked forward and said in a loud voice, "Thank you for your hard work. I will stay a few more days this time." Hansen's sons and daughters stood aside at this time, looking at their father, each of them excited. The family was harmonious. At this moment, a sound of horse hooves came from a distance. "Lord Hansen, the master wants you to go over." Hansen looked back and saw the person clearly. His heart sank. He was a favorite of the master. He must have no good intentions, so he said, "Okay, I be there in a while." He turned back to comfort his wives. "I go check the situation first. I come back in the evening, and we have dinner together." The two major parts of the Northwest Army Corps, the position of lieutenant is not very important, so Hansen's return did not cause any waves, and it was even as if a passerby came back. There was no value in the entire Watsberg. In the Northwest region, there were 2 million soldiers, and a lieutenant, who commanded only a few thousand soldiers, was nothing. McLaren settled the gold coins for this month. In addition to the expenses left for himself, his disciples, and the experimental personnel, the net income this month alone was nearly 1 million gold coins. This was a lot of money, and he was a little excited. He thought about it, took the money, walked out of the door, and soon came to the Dualai Wizard Tower. Dole was giving a lecture to his disciples, and McLaren came at a bad time, but McLaren was also a pharmacist, so Dole called McLaren directly to the laboratory. In the huge classroom, a circle of people gathered. They were all Dualai's students. They pondered deeply about the things in the culture dish, while Dualai stood aside and pointed. From a macroscopic perspective, the most representative feature of organisms is activity. What is activity? The most basic manifestation of activity is predatory nature, which is the three structures of engulfment, transformation, and consumption. If any link is missing, the organism will fail, and will not last long. The characteristic of organisms is growth. Although we still don't know what growth comes from, just like us, it seems that becoming stronger comes from the bones. He turned his head and nodded to McLaren, then said to the others, "Today's experiment is observation. All of you observe carefully, and then use your imagination." McLaren took a breath when he saw the experimental process. Is Dualai going to train all his colleges into biological potion masters? He has started to cultivate microorganisms. It's terrifying. Seeing the halftime break, he hurried over and whispered, "I brought you the money for the past few months. In addition, it seems that there is a big business coming recently. Are you interested?" Dole nodded. "I know about the big business. I am currently working on it. I can't compare with you. I just need to focus on surgery. I have a group of students to support." McLaren was a little stunned. He looked at the students and thought to himself, "That's right, he only cares about surgery. How can he care about as wide an area as Dole? He must know this news." When he thought that some families were excluding Dole, and even used the big killer in the pharmacist union, McLaren was a little unhappy and said, "Are you going to fight for the share this time? Who did you ask for intercession? Lord Allen?" Dole whispered, "No, Lord Allen is in seclusion. I haven't seen him for a long time. I'm going to go find the Rhine family." Gretel and Ash are helping me to talk to the Orn family. McLaren blinked his eyes. Of the 10 geniuses in Watsberg, Dole is in contact with 3 of them. This relationship is worth using. Then I'm relieved. In short, we can't miss it. This is the heyday of the wizard world. Every war brings very considerable benefits. I guess everyone is trying to seize this opportunity. He repeated the news he got. Dole didn't know the details of the war. Hearing this, he became solemn. The Imperial Mage Corps went to war, and the local Glory Wizard Alliance naturally had to go to war. It's just that I don't know who will lead the team this time, how many people will go, and what the scale will be. There are many level 6 wizards in the Glory Wizard Alliance, and there is also a level 7 president. When Dole thought of the grand scene of level 6 and 7 masters fighting in the air, his blood boiled. McLaren chatted with Dualai for a while, and after the 2 of them handed over the formalities, they left the Dualai Wizard Tower. Dualai was not surprised by the hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and was even a little annoyed. In many ways, there was no good news now. However, the students brought a lot of good news. Several of them were already sprinting to level 5. It won't be long before his level will be improved. Except for him, the level 5 fault will disappear, and the pharmacist structure system will be completely complete. The complete upper and lower systems represent continuous benefits, multifaceted benefits, no longer affected by the fault, and his influence here will also increase. From level 1 to level 6, he supplies a full range of medicines. From the perspective of the system of magic potion, his influence is slowly increasing, and as the course goes deeper, his influence in the entire Watsberg is also beginning to increase. Dualai welcomes everyone, and students are also welcome. So far, most of the pharmacists in the entire Watsberg, except those with inheritance, are basically caught in Dualai. Even some level 4 or 5 wizards of the Honor Wizard Alliance occasionally pay to attend classes. The name of Dualai Wizard Tower has long been spread throughout the Northwest Wizard world. 10 days passed quickly, and Watsberg's actions became more and more large-scale. The conscription and recovery of soldiers returned to the army, and the private soldiers of the nobles began to conduct small-scale training outside the city. The whole Watsberg became lively. Civilians joined the army for money, honor, and merit, while the nobles fought purely for a higher level of title. The complete merit system and noble system made them devote their strength to it without hesitation, and improve the level of the family. Naturally, more people came to Dualai to ask for medicine, but Dualai reduced the supply of medicine, especially for the nobles, and limited the names and quantities of medicines to be purchased, only providing them to adventurers and mercenary groups. Almost everyone in the Wizard Tower knew why he did this. This was for the order of the Imperial Legion, and Dualai had been running around in many places these days to test the waters. Azure Beverage Shop. Eugene, Ash, and Gretel sat together, drinking the new beverage that Dualai had just developed, and were amazed. After drinking it, there was a strange taste, but after drinking it, the heart and lungs were refreshed, giving people a refreshing feeling, and it felt like their lung capacity had increased a little. Eugene looked carefully at the cup in his hand, at the liquid in it, and said with a strange look, "Why do I feel that your thing is more like medicine? This thing can enhance the strength of the heart and lungs and increase the oxygen intake." He closed his eyes, carefully felt the changes in his body, and almost groaned. Chapter 392. Greta was also savoring the feeling in his mouth. Not bad, not bad. Making this kind of drink is naturally to attract wealthy customers. Who are the wealthy customers? Naturally, professionals are the best. Our store is now the largest trading place for professionals. Ash said, a very rare macro statement. Greta nodded and laughed. We have robbed a lot of business from those old stores. A few days ago, someone took the opportunity to make trouble. Unfortunately, the people who came were too weak. Dualai was a little surprised. Competition between businesses is inevitable, but it is a bit fresh that someone is making trouble in front of these people. Eugene snorted coldly and shouted strangely, "It's good to make trouble. Let them make trouble. It's better to smash the store and renovate a new one." Obviously, this person is also fearless. These 3 people have become rich recently, and they have more decorations on their bodies. Even the magic robes have been changed to gold-rimmed ones. I don't know what they are used for. The 3 chatted casually for a while. When talking about the recent situation, I looked at Dualai with a slightly red face and said, "I asked my father about your matter. He said that the scale of this time is very large, and it is likely to be carried out in a bidding mode. At that time, you can submit the bid in the name of the Wizard Tower. Moreover, this time it is controlled by the Rhine family, the Glory family, and the Imperial Wizard Group, so there is no fraud." Eugene also knew something about Dualai. The Marcia family and the Seekong family have been very active recently. They are not small in size, and have a lot of say in the Glory Wizard Alliance and the Empire, which has caused him a lot of trouble. He said at this time, I heard from my father that this attack on the Southwest Highlands has been brewing for a long time, and all the candidates of our 3rd and 4th youth programs must participate. With the resources of the Empire, they must work for the Empire. Moreover, ordinary forces are allowed to participate this time, but they must obey the command of the Legion Department. It can be said that it is the biggest move in the past few decades. If possible, I will propose to the Glory Wizard Alliance to let your Dualai Wizard Tower exist as logistics. No one should refuse. At least on the side of the Glory Wizard Alliance, with Lord Alan and my father, no one will object. Dualai blinked. Can it be like this? Greta nodded and said yes. Ash's eyes also lit up, and said, this is feasible. If the Legion doesn't work, you can go to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Her pressure was reduced a lot, and she looked at Eugene with ease. Eugene smiled at her. He knew about Ash's recent activities in the military. Unfortunately, he was insignificant. Although he was a genius, the military was not short of geniuses, because most of the geniuses would eventually go to the military, not to mention the geniuses who were just starting to grow. Dualai took a breath and said, then I leave it to you too. Greta smiled and said, don't panic. You have 30, 43, and 44 level pharmacists in your hands. The people above will not ignore it. You have already made a name for yourself in the upper echelons by teaching courses so loudly. You don't have to worry about this at all. As for the 2 major families of Marcia and Eugene, they are not very effective in the face of the rolling trend. After all, it was still to comfort Dualai. Dualai naturally had his own concerns. He thought for a while and said, can we arrange a meeting? I want to talk to some people in person. He was facing Ash. Ash nodded and said, my father has long wanted to come to our blue beverage shop. It's just right. We can meet each other. Hearing this, Eugene and Gretel were also a little flattered. How could they, the young people, playing around, attract that adult? Dualai saw the expressions of the 3 people, and knew that Ash's background might be much more noble than he thought. He didn't know who her father was, but he didn't deliberately ask about it. He looked at Ash. Who is your father? Ash lowered his head slightly, and said softly, my father is the Deputy City Lord, and the commander of the Legion. I told him last time when I went back. He said that this matter is not urgent. It may be finalized after I come back next time. Now it is in the discussion stage. Eugene and Gretel were a little surprised, especially Eugene. He thought in his heart whether he should do something. Dualai is working for them. They can't just take money and do nothing. He thought for a while and said, okay, you go back to do your father's work, and I go back to do my family's work. We go hand in hand. It's a waste if we don't use such a good resource of Dualai. The products of Dualai's potion tower must be fine products. In recent times, they have spread to all corners of Watsberg. No matter what kind of wizard, as long as they have money, they will definitely give priority to the products of Dualai's potion tower. Gretel coughed and said, I will also ask. The 3 of us brothers must help to the end. With an income of tens of thousands of gold coins every month, it is already a very high income in Watsberg, even higher than some nobles. They have become high-income people in Watsberg, so they are naturally confident in what they say. Dole looked up, his eyes solemn. Then I rely on you 3. At home, I rely on my parents, and outside, I rely on my friends. I don't need to mention Dole's parents. I can only rely on myself. Outside, I have to rely on my friends. He has long been aware of this kind of thing. Otherwise it would be impossible to bring Gretel to open such a beverage store and distribute hundreds of thousands of gold coins every month. It was an accident to bring in Ash and Eugene. Originally, this matter was intended to build relationships. It would be the best if they could bring in 3 geniuses of the same generation. And it is said that these 3 people have done a lot of things with these resources, and their status and position have greatly increased. Dole is also deeply relieved. The growth of the 3 of them means that I can also grow. Whether it is connections or relationships, there are certain connections. In today's world, if you have no connections in society, it is just like my current situation. Although you have the ability, it is useless if no one values you. Just the Maja family and the small Seekong family can hold him down, and he can never raise his head again. After leaving the Azure drink shop, Dualai prepared to go to the slave market again. The wizard tower has been busy recently, and Canchel and the other 3 are a bit too busy. The 3 of them have changed their meditation methods recently. Dino changed to the fire element meditation method, Canchel changed to the water element meditation method, and Libesha changed to the earth element meditation method. I don't know what they think. The three of them are different. After changing to the meditation method, most of the time was spent on interpreting the meditation method. The work in the wizard tower was reduced, and some customers outside had opinions. So Dualai was going to go to the palm garden to have a look. I heard that there was a war again recently, and there should be a lot of good stuff. He walked out the door, called a carriage, and slowly drove towards Zonlu Garden. Chapter 393. It was midday. The sun was very strong. There were not many people on the street. Some people also tried to walk under the trees, or in the shade of the shops on both sides. Although it was located in the north, the temperature of the city with a basin-like structure was still not low. There were many carriages parked at the gate of Zonlu Garden, which were very luxurious. There were many people standing next to the carriages, and it seemed that strangers were not allowed to enter. The driver did not dare to move forward when he approached, so Dualai could only pay the bill, get off the carriage, and walk in from the gate. When passing by the carriages, he saw that these carriages were very distinctive, and they seemed to be rich people. Why is the slave market so prosperous recently? Attracting so many people? He was quite opposed to the slave trade, but this was a social structure problem. If it could not be solved from the root, he could only integrate into it, and save as many people as possible. Thinking of this, he stepped into it. The hall was very lively, with people everywhere. There were many people in cages next to the pillars on all four sides. Men and women, basically, didn't wear much clothes, just some cloth to cover the key parts, that's all. He glanced and found that there were other races here, and there were a few gray dwarves who looked quite thin. He didn't look much, and casually pulled a servant and asked him to call Rupert over. The servant left quickly, and soon, Rupert walked out from inside in a low-key manner. As he walked out, he greeted others, very enthusiastically. Rupert quickly walked through the crowd and came to Dualai, and said in surprise, "Lord Dualai is really a rare guest. How about the three little guys last time? Did you like it last time?" He suddenly slapped his mouth. "Look at my mouth. It's naturally a blessing for them to go to your place. Are you going to continue to look inside this time? You are really good at talking." Dualai smiled and said, "Of course, you must have the talent of a wizard. I don't need someone on the warrior side." Rupert bowed like a gentleman, stretched out his hand, and said, "Please follow me." As Rupert walked along, some people had already noticed this side. When they saw that it was a wizard, everyone speculated. Not long after, Dualai's background was pulled out, and some people were immediately surprised. This person has been making a lot of noise in Watsberg recently. The Meja family publicly declared a boycott, and the Sikong family also followed suit. I don't know what happened, but the three families started to make a fuss. Now it's very lively. Some nobles also have intersections with Dualai, mainly on potions, but Dualai has recently reduced the channels for selling potions, which makes some people feel that it seems that they can get in touch with him now. You can't see this person usually, and he doesn't go to all kinds of invitations. It's better than Morris and Sano, who are facing the wind, but Morris and Sano can't be the masters of the wizard tower, so there is no chance there. Only this person is the real master of the wizard tower. Some people then walked around, and their footsteps followed unconsciously. Zonlu Garden is divided into two parts. In the public area outside, all slaves are replaced every 2 hours and take turns to appear. Inside is the apartment area. The apartment area is full of high-end slaves. At the very least, they have warrior talents or wizard talents. The price is quite high. One slave can be sold for the money that some families earn in a year. Except for a few large families, basically no one goes in. Slaves range from a few hundred gold coins to tens of thousands of gold coins. Each slave with wizard talent starts at 100,000 gold coins. The price is very high, which is not something ordinary nobles can afford. In the quiet backyard, Rupert pretended not to see the people following behind him, and introduced to Dualai as he walked. In recent days, we have been fighting with several countries in the northwest. The 12th and 13th legions of the Empire have defeated the small country of Anmi, and captured a lot of people. In fact, there is not much to do. The Empire does not want to fight at all. However, the small countries in the northwest are instigated by the big country in the far north and have to find faults. Now, they have become prisoners. They walked through several small apartments in turn, and came to the side of several large apartments in the back. The front apartments were also occupied. The door was quiet. Almost no one was willing to come out. Occasionally, you can see children looking out at the door. They have been here for a long time, and they also yearn for the freedom outside. Dualai himself has been restrained and knows the taste of being locked up. So, he will take a few more glances at these children, but when he finds that their talents are average, he will give up. He is not running an orphanage. Soon, they came to the door of several large apartments at the back. Rupert clapped his hands, and soon, several scolding voices came from those apartments. Not long after, some people came out in a mess. Some adults, most of them were children. They were neatly dressed, and they looked like they hadn't washed for several days. They were a little listless. The adults were wearing special handcuffs and shackles, and it was very difficult to walk, while the children stayed quietly beside the adults, looking outside with numb eyes. They seemed to have accepted their fate. The door of these apartments was soon full of people. Rupert saw that everyone had arrived, and said to Dualai flatteringly, "Wizard Dualai, everyone is here, you can choose. These are either the royal family of the Gale country or several major noble families. The talents are still acceptable, and those with poor talents are outside." Dualai nodded, and looked over carefully. At this time, behind the two of them, some people also followed and looked at these high-level officials of the fierce wind country with curiosity. You can only see ordinary nobles outside. Where can you see such outstanding ones? These nobles, handsome men, beautiful women, and good figures, are simply enviable. At this time, someone shouted, "Rupert, how much money do these people have?" Rupert looked back and laughed. "Little Robert, you can't afford it, give up." The man immediately roared unwillingly, "There must be a price." Others echoed him. Dualai saw that the high-level officials of the fierce wind country showed grief and anger in their eyes, but they did not dare to raise their heads, and their chests rose and fell where they stood. Dualai thought that they accepted their fate, but they might not accept being discussed casually as goods. This is still immature. Rupert started to argue with the nobles in the back. Dualai didn't care about him. He glanced at everyone and suddenly said, "Has any one of you ever been a housekeeper? I need a professional." Everyone raised their heads, looked at Dualai, looked at each other, and then lowered their heads. At this time, a child raised his hand weakly. Behind him, an adult patted his head and pressed his hand back. The child was unconvinced and raised it again. "Asshole, put it down quickly. You have never been a housekeeper. If you don't do it well, you will die." As a slave, the man was very conscious. "I followed Uncle N for a while, and learned from him," the child said weakly. Thinking of Uncle N, a trace of tears appeared in the child's eyes. The man behind him suddenly froze and stopped talking. Dualai looked at the little boy, then at the adult, and then said, "Come out." Chapter 394. The little girl lowered her head and stood beside Dualai. Dualai shouted again, "Are there any more?" At the door of the apartment, a group of people were quiet, without making any sound or movement, numb, sad, and lifeless. Dualai sighed. He planned to find more children this time, so he released his mental power and scanned around. Soon, there were 3 more little kids behind him. The oldest was 13 years old, and the youngest was 9 years old. Rupert was very happy. He no longer quarreled with the people behind him. Those people were good at talking, but they were all unwilling to spend money. They were not as generous as Dualai. He spent a huge sum of 500,000 or 600,000 yuan at a time, which was comparable to the annual income of some middle-class families. At this time, the crowd also quieted down. They were all shocked by Dualai's generosity. You know, some ordinary noble families only have tens of thousands of gold coins a year. Wizards are really generous, especially pharmacists and alchemists, who are all local rich people. When they heard that Dualai was bullied by the Maja family, these people looked down on him. But when they saw the scene, some people quietly shut their mouths. With this amount of money, they could destroy them with money alone. At this moment, a muffled voice came from an apartment next door. "Young master, do you need a guard?" A level 6 warrior from a certain family. Dualai turned his head and saw a tall and strong man about 2.5 meters tall standing at the door of an apartment further ahead, naked from the waist up, like a tower. On his body, there were 10 chains, locking him tightly from front to back, so that he could only walk. Dualai looked at Rupert and cast a questioning look. Rupert shrugged. "This guy is also for sale. He is a general of the Lifeng Kingdom. He surrendered because he was defeated. After the 6th level master was sealed by a special method, Zongliuan was actually a headache. Who can he sell this guy to? He is not at ease no matter who he sells him to." Now that he takes the initiative to go with Dualai, Rupert is actually a little bit looking forward to it. A 6th level warrior. The people around him were immediately in an uproar. You know, it usually takes 5-digit gold coins to hire a 6th level warrior in a year. Dualai glanced at the man, then his mind moved, and he said, "How much is he?" Rupert shrugged. He can be taken away for 100,000 gold coins. He came voluntarily. We didn't force him. Just a token of our gratitude will do. He thought, send this great god away quickly. Don't let him get in the way here. Dole nodded, okay, take him with you. He glanced at the children behind him at this time, and found that the eyes of these children brightened, as if they all knew this man. That's right, a level 6 master, maybe a household name in the Gale country. Dole? He came to the man and said slowly, open your mouth. The man didn't understand, but he was bought, so he didn't resist, so he opened his mouth. Dole stretched out his hand and flicked, and a small thing bounced into his mouth. The man immediately covered his neck and coughed hard, trying to cough the thing out, but it didn't work at all. He widened his eyes and said, what did you feed me? He was sealed, without any aura on his body, but looked very intimidating. Dole looked at him, expressionless, and said slowly, Xian corpse worm. Hearing these 3 words, the man's face changed, and beside him, Rupert and other nobles around him retreated, and those who didn't know what was going on were also pulled back, with fear in their eyes. The Xianxia worm, one of the 10 ancient poisonous insects. The man was shocked. He softened a little, boy, I go with you. I promise I won't betray you, that's all. Dole said slowly, 100,000 gold coins. You have to be safe. Okay, Rupert, you can let him go. Unlock the seal too. Rupert was a little shocked and a little scared. Is it really possible? This is a level 6 warrior master. Although the destructive power is not as exaggerated as that of a wizard, it is also very powerful. Okay. After some negotiations, several wizards from Zonlu Garden came out and unlocked the seal on the man, but it was obvious that they still didn't trust him. Behind him followed several level 6 warrior masters. The man's name was Chung. He came here voluntarily, and did not resist much. After the seal was opened, he stayed quietly beside Dualai, and his huge body protected the 3 children behind him, as if a hen was protecting food. Dualai saw this and looked at the 4 children. He was a little confused. And Cheng's purpose was definitely not so simple. Among these 4 children, there must be a person with a complicated identity. However, he did not think much about it. He paid the money and left directly. He had no money on him. The potions were now squeezed in the warehouse. If the Legion did not open up, he would have to find a way to beg for food. Walking out of Zonlu Garden, Dualai heard a lot of buzzing sounds behind him. That was a lot of people discussing him. After making 2 carriages to transport everyone back, Dole returned to the Wizard Tower and continued to do his own things. He no longer planned to study the matter of the 6th level clone. His mental strength was insufficient, and although his control ability improved, it would also cause a rebound. He cultivated several 6th level mysterious corpse worms, but found that he could not control them at all, let alone integrate them into his body. It was good enough that they did not eat him. While teaching students and doing experiments, Dole felt that he had to find a way to improve his meditation method first. He felt that he was improving too fast and needed a year or 2 of precipitation, but the reality was that he would not have time to settle. Now he could only move forward in big strides and consider settling when he reached a certain height. The road in front of him was the threshold of the 5th level. There were countless 5th level people in their 20s in history, but there were still a few who reached the 5th level by relying on personal ability. Dole did not want to be noticed, but he had no choice at this time. When he was thinking, a voice transmission suddenly came. Dole, come with me to the black market. The person who sent the message was Alan. Dole thought, isn't he in seclusion? How can there be news from outside? What is there in the black market that attracted this big guy? There are many wizards in the Glory Empire, including regular wizards and many irregular wizards. As long as they do not violate the laws of the Empire, and are not black wizards, the Empire generally will not trouble them. This also leads to a large number of wild wizards. The black market actually has deep roots in the Glory Empire. Did Alan get any news when he went to the black market? It just so happened that he had nothing to do, so he sent his clone to take a look. Thinking of this, he replied to the message, and soon he got an address. There was no need to prepare too many things. The clone went out quickly, changed his appearance, and slipped out of Watsberg. Beside a small town outside the mountain, next to a small pavilion, Dole did not wait for a while. A faint breath came from a distance and fell next to the small pavilion. The breath quickly changed and turned into a burly man. The burly man glanced at Dole and said, "Let's go." Chapter 395. Within 100 kilometers around Watsberg, there are all plains, with 7 or 8 cities. In the outer areas, the surrounding areas of the cities become a little more complicated, with mountains, rivers, cracks, swamps, and wastelands. Dole's clone turned into a black smoke, barely keeping up with Alan's speed, flying in the sky. While flying, Alan explained the background of this black market to Dualai. It is said that some special alchemical creations, some special potions, formulas, and even alchemical notes of predecessors appeared in this black market. It is said that they were brought out from a ruin. I plan to go to the ruins in a few days after participating in the black market. Will you go? Dualai was a little confused. Wizard school? Alan sent a message back, I don't know. In short, there are many traps inside, and many wild wizards have fallen. So far, it has not been figured out. Originally, the Glory Wizard Alliance was going to organize people to go, but later it was abandoned. Dualai hummed. He also understood that the Glory Wizard Alliance was a big family with many inheritances. It looked down on these ordinary inheritances, and gave them to those wild wizards. In fact, it was nothing. Moreover, wild wizards in the Glory Empire were not useless. At least they made great contributions to protecting the ordinary towns and villages they belonged to, and the Wizard Alliance was also happy to delegate this task to the lower levels. Wild wizards and wizards within the system achieved a perfect balance. Of course, some wild wizards will turn into dark wizards, and these are the targets of the Empire's attack. Dualai did not ask where Alan was, but followed his breath and flew all the way in the sky. About an hour later, a wide river appeared in front of them, more than 600 meters wide, with a very slow flow. There was nothing near the river except wilderness, and no one could be seen. In the unknown wilderness, one could feel the abundant blood flowing everywhere. As Dualai's Xianshur insect clone, the clone was much better than the original in sensing blood. At this time, a small island stood on the wide river. The island was not small, and had lush trees. At this time, the insect clone could feel a lot of blood moving on it. Obviously, many people had arrived early. At the same time, Dualai also felt the existence of a lot of blood in the nearby river. Some blood was as hot as the sun, some was as cold as prison, and some was mild, which represented the different attributes of the blood masters. These blood were very powerful, and it was obvious that they were not the natives of this river. There were people on the island and in the river. This black market was quite interesting. Dualai saw that Alan also looked in other directions, and obviously discovered this situation. The two did not stop because of this. They landed on the edge of the island, quickly revealed their figures, and walked towards the island. After the two appeared, a lot of mental power swept over them, but soon disappeared. Alan was powerful, and was about to be promoted to level 7. His mental power was as vast as the abyss. Although he restrained his aura at this time, he also gave people a sense of unfathomable depth. Those people tried it, and felt that this was a big crocodile, so they naturally retreated quickly. However, there was also a lot of mental power left on Dualai. However, when Dualai slowly released his momentum, those people gradually retreated. All kinds of chaotic mental powers and chaotic thoughts were flying around on this island. The mental powers were mixed, and there were many distractions. This was the feeling these people gave Dualai. Of course, there were 1 or 2 places with very pure mental powers, but they were already extremely powerful people, and were not of reference value. Maybe they were regular soldiers like Alan, the boss of the Glory Wizard Alliance, or the elder of a noble family. Chaos, this was the feeling that the black market gave Dualai. At this moment, a man walked out of the island and looked at the two people. The man had a gentle expression, and was full of sunshine, but his mental power was vast, and his strength was very powerful. It was obvious that he was the organizer of this event. He seemed to know Alan. When the two met, he came forward to say hello. But I have what you need. It is a great honor to invite you here. Alan rolled his eyes at him and said, this time, in addition to giving you peace of mind, there is that thing. Are you sure that it will appear this time? The man chuckled and showed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I have already inquired for you in advance, and it will definitely be there. Dole realized that Alan was the organizer this time. He blinked and said nothing. At this time, the man turned his head and looked over. Is this your disciple? Alan shook his head. He looked at Dole and smiled faintly. This is the lifesaver I mentioned to you. The man was startled, turned his head, and looked at Dole carefully. The more he looked, the more frightened he was. This kid did not come with his real body, but his clone. But this clone seemed to be very extraordinary. So it's Wizard Dualai. I have some good stuff for you this time. He turned his head and looked at Alan, thinking that Alan heard there was something good and called him here. Among the ruins of the previous expeditions, a large part of the items were pharmacists' professions, and there were also some strange potions in them. If this person has enough money, he can get them. If it doesn't work, you can exchange them with finished potions. For wild wizards, there is a shortage of potions, equipment, materials, and all kinds of shortages. Most of the black market transactions are barter, and few people exchange for magic crystals and gold coins. Moreover, many of the items traded on the black market are contraband of the Empire. It is not worthwhile to exchange them for magic crystals and gold coins, because contraband cannot be bought. The three walk towards the center of the island. A large open space has been opened up in the center of the island, and many people have come here. Just like the black market that Dualai had been to before, people who came here and wanted to sell goods would have their own stalls, which were placed on the ground with goods and written next to them. Only those who wanted to buy would wander around inside. There were wizards everywhere, and occasionally a few warriors with huge blood and energy could be seen, who seemed to be confident that they came here. As long as they were people, they would disguise themselves, and their real faces could not be seen clearly. When Dualai was about to walk to the front of the stall, he heard some disputes coming from the stall. It was obvious that it was very lively here. At this time, the sun had already set, and the sky was slowly getting dark, bringing a touch of mystery and heaviness to the chaotic black market. When they walked to the door of the black market, Alan said to Dualai, "You go around first, and Lao He, and I will trade other things." Dualai nodded, glanced at Lao He, and walked towards the black market. The level of this black market is very high-end. The wizards inside are all level 4 and level 5. Occasionally, you can see a few guys whose strength is hard to tell, and no one knows what level they are. At first glance, the things on these stalls are also very interesting, messy and disorganized. I don't know what the stall owners do. Chapter 396. For example, this stall has mostly finished products for alchemy, and also some monster furs, other basic materials, and even some potions. The stall next to him sells all kinds of rare minerals, and also has other things. It feels weird, as if they are all grocery stores. In addition to these, Dualai clearly saw that some of the things they put on the stalls were quite old, and they should be things found in the ruins. Dualai walked through the intersection of the black market, moving very slowly, and scanned each stall clearly, and had a general idea in his mind. There are indeed potion formulas, books on potion science, finished potions, etc., but many of them are very old and may have expired, but in terms of value, they are still worth it. After thinking carefully, Dualai prepared to take a look. At this time, the black market, a series of light spells hung in the sky, illuminating the surroundings without any shadows. On the lonely island in the dark night, it seemed like a small sun. After taking a quick look, Dualai came to an old man's stall. The old man's stall was very interesting. There were all kinds of things, finished alchemical equipment, ancient utensils, low-level potions. He took out all the things that seemed to be sellable, and that he didn't need. The most eye-catching thing was the several old-looking parchment books on his hand. At this moment, 7 or 8 people came to ask about it, and after asking, they shook their heads and walked away. This book was Dualai's target tonight. In addition to this old man, there were also some books on other people's stalls, but none of them met Dualai's expectations. There were other people at the stall at this time, and Dualai looked at other things and listened to their words. "This is too expensive. It's just an ancient book. Maybe the things inside are not needed. Is it necessary to be so expensive?" The man in black next to him complained madly about the old man's asking price. The old man looked calm, sitting on the ground, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "You can buy it or not. I want this price." "Can we talk about it?" "Are we talking about it?" The man shook his head helplessly, and looked at the old man's stall reluctantly, looking left and right. There were other things on the old man's stall, and some people bargained with the old man and bought some alchemical equipment. At this time, the old man noticed Dualai, because the young man looked here for a long time and didn't make a move. He observed the young man for a long time and found that the young man was very young, but he exuded a corpse-like smell, but he had amazing vitality, which was contrary to normal creatures. Under normal circumstances, there was only one possibility for this situation, that is, it was a clone, and it was a special clone. The young man's strength was also very strong, at level 5. If it was not his real body, then his original body should be very strong. At this time, the last person on the stall left. He saw that the young man was in high spirits, raised his head, looked at him, and said, "Old man, how are these books sold? I am very interested." The old man was stunned. Did he take a fancy to these books? In his own stall, only these books are the most valuable. He thought about it, and said in a calm tone, "These books were brought out from my ancient ruins. Most of them are books on potions, and some are books on alchemy. Which type do you need? Dualai pointed at the big book. This one. This is the only one on your stall that I'm interested in. The old man was a little depressed, and his tone was a little arrogant. The old man pondered for a while, and made an offer. If it's a barter, I need 200 bottles of level 5 mental potion, and 100 bottles of magic potion, or I can exchange it for magic cores of equivalent value. The corners of Dualai's mouth twitched. 200 bottles of mental potion, this is nearly 300,000 gold coins, not to mention the magic potion. No wonder the man was choked just now. For wild wizards, 300,000 gold coins may be easier to find, but potions are hard to buy. In general places, except for Watsberg, where can you find so much production? He looked at the old man, whose strength was about level 5. So many for level 4, who is this for? He thought about it and said, your value is really not low. Even if you go to that road to Watsberg, I guess not many people can afford it. Of course, I'm talking about bartering. The old man's mouth twitched very rarely. He naturally knew this, but there was nothing he could do. His granddaughter had good talent, and had just been promoted to level 4. He had no resources, so he had no choice. Fortunately, he got a lot of books in the ruins this time, so he had the confidence to speak. He immediately said coldly, you can buy it or not. Dole smiled and said, I can take out the things, but I can't take them out now. He touched it from his arms, but the next moment, he was embarrassed. The token of the 6th level pharmacist was in the hands of the original body, but the clone didn't have it. The old man also saw this. Dole was embarrassed. I am a 6th level pharmacist, and I happen to be able to refine these 2 potions. If you can guarantee that you won't sell this book to others, we can trade next time. The old man was stunned, then he was overjoyed, and then nodded. He pointed to other books in a high-handed manner, and said, other potion books are quite cheap. Do you want to take a look? Dualai shook his head. What I need now are other formulas of level 6 and level 7, real formulas. Low-level potions are useless to me. He was now somewhat interested in the ancient ruins that the old man mentioned. He had just carefully sensed that this book of potion science was clearly a complete book. If it was taken to Watsberg, it would definitely be sold at a sky-high price. But I'm afraid that the old man can't go to Watsberg. There were other things on the old man's stall, but Dualai was not very interested. Except for the book of potion science, other things were useless. After a round in the black market, Dualai bought some rare minerals and wood, and spent all the money on his clone. Only then did he leave with satisfaction, and came to the outer edge of the island, a relatively dark place. Here, 4 or 5 people stood together, forming a big circle. 2 of them were Alan and the organizer, and the others were also there. These people were all very strong, all above level 5, or even level 6, and each wrapped in a piece of black clothes. Sensing Dualai's arrival, some people exuded strong malice, but after sensing Dualai's strength, those malice completely disappeared. Another one, welcome to our high-end auction, little guy, what do you want to auction? An unpleasant hoarse voice came from the crowd. Dualai frowned as he walked, and the organizer and Alan didn't say anything, so why did this person interrupt? He walked over slowly, without saying a word. The man was asking for trouble, and didn't say anything, but continued to say to the middle, my 1,000-year-old purple lotus is priced at 16 level 6 gems. A person next to him said, 18. Chapter 397. Dole stared blankly at the purple lotus floating in the air, which was emitting purple light, and an amazing aura. This is a good thing for refining medicine. It is often used as a high-end blood potion called purple wind potion, which allows people to have a part of the wind element blood power, and greatly improve the affinity of the wind element. It is very precious, and of high quality. Simply eating it can also improve a part of the wind element blood power, but the effect is not as obvious as the potion. Such a good thing, but it is also taken out, not to the Watsberg auction. He thought about it, looked at the man in black, and thought to himself, this thing may be from an improper way, or the person is from an improper way, otherwise it is impossible to exchange it here. Dole looked at these people carefully. In terms of strength, these people are at least level 5, and there are also level 6. At this time, they all restrained their breath carefully. If he was not sensitive, he might not be able to feel the strength of the other party, especially one person, who had a faint dead black breath on his body, which was enough to prove that he was a standard black wizard. No wonder the stall owner asked Alan to come over. Only this person, and he could suppress the other party together. At this time, the offer was completed, and finally the black market stall owner took the lotus in his hand. The man with the dead black breath looked at the black market stall owner, and said nothing at this time. It was obvious that the two were competitors. He was very unhappy when the other party took it. At this time, the man took out 2 more things, suspended in his hand, and laughed. This is what I got from killing a level 6 black crown venomous snake. There are 2 things in total, the black crown snake's venomous crown, and this, black and ugly, I don't know what it is. This thing should be guarding the medicinal materials that can promote his evolution. Black crown snake. Everyone took a deep breath. This is one of the most difficult level 6 representative poisonous creatures. It is invulnerable to swords and guns, comparable to the existence of dragon scales, and it is extremely intelligent. If this thing bites, a level 6 warrior will die on the spot, and even God can't save him. It's incredible that this person can kill the other party. The snake crown of the black crown snake is a highly poisonous thing, and the unknown black fruit looks like it is not an ordinary thing. 3 people set their sights on it on the spot. Dualai was also a little greedy, but there was no way, he had nothing to buy. As for exchanging for gems, he would not exchange, these things will be used by himself in the future. The man who was suspected to be a black wizard immediately made a price. 2 level 6 high-level magic cores, plus 5 kilograms of ordinary meteorite iron. In addition, do you want to sell your snake skin? This price is already very high. You know, the magic core of the black crown snake is only level 6. The man shook his head. The skin of the black crown snake is a good material for refining high-level wizard robes. Do you think I will sell it? The black wizard kept asking, what about the snake gull? Not for sale. The scene became quiet. At this time, someone coughed and said, the price is too high. I can't afford it. The black wizard was determined to get it, and he raised the price to the extreme, scaring a group of people. The 2 of them traded directly. But at this time, the other 5 people looked at the black wizard with fear. If they took this thing back and made it into poison, wouldn't it be more brutal? Dole looked at his assets, which were indeed a bit shabby. The things that others took out were often level 6, but his were only level 4 or 5. Forget it. Just be a spectator. The transaction was still going on, and it was the turn of another person. He also brought out a level 6 item, which caused another fight. After a round of rounds, the moon was already high, and the atmosphere gradually cooled down. In the big black market in the distance, most people had left at this time. Only some ordinary vendors, who were still unwilling to give up, were left, and they were still persisting. In Dualai's perception, some people left on their own, and some followed others. The purpose was self-evident. However, there were many level 6 people, and those people did not dare to be too presumptuous, at least within 50 kilometers. As for whether those people could run out of the range of 50 kilometers, it was hard to say. If they could come, they must have made sufficient preparations. At least in Dualai's perception, no conflict was found. At most, it was just verbal attacks and momentum attacks, and no substantial battles occurred. This black market is not bad. In the darkness, several people completed the transaction. You looked at me, I looked at you, no one left first, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little intense. Several people were testing each other. In fact, they all knew each other well. There were only a few level 6 wizards in Watsberg, and the number of level 5 wizards was also small, and there were even fewer black wizards. They knew each other's cards very well, and it was difficult for them to fight. At this moment, the black wizard who had some malice towards Dualai at the beginning turned his gun around and turned his weak momentum towards Dualai. Boy, since you are here, do you have anything you can show? As soon as these words came out, except for Alan and the Guardian, the other 6 people turned around. Being stared at by a group of level 6 wizards, Dualai felt a lot of pressure, but he was not afraid. At this time he slowly said, the things in my hands are not enough to interest everyone, so it's better not to embarrass myself. I just came here to take a look. The black wizard stared at Dualai, and his mental power had been covering Dualai all the time. At this time, he frowned and remained calm. This person is not the real body at first glance, and I don't know what he is made of. It looks difficult to deal with. I will do it secretly later to see what material it is made of. At this time, the Guardian and Alan looked at each other, and Alan smiled faintly. This person came with me, just to see the world. Old poison monster, what are you planning? You'd better think about it yourself. The black wizard was stunned and frowned. In the circle of high-level wizards, there are only a few people coming and going. Although Alan came here to hide his identity, it is difficult to change the fluctuations of mental power and meditation, not to mention his powerful mental power. He looked at Dualai at this time, and there was no expression on his face. At this time, Dualai smiled and said, don't embarrass me, I'm just a 6th-level pharmacist. If there is any potion that needs to be refined, I can help. As for other things, I'm not strong enough to get involved. He admitted it openly. In addition, I also study various poisons. If you need any poisons, you can also order from me. Hearing this, the people around were stunned, because Dualai was too calm. A poisonist? This is someone you don't want to mess with. The black market stall owner, who invited Alan, was also stunned. Good boy, this kind of heart is amazing. It's a bit difficult to do business with these people. But when I thought that this guy was a clone, it was nothing. Among the 7 wizards, everyone looked at each other. The riverside was silent, indescribably quiet and terrifying. But soon, someone began to question, Level 6 pharmacist, you are just talking nonsense. How can you prove it? Dole was about to take out some poisons he had prepared, but he thought that people might think he bought them. So he moved his hands and used some materials in the ring to refine them on the spot. Chapter 398. With his current strength, he is no longer limited to the alchemy table. His mental power captures the materials, and his magic power forms various magic patterns and synthetic formations. He can directly refine and purify the materials in his hands. Dole's movements are very fast, and a series of actions are smooth and flowing. Soon, there is a ball of frightening black liquid in his hands. Dole threw the dregs of the opponent on the ground, held the black liquid in his hands, circled it, and said, "You all know this." The level 5 wizards quietly stepped back a few steps, and their expressions when looking at Dole were not right. The faces of several level 6 wizards changed slightly, but the black wizard, who bought the Black Lotus, became excited. He stepped forward, his expression full of playfulness and a hint of seriousness, and slowly said, "I have a formula here, but I don't know if you dare to refine it." Dole looked at the black wizard, his expression gradually became solemn. "Why dare not practice it? As long as you don't use it on others, I don't care who you use it on." The black wizard looked at Dole, and thought to himself that this little guy was still too young. In the current world, the struggle with humans is much more than the struggle with demons, but as long as the other party is willing to practice, it will be fine. He raised his hand and shot a beam of spiritual light at Dole. "Can this thing be refined?" "It's a level 7 potion." Dole accepted the spiritual light, but did not introduce it into his own spiritual power C, but put it outside and carefully checked it. Who knows if there is any spiritual toxin in it? But after finding no problem, he read out the information inside. Devil's spirit language. Dole saw the name and blinked. There was no introduction, only the name of the formula and the method of refining, and even things about alchemy. After Dole carefully looked at the formula, he was shocked. This thing might be a spiritual poison. All the medicinal materials in it are related to the 5 senses, subconsciousness, and mental power of human beings. Moreover, judging from the formula, there are a lot of diffusible drugs, which seems to be a large-scale lethal poison. If this is made and released by him, who knows what the consequences will be? Dole only thought for less than 2 seconds, then raised his head and said, "It can be refined, but it will take a month, and many medicinal materials are hard to find." Hearing this, the people around looked at each other, especially the black wizard, who showed a surprised expression on his face. Can it really be refined? In fact, this formula is not complete. He just tried it a little. After all, this is a 7th level potion. Dole also saw that this prescription was for a 7th level potion, but the alchemy skills inside gave him an inspiration, because the alchemy side was very detailed: how to fuse potions, how to match the potency, how to increase the power and diffusion of poisons were all explained clearly, as if he was afraid that he would not know it. With this alchemy method, he could try other formulas for the 6th level potion and try to figure out the alchemy side formula himself. After refining mental potions and magic potions for so long, he actually had some experience, but he didn't dare to start. At this time, a wizard stared at him carefully for a long time, and then slowly said, "Little guy, you must be cautious when refining this kind of thing." He looked at the black wizard, and then said, "The thing came from your hand. No matter who uses it, if it causes great killing in the future, the sin will still fall on your head." Dole nodded, then slowly said, "I believe in the character of this black wizard. At least, with these 2 here, he dare not use it casually." Hearing this, Alan and the initiator of the stall took the initiative to look at the black wizard, with a strong threat in their eyes. The black wizard's figure trembled slightly, and his invisible face must be unhappy, but he soon softened. He stretched out his hand and pushed, and another spiritual light bounced to Dole. "This is the antidote. In fact, it contains the lower half of the formula and the real antidote, as well as a contact method." After confirming that Dole can practice it, he has completely believed in the other party. The wizard looked at several people and nodded. To be able to practice to this point, the talent, character, and are all excellent people, otherwise they would not have endured decades of loneliness and solitude day after day. They are all smart people, and speak more lightly. They believe that with the endorsement of 2 level 6 wizards, although the other party is a black wizard, he should still be trustworthy. He glanced at Dualai, memorized his features, and said, "Next time I will bring some special crystals. See you next time, everyone." He slowly withdrew, then withdrew his mental power and quickly disappeared at the seaside. As the first person withdrew, the others also became wary of each other, and then left silently. The black wizard stared at Dualai, as if he wanted to remember him in his heart, and then also disappeared into the night. At the same time, in Dualai's perception, huge streams of blood and chi disappeared in the surrounding river water, as if they swam away. The surroundings returned to silence, only the market in the distance still had some noisy sounds, and some people had not left. The river water rushed from afar, and flowed to an unknown distance. Dualai raised his head and looked at the sky. He suddenly remembered something in his heart. This world is very big, even vast and untouched. The river under his feet has a history of hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, and his experience of more than 20 years is not even a big deal. But after so many years, he has seen some things. The human race is strengthening itself, and training itself in various ways. Even if it is mutual consumption, the winner is always making progress, while the demons have been eating their old capital, and their territory is constantly being compressed and occupied by the human race. This highlights the advantage of wisdom. The Glory Empire has been recuperating and even consciously indulging black wizards, and even the adventure groups are consuming and fighting internally. In fact, those black wizards and other adventure groups are also helping to expand the territory of the Glory Empire. Those black wizards, who are unpopular among the human race, always have to hide somewhere and manage some territory. They will always consume with the demons, and in the end, the human race itself is the one who benefits. The black market is just a small microcosm. In this wasteland where no ordinary people live, there is still a safe stronghold occupied by humans. Even if this stronghold is temporary, it has been visited by people. The Glory Empire opened schools, colleges, and set charging standards. It seems to serve the wealthy nobles and screen the common people, but it is not the case. They do this only to strengthen the human race itself. The human race has limited resources and cannot take care of everything. It can only take care of the wealthy merchants, nobles, and other classes first. After reaching a certain level, it will be open to the common people. However, there are still some martial arts halls in the empire now for the common people to learn, which is better than nothing. Only when the entire human race is strong can it be free from the oppression of other races and the invasion of rampant monsters. In this process, the human race has shed countless blood and tears to develop to this scale. Chapter 399. Dole just sighed and looked at the dark night sky. The bright stars seemed like lives, emitting strange power. It was like a person, brilliant and persistent. At this moment, Dole lowered his head, and he felt something penetrating into his body. Xianxia worms are very sensitive. Even if the spiritual power cannot sense something, Xianxia worms can sense it through their unique ability, such as hidden strong blood, weak toxins, and even delicate small magic patterns. This is because Xianxia worms are very sensitive to energy. His spiritual power did not sense it, but Xianxia worms did. He carefully felt the power of the invasion and traced the source. Soon, he found that the source did not come from somewhere else, but from the organizer. He was startled. What does this guy mean? But he soon understood that this thing was just a spice, not toxic. After penetrating into the body, it quickly lurked. He thought for a moment, was this to track him? What was he going to do? He didn't send a message to Alan, and even kept silent. This level 6 had ideas about him. He lowered his head, and his heart sank. It seemed that he had to bring Lord Ball with him. He couldn't be an enemy of the level 6 yet. Dole silently sensed the other party's blood and chi, and wrote down his blood and chi frequency. He was extremely vigilant against this person. Time passed slowly. For the whole night, except for the beginning, there were not many people in the black market at other times, but they came one after another, and it was like this all night. Those people were vigilant of each other, lurking, coming and going in a hurry. Dualai only stood at the beach for a while before going to the black market to see if there were any new goods he could afford. Most of what he saw were rare medicinal herbs. This black market was very large, and the people who came were basically above level 4 or 5. It was rare to see level 3. Dualai was actually a little disappointed. There were not many wizards above level 4 or 5, and they were even rare, so they were sparse and looked very miserable. Soon, the eastern sky lit up with a fish belly white, and soon, It was dawn. Dualai came to the beach and saw Alan and the man still talking. When he saw Dualai coming, he ended the conversation and said, "It's done. We leave now." The man looked at Dualai deeply, with some inexplicable look in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Alan, saying, "See you next time. I should be able to get that thing. Then you should have a better chance of overcoming the tribulation." Alan nodded and said, "It's not that important. As long as the Glory Wizard Alliance is willing to lend me the Wizard Tower, it will be relatively easy to overcome the tribulation. I will not forget you when I become level 7 in the future." The man just smiled and said nothing. Alan looked at Dualai and said, "Let's go." The wasteland was still a little cool in the early morning. The two crossed the river, flew into the sky, and flew straight to Watsberg. At this time, Dualai said, "Lord Alan, who is that person?" Alan's consciousness contacted Dualai and said, "He is a professional treasure hunter. He likes to go on adventures and discover various ruins. The ruins discovered this time were also discovered by him first, and then he asked others to explore them." Dualai said, "Then his tracking skills must be very powerful?" Alan just thought about it for a while, and then was slightly surprised. "What does Dualai mean?" He asked about the tracking skills alone. "Could it be that the other party used a trick?" He said in a deep voice, "That person's tracking skills are naturally very powerful, but generally he doesn't have any malicious intentions. At least in all these years, I haven't heard any malicious rumors about him." Dole passed on a thought of knowing, and then fell silent. This fragrance should be a means of tracking. He didn't want to be tracked, so he quietly drove away the fragrance. Not long after, when the sky was completely bright, the two came to the edge of the city and prepared to enter the city. At the edge of the city, a lot of troops had been gathered. They went to the wilderness for training. Some were private soldiers, which looked quite messy, with all kinds of weapons and people of all shapes. Some were regular troops, with uniform clothes and uniform weapons, which looked neat and uniform, and very beautiful. Dualai thought, "It seems that the Northwest is determined to attack the Southwest Highlands this time. If the human race is like this, it is estimated that those high-level intelligent demons should also be preparing at this time. From Watsberg to the Southwest Highlands, there is actually a distance. According to the average marching speed of this world, it takes at least 10 days, and it takes at least a whole day for an ordinary 3rd or 4th level wizard to fly there. The manpower and material resources used to start a war are simply unimaginable for ordinary people." The two just took a look and walked into the city. Alan said hello to Dualai and disappeared beside him. Only Dualai was left wandering on the street. As the vice president, Alan has many privileges in the city. Walking casually on the street, Dualai walked around and saw a blue, so he thought about it and walked in. This store is located in a martial arts school. The geographical location is pretty good. There are many people around learning martial arts here. Dualai's drinks have a great effect on them, so there are many people coming and going in front of the blue drink store, and they are all warriors. As soon as Dualai walked in, a diligent waiter came up to him. "Gentlemen, are you in the hall or the private room?" Dualai glanced at the hall on the first floor. There were many people around at this time, but there was a strange silence. Even if someone was talking, the voice was very small. He thought about it. "The hall, give me 2 times the starry sky." The waiter wanted to say "poor ghost" in his heart, but when he heard the last 2 words, he was shocked. "This is the most expensive drink, 50 silver coins per cup." "Okay, please sit here, I will serve you right away." The waiter was very professional and very diligent. There were a lot of people, and the seats were full. After finally finding a seat, Dualai sat down slowly. He glanced around. Most of the people in the hall were adventurers, and there were also some martial artists who were learning. The strength difference was huge. There was a quiet magic circle arranged in the hall, which could absorb sound waves. This was the reason for the silence, but it did not affect face-to-face communication, just to prevent someone from making a fuss. Soon, the double starry sky was served. Dualai picked up a cup and tasted it in his mouth. The waiter hadn't left yet, so he smiled and asked, "Are there usually so many people?" The waiter nodded. "Yes, sir, today is a weekday. There are still few people, but there are many people in the hall. On weekends, the private rooms above are full. Will anyone come to make trouble?" The waiter was a little stunned when he heard this question, then looked around and said, "Occasionally, there is a small gang that has been looking for trouble with us, but our boss is very powerful, and those people just ask for money and leave." Chapter 400. Several people are doing business together. Although none of them are big shots, each of them has a high status. As long as they know their limits, it should be no problem to ask for some money, but it is unlikely that they can use this place as a meal ticket for a long time. He nodded, said, "Is there any boss here today?" The waiter looked at Dole and told him politely and regretfully that the bosses rarely come here and usually go to the store on Taro Street. Taro Street is the main thoroughfare of Watsberg. From the gate, it leads directly to the mayor's hall of Watsberg. The street is very wide and is also the most prosperous commercial street. There are actually 3 blue drink shops on Taro Street, but as long as you say it is on Taro Street, Dole will know where they are. He nodded and sat in the store for a while. The layout of the drink shop is well done. These 3 geniuses are still very attentive. They invested a lot in the early stage and found experts to design it. Now it seems that these 3 guys are also afraid of being poor. After the business starts, they are also very concerned about this place. After all, everyone earns tens of thousands of dollars a month, so it's impossible not to worry about it. For Dualai, this money is just a small amount. For these geniuses, although it is also a pastime, it is also the only money they can spend at will. Although those nobles are quite rich, they are actually managed very strictly. At this time, Dualai raised his head and looked at the door. It was a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary wizard robe with 6 different kinds of flowers painted on it, which looked very gorgeous. The man also looked over and looked at Dualai, and the two looked at each other. "It's the right person, that's right." The man strode over. Dualai's mouth twitched, and then he carefully checked himself. At this moment, he saw that there seemed to be an inconspicuous grass on the edge of his clothes, and he had never noticed it. The man strode over, and as he walked, he ordered 2 glasses of violets as if he was familiar with others. He came to the opposite side of Dualai and sighed softly. "It's really not easy to work hard on you." Dualai was helpless. "Didn't you find me?" The man smiled and said, "I'm looking for you, of course, to give you money. I have something to ask for." Dualai raised his head and looked at the other party. "I won't do business below 1 million. The man's tone suddenly stagnated. He looked at Dualai seriously and found that his eyes were firm, and he didn't seem to be lying at all. "Your price is a bit high. You haven't even asked anything yet. Isn't that ungentlemanly?" Dole curled his lips. "You are a level 6 person. It must be very difficult to ask for help. If I agree to it casually, it would be too cheap. It doesn't fit my current status." The man was immediately amused. "My friend, you are really good at joking. I'm serious. Please do me a favor. I will satisfy you about the price." He was afraid that Dole would ignore him, so he turned his wrist, and there was something wrapped in brown paper in his hand. He gently put it on the table and pushed it to Dole. Dole looked at the thing and frowned. He didn't want to open it. If he opened it, it would mean trouble. If he didn't open it, the other party would say it was useful to him, which must be true. He was really entangled. He thought about it, but couldn't resist his curiosity, so he reached out and unwrapped the craft paper. When the craft paper was opened, Dualai's pupil shrank. This thing really can't be refused. He closed the craft paper to cover the things underneath, then coughed and said, his tone softened, "May I ask the origin of this, Lord? What do you want from me? I don't do murder or arson." The man smiled and said, "My name is Donnie. I also came from the Glory Wizard Alliance, but later I had different ideas with some people, so I left the Glory Wizard Alliance and went out to make my own way. Unfortunately, people like us, if we leave the system and the right environment, it will be difficult to survive outside, so until now, I haven't become level 7, and I can't find a relevant opportunity, so I'm going to settle down recently and find you to refine a wizard tower." Dualai was stunned. Shouldn't the construction of a wizard tower be left to an alchemist? Why ask him to come? He frowned and said, "If you want alchemy, I believe there are alchemists above level 6 in the alchemy guild. Why do you want me, a pharmacist?" Donnie smiled and said, "Because I am also a pharmacist, so I know how important your wizard tower is to pharmacists." Dualai was silent. The other party is also a pharmacist, so it's no wonder that the formation in Hori's magic house is so attractive to him. He should have actually seen it, but I don't know when he went there. He thought for a while and said, "If possible, I will only arrange the magic formation and not participate in the construction. If you want to build a magic tower for potion or alchemy alone, I have several sets of related magic formations for reference. The arrayed book of Hori's magic house is not very good. It is all about magic towers. The magic arrays in the magic house basically have no powerful wizard arrays, nor any particularly outstanding wizard arrays. However, because it is aimed at wizard towers, the magic arrays in it have a very high bonus for potion science and alchemy, and are more professional and more operable. If it is a wizard tower that is purely for alchemy or potion science, the arrays in Hori's magic house are the most suitable. Donnie thought about it and said, okay, you can send me the structure and introduction of the array first, and I will refer to it when the time comes. According to the structure of the magic array, I will ask someone to make the tower body to ensure that it can be coordinated together. This book is a gift. Dole shook his head, pointed to the things on the table, and said, no need. I feel that it is worth a magic array for a tower. Donnie smiled and felt that Dole was very interesting and meaningful. It should be pleasant to cooperate with such a person. The two quickly discussed the details of the transaction, the magic circle, the scale of the magic tower, etc., and left after a while. When leaving, Donnie also packed a few bottles of drinks. He felt that these things were good for his body and tasted good. Haha, Dole didn't tell him that this thing was made by him. Walking out of the Azure Drinks shop, Dole felt that this world was very wonderful. He was just trying to take advantage of Alan, but he didn't expect that he could get such a benefit for himself. It was simply great. What Donnie gave him was naturally the book he wanted to buy. He just scanned it with his mental power, and felt that the value of this book was too high. The level of this book is not high, the highest is up to the 7th level of potion learning, which is a school many years ago. Many of the medicines in it are basically no longer applicable now. Either the medicinal materials are difficult to find, or the efficacy is far inferior to the current potions. Most of them are in the state of being eliminated, but there are difficulties and ideas about the 6th and 7th level potions in it. For Dole, this is simply a timely help. The value of this book alone is far more than 1 million gold coins. Then Donnie was also testing him. If he asked for money, the book would probably not be his. Chapter 401. Dualai walked on the street, his eyes wandering in the sky. He felt that the world seemed to become interesting. The streets were bustling with people, as if it was like this all year round. It was almost noon now, and there were fewer people on the street. Dualai felt very casual walking on the road. Dualai actually didn't like to communicate with people, he just liked to stay in his own world, but there was no way, this was the world of one person and another. He thought of himself, the people he had contacted before, and suddenly, he thought of Jasmine. He touched his chin. Now the Marcia family was obviously targeting him. He didn't know what was going on with Jasmine, whether she was targeted or not. She was a little wizard who joined Marcia, so she shouldn't be implicated. Thinking of this, Dualai made seals with his hands, and a magic wave was released from his hands. In the Marcia family, Jasmine stayed carefully in another wizard's laboratory, handing tools and serving tea and water. She didn't even have time to practice. If it weren't for the high penalty, she would have wanted to leave. It was too depressing here. Ever since the Marcia family officially targeted Dualai, her life has gradually become difficult. If it weren't for the Glory Wizard Alliance's strict prohibition of persecuting wizards, she might have disappeared from the face of the earth. Fortunately, her salary was still paid, so she could barely stay here, and she could learn something from this old master. Alas, I don't know what happened to Dualai. Being targeted by such a huge family, his life must be difficult. She suppressed the desire to send a message to Dualai, and endured it all silently. Knowledge, resources, and abilities are the 3 major elements that make up a wizard. She only has the last one. Fortunately, this ability has been seen by others, otherwise, she would not know where she is now. At this time, he received a message from Dualai. How much is the penalty for breach of contract? Jasmine's calm mind was instantly broken. She took a deep breath and slowly replied, 500,000 gold coins. Within a moment, Dualai replied, come and help me. I will handle the contract cancellation procedures in half a month. Jasmine calmed down. She had been waiting for so many years. There was no rush in half a month. Okay. Back at the wizard tower, Dualai saw Canchel at the door. The little girl was standing at the door diligently. Standing at the door with him was another boy named Mora, who was newly bought. The two of them were guarding the door together. Hello, Tower Master. The two bowed their heads together. Dualai nodded and said, how have you been these 2 days? Canchel smiled and said, Master, business is good. People come to ask for medicine one after another. It's just that you restrict the outflow of medicine, which makes some people very dissatisfied. Dory nodded again and said, I have my reasons for doing this. Okay, you work hard and don't forget to practice. Try to reach level 3 or 4 as soon as possible. Canchel and Mora breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Okay, Master. Dory walked inside quickly. At the door, Canchel lowered his head, but his thoughts had already flown to Zonglu Garden. I don't know where his father and brothers are now. Hey. Working in the wizard tower is very good. There is a lot of time and resources. The master of the tower is also very good. He also gave them very advanced meditation methods to practice. She has become accustomed to life here. Here, the welfare treatment is better than those guest wizards in the family before. What else can she do? Now she just hopes to be promoted as soon as possible, so that she can redeem her parents in the future. Alas. At this time, Mora whispered, Sister Kanchel, do you think we will be used as test subjects and consumed one day? Kanchel rolled his eyes at him. A consumable worth hundreds of thousands. You think too highly of yourself. Mora muttered, isn't that what those wizards like to do most? Kanchel was immediately laughed at. Who said that wizards like to use people for experiments? Even if that person is used for experiments, it is some unimportant people, death row prisoners, and the like, not normal people. That is a black wizard, and the Tower Master is not a black wizard. Mora said, when I was at home before, those wizards like to use people for experiments. He quickly covered his mouth and looked around carefully. Kanchel was alert when he heard this, and said to the little boy, don't say this anymore, or you will be treated as a dark wizard. Mora nodded hurriedly. He had been in the Glory Empire for so long, so he knew the fate of dark wizards. Once they were caught, they would be immediately burned to death at the city gate without even a chance to refute. Practice well, don't think about anything, look at Uncle Tava, he's doing very well. Tava was the 6th level warrior. Dole came to the top floor, and Tava stood at the door meticulously. Dole now knew who this guy was guarding. The 4 little brats, in addition to the little housekeeper who volunteered, the other 2 were 2 girls and 1 boy. The boy was Mora, who was assigned to register at the door with Kanchel. The 2 girls were Hannah and Annie, and the one who volunteered to be the housekeeper was the one Tava wanted to protect. The child was called Gideon, who had a good talent, and was now learning management with Rosa. Hannah and Annie were assigned to be one of the ordinary wizards, assisting Rosa and Gideon and Labitha to pass messages to various places. Meet the Tower Master. Tava bowed slightly. Dole nodded. He stopped, glanced at Tava, and said, if you have nothing to do, just stand at the door of the tower. You are not needed here. Tava shrugged and said, there is nothing to do downstairs. If there is something, I will go down by myself. Dole looked at him and said, whatever you want. The door opened automatically at this time, and Dole walked in. In the closed room. In Dole's sea of consciousness, the storm element has grown to a certain scale according to certain rules. If it is placed in the outside world, it will be a small storm with a range of several kilometers, but this storm is not complete, and it is not even strict, and there are many loopholes. Because he has never seen a real storm, Dole feels that he has reached a bottleneck. Now adding elements to the storm, in addition to making the storm element more cumbersome, the scale has stopped growing, and even if it grows again, there is a possibility of collapse. Therefore, Dualai has been trying to find a solution, but from the current point of view, the only way is to leave here and go to a place with storms to feel the real power of storms. In fact, in the meditation method of the Son of Elements, no matter what element it is, you need to observe the real elemental creatures, but some elements are relatively simple and can even be summoned, while some elements are usually invisible and need to be found. Fire elements and water elements can all be summoned, but compared to storm elements, there is no way to summon them, so you can only find them. Now that it has been more than a month since he was stuck in a bottleneck, Dualai is actually quite uncomfortable even if he is not anxious. Chapter 402. Without any progress for a month, Dualai's state, which had been improving rapidly, was seriously affected. Every day, he went from being fulfilled to doing nothing, and even felt a little distressed. Dualai knew that his state might not be right, and he was too eager for quick success, but the reality forced him to be eager for quick success. Without strength, he was just meat on the chopping board of others, and could be kneaded at will. Now that his strength could not be improved, he felt a little worried. Forget it, go to the library and check the information to see where the nearest place with storm elements is. After enduring for a few days, Dualai finally couldn't help it. He immediately stopped the meditation method, stood up and walked out. The clone stayed in the laboratory to refine medicine, while the original body went out and went to the number 1 wizard tower. The city lord's mansion. Ash stood in the backyard. There was a separate yard here, which belonged to the family's magic tower. Although it was summer, the magic tower was surrounded by snow white, cold and dead. In the huge courtyard, there was an ice crystal world all around. Ash stood in the ice crystal world, closed her eyes, and her huge mental power covered the surroundings, and she carefully felt it. In the center of the ice crystal world, an octagonal magic tower exuded a powerful power, affecting the surrounding world, and the world became even colder, severe, and snow and ice flew everywhere. Ash raised her hand, countless ice and snow in her hand, and the wind power condensed. In less than a second, a wind column that looked like energy appeared in her hand. She raised her hand casually, and the wind column immediately shot forward. The wind column was silent, and then shot a big hole in the ground, and the depth could not be seen. The power of this wind gun is really terrifying, but it consumes a lot of mental power. Ash felt a little shocked. It had been so long since she had acquired the wind gun technique, but this was the first time she had fully used it, and it was pure wind without any other elements. Like Dualai, he could add ice blades to it at will. How terrifying would it be if he released it? It was almost a 5th level witchcraft. At this moment, Ash felt a spiritual force coming from the wizard tower, and Lauren. The spiritual force fell in front of Ash, and the surrounding wind and snow quickly gathered in the middle. Soon, the wind and snow turned into a human-shaped outline, and soon turned into a woman in white. The woman in white looked at Ash. Her voice was vicissitudes and slightly deep. "Is this the witchcraft you said you exchanged with others?" Ash nodded yes. The woman in white looked at the big hole in the ground, and her spiritual force carefully sensed it, and her heart was slightly startled. Then, she shook her head again and said, "This kind of witchcraft is like a pile of first-level witchcraft. The power looks very impressive, but in fact, it is also ineffective against the more difficult defensive witchcraft. It is not as useful as large-scale witchcraft, and it requires too much control." Ash smiled slightly. She knew the characteristics of her own meditation method. Aunt Lauren was jealous. The ice and snow god meditation method is very advanced. All witchcraft are large-scale lethal witchcraft, but there are only 1 or 2 witchcrafts for single targets, and the power is also very average. Seeing her use this witchcraft, she must have had some ideas. "It's okay. I recently learned a skill that has improved my control. Otherwise, I can't use this witchcraft. In fact, this is not the complete version of witchcraft, but just a simple version. The complete version also needs to be combined with ice blades. The wind blade cuts energy, and the ice blade cuts matter. The power that bursts out in an instant is enough to break any magic shield below level 4. The power is comparable to the finger of the ice god." The woman was moved, thinking about the feasibility of witchcraft, and what type of spell model can achieve such power. Is this power still a semi-finished product? What kind of meditation method is attached to it? Ash shook her head. "I don't know, this is someone else's secret, but it should still come from the ice and snow meditation method." The woman frowned. "In terms of power, the ice and snow meditation method of our Glory Empire is the most powerful, followed by the Storm's Fury or the Ice Goddess meditation method. I can't think of a 4th type of witchcraft meditation method with such power at level 4. Could it be that there is another strong man from outside?" As a top master, the woman naturally knows some secrets. Ash shook her head, nodded, and said, "Dole's origin is indeed quite mysterious. Maybe he got the meditation method from other planes, but for now, it is only beneficial to us, not harmful. Besides, this person is not bad. If he grows up in the future, it will definitely be beneficial to my Glory Empire." The woman looked at Ash. After a moment, she suddenly dispersed her icy breath and showed a gentle smile. "Compared with Gretel and Eugene, how does this child compare?" Ash didn't understand what the woman meant. After thinking carefully, she said solemnly, "Very good, with good talent, and enough hard work. Most importantly, his talent for alchemy is very strong. With time, he may be able to reach the realm of a potion master." The woman nodded and thought, "I have heard about this situation. He is now level 6. If he hadn't been blocked by the pharmacist and the Honor Wizard Alliance, he might have learned a lot of level 6 potions. It's just that it's not an easy thing to become a level 7 master. It must be done in alchemy. As for alchemy, the boy's attainments are probably not low." She lowered her head and thought about it. She was shocked to think that the magic circle of his magic tower was all made by the other person. Ash nodded. "This is why we approach him. He is the same kind of person as us, and is worth our association." The woman nodded and said with some regret, "Among the 10 people in the youth program 2 years ago, only you, Gretel, and Eugene were ambitious. The other 7 are useless. The wizarding world is not short of geniuses, but geniuses who lack ambition. Otherwise, there are not many people in our northwest Watsberg who have entered the 6th level for so many years. Where did all those geniuses go? If a genius does not work hard, he will eventually become a waste like those geniuses before." Ash's heart trembled. She knew that her aunt was reminding her. So she nodded and said, "I have been working hard, but I have recently hit a bottleneck. I want to go out for a while. I want to go to the far north. As the owner of the Ice and Snow Goddess meditation method, going to the far north is the best choice. There is a low temperature all year round, and the temperature is -50 to 60 degrees every day. There are strong winds and heavy snow, which is the most suitable for comprehending ice and snow. From level 4 to level 5, it is the process of completely integrating one's own witchcraft, momentum, will, etc., and condensing them into a range domain. Although it is not a real domain, it is the key to the domain. Everyone who practices the ice and snow domain needs to go to the far north. This is unavoidable. Lauren was stunned for a moment. Isn't this too early? You have just been promoted to level 4 not long ago, less than a year. Chapter 403. It will take at most half a year. I will use all the money I have saved and the money my family has given me to improve. Now my magic power has almost been accumulated. Now, I just need a suitable environment. Ash has a clear understanding of herself. She knows what she needs now. Lauren lowered her head and thought for a while. Okay, when you have thought it through, go and apply to your father. After that, the woman's body suddenly broke apart and turned into ice and snow all over the sky, which scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Ash smiled slightly. She knew that she had hit her aunt. Her aunt was called a genius. She also became a level 4 in her 20s. She caught up with her. Her aunt would definitely be a little jealous. Thinking of this, a long-lost smile appeared on her face, like a spring breeze. At this moment, she felt something, turned around, and left the small courtyard. Wesseling stood at the door of the small courtyard, sensed it gently, and did not see his daughter. He frowned and was about to leave, but felt the familiar blood coming in from outside. He turned his head and smiled. Ash, your place is too quiet. I think it would be better to hire a few servants. Ash smiled slightly. Father is back. Let's forget about the servants. Westerling knew his daughter's temper, and did not force her. Instead, he said slowly, I came here to tell you that the city lord's mansion has decided to open a tender. Go and tell your friends. Don't waste time. Here is the bid. He took out a piece of gold-plated paper from his sleeve and handed it to Ash. Ash's heart became eager. She took the bid carefully in both hands and said with a smile, Thank you, father. Wesseling snorted and said with a strange smile, My daughter has grown up and her elbows are starting to turn outward. As a father, I can't twist it. Hee. Ash immediately frowned. Father, we are just friends. You don't have to think too much. Wesseling continued to snort, raised his eyes, looked at the backyard. His eyes seemed to penetrate the void and fell on the majestic wizard tower. Whether it is Gretel, Eugene, or Dory, I hope you can confirm the relationship early, and don't end up like your aunt, who is already in her 70s and 80s, without even an heir, and has lost her bloodline inheritance, which is really embarrassing for the Rhine family. When he said the last sentence, his tone became more serious, even a little angry. Ash didn't dare to speak immediately. The aunt and father didn't get along, and this matter has been going on for a long time. Although she is my aunt, and a relative on my mother's side, she is also a king's bloodline. The reason why my father is angry is because of the bloodline inheritance, which is a very serious matter for a family. I don't care about your business, but you must find a partner as soon as possible. This is the bottom line of a father. Westerling never thought of using his daughter as a trading tool. He knew that his daughter would not be willing to do so, so he had such a minimum requirement. Ash sighed and said, It depends on the opportunity. In addition, I want to tell you that I want to go to the far north. Westerling was shocked when he heard this. So soon? Ash nodded. It may take a long time to go to the far north. It may take 3 to 5 years to come back. It will be very troublesome to be promoted to level 5. Wesseling stood there. His expression was unreadable, but the more this happened, the more Ash was afraid that his father would not agree. After a while, Wesseling said, Okay, but you can't go alone. Ash nodded and said, I already have a suitable candidate. I will go when the time is right. Wesseling was relieved and said, Father knows you have great ambitions, but don't forget your daughter's love. Ash nodded. After getting the new book, Dualai read the masterpiece carefully. The name of this book is called Alchemy. There is no other name. There are all kinds of medicines from level 1 to level 7, but unfortunately, many potions have completely lost their effectiveness. Some of them are due to changes in the world, and the herbs are gone. Some of them are not as strong as some potions after being refined. They can only be used as a reference to digest the pharmacology. For Dualai, there is no use before level 5, only above level 6. What he needs is the content of alchemy, and the need to redefine potions. Level 6 Pharmacist Principle. After the 6th level, the medicinal power is no longer a simple mixture, but a structural form to maximize the development of medicinal power, so that the medicinal power of the same level can be brought to the limit. Seeing this, Dualai understood in his heart that whether it is a mental potion or a magic potion, it is basically the same principle. Dualai has also studied the alchemy method in it many times. He has tried to apply it to other potions many times, but all ended in failure. He read it carefully. To improve the medicinal power, the best structural method is to use the breath of life studied by the elves as a reference, mix it in various ways, and finally form a total ratio. The most common structural forms are circular, spiral, and three-dimensional. Different structures are constructed according to different medicinal powers. Then there were many alchemical diagrams, equations, and some strange things named as molecular formulas, which looked very strange. But it was these strange things that opened Dualai's eyes, and then he had many ideas about some other potions that he had already purchased. He read tirelessly. At this time, he suddenly received a message. He originally didn't intend to pay attention to it, but after glancing at the content of the message, Dualai was refreshed. While looking at the book in a tangle, he separated a part of his mental power. The original body continued to read, and the clone went there, but in this way, the efficiency of reading was greatly reduced, but it did not affect his acquisition of various knowledge. The clone walked out of the room, quickly came downstairs, and walked towards Tailuo Street. Not long after, at the door of the Azure Drinks shop, Ash's slender figure stood up. People coming in and out sometimes secretly looked at the wizard, with a look of amazement in their eyes, but no one dared to greet him. The wizard and the magic robe of the Rhine family, these two things will keep everyone out. Seeing Dualai coming, Ash nodded to him and strode forward. The two soon stood face to face, and Ash said, "Did you bring the things I asked you to bring?" Dualai showed confidence on his face. "Of course I did. I am very concerned about this matter." Ash nodded. A trace of relief appeared on his cold face, and said, "Here is this, come with me. I am afraid you don't know the way." Dualai took the things handed over by Ash, held them in his hand, and just took a look, and his heart was shocked. He then nodded fiercely. Seeing Dualai like this, Ash felt relieved. She finally had some effect. She said slowly, "You helped me, and I helped you. We have a pleasant cooperation. You don't have to be like this." Dualai looked at Ash carefully, looked at his cold and delicate face, and said slowly, "You don't know how important this opportunity is to me. I am relying on this to open up the situation now." Chapter 404. Ash smiled suddenly. She turned her head and looked at the prosperous city. "Don't think you are so fragile. Your entire wizard tower is more powerful than any noble family above the middle level in terms of status. Why should you belittle yourself? What's more, even if there is no big business, you will not starve yourself just by relying on ordinary professionals." Ash really envied Dualai. Potions were really powerful, and alchemy was not left behind. Unfortunately, he did not have the energy to play with these things, and cultivation alone occupied all his time. Dualai looked at Ash, and at this moment, he felt that Ash was emitting the sunshine. He smiled lightly. "Hee, to do business, you naturally have to do big business. I have 30 or 40 people to support. How can they compare to me alone? Although he has a wizard tower, it belongs to everyone." Ash nodded and said, "Come with me, let's bid." Dualai took the bid and felt that it weighed tens of millions of pounds, and his heart was heavy. At the municipal hall, Dualai and Ash came to the door, and the guards automatically let them go. The two walked together along the hall, and slowly came to the third floor. The municipal building of Watsberg is not very luxurious, but rather a bit simple, with simple structure and decoration. Walking through several corridors, people came and went. Most of them were professionals, and occasionally a few ordinary people could be seen. When those people saw Ash, some nodded slightly, some ignored her, or did not look at her at all. Ash did not mind this, and they soon came to a room at the back. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the room, queuing up and handing over documents one by one. After the two entered, they stood at the back without causing any commotion. However, Ash didn't want to queue at all. After entering, she casually greeted someone, and someone came forward and enthusiastically led them to the compartment at the back of the house. When they arrived at the compartment, Dualai found that the people behind them were not simple. 2 level 6 warriors, 3 level 5 wizards, and several others were not simple. Seeing Ash coming, one of the level 6 warriors stood up, looking a little happy. "Ash, niece, you are here." Ash saluted the man and said, "Uncle Ender." Ender nodded. "I heard about your story." He turned around and looked at Dualai, his face suddenly solemn. "You are Dualai, the tower master of Dualai Wizard Tower, right? You take the bid first." Dualai nodded, and walked forward slowly. In addition to the bid, he also flipped out another list from his hand, and took it in his hand. Everyone else looked at Dualai, but Dualai didn't feel much pressure. The two level 5 wizards looked at Dualai at this time, slightly surprised. Wow, this guy's clone really reached level 5 as rumored. The Imperial Mage Corps also has such people, but in terms of strength, it is several levels lower than this Xianxia worm clone. After all, it is a low-level clone, just for work convenience. This is a Xianxia worm. Andor took the bid in the list, took a look at it himself, his eyes lit up, and then handed the things to the two wizards. Andor looked at Dualai, his eyes lit up. Your list is very good, I like it very much. He stopped talking, stood aside with a solemn expression, and looked at the two wizards. The wizard took the list, glanced at it casually, and relaxed. The names and quantities of the potions in the Dualai Wizard Tower are indeed well-deserved. There are so many unconventional medicines. For the Legion, this is definitely a good thing, and there are enough pharmacists. With so much output, this one alone can meet at least 1/20th of their needs. The Imperial Mage Corps, the Imperial Legion, and the Honor Wizard Alliance and the Pharmacist Alliance are different. They are the main legions of the Empire. Although the control is in the local area, in terms of the administrative system, the two are completely two levels. Although it is still controlled by the nobles, it is ultimately based on demand. After the wizard finished reading the list, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said, I heard rumors that the quality of potions in Dualai Wizard Tower has always been very good. I want to see them, can I? Dualai nodded and said modestly, That's right, please check it out. He flipped his wrist, and a small box appeared in his hand. He opened the small box and found more than a dozen rows of potions in it, with more than 5 or 6 bottles of each potion. Seeing this, the two wizards' eyes widened, and the soldiers also widened their eyes. What did they see? Damn, Red Dragon Bloodline Potion this. Andorra spit out a breath, staring at the Bloodline Potion, and immediately said, Brother Dualai, how much is this Red Dragon Bloodline Potion per bottle? I buy it now. He was so excited that he changed his name. As soon as he finished speaking, a level 6 warrior next to him slapped Andor aside and scolded, Pay attention to the occasion. Andor immediately became embarrassed. He did not dare to look at the warrior and winked at Dualai. Dualai smiled immediately. Red blood potion is not a very advanced blood potion. After all, it is made from ordinary red dragon blood, which can only reach level 7. If it has the blood of an ancient dragon, it would be more suitable. He explained carefully. Andor laughed when he heard this, Little thief. Do you know how many people are stuck at level 6 for their whole lives? Dora didn't know about this. He shook his head and said, I don't know. Andor snorted, 50 level 6 warriors may not have one promoted to level 7. It is so important to have a level 7 blood ability. Dora was stunned. The ratio is so low, he lowered his head and thought carefully. Then, are the hundreds of bottles of red dragon blood potion in his hand worth money? While the two were talking, the two wizards carefully checked the potion, nodding and shaking their heads from time to time. They were talking by voice transmission, so Dualai didn't know the content of their conversation. But looking at their expressions, they seemed very relaxed. Dualai was nervous. At this moment, his arm was pulled. He looked back and saw that it was Ash. Ash gave him a reassuring look and said with a bit of amusement, Just because Uncle Andor's eyes were shining just now, don't worry, this matter is already settled. Even if the Imperial Mage Corps has doubts about your batch of potions, there is no problem with the Imperial Legion. Ash transmitted the message. Dualai nodded. He understood that today, both the Imperial Mage Corps and the Imperial Legion were considering it at the same time, and there was no problem of one bidding. Just now, all those outside were bidding, and it seemed that the competition was very fierce, but in fact, there were not many senior pharmacists, and the level of alchemists was relatively low. The ability of folk wizards was still a little bit worse. The two level 5 pharmacists checked all the potions carefully again and again, and their expressions became more and more serious and serious. This situation made Dualai feel a little scared. Soon, the two men put down the potions they were checking one after another. The wizard who spoke first looked at Dualai with a serious expression and a solemn gaze. Chapter 405. Did you make all these potions yourself? The wizard said slowly. Dole shook his head and pointed at 2 of the level 6 potions and said, I made these 2. The others were taken by my students. If you have any questions about the quality, I can explain it to you now. The 2 wizards turned their heads and looked at each other. Just taken? Are you sure? Dole looked normal and smiled slowly. I have strict control over potions, and do not allow defective products to appear. Therefore, generally speaking, the potions produced by our wizard tower will not be of lower than medium quality. The wizard wanted to say, What? The wizard next to him coughed, suppressed his desire to show off, and said in a deep voice, I am very satisfied with the quality of the medicine, and your wizard tower has a relatively rich variety of products. Can we accept this sample first? As for the bidding, we can also have a comparison here. Dole's heart skipped a beat, not knowing why. This batch of potions has a large number in variety, and the total price is also very high. Take those dragon blood potions for example. Each bottle is about 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins. Just give them like this? He hesitated. Andor next to him saw this situation. How could they get what they wanted? So he couldn't wait to say, I say, Lao Hey, if you want to steal this batch of potions, you can't do it this way. At least let them take away the valuable ones. I think these red dragon blood potions can be taken away. One bottle is hundreds of thousands. He has been coveting these potions for a long time. The pharmacist called Lao Hei's face suddenly turned black. Major General Andorra, don't talk nonsense. If these potions are taken away, we will definitely buy them. We don't want the dragon blood potion, it's useless to us. We only want these. He pointed to the healing potion, and some potions that could be used by mages. Dualai looked at Andor, and he didn't expect that he was a major general. In the Glory Empire, strength is not the basis for everything, but ability is. There are many level 6 warriors, but few can lead troops to fight. This guy looks like a reckless man, but he didn't expect that he can lead troops to fight. So he took a closer look. Andor snorted, his eyes sparkling. He looked at Dualai and said firmly, since the Imperial Mage Corps said that your batch of potions is very good, we will definitely have a share of your order. For the sake of our niece Ash, the value will be slightly higher than that of other companies, 90% of the market price. How about it? Since it is a large-scale purchase, the purchase price will naturally be lower. Dualai has been mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, he immediately nodded and said, no problem, the quality of the potion will not be lower than the ones I brought today. If there is a problem, we will be responsible for it. We will compensate 10 times the inferior one. Andor laughed, that's not necessary. In the past years, there were actually quite a lot of inferior potions. Your quality is already quite good. During the war, the life-saving medicine is good medicine. No matter whether it is inferior or not, we are actually getting a bargain with the good potion. We are going to buy these dragon blood potions. You name a price. The 3 level 6 warriors had already discussed it at some point, and were ready to be slaughtered. Dualai smiled. There were 3 people in Andorra, so he might as well give them a favor. If you 3 want to buy it, 150,000 gold coins per bottle is fine. These dragon bloods were all made by Lord Ball, so there was no cost at all. If you add in other medicinal materials, the cost of one bottle was less than 20,000 gold coins. 200,000 was the normal price, and it was 50,000 cheaper all of a sudden. Dualai was already doing it for Ash's sake. As soon as he said this, the others felt incredible. Even Ash sent him a message, will it be cheaper? Dualai shrugged, the cost will only be cheaper than you think. Ash didn't understand, but Dualai didn't want to explain more. However, under Dualai's repeated insistence, the 3 did not refuse. This was too cheap, so they hurriedly started to contact and raise money. You know, this is the blood of the dragon. The 2 level 5 wizards sighed when they saw this. These 3 rough men could have bargained down the price. No one's money comes from the wind. The old black coughed at this time and said, Dualai's potion is of good quality, but the final decision is not on our side. We are also standing still today. The final decision is on the side of the team leader. He pointed out the key to the problem obscurely. Dualai nodded, bowed slightly, and said, then I trouble you 2 adults. Old Black looked at Dualai. This young man was neither arrogant nor impetuous, but humble and polite. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the 2 of them standing together, hey, they are quite suitable, but the height is a little short, and they are not worthy of Ash. However, considering this guy's age and his terrifying talent, they are a good match, but I don't know what the young people think. Eugene is also a good guy, and Gretel is also good, but compared with Dualai, except for their background and height, everything else is far behind. The more the 2 looked at Dualai, the more they liked him. Separating the potions, Dualai and Ash quickly left the bidding room. Having made a lot of money, Dualai and Ash left the city hall happily. As an introducer, Ash was happier than Dualai. This matter was probably done, and with his father's side, there should be no problem. After leaving the municipal hall, Dualai breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and said, Aishi, I'm sorry for you this time. Aishi shook her head, you helped me, so I naturally have to help you. Moreover, after this matter, I may have something to ask of you. She looked at Dualai seriously. Dualai didn't understand why. What matter was worth the other party's seriousness? He thought about it and said, okay. She thought about it, and said to Dualai in a low voice, it is very likely that I will go far away. Dualai was a little confused. He glanced at she and thought about it for a while. He soon realized that she was also level 4 now. If he wanted to be promoted to level 5, he must comprehend the mystery of his own meditation method and must go out, which was the same dilemma he was facing now. He thought about it, waved to she, and said, let's talk while walking. I am actually facing a dilemma now, which is the matter of meditation. If you don't say it, I may also have to go out, but I am most likely to go to the sea. Where are you going? She followed Dualai's steps, and followed closely. She thought that the nature of their meditation methods was similar, both of which were water and wind, and Dualai had an additional thunder system, so going to the sea was understandable. There were occasional storms on the sea, which contained a lot of mysteries of the world of wind, water and thunder. Going to the sea might be the best choice for the other party. What kind of meditation method did he practice? She thought about it and said, I'm going to the far north, which is also on the sea. If possible, I would like to invite you to go with me. She mustered up a lot of courage and looked at Dualai expectantly. Dualai was also stunned at this time. The far north seemed to be okay. Okay, the far north also meets my requirements. We can go together when the time comes, but we have to finish the things in front of us first. Dualai smiled. Chapter 406. Ash nodded, she breathed a sigh of relief, and looked a little happy. I still have some things to do here. When you finish this, we will discuss a time. I know you are very busy here, don't rush. Dole nodded. The two walked and chatted, and soon came to Tallinn, and then separated. After leaving, Ash's heart suddenly beat, and her face was slightly red. This was the first time she invited someone, and it was a trip together. No matter how she thought about it, she blushed. Among the many outstanding young talents in Watsberg, Dole is not the best candidate, but he is indeed the most suitable candidate to go to the far north together. He is not from the family, nor is he one of those nobles who are insignificant. He is talented and can talk to each other. The most important thing is that he has a wide range of knowledge, and can give me a lot of reference in some directions. The most important thing is that the meditation method is very similar in some aspects, and he will have the same effect when he goes to the place where I go. In this regard, Eugene and Gretel are inferior, and other geniuses in the city are even worse. Walking and thinking about some problems, Ash quickly disappeared at the edge of Tallinn. Dole returned to Tallinn and called Labitha, Kanchel and others to help him buy some things with the identity card of Dole's Wizard Tower. He needs to prepare. He just got almost 2 million gold coins from the military and the Imperial Mage Corps, and now he has enough money to squander. He plans to refine a wizard tower, not high, only 3 floors are needed, and this matter needs to be settled before departure. Without a wizard tower, he feels unsafe to go anywhere. The role of the wizard tower is not small for wizards. The most important thing is that when not in use, the wizard tower can be put away. It can be used as a place for training, as a base for observation, for defense and reconnaissance. It is very useful. Therefore, according to this purpose, he has newer ideas for the new wizard tower, and he has thought of the wizard formation. Calling Kanchel and Libesha is purely because these two people have been here for a long time, and have greeted other adventure groups and mercenary groups for a long time. They are familiar with them, it is convenient to contact them, and it is more suitable to collect various materials. The 3 newcomers also began to get busy under the command of the 3 people. They hung their identity cards of Dualai Wizard, and went in and out of various material places to purchase a lot. The main components of the wizard tower are various precious woods and various metals. Each high-grade material is valuable, and it is difficult to collect them in Watsberg. Fortunately, their potion tower has accumulated a lot of connections. Even though it was targeted by several major families, there are still many adventure groups and mercenary groups that took out their stocks. It only took 3 days for Dualai to collect all the materials for the base and the first floor of the wizard tower. To build a new wizard tower, you need to apply for a place from the Glory Wizard Alliance and ask alchemists to build the shells. It took several days for Dualai to really move all the materials outside and prepare to start work. Alchemists, he looked for alchemists within the Glory Wizard Alliance. Many level 4 wizards took the initiative to help for a few bottles of potions, and Dualai was happy about it. The exchange of work for goods is very common in the wizard world. Dualai only sent 1 person to supervise, and he did not care how they did it. He himself was a half-baked alchemist, and he was very clear about the doorway, so he did not need to watch it himself. Just when he started to build the wizard tower, Alan sent him a message. Come to my place. Alan had been in the back seat for a long time. Although he was the vice president, he was not in charge of anything and devoted himself to cultivation. After getting some important treasure in the black market last time, he had not shown up for a few days. Dualai just thought about it, and quickly came to tower number 3 and saw Alan. When he saw the vice president, Dualai saw that his spirit seemed to be on a higher level, and his aura was completely restrained, and there was no sign of any wizard. He was shocked. This was a sign of great perfection. Was he preparing to challenge the 7th level? Seeing Dualai's expression, Alan laughed. He waved and said, "Dualai, come and sit down." "Hello, Vice President." Dualai lowered his attitude and came over to sit opposite Alan. Alan nodded. He looked at Dualai. This little guy seemed to have reached a bottleneck. At this age, he was promoted so fast, even faster than he was back then. This kid will be amazing in the future. Alan thought for a moment and asked directly, "Are you going out?" Dualai didn't think much about it and nodded. "I've reached a bottleneck in my practice, so I want to go out for a walk and find an opportunity to be promoted to level 5. I will stay in the wizard tower." When Alan applied for a new wizard tower, he knew that Dualai would not take the current wizard tower away. After all, there are still dozens of students there, and their foundations are here. To be precise, the foundations of those students are on the wizards and warriors around them. Without people to consume, the pharmacist is nothing. He nodded, his expression heavy, and slowly spoke. Level 5 is a very important stage. The magic virtual image turns from virtual to real. Try to make the rules of the virtual image perfect. Only then can the power of meditation be brought into play. Many people are too impatient when they are promoted to level 5, which leads to defects in meditation. After being promoted to level 5, they find that they are not as strong as they imagined, and then they try to make up for it. Not only does it take a lot of time, but it also misses the best opportunity. I hope you can be more cautious. Dualai naturally knew this truth. He has read less books recently. He nodded, of course. Alan saw that Dualai was opinionated, and he understood that this child might have more ideas than he thought, so he said, "I called you here this time to ask you about this matter. On the other hand, the Imperial Mage Corps and the military came to ask about your identity. I and Arangel, 2 level 6, are the guarantors, and Fengdu Fengchen and the others testified for you, so basically there is no problem. You have offended the Meija family and the Sikong family, and they are trying to make trouble, so this matter cannot be settled quickly." Dualai was a little puzzled. The Sikong family only has 2 juniors. Do they have such great power? And the Meija family, just because of Jasmine, the whole family jumped out to oppose him. Is this worth it? He didn't understand the so-called face problem of the nobles. What is the face for? It is earned by yourself. It is called face when others give it to you. If others don't give it to you, there is no face at all. It's really inexplicable. He is not a noble, and he doesn't understand the logic of the nobles. Anyway, he thinks this matter is a little inexplicable. So he said helplessly, "It's just a bidding now. If it works, it works. If not, I will open it up and sell medicine to the outside world." Because of these orders, some adventure groups and mercenary groups that I have a good relationship with have been a little dissatisfied in the past few days. If it really doesn't work, I will open it up to the outside world. Alan's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Chapter 407. The potions of Dualai Wizard Tower have long been recognized by the market. They are moderately priced, of excellent quality, and abundant in production. They are better than any other pharmacist organization, even better than the Pharmacist Guild. They have long attracted mercenary groups of all sizes, adventure groups, and even some nobles in the surrounding area, and have accumulated countless connections. For the entire Watsberg, the so-called Meija family and Sikong family are far from deterrent. They also need to rely on adventure groups and mercenary groups for supply and food. Many high-level adventure groups simply ignore them. The Meija family might be better off, as they have their own caravans and have supported many adventure groups. However, in terms of supplies, no matter how powerful a family is, it cannot compete with an entire pharmacist organization. Dualai already has this ability. In addition, he is now on good terms with the Rhine family, Eugene, the disciple of the president of the Honor Wizard Alliance, and the Orn family, the largest supplier of medicinal materials. It is normal for him to ignore the Meija family and the Sikong family. When Dualai is promoted to level 5, and the Wizard Tower is upgraded to level 7, to a certain extent, these 2 families are not even as good as Dualai. After thinking this through, Alan nodded, and his tone suddenly became solemn. The third thing I called you here today is to introduce someone to you. He clapped his hands. Dualai raised his head, and saw a woman in a fiery red wizard robe walking out of Alan's room. What shocked him was that from beginning to end, he never found anyone in Alan's room. This was another powerful person of level 6 or level 7. He stood up quickly and bowed to that person. At this time, he saw the other person clearly. He was about 28 or 29 years old. There was a red dot between his eyebrows, like a mark or a decoration. His skin was very fair, his eyes were clear and cold, and his face was majestic. This temperament was like an upgraded version of Ash. Dualai murmured in his heart. Alan stood up and slowly said, "This is the vice president of the Fire Wudong organization, the largest local organization in the Glory Empire, Lady Angelina. Like me, he is at the peak of level 6. He came here just to ask you for a favor." Angelina took the initiative to speak at this time and smiled. "Hello, little guy. This is a great god." Dualai murmured in his heart. He did not dare to neglect it, lowered his head, and said slowly, "Lady Angelina." Alan smiled faintly. "Since we all know each other, let's talk about business. Time is tight." Dualai nodded and was about to speak. Angelina took the lead and said, "I came here today to ask for a few bottles of the kind of potion that can stimulate human biological activity. A few days ago, we fought with an adult black dragon, and a vice president was seriously injured and suffered serious physical trauma. Although the effect of the 8th or 9th level potion is enough, the price is too high, so I came to you." It turned out to be for the super activation potion. Dole thought for a while and said, "I have no problem with the production, but now I lack plants rich in vitality. I think Lord Alan has told you." Angelina said, "Our Fire Wudong organization controls 2 Wudong trees that are more than 10,000 years old. We are relatively well equipped with this kind of thing, but we don't have other things." As soon as she stretched out her hand, 2 branches emitting strange flame energy appeared in her hand. As soon as these 2 branches were taken out, the temperature of the entire wizard tower increased a little bit. Dualai was shocked. He observed carefully. The phoenix tree, which is said to be the sacred tree where the ancient mythical beast Phoenix lives, is a super life species of the fire plant system. It is indeed extraordinary. If this flame is given to the fire wizard, they will jump up like crazy. Hot, overbearing, but rich in powerful vitality, this is the legendary Lihua. Of course, this is not the real Lihua, but just a branch, and the Lihua it contains is limited. Our vice president's strength is level 7. How many bottles do you think you need?" Angelina asked for help. Although Dualai's strength was very low, she still kept a low profile. Dualai looked at the branches of the phoenix tree, carefully felt the vitality on it, and slowly spoke. "The most suitable branches of the sacred tree rich in vitality are the world tree, and the elf tree is also acceptable. They are all pure life energy, and the vitality of the phoenix tree is enough. It just takes a little more effort to neutralize or extract the flames on it. Your 2 branches can be refined into about 13 bottles in total. In addition to the other raw materials consumed, I can give you 4 bottles for free. An ordinary 7th level wizard only needs 3 bottles." It seems that Dualai has taken a great advantage to be able to refine 13 bottles and only give 4 bottles, but at this time, Alan and Angelina are indeed relieved, a little more than they imagined. Angelina lowered her head slightly at this time and handed the branch to Dualai, looking expectant. "Then please refine it as soon as possible. My man can't hold on for too long, and he is not good at long-distance travel. It will take some time for me to go back." Dualai nodded and said solemnly, "Okay, I start refining when I get back." He didn't reach out his hand, but used his mental power to grab the branch of the fire phoenix tree and put it into the storage ring. Even so, his mental power was distorted by the energy on the fire phoenix tree, and severe pain appeared in his consciousness. Being burned by the fire of separation, this is no joke. At this time, in Dualai's consciousness, the part of the mental power that was burned, even with his mental power toughness, was burned into nothingness. This is equivalent to the permanent disappearance of mental power, and the price paid is not ordinary. However, compared with Dualai's huge mental power, this little bit of mental power is nothing, and after being burned by the fire of separation, Dualai's mental power that did not disappear feels a little tough, which is good news. Only a short second has passed, but it is enough to make Dualai interested in high-end flames, such as fire of separation. This is a kind of top-level flame, although the quantity is very weak. In fact, when Dualai saw the fire sycamore, he thought of a person, Eugene, who was a fire element. If he could find a way to separate the fire and give it to this guy, the strength of his allies would be strengthened again, and his background would be stronger. Although Eugene's status was extraordinary, the president had many disciples. If he didn't work hard and became ordinary people in the future, the president probably wouldn't pay attention to him. The wizard world itself is a world that values talent and ability. He figured it out, stood up and raised his head, saying, "Then I go back to make medicine, and you two wait for my good news." Angelina waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, I haven't finished what I want to say. You said you can make 13 bottles. Can you sell all the others to me? The price is negotiable." Dualai stopped at his tracks, and was stunned. Selling them all to her? It's not impossible. He didn't want others to know about this deal. He just thought about it. "Okay, deal, I only have one request." Hearing this, Alan and Angelina were both stunned. Angelina became solemn. "You only have one request, I'm afraid it's not low." Chapter 408. Dole's eyes began to sharpen, and he smiled faintly. 7 bottles of potion, in exchange for the full play of 7 level 6 combat power. The price is naturally not low. In fact, it is also simple. I want 5,000 kilograms of Lihuxiantai. Hiss. Hearing this, Alan took a breath of cold air. He knew that this little guy would make some excessive demands, but he didn't expect it to be so excessive. After he knew that the other party had mastered the Wudong tree, he immediately made a fuss about it. Lihuxiantai, but only those who have mastered Lihua can refine iron. Usually 1 kilogram is a sky-high price. He wants 5,000 kilograms at a time. This, he looked at Angelina. Angelina also frowned at this time. She thought carefully, looked at Dole, and slowly said, 5,000 kilograms? It's too expensive, otherwise, how about 4,000? She asked tentatively. Dole chuckled, sure. Angelina immediately felt that she had bargained a little too low. This guy was so straightforward, obviously, his psychological price would not be so high. She sighed and said, I will send a message back now, and ask them to send it. By the way, what do you want this thing for, alchemical equipment, or something else? Dory's expression became serious. I want to use it all to make a wizard tower. Hiss. This time, the two of them took a breath of cold air together. If this wizard tower is made, it will go straight to level 8. Alan thought that Dualai was recently refining a new wizard tower, and he was silent in his heart. But Angelina didn't know this news. She smiled and obviously didn't think so. That's too wasteful. In fact, only a part of it is needed. You can do a lot of things with the rest. Dualai bowed and said, then I will go back and refine it. I will give you 4 bottles first, and then I will pay you and deliver the goods. Whatever you need, you will get it. After Dualai walked out of the wizard tower, he felt a little excited. Mastering the Wudong tree is equivalent to mastering the powerful fire of Lihua. Things refined with Lihua have some special effects. Lihuxiantai is the same. Although it is a metal, it has a powerful flame effect. If you can get it, the survival ability of the 3-story small wizard tower that I have tried to refine in the far north will be improved again. The most important thing is that I have connected with the famous Wudong organization in the continent. Judging from Alan's attitude, the other party's strength must be not low. His circle of friends has expanded again, Dualai thought. After returning to the wizard tower, Dualai went directly to the laboratory. This time, he didn't even call an assistant. He and his clone were ready to refine the Lihua in the Wudong branches first. Before refining Lihua, he needed to refine a series of alchemy tools. In addition to the alchemy table, he also needed equipment to store Lihua, and equipment to separate Lihua. He had never prepared these equipment before, so he had to prepare them temporarily this time. He almost worked non-stop, asking people to purchase various metals and magic crystals. After spending about 100,000 gold coins, he officially started refining at night. Lihua is a very special flame with extremely high temperature. Even if there is a trace of Lihua in the flame of Wudong, it is not something that ordinary metal can withstand. It must be copper or iron above level 5, and refined to the extreme to withstand it. Aluminum is not good at all. After finishing everything, he closed the laboratory, and he and his clone started to work together. To refine the fire, no special wizard formation is needed, but special magic patterns. Dualai has seen many kinds of these in Hori's magic house, and is not unfamiliar with them. Now he officially uses them. Not long after, he had a disc that was concave inward in his hand. The various patterns on the disc were like ghost paintings, and there were purple lights in the concave part of the disc. This disc cost him a full 100,000 gold coins. After finishing, he took the fire phoenix tree out of the ring, and this time, it was inevitable that part of his mental power was burned. Dualai did not want to experience the taste of being burned by the fire too much, but put the branch directly on the disc and activated the formation on it. After the disc was activated, waves of energy shot out from the disc and enveloped the branches. The branches of the fire sycamore immediately emitted a bright flame to fight against the light of the disc, but this resistance was doomed to be futile. Part of the flame was quickly pulled in by the light, and a trace of bright flame fell on the bottom of the disc along with the light. Time passed slowly, and Dualai continued to inject magic power. Soon, a small cluster of small flames appeared at the bottom of the disc, while the flames on the fire sycamore were sparse, without the previous power. However, the vitality on the branches became more and more intense, and even radiated outwards. When Dualai came into contact with this vitality, he felt that his body was cheering. He frowned slightly, and released magic power to suppress these vitality back and lock them firmly on the branches. In order to refine the medicine, the vitality cannot be lost. The disc is still working, and the small flame below has slowly grown, emitting a terrifying high temperature belonging to the fire. Soon, when the last trace of flame was attracted from the fire sycamore branch, the branch had become completely devoid of fire. Seeing this, Dualai raised his hand, picked up the branch, and directly began to quench and refine it, preparing to refine the super vitality potion. He is already familiar with this process, and he is already familiar with it. A figure walked into Dualai's laboratory from outside as if there was no one. He raised his dog head, a little surprised. Hey, you separated the flame from the branch of the fire sycamore. Dole had just discovered Ball, and his eyes were solemn at this time. He kept moving and nodded seriously. Yes, Boss Ball, someone asked me to refine it once today. I thought the fire was still useful, so I separated the fire inside. But I want to ask you how to preserve it. Ball nodded, and he admired Dole's approach very much. The fire is one of the most powerful flames in the world. Its main function is forging and refining medicine. Although the flame is overbearing, it does contain the power of life. The fire in nature does not need anything to be preserved. As long as there are enough magic elements, it can burn by itself. The disc you refined is very good. I don't know if you have discovered that the fire has the function of calcining mental power and improving the essence of mental power? Dole's clone nodded, and his hands kept moving without stopping. The master said at this time, then I'm relieved. He was puzzled again. Lord Ball, you haven't caused any trouble these days, have you? Bear snorted and said, what do you mean I didn't cause any trouble? We, the Hellhounds, are born to be powerful rulers. It's normal to cause trouble. Dole almost spit out a mouthful of blood. What did you eat again? Bear fell into deep thought. He licked his lips and seemed to have some aftertaste. Nothing, just ate a few dragons. Oh, by the way, I brought you dragon blood. Don't worry, everyone who sees it will have a share, hee hee. Chapter 409. Dole's eyes lit up immediately. If he hadn't had something to do, he would have jumped up. You're eating delicious food, and you finally remembered to leave some soup for me. He nodded, and then went all out to refine the super vitality potion. About 2 hours later, the outside world had completely darkened, and only the starlight remained in the sky. The world was completely quiet, and Dole had 16 more bottles of potion in his hand. 2 more than he had imagined. He was going to hide these 2 bottles. At this time, Ball was next to the disc, teasing the flame of Lihua, and he seemed to be having fun. After Dole was done, he breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message. Angelina was waiting anxiously, and she was probably still waiting now, so she might as well trade directly. Less than 2 seconds after sending the message came back. Dole thought about it, tidied his clothes, and still sent out the clone. Before he was sure that the other party had no complete malicious intentions, he couldn't move his original body. After walking out of the wizard tower, he looked up and saw that the sky outside was bright with stars. It was a good day. He turned into a stream of wind and headed for the number 3 wizard tower. When he arrived at the entrance of the wizard tower, Dualai unexpectedly found that there were quite a few people here at night. He just took a casual look and saw no familiar people. He walked directly inside and quickly disappeared at the door. Seeing Dualai come in, still using his clone, Alan exclaimed in admiration. This little guy was quite alert. Seeing him coming calmly, he knew that this matter was done. Angelina next to him was no longer as calm as before, and her expression was a little expectant. Dualai smiled faintly. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. These are the 4 bottles we mentioned before. He took out his hand, and there were 4 small medicine bottles in his palm. Angelina was a little excited, but she still suppressed it. After sorting out her mood, she slowly came to Dualai. Thank you so much this time. How about our next transaction in a month? She opened her hands. Dualai handed him the potion bottle, and then nodded slowly. Okay. Angelina looked at Dualai. Her gratitude was beyond words. She turned her head and looked at Alan, saying, "Thank you so much this time, for delaying your practice." Alan was actually relieved in his heart. Why say so much? We have been friends for hundreds of years, and besides, I have wasted so much time, and I am not in a hurry now. Angelina nodded and said, "Then I will go back first, and we will talk later." Alan nodded and said, "Go ahead, come often if you have something." After Angelina left, Dualai looked at Alan strangely, making Alan feel a little embarrassed. He coughed, as if recalling the past. "Don't look at me like that, kid. Back then, we all graduated from the Imperial Capital Magic Academy together. Angelina was the most beautiful girl in our class. She was ambitious and capable, and was ranked in the top 3. The people who pursued her could line up from the gate of the palace to the gate of our academy." Dole thought of Angelina's current appearance and could imagine the scene at that time. "You were also like that at that time?" Alan snorted. "In terms of talent, I'm not bad, and in terms of hard work, I'm not bad either. But I don't know why I was one step behind the damn Lorenzi in the end. He got it first, and I really regret it. But Lorenzi was unlucky and died early, so Angelina is single now. They have a son and a daughter, and their talents are okay." Alan thought of this and sighed. Dole blinked his eyes. He didn't expect that there were so many stories between the two of them. Alan snorted again. "After I was injured many years ago, I never contacted this old friend again. Now that I'm healed, I can try to get some." After saying this, his old face was slightly red. Dole laughed immediately. The lifespan of wizards is very long, especially after reaching level 6. The average lifespan exceeds 500 years. Excluding war damage, there are actually quite a few level 6 wizards in the world. Most level 6 wizards are looking for opportunities to advance to level 7, so whether in the Wizard Alliance or in some other organizations, it is rare to see level 6 wizards. At this stage, they have only one goal, that is, to sprint to level 7. In addition to the great increase in strength, the promotion to level 7 has a qualitative leap in vitality, and it has become 2 different levels from the ordinary level 6. It can be said that these are already 2 different species. Lord Ball came and went freely in Watsberg, and no magic circle could detect him. As long as he didn't take action, he was just invisible here. This was the ability of level 7. Level 7 was already the peak state of creatures in this world, and as for level 8, it was even rarer. Dole was now level 4, and couldn't think that far. He just saw that Lord Alan seemed to be having a lot of fun. After his strength was restored, not only did his strength increase greatly, but his ambition also increased greatly. "Then I wish you a successful start, and get what you want soon. If there is nothing for me to do, then I will take my leave first." He casually bowed. Seeing Dole like this, Alan waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I need to study hard recently." Dole turned and left. Coming in the dark, leaving in the dark, no one except Alan knew that a 6th level wizard had come quietly, and left quietly, and made a deal of tens of millions with Dole here. This amount of transactions usually only happens in large caravans and large forces. Make money quietly, don't make a big noise. Leaving tower number 3, and coming to the back, Dole secretly glanced at the 3-story small tower under construction, and felt a little relieved in his heart. Under his huge money offensive, the scale of the 3-story small tower has now grown. He made it according to the standard octagonal tower structure. The base alone is more than 150 meters wide. The wood used is nearly twice as much as the hexagonal tower at that time. Of course, the money is also spent like water. However, Dole had an entire wizard tower, and his own level 6 potions as support, so building a 3rd floor was barely enough, and he didn't need others to help him refine magic patterns. Just build a framework. Despite this, he had spent nearly 2 million so far, and now his pockets were cleaner than his face. Moreover, the recent restrictions on the sale of potions made things worse, and he was buying slaves and doing this and that, and he was broke. However, the level 6 mental power potion and magic power potion would bring back a lot of money, and his original body and clone would refine them in turn, almost without any gaps, so he could support it. Seeing this, he felt relieved and quietly returned to the wizard tower. The 4th floor meeting room. Dole issued a notice in advance, asking everyone to come to the meeting. It was dawn at this time. Morris, Sano and other students, as well as some slaves purchased by Dole, Canchel, Libesha and others, were almost all here. Chapter 410. Gideon's guardian Tava also came here and mingled with Morris and others. This guy has been here for a long time and knows that there are not so many rules in the wizard tower, so he began to relax. When the last person arrived, a black mist flew in from outside and landed at the front of the conference room. The black room piled up layer by layer, and soon formed a human figure. Soon, it turned into the figure of Dualai. Seeing Dualai appear, everyone who was discussing below stopped discussing and began to look at Dualai. Everyone envied it. It was really cool to have a clone, especially the Xianxia worm, one of the ancient strange worms. Dualai glanced at everyone, coughed, and said slowly, I called everyone to a meeting this morning to announce two things and clarify one thing. The first thing is that there is basically no problem with our bidding this time. Even if the Meija family and the Sikong family block it, our purpose of participating in the bidding has been achieved. Even if the Imperial Mage Corps does not adopt our potions, we can get at least 1/20th of the orders from the Imperial Corps, so please don't worry. As for the second thing, it is about the octagonal wizard tower I recently built. Many people may say that I want to leave here. Today I can tell you for sure that I will be out for a period of time in the future, but not permanently. Everyone knows that I am now stuck on the edge of level 4. If I want to be promoted to level 5, I must go out to find an opportunity. This is why I want to go out. Okay, I have finished what I want to say. Now, you can ask questions. Dualai said so much at once, and the following has not been digested yet. After hearing this, the first to be a little panicked were several slaves and Tava, who were shocked by the news. Tava looked at Gideon, and then at the others, all of whom were in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do next. He immediately stood up and said to Dualai, Lord Dualai, if you leave, what should we do? Dualai looked at them with a relaxed expression. This wizard tower is mine, and the ownership belongs to me. After I leave, you belong to this wizard tower. Before I leave, I will confirm the manager, and will not let you go back. In addition, even if I can't come back in the future, the next tower owner will be responsible for fulfilling your contract. The slave contract is a lifelong contract, but the slave contract with wizard talent is at most 100 years. As long as they are still alive, after 100 years, they will be completely free. They are also afraid of being beaten back into the hands of slave traders. It's really good here in Dualai, safe and comfortable, and there is no need to worry about being targeted. Just do your own thing, and the people here are also very good, treat them well, and won't embarrass them. Hearing this, several slaves breathed a sigh of relief. They hoped that Dualai would never leave, so that they could practice peacefully. Morris, Sano and others had understood at this time. Morris stood up and said, Lecturer, what about other things after you leave? Dualai naturally knew what he was talking about. Everything will remain the same. I will leave a part of my mental power to take charge of the ownership of the wizard tower. In addition, the cooperation with Eugene and Gretel will not be terminated. If any of you are interested, you can contact Gretel for me now to hand over the medicine and supplies. When Dualai said this, Morris and Sano looked at each other and suddenly became excited. Both of them raised their hands. Seeing this, Dualai smiled immediately. Compared with communicating with ordinary nobles, communicating with geniuses like Gretel and high-level families, like the Orn family, is the real entry into the upper class. They have long needed such a threshold, and their faces are all excited at this time. As for the others, they look uninterested. Since coming to Dualai Wizard Tower, their daily activities have been reduced to two things: refining medicine and practicing. All wizards in the entire Wizard Tower have improved a lot in the recent period of time, and some have even broken through the level. For wizards who are more homely, the life in Dualai Wizard Tower is simply a dream. So when they heard that Dualai was leaving, everyone was still a little worried. At this time, a woman stood up and said, Wizard Dualai, if you never come back, what should we do? Can you consider leaving an heir before you leave? Hearing this, the surroundings were dead silent. Dole was also stunned. It is possible that I will never come back. Who knows what will happen outside? But leaving an offspring behind. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He shook his head and said, This is impossible. If I really have an accident, the Wizard Tower will belong to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Wizard Allen will contact you, or someone else I trust, or you can choose someone yourself. At that time, I will propose relevant plans to the Glory Wizard Alliance. I will think of a solution to this matter recently. Dole muttered in his heart, It is impossible for me to have an accident, absolutely impossible. Hearing this, everyone could accept it. It was better to be under the jurisdiction of the Glory Wizard Union than the Pharmacist Guild. Recently, they were disgusted by the Pharmacist Guild supply cuts. Of course, it would be best if they were in charge, but if you think about it, it seems that no one can take over Dualai's position. It was also thanks to the help of Lecturer Dualai that he got a lot of good formulas, otherwise Dualai Wizard Tower would not be the second largest potion supplier in Watsberg. Dualai coughed and said, Today, these are the two things. There is nothing else. Also, Don't worry too much. My clone will stay. There is no problem with daily management. It's just that most of the energy will be focused on the original body, and the clone will be a little delayed sometimes. If there is anything, you can discuss it by yourselves. I will not go out for a while. Now I just tell you in advance. In addition, the bidding will be done soon. Everyone hurry up to make potions. I only have one request. Try to keep improving, and don't bring down the signboard we have established well. Everyone nodded at the same time, and even smiled. Under Dualai's guidance, their potion-making technology is not invincible, but at least the quality is guaranteed. It is difficult to produce inferior potions. The potion quality of Dualai Wizard Tower is very famous throughout Watsberg. Morris touched his nose, looked around, stood up for everyone, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we won't destroy our own reputation. There are so many pharmacists outside who use our brand and have been defeated by us. Don't worry." There was a burst of laughter all around. When they came to Watsberg, many pharmacists liked to fake the potions of Dualai Wizard Tower, but in the end, they were all dealt with by Morris and Sano. Generally, Dualai doesn't worry about this at all. He only cares about the internal and external affairs of the Wizard Tower. There are many idle people in the Wizard Tower. Dualai nodded with relief and said, "Let's not talk about this now. You just need to do your own things. Don't worry about the Wizard Tower. There are only these two things." Watching Dualai leave, Morris glanced at Sano, and then looked at the others. At this time, everyone was looking around, but most of their eyes were on the two of them. There were a few other people who followed Dualai at first, including Dinka and Wardai. However, they were all technical talents. They were very serious about refining medicine, but had some difficulties in dealing with people. Chapter 411. Morris and Sano looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Morris said slowly, "I am the same as you. Although I have guessed it before, this is the first time I have heard the news. The Tower Master must go out to advance to level 5. This is the path that every wizard must go through." Sano looked at Morris, a little annoyed. "This is the first time I have heard it too. Don't look at me. It's better to ask Bernard than to ask the two of us. At least he has a sister." He looked at Bernard jokingly. Everyone looked at Bernard, their faces full of ridicule. Bernard's face suddenly turned colorful, red, purple, and blue. They often joked about it. He immediately sat up and said, "My sister is the housekeeper now, but Dualai doesn't tell her everything. Isn't there a lot of things he does secretly? At least none of us have heard of the things in the Azure beverage shop." Hades coughed and smiled awkwardly. "I haven't heard of it, but guess who he will give the formula to when he leaves now?" The people around him suddenly quieted down. Bernard's eyes lit up immediately. "Yes, why didn't I think of it? Could it be that he used a clone to make it?" Sano snorted and said, "Don't think about it. If the distance is too far, the clone can't command it at all. It must be handed over to someone. Who do you think he will trust?" At this time, someone shouted loudly, "It must be the closest person." There was another burst of laughter around. Bernard didn't even want to defend himself. The affair between his sister and Dualai had already been made into something by these people, but he didn't know what was going on with his own sister. If there was a situation, then he wouldn't say anything. The problem was that those two people were innocent, and there was no situation at all. Bernard cried out in grievance, "Close people? Who are you trying to fool? The relationship between the two of them is clearer than a blank sheet of paper." Rosa did not come. She was in seclusion, sprinting to the third-level wizard. Everyone around knew what was going on. They just wanted to tease him, and had no other intentions. Although Bernard was a civilian, his knowledge was much higher than others, and his prestige in the Dualai Wizard Tower was even higher than that of Morris and Sano, who came earlier. As the saying goes, children who love reading can always get some other favors. Seeing the situation around them, Libisa, Canchel and others envied them. The wizard atmosphere and pharmacist atmosphere in the Dualai Wizard Tower were indeed stronger. These wizards seemed to be competitors, but in fact they were all partners, growing and improving with each other. Under Dualai's leadership, there were gratifying developments every day. At this time, Tawa said in a muffled voice, "Hello everyone, instead of joking here, you might as well seriously select someone to be the leader of the tower. I think your leadership is always better than that of outsiders." Beside him, several children nodded together. In their opinion, being led by anyone here is always better than being led by outsiders. Hearing this, the students around were embarrassed. Who will lead everyone? Not to mention business ability, from the perspective of leadership, no one is qualified, and in the place of Watsberg where the weak are preyed on by the strong, without the backing of Dualai and the courage of Dualai, no matter who manages them, they will be swallowed up by others in the end. This is certain. It's not that they haven't discussed it privately, but the problem is that it's useless to discuss it. This is destined to be a fruitless thing. In terms of courage, they don't have Dole's experience or strength, so it's hard to say whether they are enough or not. In terms of courage, they are really insufficient. Not to mention others, Morris alone doesn't have the ability to fight with life and death, and the ability to remain calm when a strong enemy stands in front of him. Dole returned to his room and didn't listen to their discussion deliberately, letting the matter ferment. In fact, after he left, he had a plan for the replacement, but he didn't say it directly. Dole is now a successful businessman, but he has benefited everyone in the form of gathering and direct trading. He rarely manages things. Everyone eats according to their ability, no one rushes to each other, and everyone has food to eat. Overall, he is already a qualified businessman. And with his model, if he leaves, it is best to choose a businessman to manage here, and the best businessman he knows is Gretel. There is almost no need to consider this matter, it's him. In the past 2 days, I called my brothers out, had a good meal, talked about this matter, and gave Lihua to Eugene to see if that boy had any good treasures to exchange. Speaking of which, he has been busy recently, and has not had the opportunity to study potions. After all, it has been almost a month since he got the book. The original body and the clone are busy separately, and now they have finally stopped. Finally, he has some free time, and Dualai is ready to work hard to study potions and make other 6th level potions. He has obtained the formulas of other 6th level potions one after another, but there is no good result in alchemy. It just happens that he has time to study them carefully. With a method, there is no need to be afraid of not being able to make it. Dualai has plenty of patience and ideas. Now all that is left is practice. Among the 6th level potions, the most expensive are the various bloodline potions. Some of these potions have been available since the 5th level, and only after the 6th level did they slowly develop in number in the magic potion science. Some of them are formulas that have existed before, and some are formulas that were figured out by later people. Even in terms of alchemy, the pharmacists study them themselves. This will lead to a strange phenomenon. For example, there has never been a certain bloodline potion on the market before. Take the Black Dragon potion for example. There has never been one. Suddenly, 2 pharmacists researched it at the same time, so there are 2 versions of the Black Dragon bloodline potion. The alchemy methods are different, and the effects are naturally very different. The one with the good formula will quickly occupy the market, and the bad formula will naturally disappear slowly in the long river of history. Therefore, the struggle between pharmacists is actually very fierce. Dualai did not get the formula of other potions, so he studied the formula himself. There would be 2 results. His final formula would be better than others, and he would naturally occupy the market quickly. If the formula he studied was not as good as others, then it would be meaningless to refine it. This requires a lot of experiments, practice, attempts, and constant exploration to find the right combination. The material formulas of potion science are all the same, and innovation is just a little bit, which is not very meaningful. After level 6, the final effect of the alchemy formula is to see whether it can maximize the potency of the medicine. This is the key issue. After setting this tone, the meditation method fell into the concept of stagnation again, and Dualai began his research work day after day. This time he studied the level 7 red blood potion, which can greatly increase the boiling power of blood. It is a very important power for warriors. The most important thing is that this power can be continuously improved and is permanent. Chapter 412. After Dualai placed an order with Gretel, about a day later, a large pile of medicinal materials came in from outside the wizard towers with a vehicle, and were pulled under Dualai Tower. With the efforts of Gideon and others, all of them were put into the warehouse. Dualai did not care about these things. He just used them. Standing in his room, he waved his hand lightly, and the medicinal materials he needed were directly transferred from the warehouse on the first floor to his laboratory. It was very convenient. According to the book, the alchemical formula is the same structure. Dualai also verified it from the mental potion and the magic potion. The seemingly different alchemical structures are actually the same in essence. Therefore, Dualai has a lot of ideas for new potions. One by one, potions that meet the medicinal structure popped out of his mind. Next, he waited for practice. Westling, dressed in military uniform, sat in the living room and slowly drank the special drink provided by his daughter. There was a sizzling sound in his mouth, shaking his head, and he felt that the taste was great. This kind of drink is more like delicious water with medicine added than a drink. It can quench thirst and taste good. The taste lingers in the mouth and feels very good. And there are many varieties: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, various characteristics, and different effects. Some can improve spirits, some are good for the body, some are for certain organs of the body, such as eyes, such as perception, and some are aphrodisiac drinks. This young man is creative and talented. The most important thing is that he is such a good thing, but he is willing to give it up and let everyone make money together. This is the most rare thing. If he is allowed to operate it himself, the monthly income of this thing may be higher than it is now. This shows that the child is very clear-headed and knows what he needs. In a place where he is unfamiliar with, what he needs is definitely connections and relationships. Tens of thousands of gold coins a month are nothing. As long as there is a strong enough relationship, and it is a huge convenience for him, he will give it to him. This kind of courage is not something that everyone has. You know, in the Glory Empire, nobles below the Baron, even if they have private mercenaries, can't earn tens of thousands of gold coins a year. This is courage. While he was tasting, he looked at the empty door and thought about something in his heart. Not long after, Ash came out from behind. Feeling the cold will of his daughter, Westland frowned. Her progress was too fast, faster than Lauren, who was praised as a genius back then. Ash came to Westland's side and bowed coquettishly. "Father?" Westland nodded slightly without much expression, and then said in a deep voice, "The military has ended the bidding this time. The Dualai Wizard Tower has excellent medicine quality. The military has decided to purchase 1/20th of the quantity, and provide sufficient medicinal materials to meet the other party's needs. However, there is a prerequisite that the Dualai Wizard Tower must be open near the front line to ensure that it is not far from the Legion." Ash was slightly relieved when he heard the first half of the news, but frowned when he heard the second half of the news. Why is it like this? Westland thought for a while, and said, "There are two reasons. The first is that the distance is too far, and it is not convenient to purchase back and forth. In addition, the Dualai Wizard Tower itself has the ability to fly, which can be used as a supply and can stand behind the Legion. This was originally the boss's intention, and then most people agreed, so it was temporarily decided. The second is the strong will of several people in Marcia. They want to pull your little friend into the water, and wait for an opportunity to do something." She looked at her father, and became alert immediately. She thought for a moment, and spoke slowly. "Father, as a wizard, I have to remind you that Dualai is a very powerful pharmacist, but that doesn't mean he has no practical ability, nor does it mean he is easy to be bullied. He is also a biological pharmacist, a poisoner, and the owner of the ancient poisonous insect Xianxia. If you really make him angry, the consequences will be disastrous." She had never spoken such a long speech before, and she felt that she spoke it fluently. Westland snorted, touched the life next to him, and calmly took a sip of the drink into his mouth, then slowly said, "Of course I know, so I agreed. The Imperial Mage Corps is the main force in this attack on the Southwest Highlands. Although they also have many people who are good at poisons and creatures, they are not full-time after all. Speaking of which, you, a little friend, may really be appointed by the Imperial Mage Corps to serve as the leader of a team to a certain extent. This expedition is very difficult." Ash raised her head and looked at her father in astonishment. "How could this be?" Westerland said, "This is what I think for now. There are also a large number of senior wizards from the Glory Wizard Alliance who will accompany us on the expedition. We will talk about it later." Ash wanted to say something, but when she saw her father's expression, she knew that this might be the case. The Marcia family is a high-ranking noble family second only to their Rhine family, existing in parallel with the Orn family. They are Earl level, and have many young masters in the family. They have a certain say in the Imperial Mage Corps and Legion. This time they targeted Dualai, a man with no background, and they really grasped the opponent's lifeline in one fell swoop. It's really abominable." She sighed and said, "Father, I have already chosen the person for my travel plan, that is Dualai." Westland looked relaxed. "I have guessed it long ago. He has a similar meditation method to yours. You could only invite him this time. When do you plan to leave?" He knew what to do with Dualai's Wizard Tower. What to do was not his own consideration. As long as his daughter's strength improved, it would be fine. Wait until the end of next month. One day later, Dualai's clone quietly went out. After he sent the message, he slowly came to Tai Luo Street. The situation has been turbulent recently. Walking on the street, I feel that everyone is in a hurry. Ordinary people, nobles, adventurers, have a feeling that a storm is coming. The news of the Empire's attack on the Southwest Highlands has spread to every corner of the world. Recently, the Legion and the Imperial Mage Corps have been constantly active, and even ordinary people have been affected by this pressure. He quietly entered the Azure beverage shop. He glanced at the first floor, and saw that it was still crowded. He slowly walked up to the second floor, and then the third floor. He found an empty private room, and sat in it. After returning to his original appearance, he called the waiter. After the waiter recognized the real boss, he immediately went there happily. Not long after, Eugene arrived first. He looked very busy and exhausted. He didn't know what he was doing. "What do you want to talk to us about? We have been very busy recently, and have not had time to contact you all." He sighed. "The Glory Wizard Alliance needs to prepare a lot of things recently. Everyone is busy." Dualai smiled faintly. "Of course it is related. The Glory Wizard Alliance is going, and we may also go, so let's sit together and discuss it." Eugene then remembered that this guy also had a wizard tower, and it was the most popular pharmacist tower. He immediately laughed. "I forgot about you. What, have you signed up to participate?" He only remembered that Dualai wanted to bid, but he didn't expect to participate in person. Civilian organizations can also join the actions of the Imperial Organization and gain merits, but they can only participate in some marginal actions, and do not have the treatment of the main force. Chapter 413. Ash will come and explain it to you later. "I still don't understand it now," Dualai said frankly. Eugene nodded, and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Ash had been helping Dualai with this matter recently. With his father's ability, there should be no problem. This matter is not difficult. In our Glory Wizard Alliance, your wizard tower is also ranked at the level of potions. At least 90% of the dozens of pharmacist organizations bidding this time will be ranked behind you. What are you afraid of? Even if the old guys of the Marsha family are against you, so what? This is a war, not a joke." Dualai nodded and said, "I know this." While the two were talking, Gretel and Ash came in. As soon as they came in, they sat in their usual seats. As soon as Gretel came in, she looked at Dory. "Do you have alchemical formulas for other potions?" Dory shook her head. "No, but I found other methods, and am adapting them." Hearing this, Eugene, Ash and Gretel were a little surprised. The Pharmacist Guild has controlled advanced potions for so many years, and no pharmacist has ever been able to compete with the Pharmacist Guild in advanced potions. If they don't give the formula, folk wizards really have no choice. The Honor Wizard Alliance must also follow some of the rules of the Pharmacist Guild, otherwise Dory would not be so embarrassed now. Ash had a lot of questions in his mind, but he didn't ask them after all. Gretel coughed and said, "I know this is a trade secret of your pharmacists, but these potions have been developed for so many years. It's not easy for you to come up with a new formula and challenge the authority." "Yes, that's right, the alchemical formula of the potion, it's hard for anyone to surpass the formula of the Pharmacist Guild," Eugene added beside him. Dole nodded, thinking of some things in the process of refining, and said with a headache, "I am adapting. Although I can't surpass them, I am confident that I can keep up with them and ensure that there will be no problem in the market." The three were stunned. Dole taught them another lesson. The three looked at each other and decided not to care about this issue. Gretel coughed and said, "What's the matter with calling us out? I have taken over some family affairs recently, and I am very busy." Dole looked at the three people, then set his eyes on Gretel, and said leisurely, "Are you interested in managing a wizard tower?" Gretel's eyes immediately widened. He sat up straight, shocked. "What, managing a wizard tower?" Eugene and Ash were also shocked, but Ash thought quickly. If Dole wanted to go out with him, he must not take the wizard tower with him. There were so many people in it, and they all had to go to the front line, so naturally they had to let someone else manage it. Eugene was a little puzzled. Where was this guy going if he didn't go to the front line? Dole coughed and smiled faintly. "It's my tower. After a while, I will go to the North Pole with Ash, so I need someone who can calm the situation and take care of it." Hearing this, Eugene looked at Dole and Ash. Combining the results of the last time they exchanged witchcraft models, it seemed that they had some understanding that the two were preparing to be promoted to level 5. Their meditation methods are similar in nature, and they can all benefit from working together. Except for Dualai, the three of them fell silent at this time, thinking frantically in their minds. Dualai coughed and said, "My students have their own abilities and are all very good pharmacists, but their deterrence is a little insufficient. Although there are 1 or 2 nobles, their status is too low and they cannot contact the high-level level. If they are bullied, the entire wizard tower will be passive. Among the people I know, after thinking about it, only Greta is the most suitable. You are a businessman who knows how to protect your own interests and the interests of a group. Therefore, you are the most suitable to take the position of the wizard tower master." Greta thought for a while and said excitedly, "Do you really have to go out? If Dualai really lets him manage the wizard tower, this is also an opportunity for him." Dole shrugged, "If I don't go out now, I will definitely go out in the future. The 3-story tower I am refining is a preparation for going out. Dole built a new tower with a larger scale. They knew that the other party's financial resources were far beyond the reach of the 3 people, and they were ashamed. This is a human-shaped money-making machine. Eugene looked at Gretel at this time, and gave him an envious look. Gretel had reacted at this time. He sighed, his expression was solemn, and his eyes were burning. Originally, our family has a lot of things to do, but if you want me to manage a wizard tower, then I don't have to do family affairs. It just so happens that we produce and sell by ourselves, which can maximize profits. It's pretty good. He himself sells medicinal herbs. If he can get a group of pharmacists to make medicine for him, and everyone wins together, it will definitely be great. In a year, the money he earns will almost surpass that of his family. Thinking of this, Gretel suddenly became excited. Dole saw him like this and said, "Then? I agree." Gretel patted his chest and said. Eugene saw this and looked even more envious. At this time, Dole turned his eyes to Eugene. "It's your turn." Eugene was a little confused and said, "What do you mean by me? I can't help you." Dole smiled faintly. "Although you can't help me with anything, your teacher can. I have something here that you definitely want to buy, and your teacher also wants to buy it." He said this and didn't intend to keep it a secret, and took out the lihua. The lihua was sealed in a crystal, like a rootless flame the size of a thumb, burning weakly inside. Even so, after seeing the crystal, everyone could feel the huge flame energy inside. The 3 of them felt the energy of the flame together, and after determining its properties, they all exclaimed, "Lihua." Eugene immediately jumped up excitedly. "I now understand why you called me out. It turned out to be this thing. I want it. I will go back to ask the teacher for a price." He practiced the fire meditation method, and the importance of lihua to him was self-evident. Dualai nodded. "That's what I meant." Eugene immediately left in a hurry. His teacher didn't like to communicate with him, but only liked to talk face to face, so he had to go back to find him. Only Ash and Gretel were left in the room. Gretel looked at Dualai with a slightly solemn look. This guy actually has such a good thing. Are pharmacists a natural treasure trove? He was a little jealous. To be honest, the top flame of lihua is something that almost every large force will definitely like. This guy, he knows how to weigh the pros and cons, giving himself the management rights of the wizard tower, giving Eugene lihua, and giving Ash company. This abacus is worthy of being a businessman. He has labeled Dole as a businessman. Looking at Dole, Greta sighed slightly and said, "In all these years in Watsberg, I have never been convinced by anyone except those few people. I bowed down to you. Your ability and methods are not available to ordinary people." Dole straightened up slightly at this time, looked at Greta, and said, "No matter what it is, I am doing it for a better survival, nothing else." Chapter 414. Greta wanted to ask, "What is the motivation that supports you to work so hard?" But she didn't say it after all. Just like he was weighed down by the responsibility of the family, he has been working hard all the time. Dualai must have his own goal to achieve, but this goal is not known for the time being. And I looked at the 2 people and sighed slightly. The 2 people in front of him are the ones who can truly understand life. She looked at Dualai and said slowly, "I saw your wizard tower. It only has 3 floors. Is it enough for us?" Dualai nodded and relaxed. "It's enough, mainly because I haven't received any orders recently, and I don't have money on hand. Otherwise it would at least start with 5 floors. I have selected the wizard array inside, and there won't be any accidents, don't worry." Ash nodded. "I didn't expect you to directly remake a wizard tower. I originally planned to bring in alchemy equipment from our family. It would be better to have a wizard tower." Dualai nodded, his tone slightly confident. "I like to plan ahead and act after careful planning. It's not my style to simply go out to experience and look for opportunities. At least I have to reduce the risk factor encountered on the road to the minimum." Greta looked at Dualai at this time, feeling his strong self-confidence, and felt that he was about to be conquered by him. He looked at Ash, but saw that the expression of this usually icy beauty changed when she looked at Dualai. He was slightly envious. In Ash's heart, he really didn't regard Dualai as a peer. This guy always made people convinced and trustworthy. He could do anything without people finding fault with him. He felt like an elder in the family. In front of the same level, Ash can crush the opponent with her appearance, figure, talent, and ability, but in front of Dualai, she feels like a younger sister. It seems that the things she is proud of cannot be displayed in front of him, and the places where she can't do it can be taken care of by him at any time. This is also a kind of ability. She thought about it and said, "I came out this time to talk to you face to face. The message is not very clear. This time, your Dualai Wizard Tower must go with the Legion. The Legion is responsible for the extra consumption. Of course, your wizard tower does not need to go to the front line, just provide support in the rear. In fact, it is not just your family. There are several other families traveling together, but their wizard towers are not as advanced as yours. Usually, wealthy wizards have a 3rd-level wizard tower, and a 4th-level wizard tower is already very remarkable, unlike Dualai, who starts directly at level 6 and crushes everyone with just the number of floors. Dualai nodded, looked at Greta, and said with a smile, "Well, I understand. Greta will go when the time comes. All the benefits and merits of the Legion and the military will be given to him." Greta didn't know about this yet. It would be great if he could go with the team. When he thought of the benefits, merits, and reputation he could get, he immediately got excited. "How can I do this?" Dole looked at him and scolded with a smile, "Merits are useless to me. If you think it's too much, you can give some to Morris and the others. Just take them out to meet more friends." "Don't you need it yourself?" Greta asked. "Do you think I need it?" Gretel stopped talking. Dualai smiled faintly. "You look at things differently from me. You are nobles, and you have been instilled with the concept of nobility and merit since childhood, always thinking about the family and the influence and status of your status. I am different from you. From a third-party perspective, merit is just a means for the ruler to restrain you and motivate you. I am just like an ordinary businessman now. I just need to do business and make money. Do you understand?" Gretel has been a noble for so many years, and Dualai understood it as soon as he said it. He looked at Ash, but saw that Ash was not moved at all. It was obvious that he had known this truth for a long time. He sighed, "Okay, it seems that I need you to go to your tower and have fun with your brothers in the near future." As a manager, he naturally knew that he should do this. If Dualai had to go out for several years at once, he really needed to spend more time to seek benefits for himself and the pharmacists in Dualai's wizard tower. Otherwise, he would not be worthy of Dualai's attention. Since he had to take on this responsibility, he had to find a way to work towards this. He didn't have a wizard tower, but with this experience, it would be easier for him to lead a wizard team in the future. Dole nodded, and he looked at Ash and said, "Anything else?" Ash shrugged and said, "No, I'm going with the team. As for the Imperial Mage Corps, I don't know what's going on yet." Dole nodded. The three chatted casually for a few words, and started to talk about everything. Ash was not good at talking, and didn't like to talk much. Gretel was talkative, so she chatted with Dole to kill the boring time in the afternoon. After talking to Gretel for a long time, Dualai found that this guy was also well informed. He had been to many places, and had seen many local customs and practices. He should have been trained since he was a child. His temperament and conversation explained everything. He was not like other noble playboys, who only knew how to eat, drink, play, and play with women. As the two chatted, they talked about alchemical equipment. Soon, Gretel took out a piece of equipment from his neck and handed it to Dualai. Dualai took the equipment, glanced at it, and was slightly shocked. He had seen countless magic patterns, each with different powers. For example, the storage ring in his hand was made by himself, and the structure was extremely delicate. However, Gretel's thing, the pendant, looked like a very remarkable work of art, full of ancient atmosphere. However, unlike the usual antiques, this thing integrated a very large magic pattern array. Each magic pattern was about the size of a needle hole, densely packed, forming a very delicate array inside. He carefully identified the array inside, which should be defensive. Feeling the energy inside, Dualai estimated that this thing could resist a level 6 wizard. Good stuff. Dualai looked at it, his expression became solemn, and he handed it back to Greta. He smiled and said, "As expected of a high-ranking noble, this thing is not cheap. The manufacturing process and alchemy level are all above level 6. Greta smiled and said, "This is the most valuable thing on me. I heard that your alchemy skills are good. Is there anything you can see?" Dualai shook his head. "The only things you can see are my magic tower and storage ring. You have seen them. Oh, by the way, I also have one that I made myself." After that, he took out his locust wood staff. To be honest, he had little practical experience. He had not used the locust wood staff many times, and the magic pattern on it had not been completely updated. But after taking it out, Greta and Ash's faces changed. The heart of the lightning-struck locust tree, a good thing. Gretel took the staff in his hand, looked it over carefully, and then exclaimed, "Lightning-struck locust tree, how many hundreds of years old is it? You can't tell the age? This is a good thing. The will of heavenly thunder is unstoppable. If you work hard on the spell model of lightning, you can definitely increase the power by at least twice." Chapter 415. He held it in his hand, and couldn't let it go. "It's just this gem. It's a bit annoying, the level is enough, but it doesn't match your current status, and the magic pattern on it is a bit off. Greta carefully checked it, and defined the staff. He held it in his hand, and couldn't let it go, but after a moment, he handed it to Ash. Ash also looked at it, and her heart moved slightly. Thunderbolt Locust, with their family background, it is not difficult to find such a thing, but it does not match their ability, so it is not very useful. Dualai is Feng Shui and Thunder, usually only uses Feng Shui, and he has never used Thunder. It can be seen that his strongest should be Thunder. With the enhancement of this staff, this guy may be more terrifying than he looks on the surface. A 4th level wizard, with a combat power comparable to that of a 5th level wizard, the gap with the two of them is very small, and he may even surpass Xiao Su. Coupled with his terrifying pharmacist ability, this is probably a true genius. She glanced at the lightning-struck locust tree and nodded slightly. Locust wood has a very good affinity with mental power. The magic pattern is a little low level, but with your ability, it should be very easy to update it. This gem is a little low level, and it is not of high quality. How much mental power can it increase? She took it in her hand and tested it. Sure enough, her mental power was unimpeded, and it was very easy to communicate with the surrounding world, but the operation of this gem was indeed slightly obscure and not so transparent. If she took the staff, her strength would be about 20% higher. Dualai was ashamed. I have been too busy recently, and I haven't taken care of it. Besides, this staff is also a spare. I have a thicker one. After he finished speaking, he took out the useless section, which was pitch black, and placed it on the table. This section was a little longer, about 1.9 meters long, and it was placed on the table, filling the entire table. Seeing this thing, Gretel was shocked. If Eugene saw this, he would kneel down for you. Eugene has the dual attributes of thunder and fire, and lightning-struck locust is also an excellent choice for him. Ash was also somewhat moved. He looked at the locust wood on the ground, and then at the finished product in Dolai's hand, sighed in his heart, and shook his head slightly. Good things are good things, but they are not in line with their own attributes after all. Dualai shook his head. The disciple of the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance could not be interested in this little thing. Although the lightning-struck wood is magical, it is not impossible to find. He saw that neither of them had any intention of getting started, so he put away the branches. Good stuff, good stuff. That's right. It's a pity that the level is still too low. It's just that the wool left by the thunder is effective. Compared with the various equipment on the two people, Dualai still looked poor for a while. They were all small gadgets made by himself, but from another level, Dualai owned an entire wizard tower, which was many times richer than the two. How many pendants can a wizard tower get in exchange for? A mere level 6 pendant. Greta knew that Dualai would not look down on it. Greta slowly said, "Don't you plan to save some money and buy some equipment? The wizard world is relatively unsafe. If you go out, it's still not possible without some powerful equipment. The wizard tower is not omnipotent." Dualai had this plan. He was thinking about refining some by himself. He naturally knew how dangerous the outside world was. Let's talk about this later. I just do my current work first, and won't go out for the time being. He looked at Ash and said, "I know what you said. When it's done later, Gretel will take my wizard tower there." He smiled faintly. Gretel's mouth twitched slightly. He saw that Dualai was planning to leave soon and couldn't wait for the war to start. Gretel immediately got excited when he thought of being able to lead a group of pharmacist students and show their skills in such a large-scale battle. That was an honor, that was a merit. When he thought of this, he began to feel excited. Knowing Dualai, this is such a wise choice. Ash nodded. It's good that he has to pay attention to it in his heart, and he can't delay important things. She suddenly thought, what about the raw materials in these stores? Greta also turned around. Yes, he was gone. Who would supply the raw materials? He knew that all these materials were supplied by Dole alone. Doral shrugged. When he takes over with Morris, he will give him the formula. Greta nodded. Okay, they are all your people anyway. After chatting for a while, Eugene came in from outside in a hurry. He said solemnly, "3, let's go. My teacher wants to see you." The three of them suddenly quieted down and looked at Eugene in confusion. That's the president of the Glory Wizard Alliance. Even during the youth program, he didn't show up. Now he just wants to see the three of them. How is this possible? Especially Dualai, who was also shocked at this moment. He was an outsider. Why did he meet him? Gretel and Ash were also shocked. They had never shown up. He was known as the only level 7 in Watsberg, was powerful, and held great power. How could he pay attention to a few small shrimps like them? How is this possible? Eugene looked at the expressions of the three people, and his expression immediately became complacent. The teacher is very interested in the combination of the four of us, so he took the time to meet us. How about it? It's very nice, but this time it's for Lihua's sake. You have to thank Dualai. Gretel and Ash looked at each other in bewilderment. Eugene sighed when he saw this. Okay, stop guessing. One of you is the successor of the Ice and Snow Goddess, and the other is the successor of the Dark Star. Although I don't know what kind of meditation Dualai practices, it must be an advanced meditation method. The four geniuses of us must be stronger than the mob outside. The teacher also wants us to communicate more. Let's go quickly, and don't let the teacher wait anxiously. His time is limited. Dualai looked at Ash and thought, it is indeed the successor of the Ice and Snow Goddess, just as he guessed. But what is the Dark Star and what level is it? Dualai stood up suddenly and said immediately, then let's go. Greta stood up a little nervously, feeling a little scared. Are you okay? I mean, how is the president feeling today? Don't let us go and clean up. Ash was also a little nervous. Eugene's mouth twitched. Although my teacher is usually a little strict, he is not as you think. He is usually very kind. Today, he must be in a good mood. Lihua, he only has a little bit in his hand. He should take it quickly when he touches it. Greta coughed immediately, and said with an embarrassed expression, then let's go. Don't let the president wait anxiously. Hey, by the way, why do you run over here and waste time? Eugene patted his forehead. My teacher made me forget. Let's go quickly, don't waste time. He pulled everyone out. The Gory Wizard Alliance Tower Group, octagonal structure. Tower number 5 is the Wizard Tower where the president is located. At the same time, Tower number 5 is also the center of the Tower Group, carrying the role of the core node of the magic circle of the Tower Group, and is also the control center. Chapter 416. The tower is the same size as other wizard towers, and even the appearance and shape are exactly the same. It has 27 floors, and is very tall. Standing under the tower, you feel very small. When you come to the bottom of the tower, the door that has not been moved for many years opens automatically. The four people, 3 of them walked inside with trepidation. As soon as they entered the first floor, Eugene pulled the 3 people to the side of a shaft and said, there is an automatic staircase here. No need to walk. This kind of thing is not new, so they didn't care. Soon, they came to the top floor, and stood at the door of a huge room. Eugene stood at the door, smiled strangely, and waved to the 3 people, that's what this means, and then stood up and knocked on the door. The 3 people's hearts beat normally, and Dualai was the same. This is probably the strongest human race he has ever seen, no one else. The door opened automatically, and a low and confident and majestic voice came from inside, come in, children. Enter the room. The room was very spacious, with a high ceiling, decorated with various lighting decorations, which illuminated the whole room gently, brightly but not dazzlingly. In the middle of the room was the hall, and at the end of the hall was the reception room. At this time, the voice came from inside. Eugene led the 3 people through the hall, and into the living room. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw an old man sitting there, with a square face, tall stature, and a slightly solemn expression. His face seemed to be only in his 50s. He was wearing ordinary clothes, without any majesty or aura. He was just like an ordinary old man, but even so, the 3 dared not speak in front of the old man. This is the terrifying 7th level boss, who can defeat a whole city alone. How can people relax? Dualai glanced at the old man, bowed his head, and said with the other 2, meet the president. The president nodded and looked at the 3 people. He glanced at them, and everyone felt as if they were seen through. This made them a little embarrassed. Sit down, don't be restrained. I called you here this time because I want to see. Among the youth plan of this world, only you are still practicing seriously, and the potential of the other 7 people is already far from enough. Greta and the other 2 suddenly realized that they should focus on training them. Greta immediately bowed his head and said, thank you, President. He took the lead in finding a place to sit down, and the others followed suit and sat down one after another. The president of the Glory Wizard Alliance is named Puyusi, which is also a very ordinary name. He glanced at the 3 people and said, let's talk about business first. Dualai, do you have the fire of separation in your hand? Dualai nodded and stood up again. Yes, President. A few days ago, the vice president of the Fire Wudong organization came to me for medicine, using the branches of the Wudong tree as the main material. I happened to be able to refine the flames on it, so I refined a little bit of the fire of separation. If it is cultivated properly, it can exist forever. After speaking, he took out the sealed crystal, stood up respectfully, and handed it to the old man in front. Puyusi took the crystal, held it in his hand, glanced at it, and was immediately surprised. At your age, you are so good at refining medicine, and you can also achieve something in alchemy. It's really rare. What kind of meditation method do you practice to have such abundant mental power? If Dualai still wants to hide something in front of others, in front of this big guy, Dualai has no privacy at all. He said slowly, in the early years, I got a meditation method from the outside world to this world, called the Son of Element Meditation Method. This meditation method contains more than a dozen elemental meditation methods, all about various elemental spirits, such as the Fire Spirit Meditation Method and the Water Spirit Meditation Method. I practice the most powerful Storm Elemental Spirit Meditation Method. In the future, I can become a Storm Elemental Spirit and control one side. Hearing this, Eugene, Gretel, and Ash were stunned. Storm Element, that is a powerful 8th level elemental creature, or even a 9th level element. It is naturally huge and powerful. Any creature of the same level cannot match it. Good guy, he originally practiced this thing. No wonder they can't feel the depth of the spiritual power of the opponent at the same level. This is too exaggerated. The outside world spread in, the outside world? Who came from outside? Dualai's mysterious backer? Everyone's thoughts were in my mind. Puyosi frowned, he looked at Dualai, and fell into deep thought. The room suddenly became dead quiet. After a while, he raised his head, looked at Dualai, and said, the 8th level meditation method is not new in our world. Ash's Ice Goddess, Gretel's Dark Star, Eugene's Starfire, are even 9th level, but in terms of the thickness of the same level of mental power, elemental creatures are indeed the strongest at the same level. Of course, the summoned ones don't count, they are at most castrated versions. Your meditation method is good. If it can become 9th level in the future, you can even start a country. Dualai smacked his lips, not knowing what the boss meant. He was not interested in managing a country. President, you are too kind. I know my talent well. Level 7 is probably my limit. Puyosi smiled and said, it's good for a child to be humble. It's rare. You are very good. If I praise Eugene, he will be so proud. Greta and Ash, who were sitting next to him, couldn't help laughing. Eugene looked a little embarrassed, but this guy was thick-skinned, but his expression looked unnatural. Dualai didn't know what this guy was going to do for a while. Puyosi smiled faintly, don't be nervous, just chatting casually. Since the meditation method is the top meditation method, I won't ask too much. He smiled and said, a few days ago, people from the Fire Wudong organization came to find Alan. I know about this, but I didn't expect that they came to find you. I asked them for the Flame of Lihua many times, but they were unwilling to give it to me. I didn't expect that you would sell it to me half sold and half given. Dole became shy. The branches of the Wudong sacred tree must have the properties of Lihua. Exchanging branches is equivalent to exchanging flames. Without Lihua, the branches of the Fire Wudong are just ordinary branches, and the vitality inside cannot even be preserved. The two are complementary. They also have something to ask of me. Since the president knows each other, is there no price to exchange for Dao Lihua? Dualai asked curiously. Eugene said beside him, it's not that there is no price, but the price is too high, and it's not worth it. The price of one Lihua can buy several other special flames. Everyone understood that this was the case. Dole nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, he took out a crystal and placed it on the table in front of him, saying, I have fed this thing for a few days, and now it can grow a little bigger. At first, it was just a small flame, and now the flame is a little bigger. This kind of flame between heaven and earth, as long as there is enough energy, can always exist. It is very magical. Puyosi lowered his head and glanced at Lihua, and his mental power gently swept over it. He raised his head and said, little guy, what do you want? Chapter 417. Everyone's breathing began to quicken. Dualai thought about it. He didn't know what he wanted. He didn't want scrolls or alchemy. The only thing he wanted was various level 7 or 8 formulas. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and said, I want the formulas of various potions, level 7, 8 or 9. I only have this one request. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath, especially Eugene. He felt that he had been careless. This request seemed simple, but it was actually not low. Puyosi was relieved at this time and blinked his eyes. Are you sure you don't want anything else, just the formula? Dole shrugged and said, I only need the formula. I believe in my ability for the other things. Puyosi raised his eyebrows. He thought carefully for a while, then slowly said, I can give you some formulas, but I won't give you the alchemy formula. I know that you have done some research in this area. It's only a matter of time before you can find the alchemy formula. Is it feasible? Dole's eyes suddenly became solemn and pushed the thing forward. It's yours. The president of the Glory Wizard Alliance controls the wizard formation of the entire Watsberg. In his eyes, Watsberg has almost no secrets. Any important person sneaking in can't escape his eyes. I'm afraid he has seen the transaction between him and him. That's why he knew that he had obtained the key formula. Puyusi didn't pretend to be hypocritical. He turned to Eugene and said, "You three go out first. Little Dole and I have a secret." Eugene curled his lips and turned away, while Gretel and Ash stood up, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. The door slowly closed. Dole was already excited at this time. He was really sleepy, and someone gave him a pillow. His luck was really good. Puyusi raised his hand, and a book appeared in his hand. He put it in front of Dole and said, "I heard that you invented several delicious drinks. Do you have any more?" Dole nodded yes. Puyusi smiled and said, "Take it out. You can observe this book freely before I finish drinking it." Dole frowned, and then he was overjoyed. He thought about it for a while, carefully thinking about Puyusi's intention, and then took out an appropriate amount of beverage powder. He developed a total of 12 formulas, each of which was used exclusively by him, and involved many formulas. People without formulas can only make a seemingly good taste, so he is not afraid of theft or counterfeiting. He always had finished products of 12 formulas on him, so he sorted them into categories, took out 12 large bags, and put them on the table. Each bag weighed 1 kilogram, and looked very big. Puyusi saw these large bags, and his old face twitched a little. When would he finish drinking them? This kid. Dualai said slowly at this time, 1 kilogram of water, with 100 grams of powder. This thing is actually a kind of medicinal material, but I added other things to increase the taste and mental stimulation. This is the inspiration brought to me by studying hallucination potions. This is not a drug, but just uses the characteristics of drugs. Puyusi did not act pretentiously. With a move of his mental power, he immediately took a kettle and a cup, put his hand on the kettle, and the water immediately boiled. After pouring some water into the cup, he looked up. "Which one do you think I should drink first?" Dole looked at the old man, blinked, and said, "I think it's more appropriate for you to drink this one first." He pointed to one of the bags, which contained a mild drink. As you get older, your body naturally declines, and you need to replenish your young energy. This drink does that. He is also very good at biology. The old man nodded, then took out a delicate spoon, opened the bag, scooped up the herbs according to the proportion, poured them into the water, and stirred them evenly. While stirring, he said, "You can start reading." Dole couldn't wait any longer. At the old man's command, he immediately took the book in front of him and turned it page by page. At the same time, at Dole's Wizard Tower clone, all experiments had stopped, and there was a blank book and a few pens in his hand. This book is very thick. From the front to the back, the levels of potions increased layer by layer. Dualai only glanced at it for a few times, then turned directly to the back and began to record potions above level 5. Seeing this, Puyusi shook his head while stirring. This kid has talent, but he is too eager for quick success, just like Eugene. But fortunately, he is still hard-working. At the age of more than 20, he is a level 4 wizard, which is already considered a very talented teenager. What's more, he has also studied potion science and alchemy, which is not rare. He carefully sipped the drink, and after swallowing it, he felt a warmth spreading from his stomach to his whole body. His whole body was suddenly warm, and his eyes lit up immediately. This kid has some skills. The key is that the taste seems to be good. He picked it up, took a closer look, saw the formula of the powder, and thought silently in his heart, this kid is really smart. Among all the children, in terms of means and courage, this kid is a superior person. He can give tens of thousands of profits directly to others every month in exchange for a large network of relationships. This is a person who really knows how to play politics. He is very good. Just for this reason, the old man can also feel that this child is worth investing in, not to mention that he has also won over a large number of students who are willing to follow him and come to unfamiliar places to venture out. This is truly rare. While drinking water, he suddenly asked, "I heard that among your students, there is a 5th level pharmacist." Dole answered while reading a book, "Yes, I have nothing to do recently. In addition to teaching, I will focus on training students. When they reach the 5th level, my pressure will be much less." This is a win-win situation. Puyusi looked at Dualai without raising his head and smiled slowly. "You have this ability, which is a blessing for Watsberg and also a blessing for us professionals. One day in the future, when they all reach the 5th and 6th levels, the professional level of Watsberg will also be raised to a higher level. I would rather have more pharmacists." Dole smiled bitterly then. It's not that easy. Medicine depends on the control of mental power, the total amount of mental power, and the quality of mental power. Some people's strength can only reach a certain level, and the medicine they refine can only reach that level. This cannot be changed. Strength determines everything. Without strength, there will always be a bottleneck. Puyusi sighed. He didn't see it as clearly as a child. He nodded and said, "That's right. It seems that I am naive." Dualai raised his head and looked at President Puyusi, saying, "You are really working hard for the sake of the majority of professionals." Dualai remembered something and asked, "This Southwest expedition? Are you going to participate?" Chapter 418. Puyusi shook his head. "I will go, but I will not participate in the battle. It is customary for masters above level 7 to not participate in such large-scale battles. If we take action, there will be no need for the Legion to participate. You have seen a level 7 master take action. Do you think that ordinary people will have a chance to survive if they take action?" Dole heard the implication in Puyusi's words and was startled. This guy really found ball. He nodded and said yes. He stopped talking and tried his best to remember the contents of the book. Outside the door, Eugene, Gretel, and Ash stood at the door, looking at each other. Gretel asked, "Guess how long we have to wait?" Eugene shrugged. "How would I know?" Gretel said calmly, "I think it will take a long time. How about this, the three of us play cards?" Eugene blinked. Playing cards at the door of the teacher, at the door of a level 7 boss's room, was exciting just to think about it. He felt around, but there was no movement. Obviously, the teacher had tacitly agreed to this. He immediately became excited. Okay, let's play cards." Although Ash didn't want to play cards, she had no choice but to say, "Okay, what should we play, landlord?" Gretel sat down cross-legged at this time and said, "Landlord, what should we play, gold coins or magic crystals? Don't play too big, 1 magic crystal or 10 gold coins per hand." "Okay," the two said in unison. 1 gold coin was also a bonus at the time, and it wasn't much anyway. They were all people with a monthly income of nearly 100,000, so they didn't care about this little money. The three of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began their boring journey. Dole naturally didn't know that the 3 people outside were so bored. He had tried his best to memorize various formulas, refining techniques, various precautions, the temperature of fire control, etc. All his mental power was running at the same time, and his mental power was highly concentrated. At the same time, he had to deal with the questions of this level 7 boss. Your things are from the outside world, so this level 7 is also from the outside world. The hellhound that attacked in the Evil Spirit Mountain some time ago is your friend. Dole did not refute and said, "Yes, when I met it, he was about to die, and I saved him." Puyusi was a little shocked. Who can kill a level 7? This enemy is also a strong man. It is said that the hellhound is also a top-ranked race in the demon world. The race is extremely powerful, so his enemy should also be very scary. He nodded and said, "This is also your chance." He paused and thought, "There is no hellhound race in our world. According to the records, hellhounds are commonly distributed in purgatory, hell, and dark worlds. The race bloodline is very advanced, and belongs to the top 3 races. His enemies must be very scary." Dole raised his head and glanced at Puyusi, saying, "I haven't asked him about this information, but I heard him say that the energy level of the hell demon world he is in is much higher than that of our world. There are quite a few level 9s. The hellhound race should not be a very advanced race." Puyusi nodded and said, "If the energy level is high, it is indeed not very outstanding, but it is much stronger than our human race." Dualai shook his head again. "That's not true. I heard that in the hell demon realm, there are quite a few human masters, including several level 9 masters, but the number is not enough to fight against other races. In this regard, the natural disadvantages of the human race are reflected. They are physically weak and rely a lot on talent and willpower. Take the Wizard Alliance's youth program this time, for example. I have seen all 10 people. They have talent, but their willpower is a little lacking." Puyusi looked at Dualai unexpectedly. This kid is very insightful. Dualai himself is a person with a very strong willpower, so he is very dissatisfied with the generally comfortable life of wizards. Puyusi nodded, and he sighed. The sense of crisis is still a little lacking, so in this Southwest campaign, all the wizards with names and surnames need to go to the front line to see how dangerous the outside world is. The difference between noble wizards and ordinary wizards is reflected here. Ordinary wizards have experienced life and death for resources, and their willpower is very strong, but the resources are much worse. while noble wizards are naturally superior and lack some fighting spirit. As they chatted, Dualai felt that the content of his chat with President Publicizing was strange. What is his identity? What is the other party's identity? Why are they talking about these things? Publicizing also understood the source of Dualai's strength at this time. On the one hand, the meditation method is in place, and he directly practices the very advanced Son of Elements meditation method. The second is that he has a level 7 boss as his backer. Although it seems that there are many crises along the way, in fact, there is nothing wrong. In addition to his own talent, he has worked hard all the way up, all of which are real skills. Dualai did not hide anything. In front of the 7th level, he could not hide anything. He directly gave ball away. Anyway, this person has recovered his strength now. He comes and goes without a trace. No one can easily catch his tail. An hour passed quickly, and it was almost time for lunch. Dualai just turned to the last page. After reading it carefully, he closed his eyes, and gently closed the book with both hands. This time the harvest was really too big. Although there was no alchemy formula, he already knew it. It was only a matter of time before he could figure it all out. The next step was actual combat. This book took him an hour to work on. He was distracted and recorded thousands of potion formulas in one breath, which was also very tiring. Seeing Dualai close the book, Publicizing nodded and said, "We have successfully traded now." Dualai nodded, he stood up, and handed the fire crystal next to the book to the other party with both hands respectfully. Publicizing took it with one hand, turned his wrist, and disappeared. At this time, the door suddenly opened, revealing 3 people playing cards outside. The 3 people were also a little shocked at this time. They were playing cards when the door opened. They hurriedly put away the cards in their hands and stood up quickly, as if nothing had happened. The 3 people showed innocent expressions on their faces, which looked very funny. Eugene walked in first, with a serious face. He looked at the teacher and said with a playful smile, "Teacher." Publicizing nodded, he looked at the 3 people, and said, "The purpose of today is to meet you. You just need to work harder in the future." "Axie, is your aunt still angry with your father?" Axie was a little dazed, and slowly spoke in a cold voice, reporting to the president, "Yes." Publicizing sighed, "After so many years, I still haven't let it go. With this thought, maybe I will rush to level 7. I have no future." He looked at Gretel and said slowly, "Doing business is doing business, but strength cannot be dragged down. Only with strength can you guarantee your own interests. In some things, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. I believe you understand this truth." Chapter 419. Greta hurriedly nodded and said, "Yes, President, I have been working hard." He looked at Eugene, said nothing, and then slowly said, "That's it. When the war is over, if anyone can make great progress, I will have a small surprise for you." Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and then they were overjoyed. "Thank you, President." Coming out of tower number 5, a group of people smiled and smiled, without saying a word, leaving quietly just as they came quietly. As soon as they walked out of tower number 5, Greta patted Dualai's shoulder from behind and said excitedly, "You have encountered all the good things. Nothing to say, treat us," he said with great sorrow. Eugene also had a little resentment at this time, and said, "That's right, I have to make you bleed a lot this time. You have made a lot of money this time." Dualai smiled bitterly, Okay, whatever you want to eat and drink, we will kill it now." He smiled hurriedly. This time he really made a lot of money. Lihua is a top-grade natural treasure that is not usually seen, but he cannot be said to suffer a loss by exchanging Lihua for the formula, but to make a profit, and a huge profit. For him, the characteristics of Lihua are not important, but the formula is very important, which represents his future. Using a top-grade material that he does not need in exchange for his future is worthwhile in any way, so he immediately agreed to it when the 2 people were blackmailing him. Anyway, it is just eating and drinking, and the most expensive place in Watsberg is only a few thousand gold coins. For ordinary people, a few thousand gold coins may be a sum of money that they can never earn in their lifetime, but it is not a problem for several people. The most expensive place in Watsberg is the various red houses, but the second most expensive place is a delicacy restaurant, which sells various rare monster ingredients. The taste is very good, but the price is also sky high. The higher the level of monster meat, the more expensive it is. The delicacy restaurant is not very big, only a small 5-story building, but it is crowded with people, and the number of people coming in and out is not small. Moreover, those who can come here are either rich or noble, or various wealthy professionals. When they arrived at the door, everyone climbed up the stairs and quickly entered. They asked the waiter for a private room on the 5th floor. The four people came to the stairs, and Dualai took the lead and walked up. The area of the first floor is very large, and most of them are adventurers and ordinary nobles. The fragrance fills every corner, which makes people's appetites whet. After entering the second floor, there are small private rooms here, and you can't see many people, only the waiters coming in and out. The waiters here are not ordinary people. At least they have martial arts skills, are agile, and serve dishes very quickly. It was also the first time for Dualai to come here. With a glance, he had a general understanding of the situation here. It was indeed good. Soon, they came to the third floor. The private room on the third floor was slightly larger. As soon as they came up, they saw a group of people walking down. Dualai didn't react much. When the young man in the lead saw Dualai, his face changed slightly, and when he saw the people behind Dualai, his face changed even more. Good guy, how did you get mixed up with these four people? This is trouble. He was Sun from the Sikong family, who had troubled Dualai at the auction house last time, and next to him were a group of small nobles. Dualai was walking upstairs with his men. Behind Sikong Sun, the men saw that his face was not right, and one of them asked, "What's wrong, Master Sun?" The man pursed his lips at the men who were going upstairs and said, "That man is the arrogant pharmacist I mentioned last time, Dualai." The men next to him were stunned. "No way. You offended him? Didn't you see?" Next to him were Master Greta, Miss Ash, and Master Eugene. Sikong Sun's face changed slightly. "Of course I saw it, so..." The man patted Sikong Sun and said slowly, "Forget it. It's meaningless. He is not on the same level as you. Among us, only Tao can be related to them. Don't think too much." The people next to him immediately started to make a fuss. "That's right. They earn tens of thousands of gold coins in a minute. How much does your family earn in a year? I heard that they are building a second wizard tower, and it is an octagonal one, while your Sikong family only has a few wizard towers." Behind Dualai, Greta patted his shoulder and said slowly, "Did the kid below offend you?" Dualai turned around, nodded, and said, "When I first came to Watsberg, I had a conflict with that kid. That kid was quite arrogant. Later until now, the entire Sikong family has inexplicably started to target me. It's really sick. The cause of the incident between me and the Sikong family is this person." Greta was a little surprised. Sikong Sun was just a playboy. For a playboy, he fell out with Dualai, a powerful pharmacist. The Sikong family is also going backwards. "Is there anyone else?" Eugene asked. Dole thought for a moment and said, "There is another one called Duke." "Oh, Duke, his brother is Dak in the youth program. He is a big shot, no wonder." Eugene said, "Dak is also a big shot, but he is not from the same class as us, but from the previous class. He is now the backbone of the Sikong family, and is now a level 5 wizard. Dole, you have to hurry up and get promoted, hee." Dole pouted, "If he is one class older than you, he should be 30 years old now. A level 5 wizard around 30 years old, with decent talent." The other three pouted at the same time. Soon, they came to the 5th floor. The private room on the 5th floor was even bigger. When they came to the stairs, there was a well-dressed waiter waiting upstairs. "So it's Master Gretel, Master Eugene, and Miss Ash? Please follow me." She smiled professionally, and said to the four people. As for Dualai in the front, she had never seen him before, and she looked puzzled at this time. These three are celebrities in Watsberg, but the young man next to them is unknown. But to be with the three, he must not be an ordinary person. She thought so in her heart. Gretel knew that Dualai was low-key and definitely unwilling to talk, so she just smiled faintly. "Well, today we are just here to eat. Find a quiet place. Don't let anyone disturb us." The waiter nodded in agreement. There are only a dozen private rooms on the 5th floor, each of which is very spacious. As they walked, Gretel introduced to Dualai, Jinxiu Restaurant is the only restaurant in Watsberg that can refine monster meat. It is controlled by the Alchemist Guild behind it, which is also one of their sources of income. The 5th floor is relatively quiet, but the price of the private room is a little high. I can't bear to come here often. After saying that, he licked his lips. Eugene also said, "We look prosperous, but we are actually poor. If you hadn't given us a chance, we wouldn't dare to come to a place like this." Ash smiled and nodded. Dole smiled faintly. "Giving you a chance is also giving me a chance. I won't say anything more. Let's eat as much as we can today." Chapter 420. Gretel and the others were not stupid people. What Dualai said was what they wanted to say. Only by giving each other a chance could they become true friends. It was not easy to become a friend of Gretel, but now they recognized Dualai as a friend. The waiter looked at Dualai's face and racked his brains to think about who this person was. He was so young, but he could convince these 3 people. This was not an easy thing. On the 5th floor, only those who were very rich would come up. Gretel would only go to the 3rd floor. This young man came directly to the 5th floor. Obviously, his status and identity were not ordinary. Who was this person? However, his professional ethics told him not to ask questions. She smiled and led the 4 people to a private room, stretched out her hand, and pushed open the door. The private room was very clean and well decorated. It felt like a family banquet. After entering, Gretel pushed Dualai to sit on the main seat, and the others sat separately. This meal was eaten in one breath until dark. Everyone patted their bellies and left with satisfaction. Walking out of the gate, the lights were already on outside. Everyone was full and soon separated. As he walked, Dualai looked back at the restaurant. The food seemed to taste good. He came here in person today. Although the meat of the monsters had been stored for a long time, it still contained some energy and still had some effect on the body. It could stimulate the body and feel that the strength had increased a bit. Although he spent thousands of gold coins in one go, it was worth it. Compared with today's harvest, these thousands of gold coins were nothing. After separating from the crowd, he immediately rushed to the wizard towers. In the night, the wind around him blew on his face, giving him a cool feeling. The wizard towers in the distance were mysterious, powerful, and full of strength, giving people a sense of security. Dualai came to the front of the towers, and his mind became clearer. There were quite a few people coming and going under the towers, but he didn't pay attention. Soon he passed tower number 1 and came to the inside of the towers. There were many wizard towers inside, and his 12-story wizard tower was actually very eye-catching. After all, most wizard towers were less than 10 stories, with 5 or 6 stories being the majority, and there were also 3 or 4 stories, but it was very rare to see one as tall as his. Dualai walked in quickly. At this moment, he felt a mental force falling on him, and he frowned, and in almost a fraction of a second, he followed the mental force to observe the other party. It was a young man wearing a starry sky wizard robe, looking at him from afar under a wizard tower. Behind him, 2 warriors in armor stood quietly. They were powerful and restrained, and the only pressure was the young man in front of them. Dualai looked at the young man, not knowing why. At this moment, the man sent a voice message, "Dualai, right?" Dualai stopped and looked at the man. He looked at the wizard tower. It seemed to be owned by a level 5 wizard, who belonged to the Starry Sky School. Is this man from the Starry Sky School? He looked straight ahead, indifferent, and said slowly, "Yes, who are you?" The wizard stared at Dualai, as if he wanted to see through everything about him. His eyes were sharp, like a knife, stabbing into Dualai's eyes. On his body, a mysterious force slowly flowed, forming a vortex of power. He looked at Dualai. At this moment, Dualai felt as if he was in a weightless void. Although he knew that this was the virtual image ability of the other party's meditation method, he could do nothing about it. After all, this was a gap in rank. Level 5 versus level 4, it was originally a crushing defeat. However, he did not care about the suppression of this virtual image on himself. His mental power was also strong enough. He just released a little mental power, and firmly resisted this suppression. The man's face changed slightly when he saw this. He slowly said, "I am Dak, Duke's brother, from the Seekong family. You have offended our Seekong family, and you are not ready to apologize, but still resist stubbornly?" Dualai looked at the other party. His eyes became playful. This man might have damaged his brain due to cultivation. He was calm and spoke slowly. "Oh? The Seekong family is so powerful? How come I didn't know?" Dak's tone suddenly stagnated. "You are as arrogant as the legend says, kid." He moved his feet, and walked slowly. As he walked, the pressure field formed by his magic virtual image was getting closer and closer to Dualai, and the impact on him was greater. Dualai frowned and spoke slowly. "Dak, I never want to be an enemy of anyone, but it doesn't mean I will be afraid of anyone. This is the Glory Wizard Tower group. There is a level 6 wizard tower in front of me. Do you think that you, a small level 5 wizard, dare to be arrogant in front of someone who has a level 6 wizard tower? You are the real arrogant." Dak's footsteps suddenly stagnated, and he slowly looked in front of Dualai. His face became uncertain. Yes, the other party has a level 6 wizard tower, which is equivalent to him having an energy source beyond level 6. Fighting with him here, wouldn't it be courting death? His heart sank slightly, and he was a little annoyed. He was afraid that he would not be able to pretend to be cool today. So he said fiercely, "Our business is not over yet, and there is still a long way to go." Dole looked at the other party and spread his hands. "It's up to you. You hurry up. Maybe my wizard tower will become level 7 tomorrow, poor guy. He sneered and turned away. Dak looked at Dole's background, and his face turned pale. Ordinary wizards, if they don't have a skill, are very poor. If they are family wizards, it's better. They have family offerings every month. Ordinary wizards can only resist. Without resources, it is very difficult to advance. Dole has a level 6 wizard tower. In the entire Watsberg, he can be regarded as a level 6 wizard. Under normal circumstances, no one dares to mess with him. There is only one level 7 wizard tower in their family, and 3 level 6 wizard towers, but none of them are under his jurisdiction. It's really hateful. The more Dak looked at Dole's back, the angrier he got. He didn't look away until Dole disappeared at the door of the wizard tower. He couldn't deal with him, but he could find someone. Back at the wizard tower, Dole finally relaxed and could really study the potion. Having obtained a large number of potion formulas, he would probably be very busy in the next period of time. As for the bidding, there shouldn't be any problem with ish watching. 3 or 4 days passed quickly, and the agreed 1 month was about to arrive. Dole didn't prepare much. He had already refined the poison that the man in black wanted, and put it aside. He even took the time to study the medicinal properties of the poison, and refine the antidote according to the medicinal properties. He even adjusted the detection direction of the wizard formation in the wizard tower for this part of the poison to prevent people from using this kind of thing. This kind of poison is too insidious. However, as long as it does not affect the human race themselves, he is still willing to help the other party refine it. After all, it is a matter of money. With the guarantee from Alan and that person, the other party should not be too presumptuous. Chapter 421. On the 5th day, Dualai was studying the formula. At this moment, he had a thought in his mind, and a message came. After reading the message, he quickly sorted out his mood, and the clone sat in the wizard tower. The original body changed into a wizard robe, took everything he could carry, and slowly walked out of the wizard tower. The city lord's municipal hall. The entrance of the market hall was very lively, and very strict today. Ordinary people around were completely shielded. Teams of powerful patrols stood upright around. At the same time, a level 5 wizard tower stood next to the square. A force emanated from the wizard tower, radiating the entire municipal hall, and completely covering it. At the entrance of the municipal hall, many people were already standing. These people were either the heads of some organizations, or representatives of organizations, or the leaders of a family. They were basically high-level people. Some of them gathered together and talked to each other, while some stood alone, seeming to be isolated. When Dualai came to the square, he attracted a lot of attention. The third largest pharmaceutical supplier in Watsberg had emerged out of nowhere, and this name had long overshadowed all small and medium-sized organizations. Dualai didn't know anyone, so he naturally didn't hang out with them. He stood aside and waited quietly. However, he could feel that many people were looking at him, some with good intentions, some with bad intentions, and some with unclear meanings. He chose to ignore all of them. His coming here had already touched the interests of a large number of people, and it was very normal to be hostile to them. After waiting for a while, a large group of people suddenly came in from outside, led by an old man. Behind the old man, a young man winked at Dualai. It was Gretel. Dole knew that this was someone from the Orn family. At this moment, Gretel took 2 steps forward and said a few words to the old man. The old man looked at Dole and said a few words. Then Gretel waved at him frantically. Dole saw this and his heart moved. He walked over slowly. At this time, the square was a little chaotic. Many people wanted to come forward to get close to him, but they were all stopped by the guards of the Orn family. When Dole came over, the guards automatically opened a path wide enough for one person and let him in. Dole looked at the people from the Orn family. There were many people coming this time, but generally speaking, only the first few people had some weight, and the others were nothing. When Dole came over, the people from the Orn family were also observing him. Some were amazed, some didn't care, and some were confused. But they soon knew who this was. Dualai came over, and stood not far in front of the old man. Gretel came forward and said with a chuckle, "Dualai, this is my great-uncle, the one who is in charge of the business of our Orn family. You can call Robert Grandpa. This is my third uncle, who is in charge of the caravan. You can call Andy's grandpa. Grandpas, this is Dualai I often mention." Dualai was the first to salute and said respectfully, "Grandpa Robert, Grandpa Andy's." He has always been very willing to accept good advice. Both old men nodded in greeting. Robert looked at Dualai and sighed slightly. It is said that Dualai the pharmacist is very young. When I saw him today, I found that he is younger than I thought. Our Gretel is really lucky to find you." His words praised both people. Obviously, both Gretel and Dualai were very appreciative. A herbal medicine dealer and a very powerful pharmacist, the cooperation between the two parties is a real win-win cooperation. Dualai looked at Gretel and smiled sincerely. "Master Gretel is the most business-minded person I have ever met, so we can cooperate and win together. The later Azure beverage shop is the result of our joint cooperation. How do you feel, old man?" After hearing this, Robert looked up to Dualai a little bit. What he said was no worse than those old foxes. He smiled gently and said, "The future is the world of you young people. We old men just need to grasp the direction and not get involved in your affairs. But your drinks are really good. How about sending some to me when you have time?" He did not answer Dualai's question in person, but praised him indirectly. Dualai nodded and smiled faintly. "It depends on whether Gretel is filial or not. As a partner, Gretel has the right to take away some drinks." Andy smiled and said, "You young people are much better than we were back then. The monthly income from the beverage store you open makes old guys like me envious." Dualai smiled shyly. "It's not a beverage, but a healthcare medicine, so the value is naturally higher. I originally thought that if they couldn't afford the finished medicines, they could dilute them and sell them cheaply as beverages, but I didn't expect it to be so successful." Andy's was stunned. He didn't expect that the origin of the blue beverage store was like this. He glanced at Robert and found that he was also looking at him. The two old men were shocked. This is the real business genius. Young people are formidable, young people are formidable, then you two can chat. We old men will not disturb you. Oh, by the way, Gretel, you introduce all the young descendants of our family, let them see what is a real genius, and save those stupid people who don't know the sky and the earth. Andy's looked back, and immediately scolded loudly. The people behind him didn't dare to say anything. Seeing this, Dualai became humble. Although he was sometimes a little arrogant, he also knew when to do what. This is an attitude and method of dealing with people. Occasionally, he would use it to accumulate personal character, or join the scene, which also opened the way for large forces to enter the scene. Other families also arrived one after another, all of which had a large number of people, such as the Meja family, the Lei family, the Sikong family, etc. As the center of the Northwest Province, the high nobles of Watsberg were naturally not the ones Dualai knew. There are three families as famous as the Orn family, the Lei family, the Rhine family, and the Lang family, which Dualai has never dealt with. These are the four top families. There are 7 or 8 high-level families like Marcia. When these high-level family forces entered one by one, Dualai realized that there were so many forces, and so many huge organizations in the Northwest Province. In comparison, he was like a drop of water in it. However, these are ordinary forces in the folk. Dualai is considered a wizard force. Wizard forces are generally not compared with ordinary folk forces, because there is no comparability. Gret pulled Dualai and introduced some people behind them. After greeting each other, Gret pulled Dualai and walked to the other side of the square. This side is the family force, and the other side is the wizard force. As wizards, the two cannot stay here for a long time. As they walked, Gret introduced Dualai. Among the pharmacists, your Dualai Wizard Tower is currently ranked as the third most powerful force. The first is naturally the Pharmacist Guild, which occupies the majority. The second is a pharmacist organization called Nature's Force, which is actually a force under the Pharmacist Guild. As for the others, there is not enough evidence. Take Nature's Force for example. They may have more pharmacists than your Wizard Tower, but they cannot compare with you in terms of quality. Chapter 422. Greta pointed to a place in the crowd, where there were several wizards wearing green magic robes, and there seemed to be a lot of people around. Dole nodded. There were too many people in the crowd, and it was a bit messy. Dole was a little overwhelmed. He thought about it, and sent a message to Maurice Sano and Bernard, who could come if they wanted to give him momentum. It was a bit hasty for him to come alone. Look at them, there are 5, 6, 7 or 8 people at any time, and some come in groups, which looks higher than him. In short, he felt a little unbalanced. In the square, the two sides were clearly divided. One was the folk faction, and the other was the wizard faction. The number of wizards was obviously less than that of the folk faction, but in terms of momentum, the folk faction did not dare to come and provoke. Dole and Greta stood and chatted while introducing the various forces to Dole. He knew that Dole did not like to deal with others. While the two were talking, 2 of the people in green clothes that Gretel had introduced to Dole came from a distance. They strode forward without hesitation and walked straight over. This made Dole and Gretel a little strange. Logically, The two sides were in a competitive relationship, and the other party was looking for trouble. The one with the larger crown diameter on his clothes is one of the controllers of natural forces. In fact, he is also an elder of the Pharmacist Union. He is Waka, a level 5 wizard, and a level 6 pharmacist. That one is Robin, a level 4 wizard and a level 6 pharmacist. Currently, the pharmacists and level 7 pharmacists in Watsberg will not appear in the public eye. Dualai nodded, and while the two were talking, the two men had already come to Dualai. Waka was taller, and his strength had reached level 5. His magic phantom had condensed into substance, and he walked in front of the two with more momentum. He looked at Dualai with a solemn face. Dualai pharmacist, I am Waka, the controller of natural power. I heard from McLaren that his limb regeneration technology was patented from you. Is that right? Dualai was stunned, thinking that he was here to ask for an explanation, but he didn't expect that he would ask this. He nodded and said, I have met Wizard Waka and Wizard Robin. He paused. He already has the skin and muscle regeneration technology. I just provided the bone regeneration and shaping technology. Waka nodded. The muscle and skin regeneration technology has long been available, but there has never been a way to deal with bones. After McLaren solved this problem, he has been doing well recently, and has made a lot of money, making everyone envious. He thought for a moment, and said with a heavy look, Can you sell this technology? We, the force of nature, also want to get this technology. Dole shrugged and said, That's probably not possible. We are independent traders, and all the authorizations are given to Wizard McLaren. Unless I get his consent, I can't teach you the technology. The Southwest battlefield is about to start. War is cruel. There will inevitably be many cases of broken limbs. It seems that the force of nature also wants to get a share of this market. McLaren has been sending money to him every month recently, and he has been very happy. He doesn't know how much money he has made. He knows all these situations. From the perspective of biotechnology, these are not difficult. What is difficult is the occasional inspiration and ideas. Dualai also borrowed some experiments from Wushu to perfect the process. Waka looked at Dualai and said with a burning gaze, We can give you 20% of the share. You only need to teach the technology, and don't worry about the rest. 20% is actually a bit low in the pharmacist industry. After all, Dualai has mastered the key technology. Without this technology, they are nothing. Dualai shrugged and thought, Small family. But he said lightly, We have a contract. I can't violate the spirit of the contract. Lord Waka, please don't embarrass me. Waka looked at Dualai, and then looked at his eyes. They were clear and firm. He knew that he might not be able to get this method, so he sighed and turned around and left. This action made Dualai a little puzzled. At this time, Robin, the 4th level wizard next to Waka, looked at Dualai, gave him a warning look, and then hurriedly followed Waka away. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Dualai's eyes became a little playful. The biggest reason why he has always stayed away from the Pharmacist Guild is that there are all kinds of people in the Pharmacist Guild. He doesn't want to spend his limited time on intrigue with these people. He just wants to be a pharmacist quietly, selling medicine or something, doing business when there is business, practicing when there is no business, and living a simple life. And he has always done this. If others provoke him, he will endure it, and if others slander him, he will pretend not to hear it. But up to now, he needs to change this state. After all, his strength and status no longer allow him to do so. After he is promoted to level 5, if there are still cats and dogs bullying him, then the wizard's face will not be there. The square was in a mess. Their situation attracted the attention of a small number of people, but it did not affect the overall situation. With the entry of the big family, the square became more lively. For a while, the crowd was bustling, the sound was loud, and the voices were noisy. Not long after, a voice came from a distance. Dole looked and found that Eugene had also come. Eugene walked through the crowd, ignoring all the people around him who greeted him with a proud look, and came straight here. As soon as he came here, he immediately complained loudly, If I had known earlier, I would not have come. There are too many people. Gretel said in a strange way, What are you doing here? The Glory Wizard Alliance also has a bidding project? Dole was also a little strange at this time. Eugene sighed and said, Yes, the Imperial Mage Corps has invited all forces, so why can't our Honor Wizard Alliance do the same? But I have another thing. He suddenly leaned over to the two of them, like a thief, and whispered, I'm here for Leona. Greta winked at him, She's here too? And she hooked up with you? Eugene snorted and returned to his original posture, saying proudly, What do you mean by hooking up? We call it a strong alliance. No, it's a strong alliance of the 5 of us. Dualai was a little confused. Who is this Leona? Seeing the two of them making fun of each other, he didn't expose their proud nature, and said slowly, "Introduce new people. Where is the person? Who is it?" "The person who can be recognized by the two must be a genius, but I don't know who it is." Dualai became a little curious. In fact, there are many geniuses in Watsberg. After selecting the top 10 geniuses, there are still many people whose talents and efforts are not inferior to the 10 of them. There are so many people, so Dualai didn't dare to look down on the world, but asked curiously. Gretel smiled and said, "There are 6 boys and 4 girls in the youth program. Leona is from the Lei family. She was born with a body of purple lightning and is very talented. Unfortunately, she is not welcomed in the family. If it weren't for my 3 brothers, that little girl would probably be crying somewhere." Chapter 423. Eugene was dissatisfied when he heard this. "What do you mean by crying there? Leona is also very strong, at least stronger than some people." Greta coughed, looked at Eugene in surprise, and stopped talking. Dualai saw this and raised his eyebrows. A goddess in the eyes of a lover? Eugene's face suddenly turned red, and he immediately defended, "No, we are just good friends." He turned his head away, then jumped up immediately and said excitedly, "Come here." He released his mental power and guided people over. Dualai looked in the direction of Eugene's gaze, but saw a pretty woman wearing a very ordinary wizard robe coming from a distance. Although she was wearing a wide wizard robe, she could still see that the woman was very thin, and the clothes were drooping and sticking to her body, which looked very ill-fitting. Her face was very pale, pale without blood color, which was obviously caused by long-term malnutrition and ischemia. She was very tall, with a pair of big purple eyes that were bright and a little shy. She struggled through the crowd, and soon came to Gretel and Eugene. She greeted them slightly, and then looked at Dole. Eugene's shyness had long gone away, and he immediately introduced to Dole, "Leona, from the Lei family, the owner of the Purple Thunder Body. This is Dole I often mentioned. Some of the 6th level potions you are using now are made by him, a very powerful pharmacist." Leona looked at Dole curiously, because Dole's face was younger than she thought, and in terms of age, he might be younger than the 3 of them. She bowed slightly and said, "Wizard Dole?" Dole returned the greeting and nodded. "Wizard Leona, since you are Eugene's friend, I have a small gift for you." He flipped his hand and took out 3 bottles of red potions. These 3 bottles of potions were sealed by him, and no fluctuations were emitted. They looked like 3 ordinary potions. Leona was stunned for a moment. What did it mean to give her a gift? She looked at Eugene and Gretel at a loss, and her eyes stayed on Eugene's face for a long time. Eugene was also stunned. What did Dole mean by this? He was snatching a woman from him in front of him. That's not right. Ash is better. This guy must have a deep meaning. He said slowly, "Since it's Dole's gift, just accept it. It's okay. Anyway, this guy is very rich. I guess the total wealth of the top 10 young masters in Watsberg is not half as rich as him." Gretel saw at this time that Dole wanted to increase Leona's chi deficiency. These 3 bottles of medicine looked like nothing, but as a supplier of medicinal materials, he could see the extraordinary in them. He snatched the potion from Dualai and handed it to Eugene, saying, "Why don't you just give it to her? You're so hesitant, you're not like a man." Eugene glanced at Gretel. Although his expression was a little puzzled, he was grateful in his heart. He took the potion, turned around and pulled Leona aside, and whispered to her. Dole glanced at Gretel, and they both smiled slightly. "Tell me the truth, what kind of potion is that?" Gretel said in a voice transmission. Dole sent a voice transmission back. "Dragon Power Potion, which can enhance physical fitness, is a defective product of Dragon Blood Potion." Gretel raised her eyebrows. "Oh, so Leona's health is indeed a little worse. The Lei family doesn't pay much attention to her. If she were in our Orn family, she would have been worshipped long ago. The Lei family is not kind, and this Dragon Power Potion is not cheap." Dualai sent a message back. 7 or 8,000 gold coins, it's nothing." Greta's mouth twitched. "Rich people go to hell." Dualai smiled. At this time, the 2 people's whispering had ended. Leona had already accepted Dualai's potion, and her white face was slightly red. "Thank you, Wizard Dualai." Dualai smiled faintly. "You are a friend of Greta and Eugene, and naturally you are also my friend. I am generally not polite to friends." Just then, Dualai, Greta, and Eugene all looked in a certain direction at the same time. There, several people came out of the crowd arrogantly, and their eyes were on them. Leona also saw those people at this time, and her face turned pale, saying, "It's those brothers, I have to go." Dualai felt that those people were only level 2 or 3, and they were not wizards. The strongest one was only a level 4 wizard. Why was Leona so afraid of him? Seeing this situation, Greta and Eugene looked unhappy. Eugene gritted his teeth. Originally, this was someone else's family affair, and he didn't need to intervene. But now that the two people's situation has just improved, he didn't want to let someone embarrass Leona in front of him, and his face suddenly became ugly. He looked at Leona, comforted her a little, and said softly, "Don't worry, we three are here, nothing will happen. You are fine today, so there is no need to be with them." Leona was stunned for a moment, but Just then, the few people had come to Dole, and the other two. The 4th level wizard in the lead glanced at Eugene, then looked at Gretel, his eyes fixed on Dole, and then slowly looked at Leona. "Shao Na, come back with us, the master is looking for you." Leona was about to speak. Eugene looked at the man, with a sarcastic look on his face, and stretched out his hand to protect Leona behind him. "Hey, who is this? You are so arrogant. Do you think we 3 brothers are transparent?" The man glanced at Eugene, his expression became unnaturally arrogant, and he looked down at him, and even the people behind him began to be arrogant. "Eugene, my master doesn't want to bother with you about what happened these days. Your status is not high enough. If you know what's good for you, leave Leona as soon as possible." Eugene's face suddenly turned pale. He quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. Humph, the Lei family is really good. It turns out that everything recently is all about status. Leona didn't know what the two were talking about. The man didn't want to get entangled with Eugene. He looked at Leona coldly and said coldly, "Leona, come back with me, hurry up, don't dawdle." Greta, who was standing aside, couldn't stand it anymore. It was obvious that they were treating the 3 of them as invisible people. He raised his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and smiled faintly. "Henry, are you done yet? Do you really think I am transparent?" Although he was smiling, there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Henry looked at Gretel with a serious look. He said, "This matter has nothing to do with Master Gretel. Please don't interfere." Gretel's smile faded away, and she snorted, "How can it be irrelevant? I have invited Leona to stay in our Orn family for a few days, and she has agreed." Henry's face suddenly turned pale, and he turned his head and stared at Leona. "Is it true?" Leona was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Dualai said at the side, "It is true. We were just discussing going to the Orn family to play, right, Eugene?" Eugene immediately said at the side, "That's right, we are going to play together." Humph. Chapter 424. The man looked at Dualai, and his face changed. "What's wrong with you, kid? Shut up." He was obviously angry. As soon as he said this, Eugene and Gretel's faces changed. Dualai narrowed his eyes, and his aura rose up all of a sudden. The peak of the 4th level storm weather, like a real storm, suddenly hit the man hard. He did it intentionally, and the man was aware of it, and his mental power came out naturally, but when the 2 auras collided, he realized that this seemingly unremarkable boy was also a fool. The endless storm force suddenly broke up his condensed mental will, and the whole person's eyes went black and fell backwards. The people behind him hurriedly supported the man, and looked at Dualai with an ugly face. Dualai snorted and laughed without knowing what was going on, and ignored them at all. The people behind looked at Gretel, then at Eugene, who simply ignored them, and then looked at the person lying on the ground. Their faces changed, and they took Henry lying down and retreated unwillingly. Gretel looked at the people who left, somewhat helpless. "You are overestimating your own strength, and going against the local tyrants with wizard towers and Watsberg. You are really courting death." He turned his head, looked at Dualai, and shouted, "The local tyrants are mighty." Eugene hurriedly cooperated beside him. "The local tyrants are generous." Dualai was made to lose his temper by these 2 people. "Don't be weird, you two. I didn't use the wizard tower. I just suppressed it with my momentum. That person just got promoted, and his strength is too weak." He frowned and said, "If that person goes back, should the Lei family send someone else, or should we go to another place?" Eugene said helplessly, "Switch, Dualai. I take Leona to the Glory Wizard Alliance. Gretel, where are you going?" Gretel shrugged. "I'm going back to the family. Dualai, come with me. Many people in the family want to meet you." Dole shook his head and said, "No, people from my wizard tower are coming. I want to show them the world. As long as you leave, the Lei family will not be my enemy." "That's right, let's go," Eugene said, and was about to leave noisily. Leona glanced at Dualai and said shyly, "Thank you too, otherwise I don't know what to do." Dualai smiled and was about to speak when Eugene's voice came to his ears. "The Lei family wants to marry Leona to a waste of the Rhine family, a jerk cousin of Ash. I'm so angry. I take her away." Dualai turned his head and looked at Eugene. He was stunned. Is he really interested in her? Is he going to rob her? In the blink of an eye, the two of them had slipped into the crowd, and Dualai was the only one left. Eugene actually didn't have many advantages. He was born in an ordinary family, but he was talented. He soared after being noticed by the president of the Wizarding Union. If he keeps working hard in the future, he may become a wizard of level 5 or 6, and then his words will have weight. Now, it's probably not so easy for him to go against a powerful family alone. I don't know how many times he will ask Lord Piusi when he goes back. Considering Lord Piusi's status, if he is willing to help, then it is absolutely possible. It just depends on whether he is willing to help. Dualai stood there thinking, his mind wandering. No one disturbed him. Not long after, several familiar breaths came from afar. Dualai raised his head and looked at the people coming. Morris, Sano, Bernard, and the academy that had just been promoted to level 5 in recent days all came. Standing next to Dualai, the level 5 pharmacist robes on their bodies felt shining, and they were all very showy. Dualai was a little speechless, but he didn't say anything, letting them show off their status. After admonishing Morris a few words, he stood aside and kept silent. Morris and Sano were both very social. At this time, they looked around, pointed and talked with the people behind them, attracting attention from all around. Obviously, they also wanted to take this opportunity to help their people expand their network, and Dualai let them go. Time passed slowly, and not long after, the front of the square began to slowly become chaotic, and several majestic breaths emanated from the front, and the whole square suddenly became quiet. Dualai turned his head, and immediately became serious. The people from the Lord's Mansion of Watsberg, the two major legions of Watsberg, the Honorable Wizard Alliance, and the Imperial Mage Corps have all arrived, clearly divided, each occupying a position, and they will radiate their momentum to suppress the entire square. The momentum of the Legion gives people the feeling of blood red, evil spirit, murderous intent, and blood, which together form a breath that makes people palpitate and blood boil. The Imperial Mage Corps is mysterious and majestic, like the power of heaven, and the Honorable Wizard Alliance is a scene like a starry sky. These are just mental inductions, and nothing can be seen in the real world. But the human spirit can feel this kind of pressure from the spiritual level. For a time, the square was silent. The city lord is a majestic middle-aged man, the ruler of the Rhine family, Dualai. Standing next to Dualai are the leaders of the two legions, Westling and Milran. Dualai has seen the relevant influences. Westling is Ash's father. From a distance, the two are somewhat similar, but Ash did not inherit his father's fighting spirit talent, but inherited his mother's powerful wizard talent. At this time, Dualai slowly stood up, and his low and heavy voice resounded everywhere. Today, I invite everyone to announce the results of the bidding. With our joint efforts, we will conduct side assessments and audits on the organizations and forces of the bidding. It is divided into 6 parts, namely equipment, baggage, potions, alchemy, medical care, and logistics. The assessment results are now completed, and the next is the result of the bidding. There was silence below the square, and the leaders of all forces stretched their necks and looked at Dualai in front of them without blinking. Everyone was silent, because this bidding was too important. As long as they won the bid, there would be endless orders rolling in. That was endless money and endless resources, which was irresistible to any organization. Although Dualai was confident, he looked at the mayor of the city, Dualai, with some anxiety. Dualai looked down, and was very satisfied with everyone's performance. He smiled and said slowly, "Next, the Imperial Mage Corps will announce the bidding list for the wizard side." An old man from the Imperial Mage Corps walked out, holding a list in his hand, and glanced at everyone and began to announce. Everyone knows me, so I won't introduce myself. This bidding is divided into several parts. I won't go into details. Now I announce that first of all, in terms of alchemy, the first place is the Alchemist Guild, the second place is the Ironforge Club. In terms of potions, the first place is the Pharmacist Guild, the second place is the Dualai Wizard Tower, the third place is the Natural Force Organization, and the fourth place is... Dualai blinked when he heard his own name. He seemed relieved, but in fact, he was not upset. According to the current capabilities of his wizard tower, and the quality of potions, as long as he was not deliberately targeted, he would not choose him. Chapter 425. Behind Dualai, Morris, Sano, and others were excited, clenching their fists tightly, their eyes red. We won, we won. Several people whispered in excitement. We still got second place, which proves that we will have a large share. Fortunately, we stored a lot of goods some time ago, otherwise it would not be enough. Still, the boss is still Foresight. That's right. Several people were so excited that they didn't know why. In the distance, the natural force people looked at Dualai, and their faces were not happy. Waka was experienced and calm, and his face did not show his joy. He looked in the direction of Dualai, but he saw that the young man did not show any signs of interest. Instead, behind him, the newly promoted 5th-level pharmacists were so excited that they didn't know why. From this point, it can be seen that Dualai himself is not low in scheming, or he does not care about this bidding. This young man is really terrible. He knew that from today on, Dualai Wizard Tower had already had a place in the pharmacist field of Watsberg, and it was an important position. However, he had already found a way to let Dualai Wizard Tower go with the team, and then study their secrets. Owen family. Robert was a little surprised to hear the name of Dualai Wizard Tower. They were actually ranked 2nd in the pharmacy field of the Imperial Mage Corps. This was incredible. He looked at Greta next to him, but saw that his nephews were also excited at this time. Uncle, our family can also take a lot of credit this time. Robert nodded. We have supplies in all pharmacist fields. We should be able to make a lot of money this time. That Dualai is quite powerful. Greta chuckled. That's right, he is not only powerful, but also very strong. Robert's expression changed slightly, not caring much. How much strength can a pharmacist have? His strength probably comes from the Wizard Tower. Well, if our two families cooperate well, we should be able to make a lot this time. Greta did not pay attention to the expression of his elders, and was still excited in his heart. The Dualai Wizard Tower was selected, and as the supplier of most of Dualai's medicinal materials, he could also make a lot this time, and his voice in the family was greatly strengthened. It's really exciting. At the same time, the Lei family, the Sikong family, the Meja family and other families related to Dualai were all moved. This is the second pick. Especially the Sikong family, several of them turned pale instantly. The Imperial Mage Corps read out for 10 minutes in one breath, covering all the areas of demand of the Imperial Mage Corps, and then withdrew. Next was the Imperial Legion, and Westerling appeared. Westland held the list in his hand. He looked mighty and domineering in his military uniform. He walked up slowly, and took over the position of the Imperial Mage Corps. He looked around and said slowly, "Thank you all for your support to my Northwest Province. I feel that with your support for my Corps, our Northwest Province has achieved what it has today. The prosperity of the Northwest Province is inseparable from your support." These are all polite words. He paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "This attack on the Southwest Highlands is also a symbol of promoting the military power of my Northwest Province. Therefore, there is this bidding meeting. Fighting is all about supplies. Without supplies, this war cannot be fought." Westland knew he had said too much, and then he coughed and his voice became louder. "Next, I announced that in terms of equipment, first, the Glory Wizard Alliance, second, the Alchemist Union. In terms of supplies, first, the Rhine family, second, the Lang family. In terms of medical care, we are divided into two parts. The first aspect is the purchase of medicines. After investigating the strength of many pharmacists, we got the following results. First, the Pharmacist Union, second, the Dualai Wizard Tower, and third, the Force of Nature. The second aspect is that organizations and related forces can go with the team. Everyone knows why. Now I announce the list of people who will go with the team. First, 1 Pharmacist Union Wizard Tower, 1 Force of Nature Wizard Tower, and 1 Dualai Wizard Tower. Morris and Sano were excited again. Both families were selected at the same time. They looked at Dualai excitedly. What this meant was self-evident. At this time, Dualai also raised his head and looked forward, expressionless. Morris and Sano looked at Dualai, then at each other. In terms of sophistication, the two were still a little naive. But they immediately started to communicate excitedly with the people next to them. Dualai Wizard Tower received orders from 2 companies at once, and could go to the front line. This was a rare opportunity for any wizard. What did it mean? It meant money, merit, and the opportunity to become a noble, or to have the opportunity to improve their noble status. The common people of the Glory Empire tried every means to become nobles, while the nobles tried every means to improve their titles. This was because the status of a noble could override everything, and had many conveniences. Nobles can manage towns, have private soldiers, and enjoy preferential treatment in business. In short, the title of nobility alone makes everyone yearn for it. There are only a few nobles among Dualai's students, and the rest are civilians. They are all excited at this time. At this time, they accept the gazes from all around with peace of mind, and their hearts are extremely excited. Boss Dualai is still strong, and his relationship is strong. He directly got the second place in both families. Boss Dualai is the god in their hearts. At this time, Gretel and Eugene were also waving to Dualai fiercely in the distance, and they were also very excited in their hearts, as if they had won the bid. And Dualai just smiled in response, without too much movement. He stood there, as if he was a passerby, and everything around him had nothing to do with him. Rhine family. There were a total of 7 wizards. At this time, a graceful woman among the 7 looked at Dualai in the crowd. After looking at him carefully, her heart moved slightly. This young man is really a rare talent. Facing this situation, he is really calm. Dualai's stability, calmness, and even indifference to everything around him surprised the woman. This is not like a leader of an organization that has been hit hard. Looking at the people of the natural force, although they are a little bit upset, they are still very excited. Turning around and looking at Dualai, he is still as calm as ever. This calmness alone means that this young man will achieve a lot in the future. She turned her head and looked at Ash, who was calm beside her, and slowly said, "The person you chose is not bad. His talent and qualifications are all top choices, and his mind is also excellent. This time in the far north, I personally agree that he will go with you." Ash glanced at Dualai in the distance, who was in the crowd. What he saw was not Dualai's calmness, but his loneliness. In such a lively scene, he stood alone in the middle, without any sadness or joy, as if he had been away from the whole world. She turned her head and looked at her aunt. "Your consent is not necessary, my father's consent is enough. I never take the decision of the family wizard department to heart." Lauren looked at Ash, her calm expression with a hint of anger. "Ash, we are all doing this for your own good?" Chapter 426. Ash turned her head and looked at her expressionlessly. The two looked at each other, and each read the other's will from the other's eyes. After a moment, Lauren sighed and stopped talking. Ash was right. They really had no right to interfere with each other's actions. The elders in the family always wanted to control them, but never thought that wizards always followed their own nature. Controlled wizards would never accept the true meaning of the wizard world. "It's okay if you like it, but I hope you don't lose your virginity before level 6. Lauren suddenly said this without thinking. Ash was a little bored. "We are just allies now. There is still a long way between him and me. He has his ideals, and I am bound by my family. If we cannot reach a consensus in the future, we will not be able to get along. Don't worry, Aunt, I will closely follow the will of the wizard and take things lightly about love." Lauren looked at Ash with mixed feelings. The will of the wizard, haha, how can the will of the wizard compare to love? Even if it is short-lived, it is the most important part of life. Her eyes passed from Ash's face and looked at the crowd, and her pupils gradually became out of focus. The bidding will be very messy and sloppy. Some people become winners, and some people's expectant eyes gradually lose focus, as if they have lost all their strength. Some are happy, some are sad, and for a time, the people in the square are polarized. After the bidding is successful, those who bid stay to do the work after the bidding, and those who did not bid leave. Dole won 2 bids, so he went to the Imperial Mage Court to discuss specific matters. There were special people to contact him, and Morris and Sano went to the Legion on his behalf to discuss specific matters. Of course, Gretel also went with him. After Dole left, he became the owner of the Wizard Tower. After 3 days of hard work, all the final things were finalized, and the Dole Wizard Tower became famous overnight, becoming the most talked about thing in the entire Watsberg. The Dole Wizard Tower is full of pharmacists, so it doesn't have much combat power, but there is also a level 6 Wizard Tower, and its safety is beyond doubt. This makes most people who pay attention to them stay away, and some students, who have been taking classes at the Dole Wizard Tower, even plan to withdraw from their original organization and join the Dole Wizard Tower. For a time, his reputation almost went through the sky. In the silent night, a cool breeze blew across the wilderness. Alan's figure appeared in the night. He was wearing a black wizard robe with dots of light flickering on it, sometimes existing, and sometimes disappearing. Dole's figure appeared next to Alan and walked straight ahead. Not long after, a valley appeared in front of him. There was a fog at the mouth of the valley. Through the fog, a small camp appeared in front of him. At the entrance of the camp, a man in black had been waiting for a long time. At this time, Dualai discovered that his momentum was faintly connected with the surrounding valleys, exuding a mysterious atmosphere, as if he was everywhere. Dualai's strength was still lower last time, and he could not feel these subtle situations. Now it seems that the skills this man practiced are probably related to some terrain, and he can refine a part of the earth as his main battlefield. Such a person is actually most suitable to find a suitable territory and become a comfortable lord. The man also saw Dualai and kept silent about the transaction between the two, but stood there with a smile. Thank you, Lord Alan, for your support. There is nothing good this time, just a normal transaction. Alan nodded, strode to the man, and said slowly, I came here just for Dualai this time, nothing else. Did the man come last time? The man in black never mentioned Dualai, and smiled gently yes, and I made a deal with Dualai last time, hoping to borrow him for a while. Alan looked at Dualai, nodded expressionlessly, and said, okay, anyway, this is just a clone, you can use it as you like. The man in black, Donnie, glanced at Dualai, nodded slowly, and said, I spent a lot of money this time to build a wizard tower, and I had no choice but to ask Dualai for help. Alan, thank you for your introduction. Alan shrugged, it's a mutually beneficial thing, there's no need to say that, Dualai also got what he wanted. Donnie nodded, and said, okay, after today, I borrow him for a few days. Dole came this time to finish the things he owed to others before leaving, so he nodded calmly. We can go there after we make the deal. The two began to communicate. The kind you built? Donnie communicated, I'm not as rich as you. It's just a hexagonal wizard tower. It's now 12 floors and 6 levels. I want to make it into the wizard formation of your current wizard tower. Dole looked at him in surprise. Good guy, it seems that this guy has already visited his wizard tower. He either sent a clone to check it out, or disguised himself as a warrior. As long as he has no hostility towards me, and doesn't go there secretly, the wizard tower will not react. He nodded and said that's fine. It will take less than 10 days. What level of furnace are you using? At this point, Donnie's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth slightly bitter, same as you. Dualai's mouth twitched, this guy, he is rich, it seems that he has made a lot of money in the past few years by opening a black market. The two said this, and came to the inside of the black market. The black market has become lively at this time. Wizards began to slowly walk around from all directions, and began to set up stalls in the market. There were already many people walking back and forth inside, whispering about prices. These people here are very well disguised, and they hardly reveal their own breath. The majority of people here are people observing others. They pretend to look around, but they are actually looking at the people around them. Naturally, it is not difficult to see that these people have impure intentions. These are ordinary trading areas. Dualai said that he wanted to walk around. Donnie and Alan waved their hands and let him go, and then the two went to an unknown place. The slightly lively valley. A trace of cool breeze blew out from the mountain, making people feel a little cool in this sultry summer. On the uneven ground of the valley, as long as it was flat, some tents that shielded the breath were arranged, and people were sitting in each tent. Some things were placed at the door of the tent. This black market was a high-end black market, and there were no wizards below level 3, so the things inside were very high-end, all of which were high-end goods above level 3 or 4. Even some of the medicinal materials in Dualai were very interesting. Or, medicinal materials, finished alchemical items, weapons, and some magic crystals of good quality, basically these things. Dualai walked and looked, and bought some medicinal materials that he could not see at ordinary times. He saw a few of the people who came last time, and there were a few things he needed last time, but now he didn't need them. He walked slowly, and after getting to know the ordinary wizard life, he slowly stopped paying attention. Chapter 427. Of course, there were many people who approached him. Some of them were trying to sell their own things, some were malicious, and some were just trying to make friends. All of them were politely rejected by Dualai. There were a few people who were malicious, but Dualai didn't want to pay attention to them. They were all small wizards of level 3 or 4, and they were not very tactful. From the entrance of the valley, Dualai walked to the innermost part. He quickly came to the door of the last tent. He just glanced at it, and walked directly inside. Behind him, there were several eyes staring at him as he walked into the valley. The deeper part of the valley was naturally a more high-end market. At this time, 6 men in black formed a circle, each explaining what they wanted to exchange. Seeing Dualai come in, one of the men in black immediately retracted his hand, his eyes slightly lit up. Everyone, the person I'm waiting for is here, you guys trade first. He immediately turned around and walked towards Dualai. After the men in black left, the other 3 looked at each other, only Donnie and Alan were unmoved. The 3 people saw this and immediately understood that this new guy might have really made a deal with this old poisoner, but they didn't know what it was. The man in black walked out and quickly came to Dualai, looking expectantly. He wrapped himself tightly at this time, wearing a large magic robe, which was covered with runes that blocked mental power, and only a pair of eyes were exposed. He walked over and felt a gloomy and terrifying feeling. He came to Dualai and asked eagerly, Can you refine it? Dualai nodded, of course. He took out a jar and put it in his hand, and several potion bottles were placed in the closed jar. After seeing the things, the man did not rush to scan with his mental power, but looked at Dualai to see if he had anything to say. Dualai casually threw the can over, then took out a few small paper bags, and said expressionlessly, "This is the antidote, dilute it 100 times, and take it orally." The man looked at Dualai and took it in surprise. He thought he would have to pay a price. He thought for a while, and still said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Dualai slowly said, "You provided the materials and the formula. You don't need to pay anything. I got the formula, and this formula has inspired me a lot." The man in black pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, I accept your favor." Dualai looked at him. Although the other party was level 6, he said without fear, "I think you should keep your favor." In the distance, the other three looked at this side in surprise, and they were all a little surprised. In this world, there are still people who dare to talk to the old poison like this. The three of them looked at each other, and finally looked at Alan and Donnie. Donnie and Alan naturally had no expression, and their eyes showed no expression. The old poisoner had extraordinary means, and was incredibly strong. Most importantly, he often used various extremely harmful poisons. Wherever he passed, no grass grew or hair grew. Therefore, his reputation in the wizard world was very bad, but he was not a real poisoner. This person could actually make poison for the old poisoner. That was really amazing. And what was wrong with these two people? It seemed that they were protecting this young man. This young man seemed to be very amazing. One of them thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the owner of the Dualai Wizard Tower, the 6th level pharmacist Dualai. The eyes of the other two changed when they looked at Dualai. There are no secrets between high-end wizards. Basically, all level 6 wizards can guess each other's identity as long as they meet. As long as it is this person, it is normal for Alan, the vice president of the Honor Wizard Union, to look like this. After all, whether he will be promoted to level 7 in the future depends on this little wizard. Moreover, in the dark wizard world, this person's reputation is not small. After all, the identity of the heir of the Xian corpse worm cannot be concealed. Nawushu's recent success is also related to this person. A small level 4 wizard, the eyes of the 3 level 6 wizards looking at Dualai suddenly changed. The 3 people understood each other tacitly. Alan looked at the 3 people. Naturally, he guessed the little thoughts of the 3 people. As long as he was here, Dualai would have no problem today. The purpose of bringing him here today was mainly to trade poison with the old poison. Other things, Donnie had traded before, so the purpose of today has been achieved and can retreat. The black wizard got the poison, put it away happily, and breathed a sigh of relief. He had waited for a month, and finally got it. With this thing, he could plan that place. When he thought of the things inside, even though the old poison was already a very powerful 6th level wizard, he couldn't help but feel excited at this time, because the things inside represented the 7th level. From the 6th level to the 7th level, I don't know how many people were stuck. The old poison has been stuck for almost 100 years. How can he not be excited? He didn't care much about being looked down upon by Dualai, a 4th level little wizard. Anyway, they didn't interact much, so it didn't matter. At this time, he laughed loudly, turned around and said to the other 5 people, "My goal this time has been achieved. You guys, do whatever you want. I'm leaving." As he said that, he laughed loudly, and then turned into a black smoke and rushed to the distant mountain. In the darkness, he quickly disappeared without a trace. One of them changed his face at this time and said, "I'm done with the deal. See you next time, everyone." He also shook his body, and went to the distant mountain, and soon disappeared. For a while, there were only 4 people left. The 4 people looked at each other, and one of them said slowly, "I still have a 1,000-year-old corpse in my hand. I don't know who wants it. It has been cultivated to the stage of silver corpse." The person on the opposite side looked at this person, and said slowly, "Give it to me. I have a few drops of blue-green leaves." The man's eyes suddenly lit up. "I want 5 drops." The man nodded and said, "Okay." The two then traded, and a corpse with extremely strong corpse gas was thrown out. Dualai took a look at the corpse, and his body was involuntarily attracted by the strong corpse gas on it. Reason told him that this corpse gas was the stinkiest in the world. It was really unpleasant, and it even carried various toxins, and eating it would kill him on the spot, but his body told him that this thing was so fragrant, it was really delicious, he really wanted to eat a bite, and it was very nutritious. He then closed his eyes, and fought against the Xian corpse worm's instinct frantically. After the Xian corpse worm was promoted to level 5, its strength increased greatly, and his own strength was also slowly increasing, but after all, it was a big level higher, and it was very difficult to suppress it. But fortunately, the man quickly took the corpse away. Next was another person, who took out 10 extremely powerful scrolls, and its power also shocked Dualai a little. Everyone took turns to trade one by one, which was relaxed and happy, but the atmosphere was always tense, for fear that they would fight if they disagreed. Level 6 masters were all disaster level figures, and any move they made was as terrifying as the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, which was very terrifying. Fortunately, the thing that Dole was afraid of did not happen in the end. Donnie had good organizational skills, and together with Alan, they were able to intimidate the other level 6 people. Otherwise, this place would have been open long ago. Chapter 428. As time went by, after every few transactions, one of them said, "I'm done with what I have, I leave now." He flashed and disappeared from the spot, but his aura instantly left. The second person was next, and finally only Alan and Donnie were left. After everyone had left and Donnie was sure that he had not sensed any other masters, he took out a stone emitting a strong purple light from his hand, and said solemnly, "This is the purple thunderstone. I spent a little time getting it from somewhere else." Alan's expression moved slightly, and he slowly took the purple thunderstone from Donnie's hand, trembling slightly. "With this thing, my chances of surviving the catastrophe can be increased by 10%. Thank you for your hard work." Donnie put his hand down, looked at Dualai, and said slowly, "It's not hard. If you didn't introduce Dualai to me, I still don't know where my wizard tower is. I don't trust other people. Only people like Dualai, who have no roots and no foundation, can he fully trust." Alan's face was full of joy at this time. He shrugged and said with a smile, "I am very optimistic about this child. Just don't treat him badly. He has a high talent, and will definitely follow our path in the future. He is on the same path as us." Donnie nodded. After the two finished the transaction, Alan took out something similar to a tent, put it on the ground, and went to rest, leaving only Dualai and Donnie. Donnie looked around. It was particularly quiet in the dark night. He looked at the place where the transaction was being carried out, and said slowly, "Relax your mind. I will take you to the wizard tower. It won't take much time." Dualai nodded, and let go of all his defenses. Seeing this, Donnie nodded slightly, his figure flashed, and turned into a puff of smoke, wrapping Dualai, and then quickly flew out of the mountain. All this happened silently, and no one knew that the owner of the black market had disappeared. There are two parts to refining a wizard tower. The first part is the tower body. Most people's tower bodies are made of wood, and a few are made of metal. The wooden ones are slightly cheaper, and the price of metal is not something that ordinary people can afford. No matter what your strength is, unless you are an alchemist, you must find someone else to refine the wizard tower. Donnie is no exception. His tower body is also refined by someone. He alone can't do that. Even so, the materials accumulated for decades, once used up in one day, are just a 12-story pentagonal wizard tower. This is the sadness of wizards without special skills. Dualai's eyes were always in darkness. When the scenery returned to normal, he was already on a plain, surrounded by desolate and endless land, and in front of him was a towering tower. This tower had 12 floors, and was exactly the same as his own tower, except that it was slightly larger in appearance. In the dark night, the endless plains and towers were indescribably dead and lonely. After a long time, Donnie said, "I have set up formations around you. You can concentrate on refining the magic pattern. When you are done, send me a message. I will be not far away." Then, under the starlight, Dualai glanced at Donnie and said, "Okay, but you have to prepare some corpses. Refining the magic pattern requires a certain amount of physical strength and energy for my clone, so I need some corpses." Donnie nodded. He knew that Dualai's clone was the ancient strange insect Xianshurworm, so he didn't care too much. Corpses are everywhere as long as you are willing to find them. Even if there are none, it is easy to create some corpses. Donnie looked at him solemnly. "Then I leave it to you." He bowed heavily. Dualai hurriedly bowed his head in return. This is a veritable level 6. But Dualai also knew that all of Donnie's worth is on this, and he must not be careless. He nodded and said, "As long as you can ensure the safety of the surroundings, everything else is not a problem." Donnie became confident at this time. He looked around and smiled lightly. "This is my base camp. There is no safer place than here. You can refine it with confidence." Dualai looked around and nodded slightly. He could feel that Donnie's breath was everywhere here. He didn't know what kind of meditation this guy practiced. He could actually refine an area and treat it as his own territory. This is amazing. He nodded and said, "Then come in 10 days, Maybe 10 days will do. In fact, it would be better if it was closer to my wizard tower. He sighed and said, then I start working now. The wizard tower is just an empty shell, with nothing inside. Just the 12-story tower itself, and the furnace alone would cost at least 30 or 40 million gold coins. If he wanted to build it completely, the final price would probably be 50 or 60 million, but that book saved him a lot. For Dualai, the book is priceless, and for Donnie, the wizard tower is the foundation of his life. It can't be said who suffered a loss. It can only be said that the meaning to each person is different. After entering the wizard tower, with a sweep of his mental power, Dualai quickly stood on the 7th floor. A huge furnace stood in this floor, occupying the 6th, 7th, 8th and 3rd floors. It was very huge, even bigger than Dualai's, 10 meters high and 20 meters wide. The whole body seemed to be made of very high temperature resistant fire copper, and there were some strange metals, meteorite iron. This thing alone was not cheap. No wonder he wanted to find himself to refine it. He really couldn't trust others. Dualai was shocked just by seeing this furnace. My goodness, is this preparing for the 9th level in the future? He thought about it and sighed. With this thing, Donnie could almost protect one side. He no longer had to worry about opening a black market. He could directly build a shelter as a trading place. Wouldn't that be wonderful? I guess he planned to do so. With his skills, he could build a territory and be invincible. Thinking of this, Dualai thought carefully about what he should do in the future. He must also take the route of territory. But what territory? He can't move to the sea and create a storm territory, right? Who can enter? However, he immediately put this question aside and began to arrange magic patterns on the furnace. The materials are all here and can be easily obtained. He only needs to apply them to the furnace and arrange the formation. As the magic patterns were imprinted one by one, about 5 days passed. The furnace was gently sucked in like a whale sucking water, and all the elements around it were put into it, becoming the energy source of the wizard tower. Dualai is already familiar with this work. He doesn't need to build it carefully, and he can start working directly. When the furnace is successfully running, Dualai doesn't need to work so hard to pull the wizard elements around himself, but directly use them from the furnace. The level of the Chris furnace, which is a full level 6, pulls in magic elements within a radius of several kilometers. He doesn't worry about not having energy to use. After taking a break after fixing the stove, Dualai began to arrange all the magic patterns from the first floor to the top floor. At the same time, the magic patterns in each room were also arranged synchronously. Magic patterns condensed from all around him and flew in all directions. Magic patterns of various colors lit up on each floor. They were the magic pattern arrays that had already taken shape. Chapter 429. Watsberg. When the first rays of light in the morning shone on the mountain outside, a team of wizards in white wizard robes had arrived at the door of Dualai Wizard. Canchel and Mora were sitting at the door at this time, looking at these white-robed wizards in surprise. This was the Imperial Mage Corps of the Glory Empire. It was them who used powerful witchcraft to destroy the formation of their country. The two hurriedly stood up and lowered their heads very low. Hello, sirs, but is there anything you want to inform me about? At this time, a voice came from above. Let the guests come in. Come to the 11th floor. The two hurriedly switched actions. Please welcome all the sirs. The white-robed wizards had almost the same expression, raised their heads, and looked at the top of the tower. The leader was a very young wizard, about 30 years old, but looked only 15 or 16 years old. He waved his hand, and everyone entered in a line. Canchel was a little nervous at this time. It was the first time for them to see the wizards of the Imperial Mage Corps so close. The aura of these wizards was so terrible. Mora also had an expression at this time, lowering his head and just rushing on the road. The two of them had already changed their meditation method. At this time, they were both practicing elemental meditation. Naturally, they knew how huge the aura of these people was. 11th floor. Greta sat in front of the conference table, drinking every sip of the drink. The Imperial Legion did not come directly to get the medicine because they had to go on the expedition with the team. We will follow them directly to the front line. The Imperial Mage Corps will probably get enough potions at once this time. Or you have foresight, and cut off part of the flow in advance, otherwise we may not be able to supply enough. Dualai smiled faintly. It's mainly because of your relationship that I dare to take a gamble. But even if I lose, the worst that can happen is that I sell it to adventurers, mercenaries, and nobles. Anyway, there is no big loss. Greta's mouth twitched, and his eyes showed a trace of envy. You pharmacists are so domineering. Alchemists don't dare to do this. Just as the two were chatting, a team of 12 people walked in at the door. Dualai and Greta slowly stood up and greeted them with their hands down. Next to them, Morris, Sano, Bernard and other pharmacists who had been promoted to level 5 also stood aside to greet them. They also wanted to let the Imperial Mage Corps see their background. Greta leaned close to Dole's ear and said, "The leader is a master of the last youth program, named Leon, a master of the Rhine family. He was probably sent here because of your relationship." Greta walked out first, smiled slightly, and said, "It turns out that Brother Leon is here. He didn't even say hello before coming, so we can go down to greet him." Leon glanced at Greta and gave enough respect to the next owner of Dole Wizard Tower. "Greta, no, we are just routine, and I won't say anything else. They are here just to move things this time." He looked at Dole, his expression slowly changed from pride to casualness, and then smiled lightly. "Wizard Dole, I often hear my sister mention you, and this time I really saw the real person. It's really surprising." Dole's youth and talent made them the geniuses of the Imperial Mage Corps, not arrogant. Dualai bowed slightly and smiled slowly. "I have to do this for a living. I am not like Gretel and the others who have excellent resources. I have to work hard with my own hands to achieve my current achievements." Leon's eyes immediately became serious. Dualai's words hit his heart. The path of a wizard is not easy to walk. If he uses the same time, the same energy, and the same resources, he can probably reach level 6 or even level 7 on the warrior side, but it is too difficult on the wizard side. Dole is a civilian with no resources and nothing. It is a miracle that he has reached this point by himself. He can't be proud of this huge difference. He smiled bitterly and said, "If you say so, we are all useless." Behind Leon, the white-robed wizards looked a little weird. Dole knew he had said too much, and smiled slowly. "Please sit down. I have some good drinks here. Mint flavor, orange flavor. Please choose your own." Morris, Sano, Shangshui. The conference room is large, enough to accommodate more than 100 people, more than enough to sit a dozen people. After introducing each other, everyone sat down and began to enter the formal negotiation. Leon smiled slowly. "I heard that you two and my sister made a beverage can, earning more than 10,000 yuan a month. I tried it the other day, and it was really good. Forget it, let's get back to the topic. This is our list this time. How much can you give?" He waved his hand, flicked it lightly, and put a piece of paper in front of Dole. Dole did not look at the paper, but pushed it directly in front of Gretel. When Leon saw this, he immediately understood that he was ready to hand over power. He was going to the North Pole with his sister to comprehend the world and enter the 5th level. This was the best time to hand over power. He turned around and looked at Morris and Sano, who were serving beside him, and his heart moved slightly. These were all reliable talents, who could be used in the future and could be approached. He signaled to the others, who immediately understood and chatted with them on other topics. Dualai took in all of this and smiled without saying a word. Greta looked at the list, compared it with the list Dualai gave her, and then said solemnly, "Brother Leon, we can provide all the things you want, and the quantity is no less than that. In terms of quality, they are generally top quality goods, and there are very few medium quality ones." Leon nodded as expected, and he said, "If possible, we will pick up the goods now. This is the main purpose of coming here today." Greta said readily, "Okay." He handed the list to Rosa next to him, and then asked Gideon to cooperate, call Libesha and others, as well as other pharmacists, to prepare these things. The Imperial Mage Corps' move was naturally a big deal. Such a piece of paper represented a business of nearly 100 million, and each person would also have millions. This was also the result of their accumulation for several months. All of them were sold at once, and all the pharmacists in Dualai's Wizard Tower became excited. Finally, there was money. For a time, the entire Wizard Tower became active. After arranging the matter, 11 white-robed wizards also went down to load the things. They were Leon's assistants and also checked to see if the potions were up to standard. However, after recent investigations, everyone knew that there were no inferior potions at the Dualai Wizard Tower. All of them were top quality. Occasionally there were a few medium quality ones, but they would be sold at a low price, and the reason would be noted, such as because they had just started learning or because of the materials. Chapter 430. The products of Dualai Wizard Tower must be top-notch. The professional and aristocratic circles of the entire Watsberg know this, and it is impeccable. And after going to the warehouse, the rows of potions in the huge space are clear and bright, which is enough to prove this point. At this time, only Leon, Dualai, and Gretel were left in the conference room. Leon smiled and said, "Gretel, I heard that you are going to take over the management of Dualai Wizard Tower." Gretel nodded and shrugged, Your sister is going to kidnap the Tower Master. I have to come to see. Leon almost spit out a mouthful of blood, a little angry. What do you mean my sister kidnapped the Tower Master? My sister is as beautiful as a goddess. That is to look up to him. He snorted, not taking up the topic, and slowly said, I heard that you and Eugene kidnapped the girl from the Lay family? Greta curled her lips. It's not me, it's Eugene. I don't know what the Lay family thinks. Such an outstanding person is actually pushed out. I don't know what they think. Leon nodded. Indeed, some people are always short-sighted. But if you really think they are short-sighted, you are wrong. Marrying that waste of your Rhine family really buried him, brother Leon. I'm not saying that your Rhine family is too greedy, Greta said bluntly. Leon's mouth twitched. What do you mean by too greedy? It was the Lay family who rushed to come up, and no one forced her. Besides, don't just look at the surface. What do you mean by that waste? The father of that waste recently got a treasure, and in the near future, he can impact the 7th level. Greta was shocked. Who wants to reach level 7? Leon curled his lips. Why do you think the Lay family would rush to come up? I have seen the girls of the Lay family. They are all top-notch talents. Otherwise, why would we agree? Gretel gritted his teeth and thought, if that's the case, then you should refuse. Leona will have the opportunity to advance to level 7 in the future. If she gives it to that person, won't her life be ruined? Leon sighed and said, that's the matter of the upper level. It has nothing to do with me. But your commotion is actually not bad. Although Eugene doesn't practice seriously, he is still very smart. The president has been here recently, so no one dares to make trouble. Dualai just listened without interrupting. Most of his energy was in the wizard tower. Seeing that he was fine, he was happy to be free. Gretel is extremely talented, good at communicating with people, and has a complex network of relationships. If the wizard tower is handed over to him, this guy will be able to make money and gain merit in the near future. Maybe he will become a baron at a young age, which is actually very good. Although nobles are nobles, it does not mean that every descendant of a noble has a title. They still have to work hard for the title. Baron is the lowest title, which is eligible to own a territory, have no less than 15 private soldiers, and can form various forces, adventure groups, caravans, etc. And above the baron, according to the imperial merit, the position of baron can be awarded in the name, and the family strength and status will rise several levels instantly. There are actually many tricks in the promotion of the title. Dualai was also willing to give Gretel, the restaurant Eugene and Ash, who were not very demanding in this regard. For them, it was almost the same whether they had it or not. Personal strength was everything. For Dualai, this was also true. The Imperial Mage Corps spent a morning moving all the potions they needed, almost moving 80% of the Dualai Wizard Tower storage. These potions were registered one by one, and then they were traded normally and exchanged for money. Dualai did not participate in these, and he was not even present when everyone was given dividends. His energy was completely focused on other things. Although Gretel was surprised why Dualai was unwilling to take charge, he could feel that Dualai's spirit was always declining. This guy, the clone, didn't know what big thing he was doing, and it must be a big deal, so he didn't ask. After this transaction, although Gretel seemed calm on the surface, he was extremely surprised in his heart. With a scale of 30 or 40 people, the transaction volume was almost hundreds of millions of gold coins, which was faster than their own family making money. This was simply, fuck the family, I want to lead the Dualai Wizard Tower, no one can snatch it from me. Gret was crazy. After understanding Dualai's ability to make money, Gret had infinite ambitions in his heart. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Unless Dualai always let him manage the Wizard Tower, otherwise, he would have no chance. These people only believed in Dualai. After the potion was sold, Greg used his privileges to buy medicinal materials, and worked overtime to refine it. While he was doing various things, he also built good relationships with some wizards in the Dualai Wizard Tower. These people were all treasures of Watsberg. If he built good relationships now, he would have potions in the future. 10 days later. In the wilderness, Donnie appeared in front of the Wizard Tower. In the surrounding world, there seemed to be no movement. Within a radius of tens of kilometers, the magic elements had formed a fixed vortex, rotating around the Wizard Tower. At the center, magic elements were thrown into the Wizard Tower and quickly disappeared. On the Wizard Tower, there seemed to be no movement, but in fact, it emitted rays of light, shielding itself and shielding the surrounding induction, as if there was just a ball of air. If he hadn't known the location of the Wizard Tower early, Donnie would probably not have sensed it so carefully. He slowly came to the front of the tower, and this time he really saw the Wizard Tower. The whole tower was still the tower he built, but the momentum had changed drastically. Seeing the tower was like seeing an extremely huge furnace. The momentum that seemed to explode deeply shocked his heart. Seeing this, Donnie nodded silently. Dualai was a child of extraordinary means. His skill in refining the magic circle of the wizard tower was simply a stroke of genius. I don't know how he cultivated it. His mental power was so huge. He worked at a high intensity for more than 10 days without exhausting his mental power. It was simply terrifying. He thought of the very famous meditation methods of the two big families, but he couldn't think of which meditation method could create such a strong mental power. At this moment, as the wizard tower shook slightly, the light outside slowly converged, and even the strange phenomenon in the sky slowly disappeared, revealing the real tower body. He knew that it was done. It took almost 20 days, and all his expectations, and it finally worked. However, the wizard tower has not been opened yet, and Dualai has not come out yet. He waited quietly. The sun set, the night came, and in the silent wilderness, the terrifying howling of various creatures. Soon, a trace of fish belly white appeared in the sky in the east, the sky lit up, and the morning came again. Chapter 431. Dole held the magic crystal in his hand, and a trace of energy dissipated from the magic crystal and flew into his body. There were several empty bottles of potions at his feet, and not far away, piles of unknown animal corpses had turned into skeletons. Finally, some energy was replenished. It was really painful to refine the wizard tower. Although I knew it would be like this, it was still very uncomfortable. However, when I thought of my own gains, this discomfort was nothing. Recently, he had deduced the 6th level potion of the Scarlet Potion, and the effect was not much different from that on the market. Therefore, I was still quite excited. This proved that this book was useful, and had a huge effect. The next ones were energy potions, vitality potions, agility potions, strength potions, etc. When all the 6th level potions were researched, they could enter the 7th level in one fell swoop according to the alchemical equations they had researched. Level 7 does not require him to enter the realm of a level 5 wizard. He only needs to perform special processing on certain medicinal materials, and more precise control of mental power. In fact, it is not difficult. The most difficult part for a pharmacist is level 6 and level 9. The rest can only be regarded as following the routine. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled, and then carefully looked at the tower. After one night and one day of operation, the wizard tower has no problem at all. At this time, he saw Donnie, who was quietly standing under the tower, and then disappeared in an instant. Donnie stared blankly at Dualai, who suddenly appeared, with a somewhat horrified expression. Space teleportation? This wizard tower has this ability. He stared at the other party in a daze, and slowly whispered, "What is this?" Dualai smiled faintly. Short-distance space transmission is only effective within 100 meters of the wizard tower. It looks cool, but it's actually a lot of fancy and energy-consuming. I send you a copy of the Wizard Array Manual. Our deal ends here. He took a token from his arms and handed it to Donnie. This is the control center. Donnie still looked at the tower in front of him in disbelief. He took the control center in a daze, a little unbelievable. This involves the ability of space transfer. You know, only the Glory Wizard Alliance can master the relevant skills. Ordinary wizards can't even touch it. My goodness, this guy can do it. Then his eyes lit up. There must be related magic patterns and magic arrays in it. He will also be able to study it in the future. This time he made a lot of money. He nodded. A book in exchange for a wizard array with unlimited potential. How can he feel like he has benefited from it? I have to trouble you with the subsequent formations. Donnie thought about it, holding the token, feeling a lot of emotion. Wizards who can refine wizard towers, and wizards who can refine advanced potions are both popular in the wizard industry. Dualai has these two skills. No wonder he can succeed. This is both talent and capital. Dualai nodded. He showed a slightly tired look. Then I go back first. If you don't understand anything, you can send a message. He instantly turned into a black mist and went to the distant horizon. With the original body as a beacon, he was not afraid of getting lost. In the wilderness, Donnie looked at the wizard tower in front of him, and he was slightly excited. He instantly communicated with the control center, and the huge mental power penetrated into it, and soon refined the token into his own. When he fully mastered it, the information that popped out of it surprised him. This wizard tower is almost the same as an ordinary hexagonal wizard tower. For 10 days, Gretel was very busy, so busy that he didn't even have time to practice. In the past few days, the actions of the military, the Imperial Mage Corps, and his own family made him busy and exhausted. He used all the relationships he could to sort out all the procedures. And Dualai, who should have been busy, locked himself in the room for 10 days, and didn't know what to do. Gretel was very unhappy, but the income of tens of thousands of gold coins every month made him keep his mouth shut, and could only express his dissatisfaction. On this day, the Imperial Mage Corps came again. Just after sending them away, he saw Dualai's clone coming in from outside, looking tired, as if he hadn't rested for several months. Standing on the first floor, he looked at Dualai and said inexplicably, "What are you doing? You look listless?" Dualai raised his head, looking tired. "I haven't rested for almost 20 days. High-intensity use of mental power is the natural result. I won't tell you more. I need to rest." He walked around Gretel, and was about to go inside. The clone also needs to rest. Gretel was a little surprised. He didn't rest for more than 20 days. What did he do? He shouted from behind, "What if Ash looks for you?" Dualai didn't even turn his head, let her wait a few days. "I really need to rest." After saying this, he quickly disappeared at the door. Gretel touched his chin. What did this guy do? At this moment, a voice transmission sounded in his ears. He immediately became serious and left the Wizard Tower. Wizard Tower number 3. Alan looked at Gretel with some dissatisfaction. He took Gretel in because of her gifts and talents, not to let her do business. This guy was really addicted to business and didn't practice. "I heard that you've been helping Dualai recently. How long will it take?" Alan said slowly. Gret was stunned. He could tell that the teacher's tone was wrong. He tried to figure out what the teacher meant, and then gently tried to test, until the war is over. Alan was immediately furious. After the war, the Southwest battlefield would have to fight for several months, or even more than a year? He suppressed his anger and said, "Then you won't practice?" Gret immediately understood what was going on. He laughed and said, "Teacher, the method I practice is special. You know that I need to collect all kinds of emotional fire. In the Dualai Wizard Tower, I have seen all kinds of people, which is actually helpful for my practice. Although I don't have time to practice, I haven't fallen behind in other aspects. Don't worry, when Dualai can be promoted to level 5, I can also be promoted to level 5. Gret patted his chest and said confidently. Alan looked at Gretel, his face gloomy. "I'm not saying anything about you, but you're wasting time. If you don't pay attention to cultivation while you're young, it will be difficult to cultivate well when your potential rises to the end and disappears in the future. You should improve your strength as soon as possible, and don't do those things." Gretel smiled bitterly in her heart, and hurriedly responded, "I have asked the people in the Wizard Tower to speed up their learning and connect with my business. As long as it is completed, I can be a hands-off boss and hide in the back. Recently, the Imperial Mage Corps and the Imperial Legion need me to coordinate. The students have tried their best to learn to contact themselves, and the effect is okay at present." Alan groaned, still unwilling to let him go. "Your talent is here, unlike Dualai, his talent is tossing. You can't afford to toss, understand? Since you can collect the fire of emotions, then I won't say much. Anyway, you can't fall too far behind them, understand?" Chapter 432. Coming out of Wizard Tower number 3, sweating profusely, Gretel had a black bead in her hand. It was something that Alan had refined that could collect dark energy and help him practice. Gretel felt quite comforted that her teacher still cared about her. Thinking of this, he thought of Dualai. When would this guy leave? The Empire had been frequently transferring personnel recently, and it seemed that the war would start soon. In addition to the senior officers who joined the army, their Orn family also organized a group of about 3,000 private soldiers to go with them. The purpose was to gain merit. Originally, he was going to go with the family, but when he heard that Dualai had given him control of the Wizard Tower, the elders of the family never spoke again. This made Gretel a little proud. "I have the Wizard Tower, so you can go away. I am a hot commodity now." Rhine family, backyard. In the world of ice and snow, the last white crystal in Ash's hand turned into smoke and disappeared into the world. Not long after, she opened her eyes. Through the resources of the family and his own efforts, the meditation method has now reached its peak. If he wants to be promoted next, he needs to go to an extremely cold place to comprehend the ice field and initially master the use of ice momentum. In the north, this can only be done for a few months in winter, and it is not possible at other times. Although this ice courtyard is also okay, it is artificial after all, and it is not part of the laws of heaven and earth, so it still has some flaws. The magic of advanced meditation lies here. At level 5, one can comprehend the magic of some momentum and transform it into an immature primary field. This is also a huge watershed that distinguishes wizards of high power and low power. Wizards with special meditation methods at the same level 5 can instantly crush ordinary wizards. Thinking of this time, she raised her hand, and the water vapor around her condensed and turned into hundreds of dry snowflakes on her boat. These snowflakes were actually tiny magic models, and each snowflake was a complete witchcraft. She tried hard to control these snowflakes, flying around her body, and soon formed a vortex of snowflakes. She wanted to use her own way to form the ice spear used by Dualai. Soon, these snowflakes condensed in her hands and formed a crystal clear ice column. Her forehead was sweating, and then she let go of the ice column and threw it in a certain direction. A white figure appeared in front of the ice bead, her robes fluttering, rising with the wind, indescribably elegant. It was Lauren. After she appeared, she saw this ice column and felt the power compressed to the extreme, and her heart moved slightly. Not bad, not bad, this power is almost close to the 5th level witchcraft. She stretched out her hand, and a water pattern emerged from her hand. The water pattern quickly changed into a shining mirror, and the diameter quickly changed from half a meter to 1 meter. The speed of the icicle was extremely fast, and Lauren's reaction was also extremely fast. As soon as the mirror was formed, the icicle touched the mirror surface. Bang, bang. With a few pleasant glass crisp sounds, the icicle broke into pieces, forming thousands of randomly broken energies, shooting in all directions, and the mirror surface was also dotted with a groove at this time. As the last bit of the icicle disappeared, several cracks appeared on the mirror surface. The mirror surface suddenly broke, exploded, and scattered into ice crystals all over the sky. In the distance, Ash frowned his white forehead, very dissatisfied with this power. Lauren came over at this time, hovered in front of Ash, and smiled slowly. This power is already very good. It broke the 5th level witchcraft I condensed casually. Why are you still frowning? Ash sighed and said, I thought I was the most talented person in Watsberg, but I didn't expect that there was someone more talented than me. Hey, if this magic was in that person's hands, it would probably be condensed in an instant. Unlike me, I have worked so hard for so long, but it takes at least 5 seconds to condense it successfully. 5 seconds, if I am against an enemy? Lauren's expression froze, and she also thought of that boy. Among the same level, he is indeed a rare wizard who focuses on control. She thought for a while, and said, don't be discouraged. He is a pharmacist who has been working hard on control since he was a child. You can practice for a longer period of time. Moreover, the meditation method of the ice and snow goddess does not require too high control. As long as the field is formed within a certain range, even if it takes 10 seconds to condense this single attack method, others are lambs on the chopping board. This is the advantage of our meditation method. Ash shook her head. If I were to face a master like Dualai who has great power and strong single attack, I'm afraid he would be able to easily kill me without leaving the field. What's more, he also has many poisons. This person, I think now, is simply invincible in the same realm. Facing Dualai, she suddenly felt particularly powerless. Lauren's expression suddenly stagnated again. She thought about how to deal with Dualai, but if she was at the same level, there was really no way, unless she used alchemical equipment to directly bombard him. She would definitely not be able to beat him head-on, but if she used large alchemical equipment and he had a wizard tower, she would definitely defeat ordinary wizards. How can we play this? She thought for a moment, and then slowly comforted him. You should reach level 5 first. After level 5, there are many ways. As long as the domain is not destroyed, we will not die. If he wants to defeat you, he must first find you in the domain. Although the poison is strong, it will not be very effective in a low-temperature environment. Ash thought about it, and it seemed to be true. She turned her head, her eyes were firm. Father will leave in a month. I want to leave now. Lauren nodded, and said, okay, it just so happens that the boy's wizard tower has basically been built. It's better for you to have a wizard tower than to use a magic tent. She envied Ash a little. When she was promoted to level 5, she didn't have such a good treatment. She was a poor person who stayed in the ice and snow for 3 years before she successfully entered the 5th level. Those 3 years were simply a nightmare. Those 3 years were also the darkest 3 years in her life. Despair, loneliness, the most painful thing in the world. Lauren's eyes were filled with a trace of cold silence. 3 days passed quickly. Dualai walked out of the room, full of energy. He felt refreshed, and his mental power limit was a little higher. He issued a notice these days that he would go out to hone his skills, so the course would end when he came back. Therefore, the entire pharmacist industry in Watsberg suffered a huge blow, and countless people wailed. But they had no choice. If they wanted to improve, They had to either come out to attend classes or join an organization to learn other people's methods. But now it seems that the only organization without special strong constraints is the Dualai Wizard Tower. The wizards who were recently reviewed to join the Dualai Wizard Tower said that this place is simply a paradise on Earth. As long as you don't know, just ask anyone. As long as you pay a certain amount of gold coins and time, you can always find the answer. This is the real paradise for pharmacists. After hearing the news that the course was over, many people wanted to join the Dualai Wizard Tower. Chapter 433. At this time, the entire pharmacist industry has put tremendous pressure on the Honor Wizard Alliance and Dualai, including the Pharmacist Union, because some excellent pharmacists have left, some small organizations, and even the Pharmacist Union can't stand it, and the voices of protest are endless. Dualai didn't care about these things at all. Greta was in charge. He had to go to the far north, prepare some things for himself, refine new wizard robes, and reset the wizard array for the new wizard tower in the next few days. How could he care about them? He just made policies, and as for dealing with people, someone else would do it. Although the new wizard tower is only 3 stories high and very short, it looks very spectacular. Among the wizard towers, 5-cornered and 6-cornered ones are very common, but octagonal towers are rare. The new octagonal tower still attracted a lot of people's attention. The wizard tower has been built, waiting for Dualai to go over and set up the wizard array. After being busy for so long, he finally had time to refine. He came to the door and walked in slowly. However, there are only 3 floors, so the task is easier. Dualai estimated that if he went a little slower and took some rest, he could complete it in 10 days or half a month. It was already October, so he just had to set off before winter came. At this moment, a white figure came from a distance and stood in front of the wizard tower. Dualai turned his head, and his mental power moved slightly. What's wrong? Ash slowly rose into the sky, level with Dualai, and then slowly flew to the top of the wizard tower, standing on one of the corners, about 10 meters away from Dualai. At this time, Dualai's mental power was like a frenzy, madly covering the wizard tower. At the same time, the hexagonal tower in the distance released magic power, connecting with his mental power. Under this octagonal wizard tower, magic patterns were instantly formed and flew to an unknown place. In 1 second, thousands of magic patterns flashed. The scene was very spectacular. In Aishi's view, Dualai was simply a ruthless magic pattern refining machine. Beside him, huge energy squeezed out everything around him, and she didn't dare to get close. His own power, the power of the wizard tower, at this moment, Dualai was like a complete 6th-level wizard, unscrupulously releasing his power, powerful and majestic. Aishi saw this and sighed in her heart. The gap between herself and Dualai was not a little bit. She slowly said, "It's okay, I want to leave as soon as possible, and everything is ready." Dual nodded, "It's October now, I also want to leave as soon as possible, so I'm speeding up." Aishi looked at the surging energy around Dualai, and nodded slightly. Dualai now looks very much like the ancestor he met that year. He is also like this. He is very exaggerated in dealing with this kind of alchemy method, unlike the human race. Dualai has been troubled by the Imperial Mage Corps, the Honorable Wizard Alliance, and the Imperial Legion recently, so he wants to leave as soon as possible. He was stuck in Donnie's wizard tower 2 days ago, otherwise he would have slipped away by now. He is not very good at dealing with people, so it is better to leave it to people who are good at it. Gretel and Eugene are very suitable for cooperation. Eugene has been very anxious these days. After snatching the little girl from the Lei family, the atmosphere between the Lei family and the Honorable Wizard Alliance has become a little tense. If he does not show his value, he and Leona may be in trouble. This makes several people gloat over Eugene's misfortune. Leona also expressed guilt, but she became more and more dependent on Eugene, which made several singles very unhappy. But everyone will not envy them. When they reach their status, it will be a matter of minutes to find a girlfriend or boyfriend. Ash stood beside Dole, thinking about something while watching Dole's operation, which inspired her a lot. Thousands of magic patterns in 1 second, and they must be accurately arranged in a certain place and placed on a certain material to form a part of the magic array. This is very difficult to control with mental power. Dole is fully focused, and the whole person exudes a mysterious brilliance, which deeply attracts his attention. Perhaps it is because of this concentration that he can achieve his current achievements. Unlike them, they are also burdened by the family and the human relationship and cannot do their own things. Ash sighed, then calmed down and studied carefully. Dole's speed is very fast. It only took 1 day to arrange the general wizard array and the basic structure of the Tower of Babel. Babel has two meanings in that world. One is the gate of God, and the other is the meaning of reaching the sky. The ambition of the creator of the Babel Tower Wizard Array is self-evident. This array is very grand, and the theories involved are very rich. Although it is only 3 layers at present, the knowledge of the Wizard Array designed by Dualai is far beyond the Chris Array. The core of the Babel Tower is not a furnace state, but a large energy core composed of pure magic patterns. The energy core is completely controlled by the array. The overlapping magic patterns together construct a huge space. All the energy is bound in the magic pattern space. It is many times more flexible than the furnace. In terms of volume alone, it has no upper limit. The amount of energy and energy level that can be accommodated depends entirely on the ability of the arranger. It is much better than the furnace mode. At Dualai's current level, the energy level and amount of energy that can be stored in the core of the Tower of Babel are naturally far beyond Chris's furnace. He intends to build this new octagonal tower as his core wizard tower. After finishing the magic pattern outside, Dualai came to the second floor and began to build the core. Magic patterns flew up one after another, and strange materials were added one after another. It only took 1 day to build the prototype of an energy core. At this time, the core was activated, and magic elements were absorbed and filled into the core. Soon the core lit up. The whole construction process took almost 3 days, and it was only a semi-finished product, but it was enough for the moment. These days, Dualai was exhausted. Honor Empire, October Golden Autumn. The leaves on the surrounding mountains began to slowly turn colorful, dotted the peaks. The hot summer finally passed, and the north began to usher in a cool breath. On the morning of October 15th, when the sun just rose, the south gate of Watsberg began to move. The gate opened earlier than usual, and a large group of soldiers walked out of the city gate, as far as the eye could see. At this time, outside the south gate, outside the mountain pass, on the plain, there were tens of thousands of tents densely packed, divided into various areas. At this time, tens of thousands of people came out of the tents and began to pack up all their things. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, there were all such tents. There were legionaries and nobles' private soldiers, densely packed, as far as the eye could see. The army finally set out. Dualai and Ash stood on the top of a mountain, looking at the situation here. They were also ready to set off. Although the two seemed to be empty-handed, everything was complete and in the storage ring. Even Dualai's wizard tower was completely shrunk, as if it was a palm-sized disc hanging on the waist. The wizard tower was originally a space creation, and it could not be packed into the storage ring, so it could only be hung on the waist. Chapter 434. And I looked outside with an inexplicable expression, and slowly said, 10 years ago, I also saw such a scene. At that time, I lost 3 uncles and more than 10 brothers. The family fell into 10 years of sadness, but it also brought dozens of titles to the family. Her voice was emotionless, but the sadness in her heart could be heard. Dole turned his head and looked at his profile. His heart moved slightly, and he slowly said, this is the price that the human race needs to pay for growth. Without the passion of the predecessors, there would be no peace now. She turned his head and looked at Dualai, and suddenly laughed, you speak like my father. Dole curled his lips, that's what the book says. Okay, don't read it. Let's go. It's more than 5,000 kilometers from here to the far north, and we have to pass through 3 countries and hundreds of dangerous places in the middle. If we go by sea, it will actually be easier. The two had only been preparing before, and had never discussed the route. Hearing this, she was dumbfounded. Although she had been out before, it was arranged by her family. How could she know so many things? Although the far north is far away, isn't it just north? She was a little confused. Seeing Ash's eyes, Dualai understood. His mouth twitched slightly, and he said calmly, the far north is the northernmost part of this world. It refers to a very large area, larger than the Glory Empire where we are, or even the West Ring continent. We want to go to the far north, leave the West Ring continent, and enter the Arctic. From here, there are generally 2 ways to go to the far north. One is to go by land. We directly fly to the far north by high altitude. We just need to avoid some dangerous places, some major densely populated areas, and avoid the scope of some large forces. The other way is to go to the largest northeastern port of the Glory Empire, from the sea, straight north. Ash was still confused. Which one is the safest? Dole said, if we go by land, we have to guard against people and monsters, while if we go by sea, we only need to guard against monsters, but no one knows the situation at sea, and the specific location of high-level monsters is unknown. We can only rely on hope and luck if we go all the way. He actually wanted to go by land, because the maneuverability on land is much stronger than on the sea. There are various forces here, and they can restrain each other. The two of them can pass safely. If they go by sea, it's all the territory of monsters. Once they are discovered, they will be chased for thousands of miles. Ash heard that Dole's tone was leaning towards which road, so she nodded. Then let's go by land. I still know the surrounding situation roughly. We go out from the Glory Empire, cross the Evil Spirit Mountain, and enter the Eternal Forest. We can walk and see along the way. I heard that the Eternal Forest is beautiful. Ash's eyes have already looked into the distance, and it seems that she has seen the endless Eternal Forest. Dualai chuckled. There are at least 3 or 4 level 7 beings deep in the Evil Spirit Mountain. I dare not go there directly. Let's take a detour, go out from the Northwest Fortress, take the trade route, and then follow the desert corridor into the Eternal Forest. We talk about the details later. Ash didn't care about that. Okay, whatever you want. It was already October, and the temperature in the north had dropped significantly. On the vast plains, with a loud slogan, the dense army began to move out of the camp, and the flow of people began to flow slowly from the front, like quicksand. As for why they chose the end of autumn, it was because many monsters had the habit of hibernating. In winter, their obstacles would be much smaller, and the temperature was low in winter, so wounds were not easily infected. Although it was also more difficult to heal, it was much better than in summer. Considering many aspects, the war was held in autumn, before the heavy snow in December, to finish or half of the war. Outside the wilderness of Watsberg, a long dragon quickly formed. Millions of troops passed through the wilderness, which was very spectacular. There was also a tragic emotion in everyone's heart. Millions of troops went there, and I don't know how many people would be able to return to the city safely. After taking a look at the scene of the army's departure, Dualai turned his head and looked at Aishi's delicate face, saying lightly, "Let's go too." Ai hoped that the long dragon in the distance would take away not only his relatives, but also his thoughts. After returning a few years later, I don't know how many relatives he would lose. Alas. She shook her head, threw all these thoughts out, and then said to Dualai, "Yes." The two figures instantly turned into the wind and disappeared. They used the wind-walking technique at the same time and disappeared in the air together. Except for some places in the Glory Empire, other places are very safe. The nobles, the poor, the Chamber of Commerce, and the political power at all levels are developing healthily. Overall, they are very good. Campbell Fortress and Kimmel Fortress are not close to Watsberg, about 1,000 kilometers away, but for the two people who use the wind magic, this distance is not far. Dole traveled in person this time, leaving only half of his avatar in the wizard tower, and the other half of the insect body Dole needs to carry with him. With his avatar, himself, and the power of the wizard tower, he has 3 sources of magic power. The little consumption of long-distance travel is nothing to him. At this time, he also felt the power of Ash's powerful meditation method. She was driving skillfully, and did not feel any fatigue at all after traveling continuously. By noon, the two had arrived at Campbell Fortress. More than 100 kilometers around Campbell Fortress are covered by magic circles. Anyone who wants to fly around the fortress will be monitored. In addition, there are thousands of meters of high mountains on both sides of the fortress. There are all kinds of powerful creatures everywhere. It is difficult for ordinary people to fly over, so Campbell Fortress has become the only way out of the northwest. In the past, Dualai just felt that it was a little difficult. As long as you master flying, you can fly out in minutes, and go wherever you want. Now I understand that there are some places where you can't fly randomly, and you will really die. More than 10 kilometers outside the fortress, the two were questioned by the fortress. After learning the situation, they no longer harassed the two, so they quickly entered the fortress and then quickly walked out of the fortress. Dualai found that Ash was not impressed by the huge fortress. Obviously, it was not her first time here. Seeing Dole's doubts, Ash smiled and said, "One of the commanders of Campbell Fortress is from our Rhine family. Every once in a while, the family will send people here to stay for a while. I have been here too." Dole blinked. Is it to inspire patriotism or something else to send people here every once in a while? Ash sighed and said, "Among our nobles, there's a saying that wealth does not last for more than 3 generations, and courage does not last for 1 lifetime. If you want to pass it down, you need to pass on the spirit. You also know that most of the younger generations of those rich people are of a different kind. In order to pass on the family spirit, it is inevitable to go to some places. Fortresses and caravans are all places where the younger generations of the family are trained, so that they can see more of the world, so that some people don't just think about living a life of drunkenness and dreams. Chapter 435. Dole thought about it, and it was indeed true. Wealth can be passed on to the next generation, but it is indeed difficult to pass on spirit to the next generation. The legendary Great Nalyi legendary warrior, none of his sons and grandsons were promising, and he was brave enough to last only one lifetime. Fortunately, his descendants still have some insights, and some legends have been passed down, continuing the glory of this legendary figure. Both of them were walking in the fortress, a man and a woman, very young, attracting a lot of attention. Some people kept asking if they wanted to go out, and if they needed to go with their caravan, but Dualai refused lightly. Following the caravan was too slow, and most of the people in the caravan were bloodthirsty, so there were inevitably some bad guys, and Dualai didn't want to get involved. The two quickly left the fortress, and after walking out, they saw the yellow sand, hills, and endless Gobi desert outside. Ash felt a little uncomfortable. She practiced the water and wind system. It was dry here, and there was very little water in the air, which seriously affected her senses. After walking more than 10 miles, under the gaze of some people, the two quickly turned into two wind streams, and went to the corridor. They soon came to a three-way intersection. One of them led to the northern kingdom, and the other led to the eternal forest, just bypassing the huge evil spirit mountains. Going to the northern kingdom is all the way up, and going to the eternal forest is the same as the Glory Empire, and it is all the way down from here. Although it is already mid-October, and it is very cold here, many caravans can still be seen passing through the corridor. This should be their last pass. Dualai and Ai she did not choose to walk in the middle of the corridor or the river, because flying over would make the wizards of the caravan very nervous. They chose to walk on the mountain walls on both sides, flying high and passing quickly. It only took 2 hours for the two to see the green in the distance and the vast plains in the distance. The periphery of the eternal forest has arrived. Going down from the ancient river channel, the buffer zone in the middle is a wasteland, and from a certain place, there is a tree wall standing up, separating the wasteland from the eternal forest, and inside is an endless forest, a truly endless forest that can't be seen at a glance. The eternal forest is very large. There are not only forests in it, but also some mountains and gullies. Different creatures live in each place, and tribes formed by various intelligent creatures. The most famous are various elf tribes, forest elves, dark elves, and demon elves. The area of this eternal forest is even larger than the combined area of the Glory Empire and the Northern Kingdom, occupying 1/3 of the area of the Western Ring continent. There are countless creatures living in it, and the number is terrifying. It is not easy to fly over here. No one knows where the territories of powerful creatures are. Flying recklessly will lead to death. Dualai and Ash just took a look, and Dualai sacrificed the wizard tower. From here, they were ready to fly directly from the sky. Above 3,000 meters in the sky, even powerful monsters would not set foot in the place. Except for some thunder monsters, there are almost no creatures living higher than 3,000 meters above the ground. Dualai was going to fly to 6,000 meters in the sky to completely avoid the mountains. Originally, they were going to go directly through the Evil Spirit Mountain, but there were a group of very powerful thunderbirds on the Evil Spirit Mountain, so it took a day to bypass the Evil Spirit Mountain. They were not afraid of these in the Eternal Forest. Ash had a map with the locations of the major mountains marked on it. As long as they found these high mountains, there was still hope to fly over them from high altitude. This time, he did not bring Boss Ball with him because he could not contact him. That guy might have gone somewhere to harm the Dragon Clan recently. It was too boring in Watsberg, so boring that Boss Ball did not want to come back at all. In addition, the various magic circles in the city were strict, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Dole put the wizard tower on the ground, and after it became bigger, the two walked in, and then the wizard tower became smaller and shot into the sky at a very fast speed. The main room on the 3rd floor. Dole looked at the ground, while controlling the wizard tower, checking the operation of the wizard tower, and watching the situation outside, multitasking. Ash was checking the map next to him. The map was very large, covering the entire northern part of the Western Ring continent, but the markings were very rough. Many places only had a general geographical situation, without even a name. Obviously, these were places that had not been explored. As long as they had a general geographical situation, the two could be more relaxed. Not long after, Dualai frowned and said, "Ash, see if there is a place to land after 3,000 kilometers. The energy of the wizard tower can only fly 3,000 kilometers at this flying state, and it must land to recharge. The higher the altitude, the more energy is consumed." After accumulating energy for several months, Dualai filled the energy pool. Now he found that at the current speed, He could only fly 3,000 kilometers. At the current speed, they must land in 2 days. The speed of the wizard tower is still very fast. 1,500 kilometers a day is not a problem. It can be faster, but it will consume more energy. Ash raised her eyes, looked up, frowned, and said, "To the north, you see, we have to bypass this area, and then bypass this area, and at most we will land here." She stretched out her finger, and pointed to a certain area. Dole looked at it, frowned, raised his head, and looked forward. At this time, the wizard tower has completely exceeded the normal height, and has come above the normal clouds. The sky is clear, blue, deep, and a little dark. The sunlight is not as dazzling as the sky we usually see, and it is even a little dark. Outside the sky, the stars are bright and clear. The clouds under my feet are more interesting. They are like bubbles, suspended at a certain height in the sky, forming various forms, which is very interesting. In a certain direction, the clouds are very thick, and you can see lightning and thunder in them, and luck is rolling. It should be raining heavily there. There are many disturbances in the sky, and Dualai needs to be vigilant at all times. These air currents are much more fierce than those on the ground. Dualai felt the situation outside, and his eyes fell on the map again. He swallowed and said, "Closer, 2,500 kilometers away, let me see, or land here." He stretched out his hand and pointed to a slightly dark area. Ash took a look. That is the area controlled by the underground goblins. "What are you doing there?" Dualai shrugged. "Just find a place without creatures. If you can meet the underground goblins, you may be able to trade some precious metals." At this moment, Dualai frowned. Ash saw him frowning, and thought that something happened outside, but unexpectedly, Dualai suddenly raised his head, stretched out his hand, opened the wizard tower, and a figure flew in from outside, landed on the ground, rolled, and turned into a huge and ferocious wolfhound. Chapter 436. As soon as the wolf dog came out, it stood up immediately. Its tall, fierce body, which was more than half of Dualai's body, was full of pressure. It grinned and said, "You kid, you left without telling me. Fortunately, I was careful. If you didn't pay attention, you would have run away for 1,700 to 1,800 kilometers. I would have jumped to chase you." When Ash saw the wolf dog, she was stunned. Dualai let the other party in, so it must be one of his own. But this wolf dog is so smart. What kind of creature is it? Legend has it that there is a big wolf dog next to Dualai. Could it be this? She just thought about it, and thought of the various legends circulating around Dualai. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Level 7 Master, unknown race. Dualai looked at the big wolf dog, and didn't care about it at all. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Who knows where you ran to? I sent you a message a few days ago, and you didn't receive it." Bar snorted and put away his expression. He knew that he had been running wild recently. He slowly shrank his body to the size of an ordinary wolf dog, looked around, and then looked at Ash. He had seen this little girl before, and more than once. Could it be that this boy wanted to live a world of two people? Has he finally figured it out? This girlfriend is really good. He coughed and said, "Well, I had a few battles with that old dragon a few days ago. Maybe the fight was too intense, and I didn't pay attention. The two meditation methods of Son of Storm and Goddess of Ice and Snow can be comprehended in places like the far north. Anyway, with your comprehension, it will take at most half a year. Ash, right? This is the first time we meet officially. I don't have any gifts, so I give you this thing." He raised his claws and threw out something, which turned out to be a dragon tooth. When Ash saw the thing on the ground, he was even more shocked. This was not an ordinary dragon tooth, but a dragon tooth of a high-level dragon, and it also emitted extremely strong elemental fluctuations. There was still blood on the root of the dragon tooth, which had not dried up yet. Obviously, it was just pulled out. A level 7 boss. Ash bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, Lord Ball. Your gift is too valuable. I can't accept it." Ball was immediately unhappy. What's so valuable about a mere dragon tooth? "TSK, you haven't seen the world. Dualai, I have a lot of dragon blood from level 6 dragons here. Come and get something." After saying that, he swung his butt and walked towards one of the rooms. It was an empty room. He was going to decorate it for himself and make it a warm doghouse. When Dualai heard this, he knew that Ball seemed to be making a big move recently. He felt deeply sad for those dragons, who encountered such a shameless natural enemy. He glanced at Aishi, stretched out his hand, took the dragon tooth in his hand, handed it to her, and said, "Take it, it's really not a valuable thing. Lord Ball has been very poor recently, and these are the only things he can give." Ai looked at Dualai, and didn't know how to speak for a while. This man and dog, this conversation feels weird. I can't understand it at all. After Ball returned to level 7, his mind was full of ideas to be promoted to level 8. He finally figured it out now. Being cool and unrestrained is secondary, and the best way is to be promoted to level 8 as soon as possible. The old rival and himself almost died together, and his strength was greatly damaged. After so many years, he already has a spirit of struggle and forging ahead in his heart. He wants to break through the limitations of the Hellhound race and the limitations of bloodline and enter the real level 8 realm. Therefore, he worked hard to hunt dragons and eat them. In addition, other level 7 creatures also suffered. He tried to eat whatever he could eat to increase his strength. Warcraft is different from humans. As long as humans practice step by step and absorb the natural elements between heaven and earth, they can be promoted. If Warcraft wants to be promoted, eating is the best way, especially eating the same level as itself, which is the fastest. It would take 30 to 50 years. If you can eat more beings of the same level, then this time can even be shortened to 3 to 5 years. Of course, the same level is not so delicious. Even if the Hell race has an advantage, it will take a life and death battle to succeed. This road is a shortcut, but it also goes through life and death. There are a few high-level Warcraft in this world. Ball wants to eat, but there are not many, so he pays attention to the dragon race. The blood of the dragon race is stronger than that of other races. The blood contains the power of the laws of heaven and earth. This is the key to his love of eating dragons. The dragon race can be said to be the darlings of heaven and earth, born with the favor of the laws of heaven and earth, but the most unfortunate thing is that their strength is also affected by the laws of heaven and earth. Although their basic abilities are very strong, it is relatively difficult to advance, which gives Ball a lot of opportunities. Dualai came happily, and after Ball entered the room, he spit out big mouthfuls of blood, and Dualai quickly connected it with storage equipment. The belly of the Hellhound is an oversized storage equipment, much larger than the storage ring that Dualai can refine now. In a short while, Dualai got the dragon blood that ordinary wizards can't get in their lifetime. This time, Ball didn't ask him to refine any dragon blood potion, but to purify the dragon blood. However, he only had a method, but no practical operation experience, and Dualai needed to find a way himself. Dualai looked at Ball with a strange look on his face. Why do we need to purify dragon blood? Isn't it better to drink it directly? Boss Ball is weird. But Ball soon went to rest and digested his recent gains. He didn't say anything. Dualai could only think of a way by himself. But before resting, Ball threw another book to Dualai. Kabash Blood Experiment Notes. I have to digest the energy in my body recently, and can't guide you. You can read this book. These bloods are experimental materials. Okay, no more. Ball said the last sentence, then took out a lot of things, spread them on the ground, and lay down comfortably. Dualai saw that what Boss Ball took out were dragon skins, bear skins, etc., all from powerful creatures. The fur was tough and exuded powerful power fluctuations. This guy seemed to have caused a lot of trouble to the creatures of Evil Spirit Mountain recently. Looking at Ball, who was lying flat, Dualai turned around helplessly and walked out with the book. This book, Kabash Blood Experiment Notes, is a good way to kill time. Coming out of the room, he saw Ash was still standing in the living room. Dualai looked at her graceful figure for a few times. His mind turned, and he suddenly shook his hand and smiled faintly. Do you want to read it together? Ash was stunned, looking at Dualai's sincere eyes, and then looking at the name of the book, he said a little embarrassedly, Lord Bar gave it to you, can I read it? Dual pouted, what's his mine, there's nothing I can't read. Just after saying this, Dualai felt a headache, as if something hit him hard. Ash didn't sense what happened to Dualai, and he became curious at this time, who is this Kabash? How can he write such a book? Bloodline experiments are actually a required course for every wizard force. Studying bloodlines means studying oneself. After all, every wizard family itself is a heritage of a powerful bloodline. The Rhine family is inherited from the royal family of the Glory Empire, and has golden bloodline itself. However, the Rhine family branch did not inherit much of the golden bloodline. Instead, it inherited the ice bloodline, and combined with the meditation method of the ice and snow goddess, it went further and further on this path. Chapter 437. In fact, there are multiple bloodlines coexisting in the Rhine family, but the ice bloodline has a greater advantage. After absorbing geniuses of various powerful bloodlines for so many years, the bloodline of the Rhine family is now very complicated. If there is one person who can tap the potential of his own ice bloodline to the maximum, he can easily be promoted to level 5 even without going to the far north. So Ash is still very curious about this book. When Dualai saw this book, he was actually quite strange about his own bloodline. He didn't know where his wizard talent came from. His parents were just ordinary civilians, miners, and ordinary people. Where did the wizard talent come from? But it can also be said that this is also related to the major policies of the Northern Kingdom. Even if there is a wizard talent, there is nothing you can do without meditation. In the Northern Kingdom, a large part of people with wizard talent and warrior talent are actually buried. Dualai freed up his clone, controlled the wizard tower, and flew high in the sky. He and Ash walked to an empty room, refined a table, and a few stools, and began to think about this book. Ash was more careful. As soon as she opened the book, she knew that it was not a book from this world just by looking at the words inside. It was confirmed that Ball came from the outside world. Dualai had already mastered the magic of common language identification. Otherwise, how could he read all kinds of books and understand most of them? After casting a magic on each of them, he began to study the book carefully. When he opened the first page, there was only one sentence and a few big words. Bloodline is the only way to tap into one's own power. Seeing this, Ash's eyes lit up, while Dualai frowned. What a bullshit! I have talent, but my ability is also acquired through learning and research step by step. Bloodline is just the foundation. I'm afraid this person's book is biased. The night passed quickly, and then the second page. The second page is the introduction, which is also the title page. It introduces the composition and classification of various bloodlines: earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, light and darkness, special bloodlines, strange bloodlines, etc., all the way to the 10th page, which is about the introduction of bloodline abilities. This opened Dualai's eyes. Among them, the introduction of a bloodline called the Eye of Light and Darkness made Dualai feel very surprised, because once this bloodline is activated, it can naturally communicate with magic elements, understand the difference between light and darkness, and possess both light and darkness characteristics. This characteristic is somewhat similar to Gretel. At this time, she was also amazed. This person had a very strong understanding of blood. She couldn't wait to know what her blood was, and how to develop it to maximize her ability. The world is different from the world. In this world, it is the ice blood, but the introduction in other worlds may not be the same. Moreover, the same ice blood is also divided into several types. She now wants to test more to see which blood she belongs to, and how to strengthen the power of the blood. After these dozens of pages, it is the test of blood. The test is particularly important. Only after the test is understood can we do the next thing: blood separation, strengthening, fusion, etc. Seeing this, Dualai knew that the opportunity for practical operation had come. Ash is a pure elementalist and doesn't know any basics of alchemy. At this point, he could only help Dualai and check a few things. Dualai doesn't mind. It's always pleasing to have a beautiful woman around, and it makes him feel much better. Before coming here, he prepared a lot of materials to facilitate his various experiments, including alchemy and potion. These alone cost him most of the money he got from the Imperial Legion. After all, he has to stay outside for a long time, and he can't just do nothing and practice. He now needs a special blood alchemy table for the new blood. There are introductions and drawings here. He just needs to make it according to the instructions. At this time, Ash envied Dualai. His knowledge was too broad. There was almost nothing he didn't know about alchemy and medicine. New magic patterns and new materials, he can get started with them as long as he thinks about them. This ability makes Ash respect, revere, and even admire Dualai. She didn't feel that she was getting closer and closer to Dualai, and finally she almost leaned on Dualai, carefully observing his every step. Dualai didn't mind. Ash was a beautiful woman. If you want to learn alchemy, I have a book of magic patterns here. Why don't you play with it first? You have the foundation of vortex magic, so it should be easy to condense basic magic patterns? Seeing that Ash was interested in this, Dualai couldn't help but think of letting him learn it. Magic patterns are actually very different from spell models. The two are not in the same system, but they are not far apart. Ash can learn her own wind gun technique, and her magic control has reached a new level. It should not be difficult to condense magic patterns. Moreover, magic patterns are the basis for condensing magic scrolls. If Ash learns it, even if she doesn't do alchemy in the future, she can make a lot of money by selling scrolls. Dualai rarely uses magic scrolls. He usually uses finished alchemical products. However, for adventure groups and mercenaries, scrolls are cheap and good quality, which is their best choice. The alchemical value of finished products is too high. Ash thought about it and felt that this idea was also possible, so she said, "Okay, anyway, the time is long, We can learn while walking to kill time, but let's finish reading this book first. I am very interested in blood. Dory laughed and thought, you are more than interested, you are very interested. Researching blood is also the scope of research of pharmacists. Many potions are related to blood. Increasing blood, purifying blood, and purifying blood are all very valuable, especially increasing blood, which is particularly precious. The level 4 or 5 dragon blood potion that Dualai refined earlier, although the level is a bit low, can still be sold at a high price when sold outside. It can increase dragon blood, which is also a way for ordinary warriors and wizards to greatly increase their abilities. Dualai would not randomly increase his blood. The fire dragon blood he had eaten before had been washed away by him. His wizard ability did not need messy blood at all. After discussing it, the two of them decided to use ordinary creatures for research. It would be a waste to use dragon blood directly. Time passed quickly. The wizard tower experienced a night and a day. After a night, by the morning of the third day, only 1/10 of the energy inside remained. This was a very dangerous value. At this time, they had to start landing. After breaking away from the research, Dualai glanced down and compared the map below to see clearly where they were. In the morning, the sun was already hanging in the east, and it was seriously southward. The two of them had already run a long way north. Looking down, Dualai saw a huge mountain, towering high and piercing the sky, just hundreds of kilometers south of him, and his face changed slightly. There are actually many peaks on the map, but there are only 3 or 4 that are this high. Each one is occupied by a powerful monster, and this mountain is occupied by a creature called Cheong. Chapter 438. In ancient times, the ancient true dragon controlled the heaven and earth, the phoenix controlled the wind and fire, the unicorn controlled the power of the earth, and so on. These powerful creatures occupied the most powerful power in the world. At the end of the ancient times, these mythical creatures gradually became dissatisfied with the energy level of this world, and left this world one after another, and then the ancient times began. The ancient times are the extension of the ancient times. Although they are not as powerful as the ancient times, their bloodlines are still left. The vermilion bird, the azure dragon, and the giant elephant are the legends of that period. In modern times, the bloodlines of these powerful creatures are still on this land, and the Qilin is a very powerful one. Myths are myths after all. They can no longer dominate the world in the long past, but the creatures themselves are connected. The Qilin is like a dog, but not a dog, with scales and a horse head. It can control fire, and likes to live near volcanoes. Someone has seen such creatures in this area. Some people rumored that this is the bloodline descendant of 2 ancient creatures, and is very powerful. Dualai just thought about it for a moment, then drove the wizard tower away from this area, looked at other places, and finally chose to land on a low flat land. Near here, he had already reached the location of the goblin tribe described on the map. The goblin community, like the human race, is actually very weak. In addition, its height is very short, similar to that of dwarves. The strong individuals in the tribe itself will not exceed level 6, and there is no level 7 at all. The strength is very low, but they are a race with very strong creativity like dwarves. They can make various alchemical devices, and wear them on their bodies, to make their own strength reach above level 7. The most famous enchanted alchemical armor in history was created by goblins. Anyone who underestimates the goblins will definitely be in big trouble. The goblins are best at using alchemical creations to plunder everything around them. They bully the weak and fear the strong, and have very bad personalities. Goblins are also excellent miners. They usually cooperate with dwarves to develop certain minerals together, but unlike the hardworking and simple dwarves, goblins are often ferocious and cruel, and are a completely evil race. The wizard tower reduced all magic fluctuations, and quickly cast into the mountain. As he flew down, he activated various warning formations, and scanned the nearby areas. Within the scope of the Eternal Forest, there are many races, each of which divides its area to survive, existing in the form of tribes, which can also be called countries. The most abundant thing here is land. But there are some exceptions, such as the dwarf area, where trees are just embellishments. They like the location of mines, while goblins like to grow underground. If the ground does not move, it is still a forest, but the growth of these trees will be affected. This is a plain. From the distant mountains, a river meanders and passes through this area. Dualai scouted and decided to put it by the river. At the same time, he already had several array plates in his hand. When the wizard tower landed on the river, these things had been thrown out of the tower by him, and fell around in the form of magic array. Soon, the array plate took effect, and a barrier rose up, wrapping this area and shielding all the magic fluctuations inside. When all this was done, the wizard tower just fell. There was a small open space here, which he had long been optimistic about. The tower body fell gently, pressing down the soft ground, and stood steadily. The first thing after falling was to open the wizard tower magic array, absorb the surrounding energy, and provide energy for the wizard tower. This is the eternal forest, where magic elements are abundant and replenished very quickly. I checked the progress, and it was about 3% per hour, and it would take about 30 hours to replenish. Dualai told Ash about the precautions, and Ash nodded, impatiently saying, "Let's go out and capture some creatures and get some blood back." Dualai nodded. This was their plan. It's best to find intelligent creatures, or creatures with the same blood but different strengths. This is the territory of the goblins. Let's go out and look for them together. Be careful. Walking out of the wizard tower, Dualai saw the outside world. The river, the woods, the fresh, slightly rotten grass and trees smelled in his face, and the active magic elements filled every inch of the surrounding land, feeling full of life force. Dualai didn't look at the surroundings much. The wizard tower had just scanned it, and there were only ordinary beasts in this area, and the slightly stronger ones were all tens of kilometers away. The slightly stronger ones, Dualai said, were all above level 3, and there were actually quite a lot of level 1 and level 2 magic beasts here. Putting the wizard tower here, the two followed the river and walked upward. All creatures have blood, but the power of blood is different. It is inherited from ancient times. The source of human blood has always been a mystery, because it has been inherited from countless races. At one time, someone believed that human beings were created creatures and did not exist by themselves. Because the blood is too complicated and there is reproductive isolation from most creatures, this view is also accepted by most people. Some people also say that humans evolved from certain creatures, and there are many different opinions. If you want to study blood, you naturally have to understand what blood is, so the number of creatures that the two people have to capture must be sufficient. Of course, as long as they have blood, they don't care whether they are alive or dead. Soon, Dualai found the first creature he was interested in the river, and he had only walked less than 200 meters. Crocodile dragon. Ash also discovered the danger in the river, carefully sensed it, and looked at Dualai. Dualai nodded at him. Ash turned into a force of wind and disappeared from Dolai's side, but Dualai could feel that she went to the river surface, and as 3 or 4 ice blades appeared out of thin air, they shot into several water splashes from the river, and then Ash appeared. A stream of water rolled up, dragging several corpses from the water surface. Dualai had already prepared bottles and jars at this time, and when the crocodile dragon came ashore, he immediately started to collect blood. Ash dropped the crocodile dragon and said, "There are still many powerful creatures in the river. I go catch some." The creatures in the river are generally not strong. Dualai didn't want to go down to catch them. Seeing Ash's high interest, he didn't want to interrupt him, so he let him go. Anyway, he had no shortage of containers. This river is not narrow, but wide. Therefore, the flow rate of the river is not fast, and it has bred countless lives. In addition to powerful creatures such as crocodile dragons, there are several other creatures that are very powerful. Dualai used his mental power to observe for a moment, and then asked Ash to focus on catching some crocodile dragons. He found that the crocodile dragons here are not just one species, but several species: short-tailed crocodiles, long-tailed jaws, giant-toothed jaws, and dragon-scale crocodiles. These creatures are the most numerous in the river, and they seem to occupy this area. Ash also discovered this situation. She caught many crocodiles of each type and placed them in front of Dualai one by one. Finally, she also put down her posture and used her magic hand to help Dualai bleed these poor crocodiles. In this section of the river, the highest level is only level 2 crocodile dragon, and level 3 crocodile dragon has not been found yet. It took half a day to sort all the blood into different categories. Dualai looked at the time and said, "Let's catch a few more high-level crocodile dragons." This was the first time Ash did this kind of thing. At the beginning, she was very excited, but now she was a little uncomfortable with the smell of blood. Chapter 439. Hearing this, she immediately cheered up and said, "Then I go." Dualai looked at her expression and smiled faintly. "If you don't want to do it, don't force yourself. It's not easy to be a biological wizard. At least dealing with corpses, blood, and rotten flesh is inevitable." Ash pursed her lips and said, "I just feel a little cruel, and the smell is a little unpleasant. Now that the smell is blocked, it's much better." Dualai nodded. "It's just natural selection. I don't know how many of our human race have been eaten by these things in some places. You feel sorry for them, but they just treat us as food." Ash naturally understood this truth, but she just didn't like the smell. After finishing the work in her hands, she immediately freed her hands with disdain and said, "I go upstream to see if there are any stronger crocodile dragons." After that, she turned into a breeze and disappeared in front of Dole. Be careful, if there is anything, communicate directly with the wizard tower and borrow power. Dole did not forget to shout. There is not much value in a level 1 or 2 crocodile dragon. For Dualai at this level, the value of a crocodile dragon is at most more than 1,000 gold coins. Dozens or hundreds of them can be compared to Dualai's income from refining medicine. It is not worth it to sell them alone. Therefore, after getting the blood, Dualai summoned his clones. The black corpse worm seemed to see an incomparable delicacy. They pounced on it directly, transformed into hundreds of thousands of small insects, and ate the crocodile dragon's body in one breath. Soon, there was nothing left on the ground. Ash followed the river, turned into a breeze, and flew upstream, hiding her breath to the extreme, while paying attention to the situation around her. This river is very long. It extends from the distant mountain, where it is said that there is a hoe, and flows to an unknown distance. From the map, it finally merges into a larger river and flows to the sea. There are many communities of creatures in the river. After a while, she saw several powerful creatures. Of course, the most powerful one in this section of the river is the crocodile dragon. In addition to the crocodile dragon, there are also many strange and weird things, which made him see a lot of things. On the lake, big birds kept flying, sometimes flying in the sky, sometimes diving into the jungle next to it, and sometimes shooting into the river. Seeing these birds, Ash did not dare to take it lightly, because the birds here are all very powerful monsters, at least level 1. After walking about 10 kilometers, Ash finally saw a more powerful crocodile dragon. She carefully observed the surroundings, and did not take action, but continued to go up. Sure enough, the more powerful crocodile dragon was located further upstream. But she soon discovered that this was already the Great North. Because winter was approaching, all creatures seemed a little impatient, and seemed to be more willing to come out to hunt, welcome the winter, and store food. In the surrounding forests, the leaves of many trees had begun to slowly change color, colorful and very beautiful. Not long after, Ash appeared in the river, perfectly hidden in the water. Around her, the temperature of the water gradually decreased, and slowly radiated outward. A crocodile dragon more than 5 meters long walked out of its hiding place. Its body was bloated because it ate too much. In order to store energy for the winter, he ate almost everything around him that could be eaten. At this time, it felt a chill coming from the lake, and was a little surprised. This year's winter came a little early. It had to save more food before the river was closed in winter. It was already level 4. Although it had passed the stage of living completely on meat, it was not level 5 after all, and could not resist the desire in its body. Coming out of the hiding place, he had just come to the river's surface, and the crisis in his heart suddenly increased greatly. He looked up and saw an icicle coming from a distance, shooting straight at his head. This icicle looked very inconspicuous, but the sharp breath emanating from it made it feel like a thorn in the back. Is there something attacking him? He roared immediately, and the water waves rolled around him, and he was about to hit it. At this moment, the icicle arrived, and he only felt that his power was instantly pierced by the icicle. He was shocked in his heart. How could this thing be so powerful? Before he could make any move, the icicle fell on his head, and then his eyes went black, and he could not sense anything. Ash succeeded in one move, and once again realized the power of the ice lance. Without any defense, this thing is simply a sharp weapon to sneak up on people. As long as the concealment is done well, one strike can directly succeed. No wonder Dualai is so confident every day. With such a powerful witchcraft, even the family wizards will be a little lacking in confidence in front of him. Strength is the root of self-confidence, which is tacitly accepted by the professional world. After one move, he quickly emerged from the water, froze the body of the crocodile dragon, and put it in the storage bracelet. Then he began to look for the next target. Hiding, attacking, Ash used her tactics to the extreme, especially in the water. She was very good at it. As long as the same level was not too strong, she could take it down in an instant. If the strength was slightly similar to her, Ash would give up directly. He didn't want to make too much noise. While collecting blood, Dualai felt the energy situation of the Wizard Tower. Babel Tower is a more advanced existence than Chris Wizard Tower, with richer energy reserves and more varied wizard formations. Dualai also transplanted Chris' magic fire double pupil on it, and he felt that this formation was very useful. There are also various advanced reconnaissance formations and attack formations on Babel Tower, but Dualai likes magic fire double pupil. Seeing that Ash had not returned yet, and it was late, Dualai returned to the Wizard Tower, and put all kinds of blood in the room on the first floor, storing them in different categories, and vacating the storage bracelets and rings. These bloods really take up some space. Half a day later, the energy was restored to about a quarter, and it was getting faster and faster later. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the upstream direction of the river. There seemed to be an extremely powerful energy reaction in the distance, which seemed to come from farther away and flowed down the river. He immediately sent a message, urging Ash to be careful, there are large creatures coming. Ash quickly replied and said she would be back soon. She also felt the powerful breath of the other party, who seemed to be a level 5, and she replied that looking at the breath, it seemed to be a higher level crocodile dragon. In the river, Ash was a little confused in her heart, wondering if she had killed too many of his descendants. Now that the ancestors came to find him, the highest strength of the crocodile dragon was only level 5, and it was very rare. Now a level 5 appeared. Was it because she sensed something? She also went down the river without saying anything, and quickly moved towards the direction of the wizard tower. A level 5 was not something he could beat. Back at the wizard tower, they both quietly restrained their auras, and the aura of the wizard tower. Now his clone was incomplete, with only half of the Xian corpse worm left, and his strength was greatly reduced. He himself was only level 4, and the wizard tower was only level 3, so he could not fight against a complete level 5 clone. Chapter 440. Back in the wizard tower, the two began to do experiments. Ash was very excited about doing experiments. Dole prepared the equipment. There was a little bit of reserve in the wizard tower. Some things could be used directly, and some equipment needed to be refined on site, such as separators, observation instruments, spirit detectors, material separators, new alchemy tables, etc. He had been preparing these just now. After Ash came back, Dole asked him to take a look at the basic magic patterns first, and then he prepared them on the side. He had an alchemy table, on which the flames burned. Soon, various materials were purified and transformed in his hands to form new equipment. After the new equipment was formed, magic patterns were formed out of thin air from Dole's hands and imprinted on the new equipment. All this dazzled Ash. Dole's use of magic patterns was simply dazzling and overwhelming. Looking back at himself, even the most basic and simple magic patterns were very clumsy in his hands. However, Ash was not discouraged. He knew that this was the result of Dualai's years of practice. This was his talent and ability. As long as he could have half of his ability, his future achievements in alchemy would not be much worse. She cheered herself up. Soon the night fell. On the river, a strong breath wandered back and forth at the bottom of the river. Some bears and beasts were eaten instantly by the restless strong breath when they were drinking water or hunting by the river. For a while, the river was quiet, and almost no creatures dared to approach. The level 5 crocodile dragon had already developed wisdom. He felt that the number of crocodile dragons here had been reduced by more than half. Where did they go? So, he kept patrolling in the river, trying to find their traces. A night passed quickly, and Dualai had some more tools at hand, all of which were used to observe blood. After finishing all this, the two took out the blood of crocodile dragons of various levels, began to observe slowly, and tried to separate it. Observation is the first step, separation is the second step, and then continue to observe and test to see which part of the blood the crocodile dragon's blood comes from. The power of blood is so special that he needs to keep testing and trying to find the most fundamental things, and he can't be impatient at all. The Kabash blood test records in detail the standard process and observation direction of the blood test. Dualai and the others naturally processed the blood strictly according to what was said in it. It only took more than half a day to purify a bunch of black blood-red viscous liquid from the blood of the low-level crocodile dragon. In these bloods, a strong breath belonging to the crocodile dragon gradually emerged. This is the pure blood of a low-level crocodile dragon, and the blood power contained in it is not strong. The two put it aside, and then began to purify the third-level crocodile dragon and the fourth-level crocodile dragon. The pure blood of the third-level crocodile dragon is more red, but it still presents a black attitude. The blood power is more concentrated, and the dragon attribute is more intense, as if the blood itself carries a powerful force, and the fourth-level crocodile dragon blood turns into a real blood red, and a dragon power that Dualai has seen leaps up. Getting these 3 different levels of blood is just the beginning of the experiment. At this time, more than a day has passed, and the energy of the wizard tower has been replenished. The experiment can be carried out at any time, but the distance to the far north will not be shortened. Therefore, after seeing that the energy was fully replenished, Dualai put down the experiment and handed it over to Ash. He took back the formation hidden around him, and then activated the formation. The wizard tower flew into the sky in the night. Dozens of kilometers away, the crocodile dragon felt this breath and howled madly to the sky. The powerful breath made all creatures within a few kilometers around tremble with fear. However, he wanted to chase Dualai and the others, but he could only watch the black shadow disappear quickly in front of him. After the wizard tower flew into the sky, Dualai naturally felt the prying eyes around him. He directly climbed the wizard tower to a height of more than 6,000 meters, turned the direction, and flew quickly to the far north. At this time, the wizard tower had fully activated a hidden formation. Even if the creatures around were spying, they could not find him at this time. After the wizard tower was stable, Dualai observed the wizard tower itself while looking at the direction, took Ash's map, compared the direction, and constantly adjusted the direction of the wizard tower's flight. Not long after, he determined the direction, handed the wizard tower to the semi-intelligent formation, and breathed a sigh of relief. It is not difficult to operate the wizard tower, but the difficult thing is what happens after the operation. After the wizard tower flew steadily, Dualai looked at the map and determined the next landing point. The Eternal Forest is very large, with a distance of 20,000 to 30,000 kilometers from north to south. The wizard tower flew for 2 days, and only flew about 3,000 kilometers. It takes 8 or 9 days to fly at full speed, and there can be no mistakes in the middle. Looking at the current energy reserve of the wizard tower, if Dualai does not transform the core, it can only fly for 2 days at most. Therefore, after entering the high-altitude flight smoothly, Dualai thought about whether it is necessary to upgrade the core of the Babel Tower. The current energy reserve is really too little. As for the blood test, you can let us play next to it and watch it yourself. It is October now. The further north you go, the lower the temperature, the lower the high-altitude air pressure, and the less resistance to flight. Dualai looked at the various indicators of the wizard tower, and it seemed that he could fly for a longer time. After moving north for a while, the air was already very cold. Looking down from above, some places were already full of white snowflakes, as if it had snowed, while some places had completely turned yellow, and it had already entered winter here. 1 day later. The clouds were getting lower and lower, but Dualai did not control the wizard tower to descend, but instead increased the altitude, because according to his information, there were all kinds of powerful birds, falcons, eagles, and other powerful high-altitude creatures in the north, as well as legendary creatures such as the roc, so he did not dare to fly too low. The scenery above the sky is the same everywhere. After watching for 2 days and 3 days, from the initial feeling that nature is so magnificent, to now seeing the clouds outside, I feel bored. However, Dualai soon stopped feeling bored, because there was a large cloud in front of him, which filled a distance of 1,000 kilometers, and it seemed to be snowing in front. The clouds were below him, so he could clearly see the changes in the clouds. Some places even formed small whirlpools, but they were not large in scale. That was the embryonic form of a storm, but in winter weather, the temperature change was too low, and it would not form a strong storm. Such clouds would disappear soon. This was the law of nature, and the most natural law. Dualai had already understood these. He wanted to float above the clouds, carefully observe the changes in the clouds, and experience the rhythm between the wind and the clouds, but it was not a good time. At this time, he saw that there seemed to be some huge creature flying through the clouds. Chapter 441. The figure flashed in the clouds, and the powerful aura quickly disappeared. He frowned. That creature was very powerful. Whether it was what he felt or the detection reaction energy level from the wizard tower, it was very high. So, he turned his head and asked, Aishi, do you know that kind of creature usually lives in the clouds? And in the north? Aishi was doing an experiment. Hearing this, he raised his head, thought for a while, and said, before I came out, I looked at the family records. It is said that there is a creature called Ice Skylark that lives in the clouds, and the more north there are, the more there are. However, there are not many of this creature, because it is a kind of elf and feeds on cold water elements. How big is it? Aishi stopped doing the experiment, raised his head, and said solemnly, when the Ice Skylark is the largest, it is almost a few thousand meters, and when it is the smallest, it is only about the size of a palm. What, have you found it? Aishi instantly connected his mental power to the formation of the wizard tower to check the situation outside. When she saw the thousands of miles of clouds, dense and low-lying clouds, she was stunned for a moment. It was snowing here. It was the first time for her to observe the snowy clouds from above the clouds, and it felt very strange. The ice and snow field, to a large extent, simulated weather changes, forming an ice and snow world within a certain range, creating the best favorable environment for herself. She immediately thought that it would be good if she could comprehend it here, but the clouds were constantly changing, not as stable as the Arctic ice cap, and there were many powerful creatures here. At this moment, his eyes lit up, and a huge creature rolled in the clouds. It disappeared in a flash, and could no longer be sensed. From the outside, this thing was about 300 or 400 meters long and extremely fast. It only took a blink of an eye to go thousands of meters in the clouds. This speed definitely exceeded the speed of sound. She looked at Dualai, and Dualai also looked at her at this time. It's an ice skylark, and it's about level 5 or 6. Let's go around it, she urged immediately. Ice skylarks are natural elves, and their strength is almost twice that of the same level. If it is a water skylark above level 5, it will target the 2 people. With the speed it just showed, it is estimated that it will chase the 2 people to the ends of the earth. Dualai's mouth twitched, and he did not immediately adjust the direction, but adjusted the altitude, reducing the strength of the wizard formation, but slowed down. He had already activated a powerful breath-retaining formation, and he could not be seen at all when flying in the sky. Ash naturally also felt the changes in the wizard tower after Dualai's control. The 2 people's mental power had a little contact at this moment, and their minds were instantly connected. In an instant, the 2 people exchanged thoughts thousands of times. How fast is mental power? That is unimaginable. The 2 people's thoughts were instantly connected, and they immediately saw through each other's thoughts. Not much, both of them were thinking about the things in front of them. The thoughts were all about thinking about the things in front of them, and they did not reveal too much hidden emotions and memories. Dualai was thinking about how to hide. There were thousands of plans in his mind, and these plans were peeped at by Ash, and Ash was panicked for a moment, just thinking about leaving. His mind was full of reactions after meeting the ice skylark, feeling a little flustered and unrestrained. The 2 looked at each other. Dualai had no expression, but Ash blushed. Both of them immediately put their thoughts aside, and it was a bit awkward. After reading Ash's thoughts, Dualai smiled faintly and said, "My tower is called Babel Tower, which means the gate to heaven in another world, the road to heaven. In essence, it can be upgraded to the 9th level. All wizard formations are the strongest at the same level. As long as they are not too much higher than us, it's okay. Don't be too scared." Ash rubbed the corners of her clothes. "Oh, I know, the records of the ice skylarks in the family are too terrible, so I have wild thoughts. We just need to avoid this place." She looked at Dualai, and didn't see that he had too many emotions. She felt a little relieved. He shouldn't have spied on many secrets just now. At this time, Dualai was a little funny. This woman, who was a little older than him, was so timid. What was she afraid of? At most, she would let Lord Bar go. He was full of confidence. However, he soon discovered that after reducing the speed, the energy output of the wizard tower actually decreased slightly, and with the magic elements added from outside, the endurance time actually increased slightly. Thinking of this, he touched his chin. If I now improve the wizard array of the energy core and strengthen the absorption of elements, can I still improve the endurance? Originally, it would take more than 10 days to fly and have to rest 3 times, but now it only needs to rest twice, which obviously reduces the degree of danger. Thinking of this, he told Ash his idea and let him play by himself, and he was ready to improve himself. Ash secretly glanced at Dualai a few times, and found that he didn't care too much about his thoughts. His face turned from red to calm, but his heart was full of little tricks. The fusion of mental power is a taboo for wizards, because when 2 wizards collide with their mental power, they will either fight to the death, attack each other with their mental power, or exchange information with each other during the weekend. Otherwise, the secrets between them will be spied on by the other party, which is a terrible thing. Dole is undoubtedly very outstanding, so outstanding that Eugene and Alette are not much behind. He has no special physique, but his own ability is very terrible. Ash has a certain liking for this little guy from the Northern Kingdom. Most of the wizards' partners are wizards. Only wizards can live longer than warriors and stay together longer. This is a common practice in the professional world. For example, his mother fell in love with his father, which Ash really didn't understand. However, his mother's strength was not high. In terms of survival age, I'm afraid it should be about the same as his father. The 2 people went cautiously all the way, without revealing any traces. Although they slowed down the speed of flight, they did not delay in time. 12 days passed slowly, and the 2 finally walked out of the eternal forest, and saw large tracts of wasteland in the north. The wasteland used to be the northernmost kingdom of mankind, the far north kingdom. At this time, the land had already turned into a white expanse, completely covered by ice and snow. Arriving here, Dualai and Ash officially breathed a sigh of relief. There are too many unknown things in the eternal forest. In the past few days, although the two walked all the way in the sky, they still encountered many terrible creatures and various very severe natural disasters. It was really terrible. High-altitude turbulence, storms, various strange creatures, cloud beasts, ice skylarks, and the big rock monster with a wingspan of 100 meters were very terrible. But fortunately, the two finally came. After entering the wasteland, Dualai lowered the altitude. They planned to rest in the capital of the Far North Empire and replenish materials by the way. In the past few days, alchemy, experiments, and refining of various instruments and equipment consumed a lot of materials, far exceeding Dualai's expectations. The consumption was a bit too much and urgently needed to be replenished. Chapter 442. The Far North Kingdom has a very large land area, almost exceeding the total of the Glory Empire and the Northern Kingdom, occupying most of the Far North, but the population is very small. There are not many hostile countries in this country, because except for the people of the Far North Kingdom, people from other places rarely come here to live except for doing business. It is really too cold. It is November now, and the temperature here has dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. If you are not a real local, outsiders here will not be able to adapt at all. In November, in some places in the south, only the leaves are a little dry, but here, all the ground has been completely covered by heavy snow, and even the caravan activities have completely stopped. After entering the wilderness, they soon encountered the first village and saw the first human. There is only one race of people in the Far North Kingdom, that is, the Chemo people. The Chemo people are huge and strong, and their height is generally about 2 meters. Ordinary people are the same, and professionals are even stronger. They will accumulate enough food in the summer, and then continue until May of the following year before they can continue to plant and hunt. The staple food of the Chemo people is various kinds of fish. Here, there is ice all year round, and only one season of food can be grown on the ground, which is not enough to eat. Therefore, the Chemo people have the world's largest sea fishing boat, which catches various kinds of fish, and then either stores them for themselves or takes them out to exchange for various kinds of food with other empires. The life of the Chemo people is actually very hard. Dualai and Ash traveled all the way with the wind magic, and saw this scene and fell silent. The Far North is very large, and they did not use the wizard tower to travel, but used the wind magic purely. It took them 15 days to reach the capital of the Chemo people. The capital of the Chemo people is one of the few buildings in the world built on ice. At this time, the walls on all sides are covered with a thick layer of ice, which is very thick. On the walls, many soldiers are patrolling in thick clothes. Dualai and Ash appeared from a distance and walked over. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Chemo people. The height ratio is too different. The two are like two children. It is no wonder that they do not attract people's attention. Soon, several priests wearing thin clothes appeared at the gate of the city, and stood at the gate of the city. This situation also attracted the attention of ordinary Chemo people. They all looked solemn. Only when they met a powerful wizard, the priest would take the initiative to appear at the gate of the city. It seems that these two outsiders are wizards. Some people lowered their heads and dared not look, while some people became interested. Dualai and Ash came to the gate. Along the way, they saw all kinds of expressions, and naturally took in everything. When they came here, they did not deliberately hide their strength and exposed it directly to attract the wizards of the Far North Kingdom. When they came to the gate of the city, they also saw the two priests. The two priests were particularly tall, almost 2 meters and 5 meters tall. Standing in front of them, Dualai and Ash felt like two dwarfs. The two had no expression on their faces. When Dualai and Ash walked to the front, they did not even blink. Dualai and Ash saw this, they took the initiative to stop and saluted the two, meet the two priests of the Far North Kingdom. One of them asked indifferently in the common language, "What are you here for? And when are you leaving?" Dualai looked at Aishi and saw that she didn't say anything, so he smiled slowly and said, "We are going to the Far North. We came to your country just passing by. We just ran out of materials on hand and wanted to buy some. Please help us. We are from the Glory Empire." He took the initiative to introduce himself. The priest blinked, and his white face showed a rare expression of understanding, but he didn't look at Dualai, but at Aishi. He pondered for a moment and said, "The royal family of the Glory Empire has a meditation method called the Ice and Snow Goddess. Every year, many people go to the far north to comprehend the ice and snow field, which has almost the same effect as the ice goddess of my Far North Kingdom. It seems that you are from the Glory royal family?" Ash nodded and said crisply, "Yes, Master Priest, I am from the Rhine family." The priest nodded, and the two looked at each other, then looked at Dualai and the others, and slowly said, "Since you are honored guests, the Far North Kingdom welcomes you." He stretched out his hand and flicked, and two spiritual lights pointed to Dualai and Aishi respectively. Then he turned and left. Dualai and Aishi took the spiritual light, analyzed it separately, and then understood it instantly. There is a lot of information in the spiritual light, some of which are taboos of the Far North Kingdom, such as they cannot walk around the ice goddess hall, and some are information about the Empire's transactions, which are very useful to both of them. The two raised their heads, and the two priests had disappeared. Dualai and Aishi breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then walked into the city leisurely under the strange gazes of the people around them. To buy materials, the first choice must be various chambers of commerce, and the worst choice is the auction house, because the prices in the auction house are generally higher, far exceeding the normal price. The information of the two priests includes the information of various chambers of commerce, so the two do not need to run around. The Far North Kingdom is different from the Glory Empire. Although it is not a religious country, it has a huge sect called the Ice Goddess Church, which can be said to be the state religion. It trains and selects talents for the Empire. The Ice Goddess Church has a very transcendent status, even more transcendent than the Glory Wizard Alliance of the Glory Empire. As long as the priest speaks, ordinary officials and soldiers will not have any objections. Of course, the Ice Goddess Church is only responsible for security issues and never cares about administrative matters. The two entered the city leisurely, and officially saw the scene of the capital of the Far North. A scene of ice and snow. The capital of the Far North is very large, and the streets are very wide. The only place without ice and snow here is the street. In addition to the street, the buildings on both sides are covered with a thick layer of ice at this time. They are also interesting. They carve various patterns on the ice, showing a strong exotic style. The people in the Far North are relatively simple, and all kinds of buildings are straightforward, without too many carvings. Many patterns and animal statues are extremely simple, not fancy, and have a relatively rough style. Dualai quietly admired the various ice sculptures around him, and felt pretty good. Ash also looked at the surrounding scenery with great interest, feeling very novel. Both of them were dressed as wizards, but they were obviously very different from the local wizards. People around them looked at them very curiously. At this moment, Ash suddenly asked, "How many people around you think are coveting us?" Dual looked around casually and said nonchalantly, "With our current strength, there are at least a dozen forces around us that can covet us and think they have the ability to deal with us. But there are probably only 2 or 3 who dare to take action. When we blew up our house just now, those people should have heard it." Although the Far North spans nearly 1/3 of the continent from the Glory Empire, and is almost not adjacent to it, the Glory Empire is a wizard power, and the Far North is very clear about it. There are also exchanges between the two high-level wizards, so it is impossible for official forces to take action. The most likely ones are mercenaries, adventure groups, and some messy forces. Chapter 443. Hearing Dualai's words, Aishi was a little confused. "From what you said, you still hope they will take action." Dualai looked at Aishi, opened his mouth, and then closed it. Aishi was even more confused when she saw this. She suddenly thought that Dualai was a biological wizard. She suddenly sent a voice message, "You want to wait for someone to attack you, and then capture the person and use him as a test subject?" Dualai shrugged. "Materials are hard to find. I can't kill ordinary people. For those who dare to catch my attention, Aishi looked at Dualai's face, and felt cold in her heart. Dualai usually looks like he doesn't care about anything, but in private he is indeed a decisive person. He doesn't even change his expression when he kills a few people. He is both good and evil. He showed this characteristic when he was in What City. She didn't dislike it. Using biological organisms for research is very common among wizards. Using humans for experiments, even she knew that there were blood research projects in her family that used humans. She sighed and said, "It depends on the other party's luck. Those who want to attack us are probably not good people. I will help you when the time comes." Dole thought, as long as they are not warriors above level 6, wizards above level 5 will be defeated no matter how many of them come. Besides, wizards above level 5 have either exhausted their potential and are keen on making money in alchemy, potions, etc., or they are trying hard to break through the constraints of the magic image and yearn for a higher world. They will not do such low-level things as robbery. Under normal circumstances, we are not afraid of any number of warriors. The two wandered around the city in the Far North, and were attracted by the ice sculpture city. They quickly wandered around most of the city. Although it is the imperial capital, it is not large in scale. The population here is sparse. The scale of the entire empire is only slightly larger than that of Watsberg. Dualai and the others quickly came to the front of the ice goddess church, took a look from a distance, and then walked towards the wizard business district next to it. The ice goddess temple monopolized the high-end talents in the entire far north, involving all aspects, but also left some ordinary talents to the empire. Most of the transactions were against the ice goddess church, which was tacitly approved by them, or perhaps they did their own business. When they came to the business district, there were actually only a few pitiful shops, less than 10 in total, covering materials, alchemy, potions, and other aspects. Dualai only needed alchemy materials, so the two of them walked directly into a place called the Far North Alchemy Shop. There were few people at the door, and it was cold and deserted. With the temperature of the far north, it seemed as if they had come to the wilderness. After walking in, the environment inside changed greatly, warm as spring, and a noisy voice came. At this moment, she pulled Dualai's sleeve and looked inside. Did you see that some of the people on the street just now have arrived here in advance? She sent him a voice message. Dualai didn't even look at it. I noticed it a long time ago. Don't guard against them like thieves. In the city, they will definitely not take action if they can. Relax your mind and cover yourself with mental power. Don't let them play some tricks. I hoped that nothing had happened, but Dualai seemed to be in control. He felt a little ashamed in his heart. He still didn't have enough experience going out. The alchemy shop looked deserted from the outside, but it seemed very large inside. Various materials were classified and placed in different areas, such as metal, wood, liquid, biological, etc., but the grade was not very high. When Dualai and his companions were about to step into the place, a servant came out from the side, stood in front of them, looked down at them, and said in the common language of the Western Ring continent, "What materials do you want to see?" Ash did not speak, and quietly handed the right to speak to Dualai. Dualai smiled faintly, looked at the tall servant, and said slowly, "We will buy some metal and jade items. In addition, do you buy things here? I want to sell some." The servant looked at the two little people in front of him without any contempt. Just now, the boss told him that these were two level 4, and they were the top of level 4. I am afraid that they came to the far north to find an opportunity to step into level 5. Although the top of level 4 has not entered the destructive level, it is not a joke to make a move. He opened his mouth slowly, bowed slightly, and said, "Please follow me. As for the purchase, after you two have finished buying, I will ask the boss to come and give you an evaluation. Few people here will sell things." He pointed this out implicitly. Dualai blinked his eyes and hesitated. Few people sell it, so who will they sell it to? Is there any other channel? As the two talked, the surrounding noises quieted down. Dualai didn't care about it, and came to the metal area, took a quick look, and then took out a pen and paper to write down everything he needed. The servant took a look and was shocked. Wow, it's a big deal. The purchase volume of this metal is comparable to their sales volume in 2 months. He carefully glanced at the two people and said, "I go to the back to ask someone to prepare it. You two follow me, the boss is in the back." Dualai nodded. The two of them walked to the back. At the same time, in the hall outside, several groups of people were watching this side. They could see that Dualai and Ash were generous. This was a big fat sheep. However, some people backed off. They dared to let them see openly. Just this confidence and careless attitude were not something they dared to deal with. If the boat capsized, it would be terrible. After crossing the gate, Dualai felt as if he had passed through a layer of water. His eyes were bright, as if he had entered another world. There was a huge magic circle behind the store, separating the inside and the outside. He carefully checked himself, and was not affected by the wizard formation. When the wizard tower on his waist could still communicate normally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from himself, the wizard tower was his most important weapon. The magic wand and other things were weak. Ash was also startled at this time. She took a green staff in her hand directly, with a vigilant look. There was a corridor in front of her, with small rooms on both sides of the corridor. At this time, at the door of a room, two wizards stood with their heads down. One of them smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. The original intention of arranging the wizard formation is to prevent the special radiation of some ores from leaking out and causing radiation to ordinary people. It also has a little defensive measure. Almost all foreign wizards who came to them for the first time had this reaction." The man smiled gently, and in fact he was looking at the two carefully. To be able to use so many metals and other ores, these two people must be alchemists, or other magic pattern professions, and should not be underestimated. When he saw the magic staff in Ash's hand, the man showed a little envy. Dualai looked at the man, his expression calm. He looked at Ash, who was a little too vigilant next to him, turned his head and smiled at the man. I see, it's us who are abrupt. Chapter 444. The room was large, containing all kinds of metal ores and refined ores, classified and filled in every corner. Dualai felt relieved, and after discussing the price with them, he spent a lot of money. This is the far north, but metals are not scarce, but everywhere, but it is extremely difficult to mine. The same quality and weight are more than 30% more expensive than the Glory Empire. The same is true for various crystals, and other things are also slightly more expensive. The quantity and price were agreed upon, and the transaction was completed quickly. Dualai could see that Ash was very nervous here, and just wanted to leave here quickly. After finishing, the man suddenly smiled and said, "You too want to sell some things? We also buy some finished alchemical tools and scrolls here. The price is absolutely fair." Dualai thought for a while, shook his head again, and said, "I have some potions and so on here, but I don't have many finished alchemical products." "Do you buy potions here?" The man shrugged and said helplessly, "Then you have to go to the next store." He thought the two were alchemists. "Thank you." After leaving the store, Aishi breathed a sigh of relief. Dualai looked at him and said strangely, "Why are you so nervous?" Aishi looked at Dualai and said unhappily, "There is a formation of the ice goddess in it. The ice goddess and the ice and snow goddess are in opposition. The formations in it are all against me. Do you think I am nervous?" Opposition? It was the first time Dualai heard of this. He blinked and said, "Just two meditation methods? Is it that serious?" After listening to Aishi's words, he now seriously doubted the true meaning of the two meditation methods. Ash rolled his eyes at him and said, "I talk to you later. Let's leave here quickly. There is malice everywhere." Dualai followed his advice. The two of them did not go to the pharmacy hall next door, but walked directly outside, quickly blending into the city full of ice and snow, and then left the city. The far north in November is already full of ice and snow. Occasionally, you can see some green. They are all evergreen creatures standing on the northern plateau. Their vitality is extremely tenacious. At a glance, the northern plateau is covered with snow, which is very spectacular. The cold air passed by the ears and penetrated into the neck, like a knife, making people feel the piercing cold. It is at least -15 or 16 degrees here now. There are almost no people outside in the cold weather. After leaving the city, Dualai and Ash looked at each other, and the two strode out into the heavy snow. The two came out from the north gate and walked all the way north. They did not hide their figures and just walked quietly on the road. At this time, many people were secretly hanging behind them. Some people saw this situation and stopped at the city gate, while others followed bravely. Wizards all have flying spells, but these two people don't need to fly, they can walk. Everyone knows that there is a ghost, and some people wake up when they see this. Dualai and his companions walked farther and farther, and soon they were 30 or 50 kilometers away from the city. It was almost dusk, and the sky was getting dark. The daytime in the far north is very short, only about 5 or 6 hours, and it was getting dark. At this time, Dualai said to Ash, "Fly, officially enter the wasteland. Fighting here is very likely to be interfered by the Ice Goddess Temple." Ash nodded. The two looked at each other, then disappeared into the air in tacit understanding, and continued to head north. At the same time, in the surrounding world of ice and snow, several figures turned into wind and chased them. Half an hour later, Dualai and Ash appeared on a high ground. They stopped directly, and Dualai had a locust with staff in his hand. After the two stopped, they looked into the distance. At this time, under the flying snow, the capital of the far north kingdom in the distance was completely invisible. Dualai only said one word of caution, and the warning signs in his mind were strong. In the air, dense ice and snow were wrapped in strong winds and attacked the two. These winds and snow are powerful witchcraft. These people are not weak. Dualai paused. "I defend, you attack." He communicated with the wizard tower, and in an instant, a thick air wall formed around him, covering a distance of 3 or 4 meters. Looking carefully, this layer of air wall was not quietly stacked, but in the form of a series of gusts of wind, rotating around him, much stronger than a normal defensive wizard. Ash saw Dualai's defensive magic, and was slightly surprised. She nodded, and then she floated up and came behind Dualai. With a shake of her hands, her mental power surged out crazily. Large pieces of snowflakes, ice blades, and ice cones condensed in front of her. Almost in the blink of an eye, they formed from Dualai's defense circle, and shot in the direction she sensed. There were people around, and more than one. The wind and snow came from all directions at this time, hitting Dualai's defense shield fiercely, making crazy whistles and shrill sounds of breaking through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Fingertip-sized snowflakes fell on the protective shield. The seemingly subtle attack made a sound like a stone falling to the ground. A series of puffs sounded, stirring up circles of ripples in the air. With this kind of force, the strength of each snowflake is infinitely close to the strength of the third-level witchcraft, and the number is also very wide. Dualai's face changed. Feeling the force of the witchcraft impact, he thought that the wizards in the far north have some tricks. He adjusted the focus of the defense wizard and his face calmed down a little. At this time, Ash's ice and snow also fought with the wizard in the distance. As soon as she made a move, ice arrows, ice blades, and ice knives smashed two people out of their hiding place. They were two masked men in white robes, flying in the sky, each holding an ice crystal staff in their hands. The staff had a strong breath of ice wind. Obviously, both of them were practicing the same kind of meditation method. Seeing the two people ascending into the air, Dualai's face was calm. He stretched out his hand and pointed. Two wind spears flew out of his hands in less than a second. The ice and snow still fell fiercely from all directions, but Dualai's face did not change at all, as if it was not him who was hit by the ice and snow. The wind spear passed through the wind and snow, almost without any obstacles, and shot directly at the two people. At this time, Ash saw Dualai's wind spear, and sighed slightly. Why couldn't she do it so lightly? Dualai's control was simply unparalleled. There was no one before, and no one after. She stretched out her hand and changed, feeling the existence of ice and snow around her, and her mental power surged wildly. While attacking the two people on the opposite side, she tried to integrate into the surrounding world and change the surrounding environment. It was at this moment that Dualai frowned. He looked up and saw that in the white wilderness in the distance, several huge ice spears as long as 3 or 4 meters were fiercely shot towards the two of them. The power of this witchcraft exceeded the 3rd level and reached the 4th level. Without even looking, Dualai's wind gun technique, under his control, had already reached the two men. He deliberately controlled the speed of the wind gun technique, very slowly, but the power was raised to the highest level. The two men were fighting against Ash. Dualai, who saw the wind gun technique at this time, felt the powerful penetrating force contained in it, and hurriedly adjusted his body position. At the same time, 2 large mirrors suddenly refracted in front of him. Ice mirror technique. The ice mirror technique blocked most of Ash's attacks, and soon Dualai's wind gun technique fell on the ice mirror technique. Boom! Tens of millions of wind blades exploded on the ice mirror in an instant, and the power that exploded in an instant completely blew up the ice mirror in front of the two men, and the broken ice turned into countless extremely fast ice blades, which were thrown around. Chapter 445. After exploding 2 ice mirrors with one strike, Dualai's face was not very surprised, because the huge ice spear was already in front of him. He clasped his hands together, gave up the attack, and turned his magic power to maintain the defensive magic. At the same time, when the ice mirror exploded, the surrounding magic was disordered and the induction was not strong, and Ash released the ice spear that had been condensed. She did not learn Dualai's deliberate tricks, but directly attacked. In an instant, she broke through the original limit of the 4th level magic, and the speed directly reached the 5th level, and sank into the ice and snow. At this time, a cold snort sounded, and the third person in the dark suddenly groaned, and 2 extremely bright white lights rushed towards Ash's ice spear. Extremely cold. The 4 white lights met in the air, exploded, and splashed a cloud of snow dust. Dualai looked at the man who just came out, his face darkened slightly, level 5 wizard. He waved his hand secretly, and released a lot of black mist. However, as soon as he released it, his face darkened slightly. In this kind of weather, the black quartz worms were greatly restricted, and they felt resistance in their minds. They were not used to the cold winter. Boom boom boom. At this time, the ice spear technique really arrived, and the defense shield exploded. The huge ice spear technique, with an extremely sharp cold light, fiercely pierced Dualai's defense shield. In an instant, it was like a meteorite falling. The sky and the earth suddenly shook for 3 or 4 times. The ground exploded, and the snow dust was all over the sky, wrapping Dualai and Ash in it. The level 5 wizard made a move. Although it was just an ordinary ice spear technique, when he performed it in his hand, the power was enough to reach the level of ordinary level 5. The elements burst out, and the place where Dualai and Ash stood was completely covered by chaotic energy, and no movement could be felt at all. The 5th level wizard floated in the air, a little anxious. This place was still too close to the imperial capital, and the eyes of the ice goddess could easily notice this place. Fortunately, it was winter, and the wind was everywhere, and the natural weather gave them enough protection. At this moment, the energy outside dissipated, revealing the situation inside. The two wizards also walked out of the darkness in embarrassment at this time, and silently looked in the direction of Dualai and the others. The two were still standing there quietly, one high and one low, and the outer defense shield had completely disappeared at this time. The 5th level wizard only broke the opponent's defense shield, which was a bit incredible. Looking at the man again, he was not moved at all, as if the scattered 5th level witchcraft just now was not taken seriously at all. Only the woman was a little shocked, and was looking around for the loopholes in the defense shield. The 5th level wizard in the distance suddenly looked gloomy. His body shook, and the snowflakes under his feet kept condensing to form a huge ice wolf head. He stood on the head of the ice wolf, his body kept rising, and under his feet, the ice wolf's body seemed to grow out of the snow and slowly stood up. Ai looked at the ice wolf in the distance, frowning, and he looked at Dualai. Dualai sighed. Level 5 is troublesome. The power is too great. The defense shield formed by his full strength can only resist it. The magic mimicry in front of him is already a very high in skill. It is estimated that his defense shield can be broken in an instant. There is no way to play it. Now there are only 2 ways to defeat the opponent. The first is to dispatch the wizard tower, and use the wizard tower's huge magic circle and energy to kill the opponent. The second is to dispatch Lord Ball. As for the Xianxia worm clone, he has now silently begun to recall it. In this world of ice and snow, the Xian corpse worm instinctively wanted to sleep, and it was completely useless. He thought about it, and decided to summon Lord Ball. He shook the shrunken wizard tower on his waist, and casually said, Lord Ball, the rations are here. The wizard in the distance was still condensing the ice wolf. At this time, the 3 of them stood on the ice wolf, looking at Dualai with a cold look, as if the 2 of them were dead. At this time, they saw Dualai shaking his waist. When they were thinking about what other tricks this guy had, they saw a dog rolling out of a small thing in his hand. This dog rolled out of the air, and quickly grew larger. In the surprised eyes of everyone, it turned into a giant dog with a body length of more than 2 meters. Ferocious, huge, exuding a murderous aura. As soon as he came out, his dog-like face looked at the 3 people standing on the ice wolf that was more than 10 meters tall, grinning. Who disturbed my sleep? Was it you? The 3 people were already stunned at this time. What is this thing? Bale's body size was still growing, and soon it reached 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, and slowly reached 10 meters. The 3 people in the distance were completely sluggish at this time, because they had already felt the breath of each other. Level 7. My God. When Ball showed off, and turned into a behemoth of more than 100 meters, and came in front of the level 5 wizard, the 3 people were directly paralyzed by fear. Level 7. Ball ate the 2 level 4s behind him in one breath, and bit off most of the magic shape-shifting creature, and then slapped the level 5 away with a slap, which directly injured him. He rolled down at Dualai's feet, and his figure shook and disappeared in the snowfield. The snow and ice in the sky dissipated. The powerful 5th level magic seemed like real snowflakes in front of Lord Ball, and could not withstand a single blow. At this time, the people hiding in the dark were shocked and began to run away frantically. After a while, the snowfield was calm. Dole looked at everything around him expressionlessly. In fact, he could run away, and did not need to face these people face to face. He did not want to cause more killings, but this is how the world is. If you don't kill others, it does not mean that others will not kill you. Dole was forced to fight back. Half an hour later, 3 5th level wizards were suppressed in the first floor of the prison. At this time, Dole touched his chin and stared at Ball, until he looked at him a little scared. Ball was annoyed after being stared at for a long time. I say, boy, what are you looking at? Ash was also a little surprised. It was the first time she saw Ball take action. It was too amazing. It was just the ability of pure flesh, but it was so exaggerated. As soon as Dualai came back, he stared at Ball. What was he going to do? He didn't want to annoy this adult. She was a little frightened. Dualai was not afraid at all. Hearing Ball's question, he suddenly said, I have some ideas. The symbol of level 5 is mimicry magic. So I use your body shape as a reference to mimic an elemental creature. Will it also have hell characteristics? Ball's angry mood was stunned. He raised his chin and blinked his eyes. Your idea is not bad. Every race has racial talents. The talent of our hellhound is the power of hell. If you can mimic my appearance, you may be able to simulate the power of hell. But how to construct the spell model? Do you want to study me? Ball was less angry at this time, and more thoughtful. He also became curious. Summoning magic in essence, is actually a deep understanding of this creature in the witchcraft model. For example, the ice wolf condensed by the captured wizard just now is born with coldness, and it has ice blades, cold air attacks, ice spears, and other abilities, which are all imprinted in the witchcraft model. The witchcraft model is the essence of a wizard, the accumulation of a lifetime. Ash didn't expect Dualai to have this idea. She stood aside, quietly listening to the conversation between the two, the power of hell, and the mimicry, and silently thinking about the feasibility of this matter in her heart. Chapter 446. To cultivate to the level of the ice realm, the support of the mimicry witchcraft is needed. Within the realm, the mimicry creatures will never become extinct. This is the characteristic of the ice realm. Dualai nodded and said, then join the research topic this time. After reaching level 5, you can use it. Ball nodded and said, then you go ahead and do your thing. I will analyze myself first to see how the spell model is constructed. He raised his dog head and thought carefully, the power of hell is the characteristic of the hellhound. I just happen to think that if I can make better use of the power of hell, synthesize, utilize, and purify it, it will also help me in my future path. As he thought, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He also understood the blood experiment that Dualai had done recently. If he could really purify his own blood and have room for improvement together with the power of hell, then upgrading to level 8 should not be a problem. From level 7 to level 8, it is not simply a pile of power, but also involves a deeper use of power. This is the key. Ball is a magic beast, a high-level magic beast. Although he has always used his talent, under the influence of Dualai, he has begun to think about how to improve himself and how to make himself stronger. This is the key at present. As long as he can be promoted to level 8, he can also occupy a place and become the king of the purgatory world. He slowly went back to his room and thought about his life. Dualai curled his lips when he saw Ball like this. He hasn't started research yet. Ash stood aside and didn't dare to breathe. This real level 7 master was indeed extraordinary. Dualai turned around and saw Ash like this, and smiled faintly. Don't worry, Ball is usually very gentle. We are about to enter the Arctic ice field. Have you decided where to go? Ash was stunned for a moment, and then returned her thoughts to the two of them. People in our family have always only walked to the Arctic ice field, which is here. If we are 2 people, we can go a little deeper here. She took out the map, looked north, and pointed to a place. There was almost no marking on the map here, but occasionally a few names could be seen. The Arctic ice field was listed, and further north of the Arctic ice field, there was a large blank with only one name, the Arctic Iceberg Group. Dualai nodded and looked at the distance. It was only 2 or 3 days away from now. The Arctic Kingdom is very large, and the population is very sparse. You often can't see a few people flying in the sky, and the creatures here are also very rare. Occasionally, you can see some snow-white snow wolves, snow leopards, ice beavers, and other creatures. It's all snow, there's no food, and these creatures have problems surviving. But this is not a problem that Dualai can worry about. However, according to the current information, after entering the far north ice field, the situation inside begins to become complicated. Many creatures above the ice system will go here to live in seclusion after reaching level 5, so it is still very dangerous inside. Dualai looked at the map, then looked at the location, and suddenly said, I want to go here. The skills I practice are actually not related to ice. I want to find the storm element, the living storm element. He was referring to a small corner of the far north ice field, on the coast connecting to the sea, in the far north iceberg group. Ash nodded. He already knew what kind of meditation method Dualai practiced. He might have to go back and forth on the sea to find him, so he was not with her most of the time. In fact, the possibility of the two practicing separately was a little greater. She thought about it and said softly, okay, as long as we are in the far north, anywhere is fine. I just comprehend the field of ice and snow. In fact, everywhere is the same in the far north ice field. At this time, the whole world is full of white glaciers, ice fields, icebergs, and the sky is completely white. The wind is howling outside, and the ice and snow are flying like knives, hitting the wizard tower, making a series of subtle breaking sounds. From here to the north is the real far north, where the water and wind elements in the air are relatively rich. At an altitude of more than 3,000 meters, the wind flow is very strong. At this time, the wizard tower has begun to shake, and the wind and snow in the sky seem to have no boundaries, and there are also here. Dualai could only lower the altitude, and the lower he descended, the more crazy the wind speed became. Soon, when he was close to the ground, the wind speed had reached more than 20 meters per second, which was very fierce. In the strong wind, the wizard tower was blown left and right, and Dualai had to increase the strength of defense, and the energy dropped down. This is not a solution. We may have to walk. The wizard tower is not very useful here. Dualai brought out the control template of the wizard tower and placed it in front of Ash. Ash was also looking outside at this time, and his mental power extended to the outside. He only felt that his meditation method was completely transparent, ice, frozen ice, low temperature, and the whole person felt comfortable. This is the paradise of the ice goddess. Dualai dropped the wizard tower, and then the two walked out of the wizard tower, and officially stood in the far north. Icy, cold, and brutally cold, all the cold words you can think of can be experienced here. The cold air from the neck, hands, and face conveys the feeling that this is a forbidden area for life. Dualai shrank his neck, feeling a little uncomfortable. He looked around, and the magic power surged around him, hiding himself in the wind, and the coldness was reduced a little. The wind elements around him were very lively. In fact, he could also feel that his spirit was active, and the meditation method was beating. It was just that although the water and wind elements were active in this place, they could not form a storm. They still had to go to the slightly calmer sea, where there were traces of storm element activities. Looking around, the two were standing on a low mountain, and the wind and snow blew from the depths of the far north, blowing on their calm faces. Dualai looked in the direction. The Arctic ice field was in front of him. It was a huge iceberg plain with almost no mountains. The ground was full of ice. Snow could not fall on it, and would be blown away by the wind. He pointed in the direction and said, "Let's go to the coast." Ash nodded, and then the two merged into the wind and soon disappeared. The Arctic is very large. It has an area of a continent, but there are fewer creatures than any other continent. The whole world is full of ice and snow. Flying along the wind, Dualai observed the ice and snow around him while flying, which was quite interesting. Wind and snow are the mainstream of this world, and these two are the most abundant. After walking for almost a day, the daytime went down and ushered in a long night. The daytime here is only about 3 hours, and the rest of the time is night. When the night came, it was pitch black. When the wind blew, even the stars in the sky could not be seen. It was pitch black. The two could only use mental power to explore the flight, and the flight speed was greatly reduced. The two of them were flying in roughly the same direction, along the ice field, so there shouldn't be anything wrong. Chapter 447. Soon an hour passed. Both of them were wind mages, and they were not affected by the strong wind at all, so they flew very fast, flying a distance of 700 or 800 kilometers in 5 hours. At this time, a few weak life forces entered the two people's mental power sensing. They were a few polar bears, a father bear, a mother bear, and a few cubs, digging hard on the ground, and had dug out a big hole, and it seemed that the water surface was about to be seen. When sensing the mental power of the two, the father bear and the mother bear immediately raised their heads and howled wildly to the sky. Dualai was slightly shocked. These seemingly inconspicuous polar bears had actually reached the 3rd level of strength. He just thought about it for a while, and then said, "Ash, we may have deviated from the direction. We are now flying to the north of the Arctic ice field. Do you want to take a rest? Wait until the wind stops, or wait until daytime, and identify the direction before going. In the far north, the compass is useless, because the scope of the north here is too general. The compass is swaying everywhere, and there is no accurate direction at all. You can only look at the sun or the stars to identify the direction." Ash went out for the first time. How could she understand these things? After Dualai said it, she immediately reacted. If you fly along the edge of the ice field, you should not see these polar bears. Now you should be flying straight to the Arctic ice field. It is said that there is a very strong geomagnetic force in the far north, which can interfere with people's judgment. It is normal to deviate from the direction while flying. She told Dualai what she knew. Dualai was stunned. Geomagnetic force. What kind of force is this? Can it also interfere with people's spiritual power? The two discussed and decided to stop first. Wait for the wind to stop. Wait for the sun to come out. Or wait for the starry sky to fly. In the midst of the wind and snow, Dualai found a flat ice surface, put out the wizard tower, and then went in. The power of the wizard tower spread out immediately, madly absorbing and devouring the surrounding power to replenish itself. The icy wind blew and fell on the wizard tower, making a crackling sound. After entering the wizard tower, Dualai shuddered. It was really much warmer inside. But Ash said seriously at this time, "Send me up there. I think it will be better outside." Dualai nodded, and a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and Ash's figure disappeared. Strong winds and heavy snow are a disaster for any creature, but for those who practice the meditation method of the ice goddess, it is the best environment. They are born to adapt to such a place. Dualai slowly came to the laboratory, while using the power of the wizard tower to restore his own power, while thinking about the next step of the blood experiment. The blood of the crocodile dragon is actually very complex. The lower the level of the crocodile dragon blood, the more complex it is. After purification, it is divided into several parts, and these parts can be purified again, and the deepest part of them cannot be seen at all. Although there are differences in the blood of high-level crocodile dragons, Dualai is finally not blind. With his understanding of dragon power, Dualai still has some clues, but the problem is that due to the current environment and the lack of creatures as reference, even if these blood power is purified, there is no way to inject and observe. Crocodile dragons have at least two bloodlines. One is crocodile bloodline, and the other is the bloodline of an unknown dragon. After a few days of reference and experimentation, Dualai has ruled out at least two types of dragon bloodlines. One is the blue dragon, and the other is the red dragon. He has never seen the bloodlines of other dragons. He has never seen the bloodlines of the 3 5-color dragons, the black dragon, the green dragon, and the white dragon. However, as long as it is a dragon, the bloodline contains the same power. Dualai has analyzed that it is a symbol of pure power, which seems to represent the law of the purest power in the natural world. However, in addition to dragon blood, any dragon species also has the purest magic energy, and the bloodline also contains other powers. Given the current cognition, Dualai cannot separate them, and can only treat dragon power and magic power as a mixture. The essence of bloodline research lies in this, studying the original and most primitive power, and separating it for use on oneself. Dualai's power has reached the limit of level 4, and he can't improve it much by practicing, unless he finds the real elemental storm, so he can only recover while doing bloodline experiments. This time, the two of them didn't bring anyone with them, except for Ball. This old ancestor was either sleeping or sleeping all day long, and he was very carefree. The first floor of the wizard tower. In the closed prison, several level 4 wizards, level 4 warriors, and level 5 wizards were all locked together, both men and women. At this time, they were all hung up by silk threads, hanging in the air, looking extremely miserable. They were not tortured, but their spirits looked very depressed, because those silk threads had the most severe restrictions in the wizard tower, which were constantly draining their strength. As long as they recovered a little bit of strength, it would be drained immediately. Without strength, everyone was weak, and even communication was reduced to the simplest language. It's been more than 10 days. This couple has already entered the far north, damn it. A warrior was angry and cursed loudly. A wizard hanging next to him said weakly, "Okay, if you don't want to be the next test subject, shut up." He was a wizard, his physique was far worse than that of a warrior, and he was seriously weak at this time. The warrior said viciously, "When I took this step, I didn't expect to die intact, but I didn't expect to die so aggrievedly. If I couldn't commit suicide, I would have followed the footsteps of my brothers. Damn it, come and kill me, useless bastard." He suddenly started to curse loudly again. At this moment, a voice came from above, "It seems that you are in good spirits. Today's test subject is you. I have an interesting experiment. I hope you can bear it. If you can bear it, you can become the most powerful warrior. If you can't bear it, hee." The voice was naturally Dualai's voice. The test subject is of course useful, but one less is one less. The warrior immediately cursed loudly again, "You black wizard bastard." As the silk thread was retracted, the warrior's body immediately trembled, and lightning was injected into his body along the silk thread. The warrior was curled up by the electricity. Then, his body was pulled by the silk thread, slowly rising up, and soon disappeared from the sight of others. Seeing this, even if these people had already anticipated their own death, they still felt endless despair. In the laboratory, Dualai changed into a white wizard robe, covering himself in it, revealing only a pair of eyes. On the experimental table, the man was lying flat on it, his eyes wide open, a hair ball stuffed in his mouth, and he was lying there motionless. Chapter 448. Dualai was busy at the side, and soon made half a basin of black and red liquid. He used a syringe to extract some things from it, and then took it to the side of the warrior. Looking at the terrified warrior, he said expressionlessly, "This is the crocodile dragon blood I purified. Although it has only reached the 5th level, there is no other way. I lack the main tools to derive higher level blood, so I can only wrong you for now." Dualai did not have a living crocodile dragon on hand, so the crocodile dragon blood was used a little less. He came up with an idea, which was to let these people have crocodile dragon blood, so that he could get relevant blood continuously, and continue to do experiments. This matter looks very evil and terrifying. In human society, it is a typical act of black wizards, but when I think of these people who are all desperate people, and don't know how many innocent people they have killed, the little shame and uneasiness in my heart completely disappear. Those who kill will be killed. If they are not dead, they will be honest as test subjects. With Dualai's current knowledge of biology, he knew that blood transformation was divided into two parts. One part was that after the blood medicine entered the body, it stimulated the bone marrow and remodeled the bone marrow, so that the blood produced by the bone marrow had the power of blood. Then in the second step, the new blood transformed the body, starting from the blood vessels, then to the internal organs, and then to every corner of the body, muscles, and membranes. In the meantime, if there was any link that was not coordinated well, the blood experiment would fail. With his level of refining medicine, the success rate was naturally enough, and this person was a level 5 warrior, and his body recovery strength should be good, so the failure rate would be reduced to the lowest, and should be infinitely close to 100%. Thinking of this, he directly stabbed the soldier's thigh with the needle. The thigh did not react at all, and did not move at all. After all the medicine was pushed in, Dualai took back the needle and turned away. Next to this man, there were 3 test subjects lying there, allowing Dualai to operate without any movement. A light curtain appeared next to the man, and rays of light shot out from the light curtain, covering the whole person. On the light curtain, data began to appear. Bone marrow transformation is slowly progressing. Bone marrow transformation is successful, and new blood is beginning to be generated. Blood corrosion degree detection begins. Corrosion degree is 13%. Receptor blood vessels are rotten, and treatment begins. Blood enters the body everywhere. The body is rotten, and treatment begins. Blood enters the 5 internal organs. The 5 internal organs are rotten, and treatment begins. Blood enters the brain is damaged, and normal treatment begins. A series of data are refreshed. The soldier's body was shaking constantly. He was shaking violently on the experimental table. His eyeballs bulged, and bloodshot spread from all sides, soon covering the entire eyeball. Pain, severe pain, except pain, he could hardly feel any other feeling. Ah! He screamed in his heart. I don't know how long it took, the pain quickly subsided, the soldier rolled his eyes, and fainted directly. But the body transformation is still in progress. From time to time, the body trembles twice, the skin emits a bright red color, and the blood vessels bulge and entangle, which looks very scary. Dualai left after the injection, not worried about failure at all. This medicine is already very mature, so he is very relieved. There were 4 unconscious people lying in the laboratory. 2 of them had crocodile dragon blood, 1 had red dragon blood, and 1 had blue dragon blood. One of them failed in the middle, and was disabled. He now had 3 more test subjects, and with these 4, there were 7 people in total. Fortunately, the transformation was very successful. In a few days, he would be able to get fresh blood. Although the quality might be lower, it didn't matter, and it could be purified. In addition to the blood test, Dualai also had to test other potions. After getting the complete version of potions of various levels, the current potion reserve was enough for him to study many things. The 6th level potion was no longer a chasm in front of him, but a thoroughfare. In addition to regular potions, many unconventional potions were of great value to study. For example, the disappearance potion could simulate the wizard's invisibility, and make people disappear directly on the spot. Another example was the transparent potion, which could make people turn into transparent glass. The pharmacology of this potion was worth pondering. The potion was profound, and worth studying for a lifetime. In fact, after getting all the potions from President Puc, Dualai had no interest in potions below level 6. Only after reaching level 7, there were some interesting potions. For example, the Epiphany potion is a very special potion. It can instantly increase a person's mental power by more than 100 times, instantly improve the ability to comprehend, and easily enter the state of epiphany. Another example is the Constitution potion, which can directly improve a person's constitution and comprehensively improve a person's 3 measurements. It is quite powerful. After reaching level 8, it corresponds to the level 6 wizard. The potions here are even more powerful, which makes Dualai very envious. However, after reaching level 8, the rarity of medicinal materials increases sharply. Sometimes you may not be able to find medicinal materials even if you have a recipe. This is the biggest problem. When he came, he asked Gretel to purchase some level 6 and level 7 medicinal materials, which was already very remarkable. As for level 8 medicinal materials, their Orn family did not have many, and they had to leave them to some high-level pharmacists, not to him. Even those level 6 and level 7 medicinal materials were obtained because of Gretel's face, that he was now in power in the Wizard Tower. Gretel was in power in the Wizard Tower, and could get a huge amount of merit. Using merit to exchange for medicinal materials, their Orn family would not lose anything. The old generation of the Orn family was very calculating. 3 days passed quickly, and the body of Dualai's fourth experimental question slowly stabilized, and his breath increased a lot. At this time, the weather outside finally cleared up, and the wind disappeared, revealing the long-lost blue sky. The sky of the Arctic ice field is very blue, revealing a deep blue color. Looking out of the sky, there is a deep black color, as if brewing in the blue. Dualai stood on the Wizard Tower and looked at the ice field. It is endless and very flat here. There is a layer of ice that is unknown how many meters thick on the ground. The air is very transparent. At a glance, you can see hundreds of kilometers away, but you still can't see any edge. Looking at the top of the head, even in broad daylight, you can see a trace of starlight. Look at the sun again. Although it has just risen, it is just a little bit above the horizon. After seeing the starlight, Dualai and Ash sighed each other. They are indeed flying to the innermost part, not along the edge of the ice field, and now they have to go back. Dualai took a closer look at the sky, felt the weather around him, and thought for a while, I can feel that the weather will be clear for a few days. Let's hurry up and get to the beach first. Chapter 449. 3 days later, the two appeared on the east side of the ice field. There is an ice field on the west side, and an endless glacier on the north side. Glacier is the general name for icebergs. At a glance, they are all mountains of different heights. At this time, inside the glacier, a white air wave blew fiercely from the depths, covering the sky and the earth, as if a great disaster had come. The wild and fierce wind swept a large amount of ice, snow, ice debris and ice blocks, sweeping all the way, covering the sky and the earth, very terrifying. The strong wind blew again. When Dualai saw this, he felt a little hopeless. It is said that there is wind here all year round, and it is true. The outside of the east side of the ice field is the famous Sea of Death, which is filled with low-temperature sea water all year round, and the sea water is full of icebergs formed by various ice blocks. Dualai is now doubting, can we find storm elements here? At this time, Lord Ball walked out of the Wizard Tower. He first looked around majestically, and then said in a very confident tone, Dualai, there are no storm elements in this place. With such strong wind and snow, where can storm elements come from? But looking at the situation inside the glacier, there may be larger storm elements. He looked into the depths of the far north, and his last tone was a little hesitant. Dualai stood upright on the tower, looking at the depths of the far north, with a twitch at the corners of his mouth. It was minus 70 to 80 degrees in there, which would kill people. Ball sat down slowly, looking at the white line in the distance, and laughed. The wind flows from high pressure to low pressure. The manifestation of high pressure is low temperature, and the opposite is true for low pressure. The condition for the formation of a storm is the pressure difference. Look at the pressure difference around here. Except for the deeper and outside where we are now, where else can we find such conditions? Unless there are formed storm elements running around, otherwise, let us practice here first and walk around by yourself. Ash looked at Bar hesitantly. She always felt that this guy loved to tease them. She whispered at this time, how about we change places? I can clearly sense the air pressure in my meditation method. Dualai looked at Bar at this time, actively ignored Ash's words, and said slowly, Lord Bar is right. You play here first, and the Wizard Tower will stay with you. I will go around to have a look. Although the possibility of storm elements in the far north is a little lower, it is not impossible. There are a large number of storm elements gathered in the center of the far north. This is recorded. If it doesn't work, I can go inside to peek. He had a toothache. Ash was stunned and worried. The real storm element is at least level 7. Although the sensing ability is a little poor, the strength is very strong. If you are not careful, as long as you touch it, Dualai will be seriously injured. She whispered, why don't we move to another place and drive the Wizard Tower over there? It will be a little safer. Dual shook his head, don't worry, I look around first. If there is anything, we move over, if not, we have to run around. Ash nodded. She turned her eyes to the cold and silent sea. At this time, in the distance, on the icebergs in the sea, you can vaguely see many cute little animals. The glacier is indeed dead silent. Occasionally you can see a few small creatures, but they can only be seen within hundreds of kilometers. But in the sea, because of the ocean currents, it will bring nutrient-rich substances from other places. There are still many creatures under the sea. Most of the creatures on the glacier rely on the biological inventory under the sea. Polar bears are a typical example. There are not many creatures in the ice fields and glaciers, but many creatures can be seen near the sea. Sea eagles, petrels, sea lions, seals, polar bears, etc. In the depths of the sea, there are even legendary ice dragons. So this place is not safe. After Dualai made his decision, he nodded to Ash, looked at the other's blue eyes wrapped in a tight wizard robe, jumped lightly, and then disappeared into the air. After Dualai left, the wizard tower also quickly disappeared from sight, disappearing invisibly. A strong wind swept in from the north, carrying a huge amount of snowflakes and ice debris, completely covering the world. There was wind and snow in all directions, and the sky quickly darkened, and it was pitch dark. On the wizard tower, Ash sat in the same place, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. In this unfamiliar place, everything was unfamiliar, and the only thing that made him feel kind was the world around him. The ice and snow goddess's meditation method had a huge advantage here. She could feel that the meditation method was ready to move, and it seemed to break through. But these two words are far from a real breakthrough. At least, he has to completely control the realm of ice and snow and form an effective realm. Dualai left here, and she was always worried about it. After an unknown amount of time, she finally calmed down, and then released her mental power, carefully communicating with the surrounding weather, and perfecting the concept of the ice and snow realm. Behind Dualai, the wind and snow completely covered the back, and the spectacular scene made people feel the greatness of nature. At this time, he had flown nearly 1,000 kilometers along the coastline, and came to a very far distance. It seems that no matter how long you fly here, it's the same. There's water, ice, gale, storm, ice and snow everywhere. In addition to these things, you can see many creatures, strong and weak. Dualai has been targeted by some creatures before, but it's easy to escape in this place. Just get into the snow and wind. Even local creatures find it difficult to stay in the snow and wind. However, there are also terrifying creatures in the snow and wind, that is, ice dragons. Ice dragons are a kind of blue dragon, but they are elemental creatures. They are made of ice all over. They are powerful. The lowest level is 5. Dualai saw one from a distance. It looks like it's at home in the snow and wind. It comes and goes at will and very fast. Ice dragons are also what powerful adventurers like to hunt. They are full of treasures, crystal clear inside and outside. Even if you take ordinary flesh back, you can make all kinds of sparkling jewelry. It is much more valuable than dragon species. But Dualai didn't want to pay attention to him. His goal was the storm element. Soon, time passed slowly for more than 10 days. Dualai searched the surrounding coastline within 3,000 kilometers, but still found no trace of the storm element. This made him a little impatient. On the 10th day, he had planned to stay away from the ice field and look for it on the sea. On this day, the weather was clear and cloudless, which was a rare good weather. Dualai set out from the coast and came to the sea less than 200 kilometers away when he saw a huge iron boat with a white line behind it, heading towards the far north. The iron boat was very fast, and it seemed to be engraved with many magic spells. It rushed through the sea, and no creatures intercepted it. Because the distance was too far, Dualai did not feel the abnormality of the iron boat. At this time, on the blue sea level, in the distant sky, thick black clouds appeared, covering the sky. Chapter 450. The black clouds rolled and surged forward on the sea surface of thousands of kilometers, occupying every inch of space, layer by layer, line by line, wave by wave, occupying the entire sky at a very fast speed. And the direction facing the dark clouds was the iron boat. Dualai frowned. Can the far north also encounter such a sea storm? There are strong winds in the north and storms on the sea. This place is simply a dead end for life. At this time, he saw that the creatures living on the ice field fled into the sea one after another. In the blink of an eye, none of them could be seen. The speed of the iron boat was very fast. It was seen from the distance that it was the size of a sesame seed, and it became the size of a fist. The wind and waves were surging around the big ship. A stream of extremely powerful energy pushed the big ship forward. No one knew who was on the ship. Judging from the speed of the ship, it seemed to be advanced. At this time, the storm became more and more violent. The black clouds in the sky had covered half of the sky. Lightning flashed in the black clouds. Rumbling noises came from afar. On the sea, waves tens of meters high surged forward, making violent noises, which looked extremely terrifying. Within the field of vision, the sea was turbulent and ups and downs. Coupled with the black clouds, lightning, and strong winds in the sky, there was an indescribable sense of terror. However, Dualai was surprised at this time, because under the black clouds, the 1,000-mile cloud group was a huge storm, and it seemed to be chasing the iron boat at this moment. This was a real storm, covering thousands of miles. Dualai's eyes were bright. He had been looking for it for a long time, but it was easy to get it. In a hurry, he sent a message to the outside world, and then jumped into the water. Jesford stood at the bow, his wide wizard robe fluttering, and deep wrinkles appeared on his frowning forehead. He held a blue staff in his hand, and the staff continuously emitted blue power, which enveloped the entire hull. The power of the hull was surging, urging the iron boat to move forward. Damn it, how did I encounter a living storm element? It was a mistake. If I had known, I would not have killed those blue whales. Jesford was a little annoyed. As an 8th level wizard, being chased by a 7th level storm element did not seem to be something that made people feel particularly embarrassed. The storm element itself was almost invincible. It was too strong. Just the body of more than 1,000 kilometers long could make people lose the desire to fight against it. Even as an 8th level horror master, a person who could attack cities and capture strongholds, facing this kind of elemental creatures, he was a little powerless. He had been running for more than 10 days, but the storm element was still chasing him relentlessly. He had no choice but to continue running towards the far north. Only in this place would the storm element, which had lost its home advantage, stop. On the boat were his students, crew members, and even some disciples of old friends. They came out for an investigation this time, so they never thought of such a thing. He glanced around. The far north was indeed too peaceful, and many creatures were unwilling to live here. At this moment, he saw a figure transformed into Feng Xing, who seemed to be standing on the sea and heading towards the storm element. The energy reaction of that figure was extremely low, and it seemed to be only level 4. Where did the level 4 wizard come from? He hesitated for a moment, but was ready to remind him, after all, he was the one who attracted the storm element. Little friend, that is a level 7 storm element, run, don't move forward. Dole was running excitedly on the sea, and suddenly heard a voice, and was slightly stunned. Someone could actually find him. He hesitated for a moment, and looked in the direction of the mental power sensing, but saw that it was the iron boat hundreds of kilometers away, and was suddenly a little shocked. My God, how did he transmit the sound over such a long distance? Is he a level 7 wizard? He did not stop, but continued to move forward at a very fast speed. The old wizard was a little puzzled. There are really people who are not afraid of death. He thought about it, and let him go. Anyway, he reminded him, and he did his best. The closest distance between Dualai and the iron boat was only a few dozen kilometers, and the two passed by. At this time, the old man heard a piece of news. Thank you for reminding me, old man. The technique I'm practicing requires observing the elemental storm and understanding the storm's artistic conception. The old man was stunned. He looked in the direction of Dualai, and his eyes suddenly turned blue, as if penetrating the void. He saw that there seemed to be a shadow of a storm on Dualai's body. He immediately understood that this was the case. He had escaped thousands of miles away, but he had helped the other party. This little guy was able to run to this remote place to find a storm by himself. He was a real talent. He couldn't help but look up to him. Dualai released all his breath, surrounded by the storm, and the surrounding air flowed, forming a large area of strong wind, simulating a storm. His aura was only level 4, weak in itself, and coupled with the same aura as the storm element. Even though he ran away, the huge storm ignored him, but chased the iron boat in front closely. However, it was obvious that Dualai could see that the speed of the storm was decreasing, because this was already the far north, and the surrounding environment was actually not suitable for the survival of the storm element. The owner of the iron boat obviously had the same idea, and ran for his life. Fortunately, the storm element itself did not move very fast, so he was able to escape. The iron boat continued to flee forward, and the storm element continued to chase. Dualai spent half an hour getting close to the storm element, and then turned into a wisp of wind and merged into the sea of storms, endless storms, and lightning. The mission of this trip is now officially starting. Once he entered the storm, Dualai could feel the horror of this huge elemental creature. Although it was only level 7, the energy contained in it was completely beyond that of an ordinary human orthodox wizard of level 8 or 9. In the area of more than 1,000 kilometers, the clouds, wind flow, and lightning, I don't know how much energy has accumulated. If these energies are released in an instant, I am afraid that they can destroy a relatively powerful country in an instant. While thinking about the power of the storm element, he released his perception and merged with the surrounding wind flow, slowly experiencing the true meaning of the storm element. In the storm, He didn't have to be afraid of encountering enemies, because there would be no one here. What he had to do now was to quietly comprehend and observe, perfect the loopholes in his meditation method, make up for his own structure, and perfect the meditation method. Although the Storm Sun meditation method is introduced in great detail, it is only a book and text after all, which cannot replace what you see with your eyes and sense with your mental power. Therefore, the most intuitive way is to observe a complete storm element. When he entered the coverage of the storm element, Dualai understood the key to the promotion from level 4 to level 5, the true meaning of the storm element. This is the most terrifying natural phenomenon in the world, without a doubt. Even a volcanic eruption has a limit, but the storm element has no limit. The laws of heaven and earth contained in it may not be that powerful, but the scope it covers is really too large. Chapter 451. Dole blended into the wind, treating himself as a part of the storm, and began to slowly ponder the changes in wind flow, temperature, and even every inch of space, quietly feeling it. At the same time, his storm element was also slowly changing, merging with the surrounding wind flow. Where the sea connects, Baal's 2-meter-tall body emerged from the top of the tower, squatted quietly on one side, and looked into the sea. He really found a storm element, and there is also a very powerful iron boat over there. He also suggested that I should not approach. I am so stupid, and I can't beat the storm element. I am definitely not a match for the iron boat that can fight against the storm element. Baal raised his hand, licked the hair on his mouth, and then looked at Ash sitting on the other side of the tower. At this time, the most famous genius in Watsberg was surrounded by cold air, ice fog, and a small amount of wind. However, her speed of comprehension was still a little slow. The ice and snow domain did not even have a prototype. If it was Dualai, it would probably have already formed a domain by now. That boy was simply invincible in his talent for comprehending artistic conception. At this moment, Ash's aura plummeted, the strange phenomena around her disappeared, and then she woke up with a pale face. Her mental power was too weak, and 2 or 3 days of comprehension was the limit. Ash looked at the weather around her, and was not discouraged. At the same time, she received the information from Dualai, and was slightly stunned. He really found it. She raised her head, and looked around. She saw Baal standing on the other side of the wizard tower and bowed slightly. Lord Baal, should we change places, and get closer to Dualai? Baal shook his head and said, not for now. There is a powerful wizard of your human race over there. I don't want to get too close. Ash was stunned, and then she understood that humans and monsters are naturally hostile to each other. If Baal is discovered by the other party, it will definitely be another chase. She is an ordinary level 4, and it is absolutely impossible for her to have such a powerful pet. The other party will only think that Lord Baal has held her hostage. So she nodded and said, Lord, then I will go down to do experiments and rest for a few days. Baal shrugged his dog shoulders. You are free to do it. You don't have to tell me these things. But I have to go out for a trip in the next 2 days, so be careful. Ash nodded. With the wizard tower, she doesn't need to be afraid of ordinary level 5 or 6 masters. And how could there be anyone in this place where no one lives? Ash's total mental power is not enough, so every few days, after the mental power is exhausted, she needs to rest, do experiments, etc., to relieve it. Through experiments, her biological level has been gradually improved. She is no longer the person who knows nothing before. She has started to experiment on herself, occasionally drawing some blood, cultivating it in a petri dish, observing, separating, and slowly looking for what is hidden in her blood. Meditation is the foundation of wizards. But for family wizards like them, blood is the foundation of wizards. Now she wants to find a way to purify her blood, so that her talent can be taken to a higher level and closer to the essence of ice and snow blood. Ash's alchemy level is very poor, and she can hardly refine finished alchemy tools. Under the influence of Dualai and the bonus of complete notes, she can barely carry out some experiments. Under the influence of what she sees and hears, she also understands what she should do and what she should do, but the speed is a bit slow. She didn't have much sympathy for the experimental subjects, that is, the few living people. After all, these people were here to kill them, so there was no need for sympathy. Just check them regularly, feed them, and make sure they didn't die. The weather in the far north is changeable. Sometimes it is sunny and clear, and sometimes it is windy. The wind is as high as more than 10 levels, which is very fierce. The closer it is to winter, the more windy it is. After entering winter, the windy weather has changed from about 10 days a month to more than 20 days, almost a whole month in the wind. Under such conditions, Ash has been blowing the wind for several months. The temperature around her is getting lower and lower, and the wind and snow are getting stronger. On her body, a sense of ice has begun to take shape. Lord Bard disappeared. She was the only one in the wizard tower. Even Dualai's clone fell into a deep sleep. Under full perception, he had no extra mental power to maintain the clone. Lonely, empty, she was the only one left in the world. The coldness around her became more and more intense, and it seemed that she was about to merge with the world around her. Time passed slowly, and Dualai drifted on the sea with the storm element. Wherever the storm element went, he went there. Anyway, the storm element would not actively attack him. He even felt that the other party seemed to take good care of him. Occasionally, some core areas were open for him to walk in. After seeing it, he would drive it out. Storms are the product of nature, and are very common in the vast and endless sea, but there are very few complete storm elements. Dualai can simulate natural storms, but simulating real storm elements is a lot less meaningful. After all, one is a natural phenomenon, just a product under the rules of heaven and earth, a dead thing, while the other has become a living being, and there is a fundamental difference. Even if the storm in nature is what Dualai simulated himself, after forming a storm spirit, it will undergo a great change in nature. From a basic natural phenomenon, it will transform into a living being, with an energy core and wisdom. These are all fundamental supports that require the storm element, and these are what Dualai needs to learn, and they will not be recorded in books. The storm element drifted on the sea for several months, chasing the iron boat in vain, and slowly returned to the vast ocean. There were no icebergs here, and there was no violent natural weather. There were only ups and downs of the waves, and some insignificant islands appeared on the vast and endless sea. After the storm, these islands were in a mess, and what awaited them was only to slowly lick their wounds. Dualai didn't know where he drifted with the storm element. There were two relatively strong coordinates in his consciousness. One was the coordinates of the wizard tower of Watsberg, and the other was the coordinates of the wizard tower in the far north, and they were extremely clear. No matter where he went, he could have a vague approximate direction, so he would not get lost. But now, he felt that these two coordinates were getting farther and farther. He was immersed in the world around him, and could no longer turn back. The sea was boundless, with only sea breeze, waves, dark clouds, and lightning. The inside of the storm element was filled with terrifying gales, thunder, and rumbling explosions. Dualai had already understood something at this time, and the storm element in his body began to increase slowly and slowly, no longer in the previous stagnant state. Observation was enough, and he still needed to slowly construct it himself. If he went outside to construct it, he would need to leave the coverage of the storm element and reconstruct a storm element himself. He had this little understanding, and when he constructed the storm himself, it might be the time to enter the 5th level. Chapter 452. When he had this thought, a very clear thought came from the huge storm that almost covered the sky. "Human, are you leaving?" This thought was extremely clear, but it was filled with a very immature voice. Dole was in a trance for a moment. It had been several months, and he had seen everything he should see. It was time to leave. He turned into wind at this time, and the wind began to float around him. Obviously, he wanted to break away from the storm, so he was sensed by the other party. He quickly responded, "Yes, thank you for taking care of me for so long. I have never seen a human like you. The cultivation method is the same as our storm element. When you turn into an elemental body in the future, you can come here to find me." His expression was very clear, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Dualai's heart moved, and he said, "Humans have invented a kind of communication technique. Can I teach you? We can communicate over long distances." The storm element was immediately delighted. "I have always wanted to learn, but no one taught me. It would be best if you could teach me." Dory was silent. Storm element is the loneliest elemental creature in the world. They are huge, and it is rare for multiple storm element to meet together. Even if they meet, they will leave quickly and cannot stay for too long. It is difficult to communicate with any creature. It seems that he has been lonely for too long. He thought about it, and passed the content of the communication technique. The storm element quickly took it in his hand, and then immediately switched to the call mode and sent a message directly. "Wow, human things are really useful." Dory's phone Lu had already left the storm element and went far away. "So we can communicate, but the distance can't be too far. If I come here in the future, I will send you a message." Okay, then you should practice quickly. When you reach level 7 or 8, you can do it." Dole smiled bitterly. Level 7 or 8 is too far away. Standing outside the storm, he restored his human form and waved to the huge storm. The storm did not respond. Several huge crackling sounds came from it as a response. Dole sighed and disappeared in an instant. "Practice quickly, I wait for you." I will. Dole didn't know where he was. After leaving the storm, he went all the way north. Now he didn't know what time it was. He had to go back as soon as possible, and then take over the Wizard Tower, and use what he had seen, heard, and learned recently. Without the Wizard Tower, it was still a little unsafe in this vast ocean. Going north, Dole soon understood what season it was. If it was in Watsberg, it was spring now. According to the comparison between when I came here and now, I have been drifting on the sea for almost a year and a half. 1.5 years. So am I 23 or 24 this year? Let's say I was 24 at that time. Dualai thought so, and his body had crossed thousands of kilometers, from day to night, and from night to day. There are dangers on the sea, and there are dangers everywhere. The islands on the sea are full of powerful sea monsters, some of which are even level 5 or 6. When following the storm element, those creatures stayed on the sea honestly, and didn't dare to come out at all. But when I flew over, powerful creatures flying in the sky and swimming in the sea were everywhere, which made Dualai tremble with fear all the way. He wanted to occupy a place and practice storms by himself, but it was impossible without sufficient defense. After flying for an unknown period of time, Dualai saw a small black dot on the sea surface in front of him. At first, he thought it was a small island, but soon found that it was a ship, a slightly inferior iron ship than the iron ship he saw last time. At this time, he saw that behind the iron ship was a huge fleet. Is this the Cross-Sea Chamber of Commerce? Dualai just took a look from a distance and then bypassed it. The fleet was very impressive. Just a quick look could make him feel that there were several huge forces guarding it. Such a caravan was not something he could look at casually. If he was targeted, he would not have a good result. He bypassed it from a distance. The far north. In front of Ash, a small Dualai stood in front of him. At this time, Ash exuded an extremely cold and frozen mood. Within 30 meters around him, there was a cold and snowflakes floating, as if it was a small ice and snow field. Her level 5 was already achieved. She opened her eyes, and saw Dualai's clone, and the surrounding domain quickly retracted into her body. She stood up, and the blood color on her cold and stiff face began to slowly rise. Her expression relaxed and she smiled slightly. Dualai, are you done with retreat? Little Dualai said slowly, not yet, I just got the basic secrets of the storm element. Now I have to build a magic phantom, just like you are now, and turn it into an external appearance. I still need to live in seclusion for a while. Dualai did not expect that Ash would comprehend some subtle true meanings of the ice and snow domain so quickly, turn it into a semi-prototype domain, and officially enter the realm of a level 5 wizard. After reaching level 5, Ash's status will rise sharply, and she will have a certain say in the family. It can be said that her worth has increased greatly. He looked at Ash and smiled faintly. Congratulations, you will be different after you go back this time. The artistic conception on Ash has not dissipated yet. That kind of loneliness and cold artistic conception strolls in the surrounding world, making people feel awe-inspiring and inexplicably sad. Is this the way to the ice and snow field? And I looked at Dualai, and her cold heart was slightly warmed. In this vast ice and snow, if Dualai's wizard tower was not here, she really couldn't practice so peacefully. Her cold heart melted a little, and she smiled slightly. I am happy, you also got what you wanted. Where do you want to go for retreat? I also need a quiet time now. Ash smiled. Her cold face was like a peerless flower blooming at this moment, instantly hitting Dualai's heart. He looked at Ash seriously, as if he saw her for the first time. When Ash saw Dualai staring at him, she was stunned. She touched her face and was at a loss. Was there something on her face? Dualai also knew that he was a little abrupt. He coughed and said slowly, as if nothing had happened, it's not possible here. I want to go to a slightly southerly location and find an island. The living environment of the Son of Storm does not allow for too extreme an environment around him, especially since Dualai is still in the stage of comprehension. This is why this meditation method is powerful, but its disadvantages are obvious in the early stage. Ash thought of something at this time. Her face flushed slightly, and then turned back to white. She said openly, then you see, I will go wherever you go. The blood experiment has just reached a critical time point, and I have already gained some experience. Chapter 453. Dole didn't know what happened to the Wizard Tower during the time he left, but it was obvious that Ash had changed. It was unclear what had changed, but it was obvious that the beauty in front of him had become more unpredictable. He nodded and said, during the time I was drifting on the sea, I found a lot of good places. I don't need to go too far south, just enough for the two of us. At this time, the message he sent out finally received a response. In the sky, Bale's figure turned into a white line and flew from a distance at a very fast speed. Seeing this speed, Dole was slightly startled. This is level 7. This is probably breaking the sound barrier. The speed of the 3-story wizard tower can barely reach a speed of 1 or 200 meters per second. The distance that can be traveled every day, plus detours and reconnaissance, is between more than 2,000 and 3,000 kilometers. Breaking the speed of sound means breaking through the speed of more than 1,000 kilometers per hour, which is very exaggerated. Looking at the white line in the distance, Dualai sighed in his heart, wondering when he could reach this speed. If he had this speed, he would not be so timid on the sea, and he would just let go of the speed and run away. A white shadow flashed, passing through the barrier of the wizard tower without any smoke, and landed opposite Dualai, revealing the figure of Ball. He looked at Dualai, looked at him carefully, and raised his dog head. It seems that you have gained something? Dualai casually arched his hands and said, I just came out of a storm element, and now I am going to find a place to retreat. It's not possible here. I have to go to a place slightly south. Ball nodded, rather impatiently, and said, then let's go quickly. There are either polar bears or snow leopards around here. I'm almost fed up with birds. Let's change places and taste something else. Dole's mouth twitched, but at this moment, Ball took out a large bottle from his arms and said, I found a rare species. It contains its blood. You can study it. Okay, call me when you get there. Dole reached out to take the bottle, but just as he took it in his hand, a chill emanated from it and rushed towards him. Suddenly, his whole face was covered with frost and instantly covered by white frost. He immediately took a breath of cold air, and the magic power surged slightly, forming countless magic patterns, covering this layer by layer and suppressing it. The white frost on his face slowly disappeared, and Dole asked in surprise, what kind of blood is this? At this time, Ash also came over. Looking at the blood in the bottle, her heart was slightly throbbing. She felt that this blood seemed to resonate with her own blood. Bale said complacently, this is not ordinary blood, but the blood of the ice dragon. I didn't expect to see an ice dragon here. It's really rare. The information of the ice dragon instantly appeared in Dualai and Aishi's minds, and then they took a breath. The peak of level 6, close to level 7, the abnormal creature, Lord Ball is really wild. Dole glanced at Aishi, sealed the bottle quietly, put it into the storage ring, then looked at the horizon, and said, then let's go now. I found several islands in one place. They are all huge islands without any powerful creatures. It's just right to occupy them. I estimate that it will take at least some time before I can release the magic virtual image and enter level 5. Bar nodded his dog head and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. We are all practicing anyway. It's the same wherever we go, even in the sea. It's a good time to change our taste. The food in the far north is too icy. It makes my stomach hurt. Ash imitated Dualai's behavior and twitched slightly. Dualai nodded and said, then let's go. The two of them and the dog went into the wizard tower. Dualai stood in the control room on the 3rd floor and carefully observed the situation of the wizard tower. Everything was running well, the energy reserve had reached its peak, and the various wizard formations were also perfect, almost reaching their peak. After checking everything, he shrunk the wizard tower, shrank the surrounding magic formations, and then turned into a thin line and flew to the south of the vast sea. Where Lord Bar is, there must be chaos and innocent creatures around him. The hellhound is worthy of the word demon. It has the attribute of a foodie. Although it galloped all the way, Lord Ball flew out of the wizard tower immediately after seeing the good stuff. After a while, he wiped his mouth and came back with a satisfied look on his face. Even so, when he saw the next delicious food, he flew out immediately without looking back. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. I don't know how many lives it suppressed. I don't know how much turmoil it caused along the way. 6 days later, they appeared on a huge island. This island is very large. It is composed of 7 islands, including 3 large islands and 4 small islands. Looking down from the sky, the smallest island is bare and only the size of a palm. The largest island is more than 10 kilometers long from east to west, and even longer from north to south, reaching tens of kilometers. It is very huge. The island is lush with vegetation and green grass. There is a raised mountain range in the middle of the mountain that extends from south to north. Around the island, many sea eagles, petrels, seagulls, and other flying creatures fly around at will. These creatures are very powerful, and they are not easy to mess with. When Dualai's wizard tower descended from the sky and landed on the highest point of the mountain, those marine creatures suddenly fell from the sky and disappeared. Dualai's wizard tower has only 3 floors, and looks only level 3, but the energy reaction is extremely large, comparable to level 5. Those level 3 and 4 creatures naturally dare not come over. The wizard tower fell, pressing out a huge flat land on the mountain peak and fell steadily. There has been an inconspicuous tower above the small mountain since then. But soon, the tower disappeared again. On the surrounding coastline, those creatures flew out again, roaming around, hunting, fighting, and resuming their normal lives. In the wizard tower, I looked at the surroundings and felt very satisfied. Although this place is not as suitable for people as the far north, it is close to the far north. Although the air is a little warmer, she has already comprehended it. The next step is to integrate the artistic conception, and no longer need the environment of the far north. She did not object to this. Lord Ball has fallen asleep at this time, so there is no need to refer to his opinion. After Dualai stopped the wizard tower, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's live in seclusion here. There are no powerful creatures nearby. There are occasional storms passing by, but they are harmless." Then the two stood on the top of the tower and looked in all directions. She was a little puzzled at this time. Such a large island, there is no powerful creature entrenched. Impossible? In his opinion, although this island is not rich in resources, it is enough for some powerful creatures to occupy it just in terms of area. Chapter 454. Dole shook his head. "If it were you, what kind of place would you choose as your cave?" Ash thought about it and frowned. What Dole asked was very foresight. She looked around carefully, then spread her mental power, exploring and saying, "If it were me, first of all, it must be a place with abundant magic elements. The water and wind elements here are okay. With the transformation array, it can still be lived in. Second, the resources must be rich. There are two types of resources here. The first is mineral resources, and the second is biological resources. The biological resources here are quite rich, but the mineral resources seem. Third, the environment must be stable. If you say that there are often storms, then I know." Dole is a person who is very good at guiding people. Seeing this, he smiled faintly. "This place looks huge, but the resources are actually scarce, so under normal circumstances, no powerful creatures would choose this place, and this is on the sea, where powerful monsters often come to patrol. We only occupy this place temporarily, and it would not be appropriate to use it for a long time." He turned his head and glanced at Ash's delicate profile, and said, "I'm going to comprehend it. You can play by yourself, and you can use the laboratory at will." Ash turned her head and looked at Dualai, stretched out her hand to lift the hairline by her ear, and smiled lightly. "Go ahead, I wish you success soon." Ash is a beauty, and an iceberg beauty. At this time, she suddenly showed warmth, which made Dualai a little uncomfortable. That beautiful face, coupled with her cold temperament, suddenly left a mark in his mind. This was not the first time that his heart was moved. Dualai just thought for a moment, sighed slightly in his heart, suppressed this thought in his heart, and smiled slowly. "That's necessary. This retreat may take a long time. I hope you can do some research on blood potions. This bottle of blood is for you." He threw the blood bottle given to him by Ball to Ash, then turned around and disappeared. He turned into a breeze, and did not stay on this small island, but came to a slightly smaller island next to it. This island is east-west. Standing on the mountain and looking into the sea breeze just happened to blow in the face, and there was an indescribable smell of the sea. There are no powerful creatures here. Dualai came in stealth again, found a big stone at random, set up a formation nearby, and began to release his mental power to communicate with the nearby heaven and earth. After spending a month with the storm element day and night, Dualai has already grasped the essence of the storm element. With his understanding of nature, now that his thoughts come out, the surrounding world has changed slightly. The storm element itself is an elemental creature that grows by relying on the weather. Without sufficient conditions, it is impossible to produce a storm, so the first thing he did was to artificially intervene in the weather around him. He had already learned this method when he was at level 4, so it was a piece of cake to build it again now. Not long after, a small vortex was formed with him as the center. At the same time, he completely released the meditation method, and the magic power flowed out from the top of his head and drilled into the vortex above his head. A small materialized whirlwind appeared. The whirlwind had appeared, began to grow slowly, and then spread to the surroundings. This time actually took Dualai a long time. He had to check the weather, temperature, and humidity. It was not so easy to complete the process in one go. If the sea environment changed, it would be a waste of time. Ball woke up from his sleep, stretched, and walked to the hall. He scanned the third floor, and did not see Dualai. Instead, he saw Ash doing experiments seriously and attentively, so he walked over slowly. Ash was still very beautiful, but unfortunately, she was Dualai's. That boy had a pair of lecherous eyes recently, and it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to this little beauty. Ball walked in slowly from the door, and saw the experiment Ash was doing. He slowly said, "Where is that boy?" Ash had noticed Ball a long time ago, and said without looking back, "On the island next door, he seems to be successful." Ball was stunned, and then a huge mental power secretly flowed out from his body, instantly covering a radius of dozens of kilometers. He soon saw Dualai, and then he was shocked the next moment. Above another island, a small elemental storm was clearly visible. Over a small island of more than 10 kilometers and hundreds of thousands of square meters in radius, a storm had already brewed successfully. The sky was covered with dark clouds, whirlwinds, and lightning streaked across the sky, making thunderous sounds. At the same time, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, covering the entire island. On the other islands, the sun was shining brightly at this time, but looking at that island, it was simply two extremes. Its mouth twitched. It's only been 2 years, and he has really succeeded in understanding it. Ball was a little stunned. Ash raised her head, looking through the wizard tower, looking in the direction of Dualai. Her expression changed from serious to gentle. She smiled slightly. That shows that Dualai has talent, and that Lord Ball has vision. Ball said 3 times, "Where do I get vision? I was almost dying that year, and I was saved by this kid. If you want to talk about vision, he has vision. Not only did he save my great hellhound Lord Ball, but he also hooked up with a pretty girl like you. Ah, this kid, he is really lucky." Ash listened to the first half of the sentence, and it was normal, but the second half. She blushed slightly and stopped talking. Ball felt bored when he saw Ash like this, so he said in a muffled voice, "You stay here, I go down to find something to eat, I'm hungry again." Ash's mouth twitched. Are all the hellhounds foodies? She looked at Dualai, and was actually a little envious. Her domain could only reach 2 kilometers at present, while Dualai directly covered the entire island, and seemed to be at ease. Comparing people is so annoying. Although the ice and snow goddess meditation method has a higher degree of spiritual power purity, it is much worse than Dualai in terms of range. There is simply no way to compare. However, Dualai is not a mature storm element. He must cover a radius of at least 20 kilometers, that is, at least cover the range of the wizard tower, which is considered a real success. In the vast sea, a small shrimp soldier swayed his swaying body, and flew into the sea. With his strength, he could only go to a depth of 200 meters at most. He saw dozens of other kinds of fish, and reported the news he saw. Hundreds of kilometers away, a huge whale had poked out of the sea, and looked towards the island. Why is there another storm? This storm feels so weird. As a strong man in the region, he hates storms very much. He can't beat them, but they just fly around above his head all day, stirring up the wind and clouds, the sea, endlessly, which is really annoying. Chapter 455. For general small storms, the sea tribe will ask people to disperse them to prevent them from forming a real storm. In the vast and endless sea, although most storms will eventually dissipate due to lack of environment, every storm that forms is a disaster for all creatures living on the sea. As intelligent creatures of the sea tribe, they have the obligation to do these things. When the storm comes, although it has no effect on the underwater, it has a great impact on the sea surface. Those small monsters that rely on the sea surface for survival are almost a disaster. This seriously affects their ecological environment. He just thought about it for a while, and then issued an order. Not long after, 3 huge sea snakes appeared from the bottom of the sea and headed towards the island. Even when the sea is calm, there will be constant waves rising and falling on the sea surface, and the blue light blooms with tiny bits of light in hundreds of kilometers. That is the light reflected by the sun. Time slowly came to dusk, and the coverage of the storm passed the island. Outside, the wind howled, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the clouds within a radius of dozens of miles were pulled in, forming a funnel-shaped storm. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a very large tornado, except that this tornado was on the sea. When the storm's range exceeded the island and stepped into the sea for the first time, it suddenly expanded outward. Around the island, strong winds rose one after another, and the waves moved with the wind, slapping the surroundings and the sea surface crazily. The creatures living on the island had long disappeared at this time. Seeing the storm expanding and becoming larger and larger, it seemed to be forming a real storm. At this moment, in the distant sea, a huge wave of 100 meters high, formed at some unknown time, suddenly hit the island across the sky. At the same time, dozens of azure blue balls rose from the sea surface and smashed into the sky of the island in the form of a parabola. The destination was the center of the island, the location of the eye of the storm. What is the concept of a huge wave of more than 100 meters high? If it is placed on land, it is a concept of complete destruction of the world. However, in the vast ocean, the destructive power still exists, but it is not so strong. The waves rolling from the sea level do not have such a strong pressure. It can be seen that the purpose of the waves is very clear, that is, to destroy the foundation of the storm. And the dozens of azure blue balls in the sky, at this time, shot from the horizon, each of them exuded a subtle strong fluctuation. This thing looks like an alchemical creation. If it explodes in an instant, it is estimated that the power is not low. The purpose of these balls is also very clear. It is obviously the eye of the storm, destroying the internal balance of the storm. On the wizard tower, Ash opened her eyes. She was stunned when she saw the situation on the sea level. The waves did not have strong magic fluctuations, but the impact of the water was unquestionable. She had never seen such fierce and violent waves in her life. This was already a natural disaster level magic power. What does this mean? She stood up immediately, her emotions fluctuated strongly, and the temperature in the sky dropped sharply. At this time, a white line suddenly appeared on the horizon and rushed towards the wizard tower. Soon, a figure stood next to Ash. It was Ball. Ball was also a little stunned at this time. He said meaningfully, "There are strong men from the Sea Clan who want to destroy this storm. This wave seems to be a natural disaster level." He turned his head and looked at the crystal-like things in the sky again, thinking for a while, this seems to be a mine extracted from the essence of water, and its power is also at the level of a natural disaster. It is not a problem to blow up a small town. Guess how Dualai will deal with it. Ash turned her head and looked at Ball. This guy seemed to be watching the fun. Wasn't he going to help? She thought about it and frowned. The natural disaster level waves are beyond his response range. I guess he will let the waves come over. The height of Baidomi should not break up the storm. As for the mines you mentioned, I guess he will deal with them first. It doesn't matter if the storm on the ground is a little weak, but if those mines enter the eye of the storm, they will pose a direct threat to Dualai. While the two were talking, Dualai on the island had already taken action. He discovered this threat earlier than the two, and the mental power he released had begun to respond. He had noticed the waves a long time ago. They were not formed naturally, but should be released by some intelligent monsters. As for those ice crystal-like things, they should also be powerful and explosive. Going straight to the eye of the storm, it was a miracle they could think of. Dole's prying power, the storm was now about 1,500 meters high, from top to bottom, all covered with strong winds and water vapor, and from time to time 1 or 2 lightning flashed through it, emitting bright light. In the storm, there was about 13 or 14 wind speeds and endless raindrops. It was simply a fool's dream for these ice crystals to pass through, unless they were projected from an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. At this time, his mental power had expanded to the limit, and he had completely understood the son of the storm in his heart. The magic virtual image had completely transformed into a real storm element. The waves came from the coastline, and there was enough time to deal with them, but the crystal-like things came first. In the eye of the storm, Dualai's spiritual power covered everything. He just communicated a little, and the lightning in the storm suddenly became violent. Lightning formed one after another. Just when the crystal reached more than 1,000 meters from the storm, 4 or 5 lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the black cloud. Purple lightning bolts as thick as an arm suddenly broke through the sky and fell on the crystal. The lightning flashed and hit the ice crystal. In less than a second, the crystal suddenly exploded. Rumble. A loud noise partly went backwards and exploded in the sky. Circles of air waves and water splashed in all directions. Thunder in the flat ground. Under the waves, the 3 monsters looked at each other with solemn eyes. How could it be possible that the storm already had wisdom? The divine thunder has been destroyed, and the storm has already given birth to wisdom. What should I do? One of the sea snakes asked. Another sea snake said in a muffled voice, the most basic storm element also has the ability of level 6. Although the 3 of us are also level 6, do you think we can win? The last sea snake had a trace of lines on its body, and a slight bulge on its forehead. It was standing on a wave more than 100 meters high, sticking its head out and looking at the island. Within a radius of tens of kilometers, the storm was raging, lightning flashed, and the strong will of heaven and earth contained in it made him hesitate slightly. Once the storm element is formed, it will be a powerful demon spirit. It is no match for the same level. The energy it contains far exceeds the 3 of us. Forget it, retreat. The first sea snake who spoke asked in a low voice, Boss, don't you try it? The sea snake snorted coldly. At the same level, we are not even opponents of the water element, let alone the storm element ranked first. Retreat, and go back to report to the boss that a storm element has been born in this sea area. Dozens of miles away, the huge waves inexplicably receded. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. Seeing this receding speed, it is estimated that only about 50 meters are left to the island, posing no threat. Dole has been paying attention to this side. Seeing that there is no follow-up action, he slowly puts his mind at ease. The real storm element is not afraid of any threat. It covers an area of hundreds of kilometers, or even thousands of kilometers in radius, and is rampant on the sea. Just like the one he encountered last time, an 8th level horror wizard would have to flee, but he was not like that. He just practiced the relevant meditation method, and was still several blocks away from being a real son of the element. Chapter 456. On the wizard tower, Bale's figure flashed and disappeared happily in an instant. I go to the sea. And I looked forward to the waves gradually going down, and her mood gradually became calm. The elemental breath around her faded a little, the air was no longer cold, and the frost in the air slowly turned into water droplets, and then into water vapor, and disappeared. After entering level 5, Ash's daily task is to build various spell models, and integrate them into her own domain. Level 5 is a watershed. The biggest difference is that the witchcraft model can be accommodated in the domain in advance, and it can be condensed when not needed and released directly. It is very easy to use. Of course, this is only the treatment of advanced meditation. The storm slowly expanded, and soon, half of the island where Ash was also wrapped in it. Feeling the power of the storm up close, Ash felt like she was facing a real storm, and the feeling of powerlessness in the face of nature arose spontaneously. However, when the storm expanded to the wizard tower, it stopped abruptly, and then retreated instantly. The endless water, wind, and thunder in the sky quickly gathered to a certain point. Magnificent, magnificent, and magnificent. Not long after, a small storm appeared in the center of the island, just landing on Dualai's head. Above Dualai's head, a storm element containing endless storm elements stood quietly. The miniature storm element abandoned a large amount of natural wind and mines, and was completely composed of magic. It was very beautiful and small, but the energy contained in it was far more than that of an ordinary 5th level wizard. Dualai entered the middle stage of the 5th level in one fell swoop through the storm element, saving at least 10 years. It must be said that the feng shui elements on the sea are indeed very rich. As for the thunder element, it is completely transformed from 2 of the elements. A small crystal clear whirlwind, with various lightning flashing constantly inside, and making rumbling sounds. Just looking at this small whirlwind, a general level 5 will feel infinite deterrence. At this moment, Dualai opened his eyes, and the small whirlwind-like storm quickly merged into the back of his mind. He slowly stood up and looked at the sea. Under the sea at this time, Bale was holding a small sea snake in his hand and was feasting on it, while in his other hand, another sea snake exuded a strong breath and was still struggling. This is a sea snake that is about to transform into a sea dragon, and its strength has firmly stood at level 6. But in Bale's hands, it is as fragile as a little chicken. Dualai did not see it with his own eyes, but connected to the ability of the wizard tower to observe from a distance. It turned out that these 3 sea snakes were the ones who made trouble. This strength is also very powerful. Unfortunately, it was Bale, a real level 7. At this time, in Baal's hand, the sea snake that was about to transform into a sea dragon was still struggling, but it was extremely frightened in its heart. Where did this level 7 strongman come from, and why was he so terrifying? Seeing his people being swallowed by the other party, his heart was extremely cold. Baal held one in one hand, riding the wind and waves, and soon came to the sea. At this time, the sea snake was surprised to find that the storm on the island had disappeared. What was going on? Did the son of storm fail to descend? It was a little confused. But at this time, this strongman had brought her across hundreds of kilometers to the island. At this time, he was shocked to find that there was actually a human wizard tower on the island. What is going on? This level 7 warrior is actually someone else's pet. He vaguely saw that there was a human woman on the wizard tower, with a slender figure, cold eyes, delicate face, and an indescribable sense of weirdness. In the words of the human race, it is beauty, but in his eyes, there is no beauty, only fear. Really? What does that storm element mean? He was suppressed by Baal, and could not feel anything, but just what he saw now made him feel extremely scared. Bale's speed was extremely fast. The distance of dozens of kilometers turned into a white line. In dozens of seconds, he reached the edge of the wizard tower, passed through the defense system of the wizard tower, and stood there. There is a more delicious ration. I decided to keep it for a few days. I'm a little sick of eating marine food recently. Ball explained proudly. Ash said respectfully, Lord Ball is mighty. The sea snake was a little overwhelmed. What does this mean? This hellhound is not a pet of the human race. He felt that his world was completely overturned. At this moment, a light breeze flew over from another island, passed through the defense of the wizard tower, landed on the wizard tower, and revealed its figure. The storm on his body had not yet dissipated, and the three auras of wind, water and thunder were slowly flowing, which shocked the sea snake even more. The storm element they thought just now turned out to be a human? Dole looked at the sea snake and asked in confusion, Is this the sea tribe that was about to destroy my path to promotion just now? Ball waved the sea snake that was almost dead and nodded, Snacks. The corner of Dole's mouth twitched. Level 6 Snacks, Lord Ball, you are really picky. He said slowly, I'm already level 5. We've been out for 2 years. It's time to go back. Ball didn't really want to go back. There were so many snacks outside, and he really couldn't bear to leave. But Dualai wanted to go back, so he went back. Anyway, he could come out at will. Okay, then go back, but where is this place? Do you know how far it is from the West Ring continent? Ash also looked at Dualai at this time. They came out of the West Ring continent, went all the way north for 10,000 kilometers, then ran east for several days, and flew south for several days. The journey was as long as tens of thousands of kilometers. To be honest, I really don't know where I am now. Dualai scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, I don't know where it is, but don't we have a guide? The three of them all set their eyes on the sea snake. The sea snake sneered in his heart. Anyway, it was almost eaten, so he might as well trick you. He immediately flattered, I know the direction, I know the terrain around, I am very useful, don't eat me. Bar saw through his plan at a glance and sneered, I am a person, no, a dog, I still believe in black magic, or things like truth serum. Dualai, take out all your stuff to deal with this guy. Not long after, Dualai got their exact location, or to be precise, an approximate location. This is the East China Sea, about 10,000 kilometers away from the coastline of the Glory Empire. It takes at least 3 to 5 days of continuous flight time to fly from here. Under normal circumstances, it would be best to have a boat, but 3 people, 2 level 5, 1 level 7, plus a wizard tower, don't need this thing at all. However, before leaving, Dualai needs to transform the wizard tower. The current energy capacity is still not enough, and it can only fly continuously for 3 days, and this is under normal circumstances. If you want to pass through the sea storm and rain cloud layer, this will be greatly reduced. Chapter 457. Ash thought at this time, the sea is not all dominated by warcraft. There are still some human islands. If this is the East China Sea, if the direction is correct, there are at least 3 human countries, and 2 powerful wizard groups occupying a place. If we fly to the east coast and find one of them, it means that the direction is right. In the far north, the sense of direction is very poor, and it is easy to get lost. So far, although they have determined the direction, they are not sure where they are. Ball lay on the side calmly at this time, without giving any advice. Dualai thought for a while, and said slowly, the location should be clear at night. I can read the stars. Let's fly over there first and take a look. You need to master the wizard tower. I want to add some rune arrays to the energy core of the wizard tower. The energy level is still a little low. After the strength increased, Dualai felt that his control was strengthened again. Now it should not be a problem to transform the energy core again. After the two discussed for more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them went into the wizard tower, and then the wizard tower rose from the ground and rushed into the sky. Above the sea, there was a blue wave. Looking down from an altitude of 3,000 meters, there was a thin layer of fog in the sky. The ground was blue, the sky was blue, and there was an illusion in the middle. It looked very spectacular and ethereal. This kind of scenery looks beautiful, but it is very boring to watch it every day. After watching it for several months, they are tired of it. They wish they could go back now. In the middle of the wizard tower, Dualai sat cross-legged on the edge of the energy core, carefully examining the energy core. Next to him, Ash was controlling the wizard tower, while observing Dualai's movements. She now also wanted to get involved in wizard formations, so she was ready to study seriously. Dualai thought about it, carefully recalled the drawings of the Tower of Babel, and took out the energy core alone. The current core is a level 5 core, which involves 120,000 magic pattern structures, and the whole is the same. If you want to upgrade to a level 6 core and accommodate more energy, you need to add 120,000 structures. On the basis of only adding and not changing the original magic patterns, adding again seems simple, but it is actually difficult, because it is difficult not to touch the previous structure. The energy core was refined by Dualai himself, and he knew very well what problems were in it, so after carefully studying the structure of the Tower of Babel, Dualai began to move. The magic power surged around him, and huge energy dissipated from his body. Soon, magic patterns formed around him, and then slowly flew into the energy core. Each of these magic patterns is different. Some are used to store energy, some are used to guide energy, and some are used to stimulate energy. The high-level and low-level patterns are used in different combinations. Dualai needs to make thousands of changes in his mental power within 1 second. This exaggerated use of mental power stunned Ash, who was standing next to him. Is this still a level 5 wizard? Even a normal level 6 alchemist can't do this. She tried hard to observe Dualai's control method, and finally found out with frustration that she couldn't do it at all. However, after entering level 5 and forming the ice and snow field, she has also been trying this control method. There are now countless witchcraft models placed in the field, and she is not unfamiliar with this, but the gap between the two is too big. After Dualai entered level 5, he directly crossed the early stage and entered the middle stage, while she was still hovering in the early stage. This is the gap. To put it bluntly, Dualai can now defeat her with one hand, which makes the arrogant Ash a little uncomfortable. The gap is too big. The wizard tower is invisible and flies rapidly in the sky. Soon it is night, and the two people and the dog have already left the previous island and flew more than 2,000 kilometers away. In the middle, they also bypassed a huge thunderstorm cloud. The sea is not endless. In some places, there are many islands. Where there are islands, it is where the ground veins are raised. The seawater is not very deep. Such places are easy to form shallow ecology, nurturing countless creatures and appearing countless monsters. The sea has always been a forbidden area for humans. Except for some extremely powerful humans, who dare to come to the deep sea, only large caravans and fleets dare to come in under normal circumstances. Usually no one can be seen. So, I flew all the way to the night without encountering anyone. At night, the sun sets and the stars in the sky gradually appear. Dualai put down his work at this time, and came to the top of the wizard tower to carefully distinguish one or two. The starry sky is the deepest, but it is actually very simple to understand the rules. The positions of most of the starlight in the starry sky are unchanged, and according to the positions of these stars, you can judge your own position. Dualai pondered for a while, took out a few pieces of paper, and drew a few pictures. He determined that he was still tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Glory Empire's Watsberg. According to the star map, the stars in the sky should be like this. Dualai said to Aishi next to him while drawing. He wrote and drew, and soon a vivid star map appeared on the paper. But now, the star map above our heads is like this. According to the changes in our star map every hour, our current position is here, and Watsberg is here. If we measure it specifically, according to our 1-hour flight distance, the straight line distance is about 15,000 kilometers. Dualai is a person who is good at observation, and he quickly drew a detailed mark. Of course, this was not figured out by himself, but learned from the books he read. I looked at Dualai, and a little star appeared in his eyes. It's amazing, then if you say so, according to this method, the distance of the entire world can be measured? Aishi thought about such a question. Dualai nodded. The distance between the worlds is not a secret among the top leaders. They just don't want ordinary people to know. The whole world is round. The top leaders actually know the situation between each continent. If you don't believe it, go ask your father. Although Dualai didn't know these things, he could figure it out with his toes. Aishi sighed. She only knew how to practice every day. How could she know these things? Dualai was really amazing. She looked at the map and then at the sky. She couldn't see any relationship between them. It was too complicated. After gesturing with her hands, Aishi added the map of the Glory Empire on the map. The location of the coastline was roughly revealed, and then the location of the two wizard forces on the sea was marked. She was surprised to find that the two did not pass there at all. They were flying in a straight line now, and they would probably reach any province in the southeastern 3 provinces of the Glory Empire, and then cross most of the empire to return to Watsberg. This distance was too far. Fortunately, there was a wizard tower, otherwise she didn't dare to imagine that she could go so far. Chapter 458. Dole looked at the map marked by Ash and nodded slightly. The two were very close, and could feel each other's breath. Dole suddenly felt that at this moment, the relationship between the two was so close. Neither of them spoke, staring at the map quietly. Ash also felt the closeness between the two. She raised her head and glanced at Dole. Coincidentally, their eyes met. She blushed slightly, and then said inconspicuously, "What are your plans for the future?" She did not deliberately stay away, and felt that this was good. Dole looked at Ash's delicate face, thought for a while, and smiled slowly. "Are you asking about the short-term plan or the long-term plan?" Ash was stunned for a moment. What's the difference? For the first time, she felt that the man in front of her had unfathomable thoughts. Dole turned his head, looked up at the sky, sighed, and said slowly, "The short-term plan is to upgrade to level 8 or 9 first, and the long-term plan is to leave this world and find a way to advance to a higher level." Ash took a step back and looked at Dole for the first time. Her vision was not that far ahead. Level 7 and 8 seemed too far away. It was unimaginable that Dualai had such confidence. She shook her head. "It's too early to reach level 7 and 8. Then tell me about your recent plans. I want to hear your plans." In the wizard world, after reaching a certain level, one will inevitably form a force and strengthen one's family and abilities. This is very common among family wizards. As a member of the Rhine family, Ash has naturally thought about this. She will work hard to reach level 7 and 8, but pursuing higher strength is a bit too far away. She doesn't even dare to think about it. Dualai's thought simply overturned his cognition, but considering that next to him was Boss Ball, a man from the outside world, Ash thought that he had heard many stories from other worlds, so he had this idea. Dualai didn't know what Ash was thinking. He smiled and said, "Then tell me about the recent plan. I am now promoted to level 5, and then I want to find a place to occupy and form my own territory. In Watsberg, the suppression is too great. Then I will consider finding a way to be promoted to level 6, level 7, well that's it." Ash felt that Dualai was a normal person. She asked slowly, "Then have you considered joining another family?" Dualai looked at Aishi, and suddenly his tone became a little frivolous. "Join that family can accommodate me in my power. If it were you, I would consider it." Aishi blushed when she heard this answer, and spit at him. "You are not beautiful, but you have beautiful thoughts." Dualai smiled and suddenly became serious. "By the way, beautiful Aishi, don't you have any ideas?" What ideas could Aishi have? Her ideas were fixed by the family. After hearing what Dualai said, she thought that the world was very big, and she should not be fixed by the family, just like her aunt, who was bound to a place all her life. She seemed to be powerful and a hegemon, but in fact she had no future at all, and she couldn't even find an opportunity to be promoted to level 7. Human relations, relationships, and emotional entanglements have long exhausted her life. If she followed Dualai, wouldn't her life be very free and easy? She suddenly spoke, "If one day I am unhappy, I can come to you." Dole shrugged, "Come anytime. I should still be in the northwest. The environment here is not bad, and there is the Orn family as a medicine dealer." Ash nodded. She walked over, got a little closer to Dole, snuggled up to him, and then leaned her head on him, feeling very safe. This time, Dole was a little uncomfortable. Feeling the warmth next to him, the single dog, who had lived for more than 20 years, suddenly felt uncomfortable. Ash said at this time, "You know, people like us who come from a family of many people, generally speaking, cannot decide our own destiny." Although Dole was a little uncomfortable, he was still very happy in his heart. He thought about it, and knew why Ash did this. He nodded and said, "I know that the children of nobles, unless they are extremely talented, are often used as tools for family marriages. Even if they are extremely talented, they will not be able to take the initiative to control their own lives because of bloodline issues." "You?" Ash sighed and said, "I am the same." Dole raised his eyebrows, raised his head, looked into the distance, and whispered, "What if the person they choose for you is not very talented?" Ash shook his head. "This will not happen. People are divided into groups, and things are gathered together. How can people like us stay with ordinary people?" Dole bit his lip and said, "What if he wants you to follow him in the future?" Ash felt a little warm in her heart. She knew that Dole was talking about himself. "No, the family will not let me go. My bloodline, no matter who I am with, will definitely be the top bloodline in the future. Whether it is the Imperial Royal Family or the Rhine family, my father, and the clan will not let me leave." When Dualai heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. He could have liked Ash, but now it seemed that he had no chance. "Hey, you nobles are so troublesome." Ash also sighed in her heart. Dualai was originally an excellent candidate, and she liked him very much, but he was destined to be a dragon among men in the future. It was impossible for him to bend to a certain family for someone. Perhaps her weight in his heart was not enough. This person was too outstanding, so outstanding that it made people feel that they were not worthy of each other. In fact, it was good now. She got closer to Dualai a little bit. What a bitch. Ball lay comfortably in the room, raised his head, and looked through the wizard tower to see the situation above. Under the starlight, the two of them leaned against each other, feeling quite romantic. He sneered in his heart. If Dualai was promoted to level 7 or level 8 in the future, he would go directly to the door to rob people. Who would dare to stop him? Humph. Of course, the premise is that Ash can withstand the pressure of the family and not get married. Humans are so complicated. For example, if they are hellhounds, they can just snatch something they like. Huh? Dualai rested for a while, sighed a little, and then reluctantly left Ash and re-entered the transformation of the energy core. Now only less than 1/10 of it has been transformed, and there are still many tasks left. Ash sighed and continued to stand on the 3rd floor to control the direction. After getting the exact address, she had many thoughts in her mind and didn't want to go back so early. There are not many human forces above the East China Sea. There are 2 top ones, 2 wizard schools, but there are also many gathering places for the second-rate human race, known as the 7 overseas countries. Overseas resources are more than land resources. Under the vast sea, there are many rare treasures that are not available on the mainland. Ash has only read about the 7 overseas countries, and has never really seen them. This time, it is just right to take a look and change a batch of resources. Chapter 459. If you want to advance in the ice and snow field, you need a lot of materials, one of which is called white sand ice. This material is only available near volcanoes in the sea. If you buy it in large quantities, only the 7 overseas countries have this stock. White sand ice is water in the same state as ice, but the temperature is as high as 150 degrees. It is very mysterious. It is very difficult to collect this kind of thing. If she were to collect it alone, just looking for underwater volcanoes in the sea would be a huge project. So, she simply turned a corner and went to that place to have a look, and was not in a hurry to go back. In the wizard tower, Dualai felt the moving trajectory of the wizard tower, but did not care. Ash went there wherever he liked. His current task was to upgrade the energy core of the wizard tower. There was no sun or moon in the sea. After flying for several days and nights, the scenery in front of him was still exactly the same. If it were not for the constant changes in the starry sky in the sky, I would have thought it was staying in the same place. This long-distance boring flight is a great test for anyone. On the 5th day, Dualai asked AI she to stop the wizard tower at a random place. The wizard tower had no energy. AI she knew it naturally. Standing in the sky, she looked at the vast sea and saw a place with thick smoke, so she flew down directly. It was a living volcano, which was also an excellent source of energy. It should be able to reduce the time of absorbing energy. Dualai also saw it and nodded slightly. The volcano in the sea was not big, but it was also 7 or 8 kilometers in radius. In the middle was a circular crater, which was 500 or 600 meters high. Thick smoke kept coming out of it, and red things kept rolling in this smoke. There was no grass growing at the location of the volcano. It was bare, and it looked like a small scar in the blue sea. Under the sea, there were countless microorganisms feeding on the ore coming out of the volcano, and there were even powerful creatures of level 3 or 4. When the wizard tower fell, there was no movement, and no creature under the volcano could sense it. Dualai released his sensing power, and sensed in all directions. This was a very barren place. There were no powerful creatures, and he could safely draw power. Thinking of this, he immediately released his power. Under the wizard tower, a chain formed by pure energy went underground along the ground and soon came into contact with the boiling magma. Replenish energy. At this time, Ash was practicing against her normal behavior, but flew directly out to the sea. I go see if there is any white-shaved ice nearby. I need it for my promotion. After staying in the volcano for 2 days, the wizard tower continued to fly west after the energy was replenished. Soon, 5 days passed, and large clouds appeared in the distant sky, and a huge island emerged in the clouds. At the same time, Dualai also completed the construction of the energy core. The energy level of the wizard tower was raised again. At this time, Ash's voice came, being one of the 7 overseas countries is coming, you make preparations, I'm going to buy something there. White-shaved ice. Okay, whatever you want. As the saying goes, you will die if you run too fast. It's the same on the sea. It looks like an island from a distance, but it takes a long time to get close. In order to avoid suspicion, the two came out of the wizard tower early and flew over the sea. When they arrived at the island, it was already late in the evening. The two followed the night, and quietly lurked on the island. They did not dare to release their mental power to detect, but flew casually. They soon found a road, and then walked slowly along the road. Not long after, they came to a place with people. These people spoke local dialects, and few people spoke the common language of this world, but it didn't matter. A language proficiency technique solved all problems. They asked someone where the nearest city was, and Dualai and Aishi left quickly. However, the two people who suddenly appeared were soon known to others. The news was passed up layer by layer, and the news that two foreign wizards landed on the island was passed to higher levels. Aishi had seen the map of the 7 overseas countries, and knew that Ingwa was not big, with only 30 islands. The largest island was Ingzhou Island, which was about the same size as the entire Watsberg. It was very huge, and looked like a land from a distance. Dualai and Aishi wandered around outside for 2 days, but they couldn't find a place where a large number of wizards were wandering. Then, they searched for a little wizard in the city, and interrogated him before they knew it. The wizards and ordinary warriors here do not live together with ordinary people. Wizards have their own place, high above, looking down on everyone. Ingzhou has a special organization to manage all wizards. All wizards in the wild, and those in management are managed and reported in a unified manner. Foreign wizards must report to the local wizard tower before entering. The transaction of materials, whether privately or officially, is handled by only one organization, the Ingzhou Wizard Tower. The appearance of the 2 level 5 masters scared the little wizard so much that he almost peed. The highest level wizard in Ingzhou is also level 7, but he doesn't come out all year round. Only level 6 wizards are in charge. There are only 6 level 6 wizards in the entire Ing country. Although the number of level 5 wizards is a little more, there are not many in the whole Ing country. Suddenly, 2 level 5 wizards appeared, and the little wizard was scared to the point of weakness. After asking questions, Dualai did not make things too difficult for the little wizard. After dropping some magic crystals, he went to Ingzhou Mansion. According to the little wizard, although white sand ice is difficult to collect, the quantity is still very considerable because there are a large number of volcanic islands nearby. There are countless wizards living on this nearby, and the quantity is definitely enough. The overall area of Ingzhou is relatively small. The two sneaked away, and soon reached the edge of Ingzhou Island, and landed on the island. 2 level 5 wizards? Ingzhou Mansion, on the wizard tower. A level 6 wizard frowned, and in front of him, 2 level 5 wizards had solemn expressions. The 6th level wizard wore a gorgeous wizard robe, on which all kinds of crystal lights flickered, embellished, and radiant, emitting a sacred radiance. Find out where they came from. 2 5th level wizards. They should not be making trouble, they should have a purpose. A 5th level wizard said, I heard from the young wizard that the other party mentioned white Sha ice. The 6th level wizard was stunned, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They should be from the mainland, purchasing white Sha ice. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party should have arrived at Ingzhou Island. From night to day, in the early morning, Dualai and Aishi arrived at Ingzhou Island. Ingzhou Island looks very huge. There are 2 mountains on the island running north and south, with a huge valley in the middle. Ingzhou Mansion is in the center of the valley, which is also the capital of Ingzhou. The capital of Ingzhou Kingdom has no city walls or anything like that. There are only 2 north-south roads running through the city. In the center of the city, there are several huge wizard towers, overlooking all the buildings. They exude an extremely powerful force, sweeping around. Chapter 460. Dole and Esh had just come out when they were swept by this force. When they came to the edge of the city, there were 2 level 5 wizards waiting on both sides of the avenue. The 2 wizards were a man and a woman. The man was about 50 years old, and the woman looked very young, only in her 30s. When they saw Dole and the other 2, they were all a little shocked. Such young wizards, where did this genius come from? The 2 did not dare to neglect them, and came forward with a look of scrutiny and attention. Dole and Esh also looked at each other at this time, and were discovered. Dole took the lead and smiled. You 2, are you wizards from Ingzhou Mansion? The male wizard looked at Dole, and breathed a sigh of relief. In the wizard world, youth is capital. He said with a serious look, yes, you 2 are here, but what's the matter? Dole nodded and said, we want to buy a batch of white-shaved ice, and sell some potions. I am a pharmacist. I have been drifting on the sea recently, and have accumulated a lot of inventory. I just have nowhere to go. The male wizard thought to himself. As expected, he looked at Dole, then looked at Ash, and he breathed a sigh of relief. They should be out for training. They have just been promoted to level 5, and their aura is not stable yet. White-shaped ice should be used for this woman. Her aura tends to be cold. As for pharmacists, they are indeed short of some in Yingzhou, but the demand is not obvious. Besides, these two are so young, what potions can they come up with? He nodded and said, please follow me, you two. We don't have many high-level wizards in Yingzhou, so we are more cautious about foreign wizards. Dualai smiled professionally. Of course I should. He glanced at the young witch, who looked rather cold and too lazy to say hello. I looked at Dualai. A helpless smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and said in a voice transmission, your smile is too fake. But she didn't say anything. She was always looking at the other witch, who was slightly stronger than herself, but not as good-looking as herself. Humph. There was already a carriage waiting nearby, and the four of them got on the carriage and quietly entered the city. There was a river in the middle of Yingzhou Prefecture, flowing slowly, and several small rivers flowed down from the mountains, converging at the edge of the city, and finally formed a river that passed through the middle of the city. After entering the city, the lively scene came, and Dualai felt the breath of people he had not seen for a long time. What he saw and heard made Dualai feel as if he was in another world. He had been out for 2 years, and almost forgot what human society was like. Yingzhou Mansion is well managed. Except for the low-rise buildings, the other living facilities here are almost the same as those of Watsberg. The population is also a little smaller. At this time, the male wizard smiled and said, the population of overseas countries has never been increased. I'm sorry to both of you. We have storms, various shipwrecks, and invasions by sea monsters all year round. The population loss every year accounts for almost half of the birth population, so it is not as good as the inland areas. The male wizard was obviously someone who had been to the inland areas. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put his country in a position that was not as good as the mainland areas. Dualai looked around through the window and nodded. It's already very good. Although the inland areas look comfortable, they are surrounded by monsters. In fact, it's not much better. Where I am, the number of people lost to wild beasts and monsters every year is not small. The male wizard nodded. Our population here is still not as prosperous as inland areas. We have adopted many methods to increase the population in recent years, but it has not been satisfactory. We have dispatched a large number of personnel to hunt the monsters around the island, and even fought with the monsters in the sea. But there are too many monsters under the sea, and they can't be killed at all. Dualai nodded. He had drifted on the sea for so long, so he naturally knew the complexity of the sea. Under the sea is different from the land. The land looks vast, but the place where you can survive is the ground, which belongs to the flat living environment. The sea is different. Under the sea surface, there are all places where you can survive. The deep environment has many times more space than the ground. There are countless lives bred in it. The sea has always been a forbidden place for humans. The fundamental problem lies in the number of lives. There are also many powerful creatures in the sea, and there are even many level 8 and 9. In terms of overall strength, they are far superior to the human race. It's just that they can't reach the mainland due to their living environment, so the human race is spared. As the two chatted, they talked about people's livelihood. After a while, the male wizard realized that although the man in front of him was young, he had a broad vision and thought more than himself, and they immediately felt a sense of mutual respect. Soon after, the two exchanged names. Guwa. The female wizard was a little unconvinced at this time. The mainland has its advantages, and we also have our advantages. At least in terms of resources, the mainland is far inferior to us. Dualai and Guwa looked at the female wizard at the same time. Dualai shrugged, and Guwa sighed. After all, he had never been out of the house, and didn't know the prosperity of the mainland. He smiled and stopped talking to Dualai, saying, that's right. There are many resources in the sea. Take pearls, for example. Most of the precious pearls on the mainland have to be imported from the sea. We trade with the Glory Empire, and about 100 ships go every year. Of course, we also need a lot of things from the mainland, such as wood, medicinal materials, and minerals. Otherwise, the Empire cannot support it in this regard. He pointed out 3 obvious problems of the Empire in a subtle way. The female wizard suddenly froze and stopped talking. She became unhappy. Dualai nodded. You trade with the Glory Empire. Isn't this place far from the Glory Empire? After knocking on the female wizard, the male wizard continued, we trade with the Glory Empire, and we have dealings with the Northern Empire and other empires with coastlines. As they spoke, they came to the door of the wizard tower. This is not just one wizard tower, but many. The first wizard tower is not high, even only 5 floors, but the area is very large. After getting off the carriage, Dualai saw a huge doorway that could accommodate 4 or 5 carriages at the same time. At the same time, people from various professions kept going in and out, which was very lively. Jua smiled faintly. This is our trading center. The white-shaved ice you need is also in it. Then I won't accompany you. Dualai smiled faintly, thank you. He casually took out 3 or 4 bottles of medicine and handed them to the other party. It's a small gift, not a respect. Jua didn't really care. He casually said, then shook his hand and said, if there is anything else, you can send me a message. In addition, if you two are free, we have many tasks with rich rewards here. With your abilities, it should not be difficult to complete these tasks. Some of the tasks are to give away white-shaved ice for free. Chapter 461. Free? Ash's eyes lit up immediately, but she immediately thought that although the grade of white-shaved ice was not high, it was only level 4, which was very difficult to collect. The task of giving it away for free might not be that simple. Without waiting for Dualai to reply, she continued, saying softly, Mr. Jua, we will take a good look. Jiva glanced at Ash, with a smile on his face, and said, then I won't send you two in. Goodbye. Jiva and the woman quickly disappeared at the door, and walked to the back of the wizard tower from another path. Obviously, their goal had been achieved. Dualai stood at the door, and looked at the wizard tower. He could feel several spiritual powers looking at them faintly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Ash wanted white-shaved ice, then go find it, and there was no rush to go back. He also had several level 6 potions that required medicinal materials from the sea, and this time he just bought some. Thinking of this, the two of them went into the bustling crowd and walked towards the wizard tower. Entering the wizard tower, the wide space inside made Dualai a little uncomfortable. From the outside, it looked like a hole, but after entering, it seemed like a shopping mall, with things like shops everywhere. In the middle was a circle of shops, and then surrounded by an aisle and corridor, and all kinds of shops were around. It seems that the wizard groups in Ingzhou Mansion have been packaged and turned into a quarry. This is a good idea. Looking at everything in front of him, Dualai felt very interesting. She was also a little confused. This situation overseas was like a vegetable market. This was fresh. She saw the place where materials were sold at a glance, and her eyes lit up, and said, Dualai, let's go in. In a corner of the vegetable market, a team of 10 people stood quietly at the door of a shop, and one of them stared at the door. When he saw Dualai and Aishi coming in, the man slowly turned his eyes away, pretending to glance at them casually. The man pointed his eyes at the others and whispered, Xiaofeng, you go and get in touch with this level 5 wizard from outside, and see if you can bring him into our team. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful wizard before going to the ruins. One of the elegant young men stood up, straightened his clothes, and then said with a smile, okay, boss, these two are rookies who have just come out. If you fool them a little, I guarantee that they will be captured easily. The boss's face turned serious, and he immediately scolded, we are a regular mercenary group, not for you to pick up girls. With your ability as a level 6 warrior, the level 5 wizards don't even look down on you. Go quickly, talk nicely, and don't delay things. The elegant young man's expression suddenly collapsed. Boss, you said that we are a top mercenary group. It is their honor to join us. What's wrong with a level 5 wizard, humph? Hurry up, don't dawdle. A foot suddenly stretched out to the young man's buttocks. The young man looked at it, and immediately staggered. He quickly dodged. If he was kicked, how could he still save face? He straightened his appearance and slowly walked through the crowd to the door of the store where Dualai and Ash entered. At this moment, his face changed, because the opponent's people were negotiating with Dualai and Ash inside. Dole didn't expect that he and his partner would be targeted as soon as they entered. When they arrived at the material store, a person jumped out and asked if they wanted to join their adventure group. Their team was going to enter a sea ruin, which turned out to be an ancient ruin. Dualai was a little puzzled. Did the news of his two coming and leak out so quickly? Or were the two unfamiliar faces really easy to win over? I'm really sorry to bother you too. Sorry, as long as you are willing to join our mercenary group and explore the ancient ruins this time, we will split the things you get with you 90%. The man introduced endlessly. Dole was really not interested. He had rejected the ancient ruins in Watsberg. Sorry, we are not interested. We just want to buy things and leave after buying them. Dualai rejected this man again. Then he looked at the store. At this time, the clerk had already avoided far away when he saw this situation, which made Dualai feel helpless and a little surprised. Who is this person? It seems that he has some power in the local area. It seems that the store does not want to offend this person? Ash stood aside, looking at this scene coldly, and did not speak. The man was a little embarrassed. In fact, we don't have to win you over. There are many magic arrays in the ancient ruins this time. If there is no wizard in charge, it is easy to get stuck in it. Otherwise, we split it 20 to 80. There are good things in the ancient ruins that can help to overcome the calamity. It is said that there is also an 8th level water wizard who left many water-related witchcraft in arrays. Dole knew that this was a common marketing method, and he was a little helpless. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Guwa to accompany them. These people are really annoying. He was about to speak when a man came in from the door. He was a graceful young man. As soon as he appeared, he went straight to Dole and the others. When Dole looked at that man, the man in front of him was also looking at that man, and then his face changed. When Dole saw this, he immediately became interested. These two people seem to know each other. Are they also here to find him? That person should be of noble birth, with good looks, and acting as a lobbyist at this time is also a good match. Who am I? It turns out to be you. Your mercenary group can also hire 2 distinguished 5th level wizards. As soon as the noble young man came in, he belittled the middle-aged man's mercenary group. At this time, inside the store, the boss looked at the 2 people and was also very troubled. Both of them were very famous 6th level warriors in Yingzhou Prefecture. They were extremely powerful. It would be bad to offend anyone. Everyone had only a bitter smile in their hearts. One person had quietly sent a message to inform the boss behind the scenes that if the 2 people fought here, they might tear down the store. The middle-aged man's face changed, and then he sneered, "Who am I? I'm a socialite of the Green Grass Mercenary Group. Why don't you pick up girls outside? What are you doing here?" The noble young man's face remained unchanged. "TSK, TSK, TSK. So uneducated, so pitiful. We are the Orchid Mercenary Group. You too. This guy is not here to trick you into joining their Amethyst Mercenary Group." Dole and Ash looked at each other, expressionless, wondering what was going on. The middle-aged man just mentioned the ruins. Could it be that this is from their rival mercenary group? Is this ruins really so popular? Looking at the 2 people bickering, or focusing on the 2 people, Dole had a slight headache. Ash was even more impatient at this time, and the icy aura on her body was even revealed. Obviously she was impatient. Seeing that Ash was about to speak, Dualai said helplessly, "You two, we are just here to buy something, and we are not going to join any mercenary group. Please don't disturb us while we are shopping. If you come to disturb us again, we will notify Guwa." Hearing the name Guwa, the 2 mercenaries' faces suddenly changed. When Ash and Dualai saw this, they turned around and went to find the clerk. "White-shaped ice. How much do you want?" "What, 1 ton? We don't have that much here. We only have 20 kilograms? The boss immediately smiled bitterly. Chapter 462. It is very difficult to collect white-shaped ice. When purchasing, it is calculated by gram. 1 gram is 50 silver coins. 1 kilogram is 500 gold coins. And 1 ton is 1,000 kilograms, which is a full 500,000 gold coins. They are just one of the stores here. How can they have so much?" When Ash heard this, he said, "Then bring it all out. We want it all." The boss immediately got excited and said, "In fact, we have stocks in other stores. If you two want so much, please come to the back, and we can go to transfer the goods." Dole nodded and said, "We need at least 1 ton. We will take as much as you can transfer. Money is not a problem. How many grams are the gold coins of Yingzhou? Although we don't have the gold coins of Yingzhou, we can use gold instead." The boss had already discovered that the 2 people were not from Yingzhou, and immediately nodded and said, "This is not a problem. You can exchange them with magic crystals or other things. Then I will ask them to transfer the goods first." Ash breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then go quickly. By the way, find a quiet place. We will wait for you here." The boss was eager to let the 2 leave the store hall, and immediately asked someone to invite them to sit inside. It is not fun at all for the 2 major mercenary groups in Yingzhou Mansion to rob people. At this time, the 2 people who were confronting each other observed the situation here, and the elegant young man immediately shouted, "You two, if you are willing to go to that place with us, we have 10,000 years of black ice to offer." Hearing this name, the hall seemed to be a little quiet. Dualai did not make any move, but Ash stopped and turned his head back sharply. "Are you serious?" The man saw Aishi stop and said hurriedly, "Of course it is true, and it cannot be false. As long as you two are willing to help, Xian Bing can be offered immediately." Dole could only stop at this time, looking at Aishi in confusion, and said, "Is that thing useful to you?" Aishi nodded, and then transmitted the message. "The core of the ice and snow goddess statue is the Wanzai Xuanshuang Bingxin. In addition to practicing my meditation method, once it reaches level 5, it can use various ice treasures to upgrade the level. Xianbing, the older the better. Wanzai Xianbing is already equivalent to level 7 or 8 materials. Dole didn't know what this Wanzai Xuanchuangbingxin was, but it should be a kind of wonder of heaven and earth. The resources in this world can be divided into two types, one is innate, and the other is acquired. Things that ordinary people can touch can be regarded as acquired, which are renewable resources, and innate resources cannot be seen at all, because each can be regarded as a product of a certain rule, containing the laws of heaven and earth, and rarely seen in 100 years. If you have a rare item, and a corresponding meditation method, you could almost be regarded as a future top wizard. If we rank rare items, the lowest level is level 9. Wanzai Bingxin is the matching material of the so-called Wanzai Xuanchuangbingxin, so it's no wonder that Ash is tempted. Forget it, it's just a task, so let's go with her. Seeing that both of them are tempted, the other person suddenly became anxious. If the opponent gets it first, it will be terrible. It's just Wanzai Bingxin, we also have it. In addition to Wanzai Bingxin, we also have another one, Tianshuang Worm. Hiss. This time it was Dualai's turn to take a breath of cold air, and at the same time, the other people in the store also took a breath of cold air. The Sky Frost Worm, one of the 10 ancient strange insects, as soon as the man shouted it out, he immediately regretted it. He had a sound transmission scroll, why didn't he use it at this time? Dualai immediately turned around and said, "Deal." The elegant young man's expression immediately froze. At this time, the atmosphere in the store also became weird, and the man's face became extremely ugly. "You too, can you move?" The boss also smiled bitterly at this time. It is estimated that after today, the news that the Purple Crystal Mercenary Group has the Black Frost Worm will probably spread throughout Yingzhou City. In order to win over 2 foreign wizards, why did the Bohemia Mercenary Group go to such lengths? Is that ancient ruins really so attractive? The boss looked at the two people at this time and said, "You two, what is the current charter?" Dualai also noticed the weird atmosphere around him. His idea was to get the Black Frost Worm in his hands now. He casually touched his bosom, took out a cloth bag, handed it to the boss, and said, "This is the deposit, we will be back soon." The boss took the things, scanned them with his mental power, and was immediately shocked. He said, "Okay, I guess you two will become famous after today, so you must be careful." Dole smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, no matter what we do, this business must be done. You go to adjust the things first, and we will talk to this brother from the Bohemia Mercenary Group." The boss nodded, and he suddenly whispered, "In fact, everyone in Yingzhou City knows about the ancient ruins, and wizards are indeed needed. Most of the level 5 wizards in Yingzhou City basically know about it, and have joined a certain camp. If you want to intervene, be careful of others." Dualai nodded and said nothing more, but the confidence in his expression had already made the boss sure that this person was probably not simple. The middle-aged man looked ugly at this time. Seeing that the two had finished negotiating with the shop owner, he wanted to leave quickly. Once the matter of the Skyfrost Worm was leaked, it was estimated that it would not be 1 or 2 wizards who would cause trouble for their mercenary group, but groups of wizards. That was an ancient strange worm. If he leaked this news, would his eldest brother scold him to death when he returned? It was really stupid. He regretted it now. However, seeing Dualai and Ash's interest, he felt that it was worth it. Anyway, it was useless after they got the Skyfrost Worm. The wizards in the team had studied it for several years, and didn't come up with anything. The 3 walked out of the store together, but this time was different from the previous time. Wherever they went, the eyes of the surroundings focused on it, which made the middle-aged man feel uneasy. However, the Purple Crystal Mercenary Group was famous enough and strong enough. Those people just stared at them, and didn't dare to come over and act presumptuously. Soon, they came to the door of a shop, and the shop was written with Amethyst Grocery Store. Dualai just took a look and walked in with the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man walked in, he led the people to the hall and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go and talk to the boss." He turned his head and said to the shopkeeper, "Old Stone, please help me take care of the 2 guests." The shopkeeper nodded and hurried to greet him. The middle-aged man walked in immediately. Dualai looked around the grocery store. There was basically everything in it: finished alchemy, various materials with strange smells, and some things with a long history. It looked like things salvaged from the ruins. There was everything, but there was no potion. At this time, Ash sent a message to Dualai, "Are the Skyfrost Worms useful to you?" Dualai curled his lips and said, "It's useful to both of us. Skyfrost Worms are born with a weak ice field." "You don't know this?" Ash shook his head. "I know, but that field is too weak. I'm afraid that tens of millions of Skyfrost Worms will combine to form a huge field." It's not worth it at all. Moreover, it's very troublesome to cultivate sky frost worms. It's probably not easy to reach that number and level. Someone in our family has thought of using this method before, but it all failed in the end. Chapter 463. Dole smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry, I take care of everything. With the Skyfrost worm, I also have a second clone. I will train you, and the fighting power of both of us will be greatly enhanced." Ash was a little confused. Where did Dole get the confidence from? This was something that their entire family had never done. When he thought that the other party had ball, it was equivalent to having the database of another world. He felt relieved again. Well, let's talk about it after we get it. I always feel that this relic is not simple. It seems that there is something going on in the middle. All parties are paying attention to it. Dole nodded. It should be known to many people, and now they are recruiting and competing with each other. We 2 level 5 wizards should be considered a great help. I just don't know whether the mercenary group is exploring for themselves or working for others. If it is working for others, it doesn't matter, we get a lot from it. The two were talking, and soon, 4 people came out of the inner hall. 3 of the 4 were warriors, with blood boiling in their bodies, unconsciously revealing a fighting spirit. They were level 6 warriors, who were more powerful than them, and the other one was also a level 5 wizard like them, but he was a water wizard, with a soft water spirit on his body, curling and graceful, as if nourishing everything. Upon seeing the two, one of the 3 level 6 warriors came forward with a smile. "It's really hard to invite you too. I'm Rogers, the leader of the Amethyst mercenary group. These 2 are my deputies, the deputy leader, Kashiman, and Fetty, and this is the leader of the mage group of our mercenary group, Dula." Dualai and Ash looked at each other, and then said together, "Dualai." Ash. Dualai said at this time, "I heard that you have a Skyfrost worm." Rogers and the other 2 suddenly froze, and even Dula next to them looked ugly, and looked at the middle-aged warrior next to them with a blaming look. The middle-aged warrior was helpless, shook his hands, and stood aside. Dualai was a little confused when he saw this. "Don't you have it? Or are you not going to take it out?" Dula coughed at this time and said, "We have a Skyfrost worm, but it is one of the 10 ancient strange insects after all. If it is to recruit 2 people, it is okay to give it to you, but if it is just to participate in a mission, the price is a bit too high." The atmosphere in the store suddenly became solemn. Dualai and Ash's faces suddenly turned cold. At this time, Ash said coldly, "We came here for the sake of the Skyfrost worm. If it was just Xiabing, then there would be no need to talk about it. Dualai, let's go." Dualai looked at the young man, shrugged, and said, "In fact, we are not interested in any ruins, but we are only interested in the Skyfrost worm." Roger said helplessly, "It's not that I won't give it to you, but we only have 1 pair of Skyfrost worm at present, and this is just a mission. Let's not talk about what we get. If it doesn't meet our expectations, wouldn't it be a big loss for us to give you something that is close to the wonders of heaven and earth?" Dualai felt a little toothache. He glanced at Rogers and Dula, and slowly said, "Our conditions remain unchanged. If your conditions change, then our deal will end here." After speaking, he reached out his hand, took Ash's little hand, and turned away. "You two, aren't you going to discuss this?" Rogers was stunned. However, when Dualai left the shop, they didn't say a second word. After Dualai and the other 2 left, Rogers looked at the middle-aged man helplessly and said, "See what you did?" The middle-aged man sighed and said, "Boss, I am also thinking about the mercenary group. These 2 people can cross the coast. I have seen that these 2 people have wizard towers. Did you notice that they have an octagonal bronze mirror hanging around their waists? That is the wizard tower." Rogers and the other 2 were stunned. Dula also said at this time, "Indeed, these 2 people are very powerful. Judging from the meditation method alone, they may have practiced a higher level of meditation than mine. One of them is like a storm, with a swift and boundless momentum, and the other is as cold as ice, giving people a sense of ice and snow. On the sea, the strength of these 2 people will be added a few points." Walking out of the grocery store, Dualai saw that there were many eyes staring at him. He looked at Aishi and then smiled. "The people in Ingzhou Mansion are very enthusiastic." Aishi looked up at the sky and rolled her eyes cutely. The 2 slowly walked towards the alchemy hall. At this moment, a graceful young man walked out of the crowd. He smiled at Dualai and the others, showing the most enthusiastic attitude, and slowly said, "You two, I'm afraid the talks have failed. What I said before is still valid." Dualai glanced at this man, and suddenly his heart moved. A weak insect flew out from his fingertips, and disappeared silently in the crowd. He shook his head coldly. "If it's just Xiabing, forget it. We leave here after we buy the things." Don't bother me. If you come back, don't blame me for being too harsh. The handsome young man's expression froze. At this time, Dualai and Aishi walked around him and walked forward. Soon, they came to the alchemy shop. The boss saw them, looked at them meaningfully, and smiled happily. Please wait a moment, we are adjusting the goods. To be honest, you want too many things, and we have to get them from other people, which will waste some time. The things were what Aishi wanted, so she nodded and said, don't worry. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, and asked carefully, where are you from? Why are you not interested in this ruins? In my opinion, you should go too. This time when the ruins are unearthed, the Yingzhou government is preparing to send a magic group in. Those mercenary groups and adventure groups, in fact, they were hired by the government. They themselves were not strong enough, so they invited some powerful masters, such as the two of them. Dole looked at the shopkeeper with some doubts and said, why, you have heard of it too. The shopkeeper sighed and said, there is nothing in Yingzhou Mansion that has not been heard of, and it is not limited to our Yingzhou country. The location of an 8th level water wizard, no one will not be tempted. Just talking about meditation, as long as you can get an 8th level meditation method, even if you can't use it yourself, just selling it out will be a sky-high price. The highest meditation method that ordinary wizards can see is only level 5 or 6, and level 7 is very rare, not to mention level 8. Dualai nodded and said indifferently, we too don't need such things. If it is some rare things in the world, or something similar to rare things in the world, maybe we are interested. The shopkeeper's eyes turned. It seems that you two have extraordinary knowledge and come from extraordinary backgrounds. Aishi looked at the shopkeeper, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Just do your own things, we are just passing by. The shopkeeper's expression froze, and he immediately said, okay, I will arrange it myself. In the room in the backyard, only Dualai and the servant were left. At this time, Dualai sent a message to Aishi, are you interested in the ruins? I just followed the young man. Chapter 464. Ash nodded and became interested. Of course I am interested. The ruins left by a suspected 8th level wizard are worth seeing. Let's hide and wait and see. However, we don't have much chance to succeed. It seems that it should be the time for the 6th level masters to perform. Dole was a little helpless. Yes, it's an 8th level ruin. Those people will definitely come out. Our chances are not great. I just don't know how many people will be dispatched from Yingzhou and other places. These mercenaries should be their vanguards. Ash has done similar things with her family several times, and she knows all the relevant ways. Dole propped up his chin and thought. If this is the case, then he can go and take a look. If there is a bargain, then take it. If there is no bargain, it doesn't matter. Since it is a ruin known to everyone, it doesn't matter whether to join those people or not. The transaction has been going on all the time. It is very difficult to adjust the goods of Beishebing. Dole asked Ash to wait here, and went out to sell some potions. During this long period of time, he made some potions in his spare time, and just happened to sell them. There was a potion store next door, so there was no need to run a few more steps. After finding the store owner, Dualai explained his purpose. The boss was very enthusiastic, and received Dualai in the back. After seeing the goods, he was slightly surprised. All of them were potions above level 5, and the quality was very good. Without saying a word, he notified the boss behind the scenes and brought money over, but there was not much money in the store. After spending some effort, Dualai returned to the alchemy shop. At this time, the boss had come back from outside, and brought a lot of slaves to help move things. Those were sealed jade jars, which were sealed and exuded a faint chill. These jars were loaded on a cart, and pushed in one by one from outside. Seeing Dualai coming, the boss smiled happily and said, Master Wizard, the goods have arrived. Please pay the bill. Dualai nodded. The money was naturally paid by Dualai. Ash didn't have much money on her. She stood next to Dualai, slightly excited and blushing. Eating Dualai's food and spending Dualai's money, she felt like a young wife kept by those nobles. Oh, so embarrassing. But her face didn't change much. This transaction was very large, costing hundreds of thousands of gold coins. There was a difference between the gold coins of Yingzhou Kingdom and the gold coins of the Glory Empire. In the end, they were exchanged by weight. Dualai had just sold tens of thousands of gold coins in the store next door. With what he had on him, he had just used up all his gold reserves. If he had more, he would need to pay with magic crystals. For wizards, gold coins are foreign things. Magic crystals are relatively more important, especially for wizards outside. Generally, no one likes to pay with magic crystals. If gold can be used, use gold. The boss's face was full of smiles. This business was equivalent to the store's income for several months. It would be great if there could be more such business. And this business caused Dualai to have little money, so his plan to purchase some precious metals in the sea and various woods in the water was also aborted. The two of them were ready to go out directly, leaving Zhou Island, and look for opportunities outside. However, after they walked out, they found that there were many people staring at them, both openly and secretly, and some powerful mental powers were hanging them. Dualai gave Ash a few looks, and then the two of them walked out of the wizard tower, as if nothing had happened, and walked out of the city. At the same time, on another wizard tower, Jua and several other people looked at the direction where the two left, and each breathed a sigh of relief. Two level 5 wizards are still a strong threat to Ingzhou Island. Walking with Ash, Dualai spread the black corpse worms in all directions. When he walked out of Ingzhou Island, there were thousands fewer black corpse worms on his body, which was just a drop in the bucket on him. The two quickly walked into the sea and disappeared. At the same time, many forces behind them sent people to track them, but unfortunately no trace was found at all. Dualai had suffered many losses when he went out, and he learned his lesson this time. He started his own methods early. When he was in the city, those people's countless methods did not stay on him, and even protected Ash. As he walked, he explained to Ash what to pay attention to when going out, and intercepted something and saw some weird tracking methods. This touched Ash a lot, and her heart was warm. If Dualai hadn't noticed many of these tricks, Ash would have definitely fallen for them. It was such a blessing to have someone who traveled the world with you when you were out. She also learned a lot, and her mood became more cheerful and serious. Dualai had many excellent qualities, such as seriousness, sunshine, and perseverance. Although his talent was unknown, he could have cultivated to this level, and although it might have been acquired through taking medicine, it couldn't be that bad. A level 5 wizard of 24 or 25 years old could be ranked first even in the imperial capital. This is already a super genius. Even if Leona of the Lei family practices with all her strength, she may not be able to match Dualai's current achievements, not to mention his achievements in alchemy and magic patterns. He is simply incomparable to others, and is more talented than any other genius. Sometimes she thinks that there are such talented people in this world, which makes them ashamed. When Ash was thinking about it, she was taken to a very small deserted island. The wizard tower was released, and the two of them quickly went in. When they went in, Baldu walked out of his bedroom with small steps and said, "I just looked at your experiment." Ash's bloodline is indeed divided into two types. One is the golden bloodline, and the other is the ice bloodline. The golden bloodline is a more advanced bloodline in the warrior system, and the ice system is the wizard bloodline. In fact, for Ash, a girl, it makes sense for wizards and warriors to practice together. When Ash heard this, she felt like she was listening to a myth. Lord Ball, my talent is limited. My wizard bloodline is not top-notch. I have already stumbled in my cultivation. If I practice the warrior system, will I fall behind others? Ball snorted proudly. Do you know why humans are not as good as us Warcraft? Ash's expression became serious. That's naturally because my talent is not as good as yours, and my body is not as good as yours. You have the inheritance from your bloodline, and we can only learn by ourselves. Ball sneered. That's not the case. He was about to speak, but Dualai next to him interrupted him, and said softly, "Let me tell you. Humans are the most. For example, the point of Warcraft is not the knowledge it carries, but that Warcraft has no system, there is no warrior or wizard. To put it bluntly, it is the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. The biggest point that humans are not as good as Warcraft is that the warrior system has too weak mental strength, and the wizard system has too weak physical strength, and the two sides cannot reach a balance point. This point is not obvious before level 6, but there will be a clear dividing point after level 6. I checked the information a few days ago, and occasionally saw a survey that summarized a problem, that is, the reason why most level 6 wizards cannot survive the disaster is that their physical strength is not enough. Once the magic power is exhausted, they can only wait for death. Chapter 465. It is relatively easy for the warrior system to survive the catastrophe, but the biggest reason why it is difficult to survive is that the mental power is too weak, which leads to the heavenly tribulation. It is difficult to resist the power of the spirit power, but it is precisely because of their weak mental power that the heavenly tribulation is not very strong. As long as they have better talent and stronger fighting spirit, they can survive. However, this is also the biggest reason why warriors are not as strong as wizards. The heavenly tribulation is also a manifestation of recognition of a person's strength. A weak heavenly tribulation proves that he is weak. Ash was a little confused when she heard these words. She has always been focused on cultivation. Where has she heard of such things? The heavenly tribulation is part of the test of people. The relationship between the spirit and the body is expressed so simply and clearly. After thinking about some of the things her aunt and father said to themselves sometimes, she shook her head. I still want to pursue the ultimate of a single system. The purpose of my blood experiment is to improve the ice blood, not the gold blood. Ball sighed and said, that's a pity. In fact, it doesn't require a high level. The strength of a level 5 warrior is enough to use it. The chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation will be 10% or 20% greater. Ash's face did not change. There is no need. If there is that time, my ice field will become stronger, and I will be more confident in dealing with the heavenly tribulation. Dualai didn't intend to really persuade her, but Ball was wishful thinking, so he smiled and smoothed things over. The ultimate of a single system is actually very powerful. Let's do this for now, Barda. What else have you observed? The two have been doing experiments, and the experiment is still under observation. Today, they are outside, and they don't know what happened in the laboratory. The two of them connected to the magic circle at the same time, observing the essence of the experiment. Not long after, Ash's eyes lit up and said, I want to do an experiment, don't disturb me. She walked into the laboratory first. Dole watched Ash walk into the laboratory and shrugged. He looked at Ball and said with some doubt, Ball, how is your research on your own bloodline going? Ball was complacent at this time. Ahem, not bad. I have initially found a way to purify it, but it still needs to be verified. The Hell bloodline does not exist in this world, and the rules are also missing. The specific information will have to wait until I return to the Hell world. There is no rush now. Dole nodded. The real bloodline power can affect the rules. He has already understood this. The bloodline power, to put it bluntly, is the ability to communicate a certain law of heaven and earth, which is particularly important for any kind of wizard. He himself has not measured himself. Anyway, it must be earth, fire, feng shui, but it is difficult to distinguish which kind of bloodline it is. Because in the history of the West Ring continent, the blood power of people with 4 kinds of power bloodlines is too complicated to be on the table. He doesn't know what happened to him, or what Lord Bar did to him. These need to be verified slowly. Ash bought a lot of white-shaved ice. He knew that Ash must do a lot of experiments, and then integrate white-shaved ice into his meditation method. Dualai also needs to settle down at this time. Both of them practiced quietly, and no one disturbed anyone. Back in his room, Dualai practiced while dividing a small amount of mental power to monitor the wizards on Ingzhou Island. Soon, after a few days, Dualai got a definite news that there was indeed a relic somewhere in the sea, and that relic would appear soon, about 2 months. He thought about it, and decided not to rush. He would make a batch of potions, and sell them on the islands to make some money. Then, he would continue to buy white-shaved ice, and see if there was any black ice for sale. The more white-shaved ice, the better. This kind of local specialty from the sea, after being brought back, can be sold to inland magicians at a price several times higher. In addition to the ones used by Ash and the Ash family, Dualai was ready to do this business. Although he was a pharmacist, he was actually short of money. If the octagonal wizard tower wanted to be built to the same 12-story scale as Krista, it would require at least tens of millions of gold coins. So, he was very short of money. In addition to white-shaved ice, he was also ready to purchase some specialties from the sea, and he had thought about the contents. Now that he was here, how could he not make some money and go back? In addition to Ingwa, he was also going to visit several other countries to maximize his profits. When he thought of this, he was overwhelmed with emotion. That's how money comes. Therefore, he began to refine medicine every day and night. In addition to refining medicine, he changed his identity and went to various islands to sell medicines, and then exchanged them for various medicinal materials. In just half a month, he walked through most of the territory of Ingzhou. Time slowly came to the beginning of May, and the sun moved to the middle position, which was the time of the year when it was about to get hot. Dualai had just woken up from his practice, and in an instant, he got the news that a large number of wizards set out from the island and headed for the sea. These wizards were divided into various groups, but the largest group actually came from the Ingzhou Country Wizard Tower group. There were many complicated people and many mercenary groups. The Purple Crystal Mercenary Group and the Orchid Mercenary Group that Dualai knew were both hired by the Wizard Tower. Dualai was stunned. No one of these 2 mercenary groups wanted to win him over. It turned out to be an internal competition. They probably signed some agreement with the City Lord's mansion. He touched his chin, collected the black corpse worms, and sent messages to Ash and Ball. At the same time, he came out alone and looked at the horizon. A single black corpse worm is very inconspicuous and has no breath. It takes a while to withdraw from the island. Although the black corpse worm is powerful, its flying speed is average. It is impossible to track it with this thing, so he has to collect the black corpse worms first and then track it. Leaving the island, Dualai was alone, turning into a stream of wind, sticking to the water surface, hanging the breath in the distance. Those people did not hide their bodies, so it was easy to track them. After a while, he stretched out his hand, and a ball of black air appeared in his hand. After gathering it, he immediately jumped into the sea and sped away along the water. He was not in a hurry. He also had a mysterious corpse worm on the people of the Purple Crystal Mercenary Group. It was just a hide, and was not activated, but it did not prevent him from sensing the position of the mysterious corpse worm. The large army set out, and landed on the sea. 2 or 3 huge ships fell from the sky. These huge ships seemed to be alchemical creations, the same type as the Wizard Tower. After landing on the sea, they quickly grew larger and became giants about 200 or 300 meters long. Those wizards, warriors, mercenaries and nobles stood on different huge ships. After a while, the huge ship broke through the waves and flew into the sea at a very fast speed. At the same time, this drama was also being played in other places. There were dozens of large and small ships in the sea. Chapter 466. Dole was still wondering why these people didn't use the Wizard Tower to fly in the air, but soon thought that there were too many storms in the sea. If the Wizard Tower was used to fly in the sky, it would be easy to be hit by strong winds and lightning. It would be better to land on the sea and move like a ship. Dole stood on the water, surrounded by a thin circle of transparent bubbles, which looked transparent. He watched the big ship sail into the sea without any movement, but looked in other directions. At this time, there were dozens of huge ships in the sea, but these ships flew in one direction, which felt like going to war, and there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Dole observed the direction of these ships, and his mental power slowly emerged from his body, forming a small vortex in the sky. If you look closely at the elements of these vortices, they are indeed small crystals. If you look closely, these crystals are like an eye. The eye of the storm. When the eye was formed, Dole had another source of vision. The world seemed to be divided into 3 parts at this time. One was the material part, which was what Dualai could see with his naked eyes. The second part was the elemental part, which could clearly see the composition of the elements in the air. The third part was the spiritual part. Dualai could clearly see the flow of magic power formed by the spiritual power of the wizards on the giant ship in the distance, and the spiritual fluctuations of the creatures under the sea. This was the special feature of the Eye of the Storm. Another nickname of the Eye of the Storm was the Little Eye of Truth, which meant that under the observation of the Eye of the Storm, nothing could escape its sight. The only difference from the effect of the Eye of Truth was the following of a law. The Eye of the Storm formed. Dualai observed it, and saw a place far away that was different from the surroundings. There was a colorful light curtain that seemed to be squeezed out from another world, and approaching this world. The ruins were actually in an independent small world. However, the distance was too far, and Dualai could not see clearly. He slowly retracted the Eye of the Storm. At this time, 2 figures flashed around him. Ash, wearing a blue wizard robe, appeared on the left, and Ball, who turned into a humanoid burly man, appeared on the right. Ball glanced around and looked into the distance. His eyes were somewhat surprised. It's actually in a small space. This 8th level wizard is quite powerful. Ash blinked. She wanted to ask, what is a small space? Dole looked solemn, nodded slightly, and said, after all, he is an 8th level wizard, touching the edge of the law. It is not difficult to comprehend some space rules, but I don't know whether it is a natural small space or he built it himself. If he built it himself, it would be very scary, and not everyone can enter it. Ball turned his head and looked really surprised. Dole, can they see it too? Dole didn't explain, but lowered his head and said, should we go there now, or wait for them to go in first? This ruins is not simple. Who knows what's inside? If it's a biological wizard, then how many people go in will die? Ball thought for a while, and said, I guess someone has been waiting there for a long time. Before we went there, someone had already gone in. It doesn't matter whether we go in early or late. The biggest difficulty now is that we don't know what kind of space it is. It's a small space, and the rules are missing or damaged. I don't know which laws are missing. Dualai looked at the blue waves on the sea, frowned, and said, if that's the case, we can only take it one step at a time. Anyway, there are many people, so we follow others in. We disguise ourselves, and don't let people guess that it's us. AI looked at Dualai, and his expression became a little nervous, as if he saw him for the first time. Dualai glanced at AI and thought, This is someone who has never been out. As a member of a big family, under normal circumstances, except for necessary disguises, they should be open and above board, and never sneak around, which is contrary to their identity as human nobles. He frowned and said, "Don't ask too much, just do it." "Aye," she said, "oh," and stopped talking, standing aside obediently. Ball saw this and smiled. The status of these two people determines the level of their vision, but if they can be together, they will definitely grow into top talents of the human race in the future. With Dualai's character, he will definitely be a kingly talent in the future. Ash grew up in an aristocratic family, and certainly had more education in the ways of the Emperor, but compared to Dualai, she was still somewhat lacking. The two of them worked together, one in charge of the outside, and the other in charge of the inside, and it was not a problem to lead a territory. This idea was just a thought in his mind, and he looked forward and said, "Then let's go. No one should think that the three of us are just the two of you. The equipment to reduce the breath has been refined, so put it on quickly." Ash's face turned a little ugly. What Ball said was put on was a dog chain-like thing, which was like a dog leash. It was made by Dualai, but the shape was the bad taste of Lord Ball. She reluctantly took out a big gold chain from her pocket, put it around her neck, and then stuffed it into her clothes so that no one could see it. Dualai smiled embarrassedly. He was just practicing casually to try out the effect. Hanging the big gold chain around his neck, Dualai hid his effect, and then his figure kept changing. His face became that of a middle-aged man, with a square face, a serious figure, and a meticulous look. It was easy to associate him with a geek who sat in the laboratory all year round. And Ash changed slightly at this time, but she was a little older, with a more vicissitude on her face, but she could still see the youthfulness of a girl. Ball waved his hand with high spirits at this time, like a middle school boy. Set off. The three of them immediately dived into the sea, and under Dualai's breath, they merged into the endless ocean. Above the sea, there were 100,000 hectares of blue waves. At a glance, the sea was endless blue. Under the sun, it emitted a fragmented light. There was only a breeze on the sea, and the people who blew on it felt a little cool on their faces. The blue waves rose and fell, and several giant ships moved forward as steady as Mount Tai. After Dualai noticed the location, he did not follow the giant ship, but went around and went from the side. These giant ships looked majestic, and the energy reaction on them was also huge enough, but the speed was a little slow. Once they entered the sea, various monsters increased. They stood on the giant ship to prevent being attacked by various monsters. Even so, from time to time, wizards cast witchcraft into the sea to repel the monsters one by one. The sea is the territory of monsters after all. Dualai and his three men were different. They were small in size, and concealed their breath. Even if they walked not far from the monsters, they would not be noticed. The team was short and powerful, which had this advantage. About half a day passed, and it looked very close, but it was actually very far away. Finally, they approached the ruins. Just as Ball said, there are indeed people everywhere here, on the sea surface, and under the sea. There are more than a dozen organizations. This relic has been noticed long ago. What does not surprise Dualai is that in addition to the people of Ing Kingdom, there are also people from other empires, including Light Kingdom, Pung Kingdom, and all of them are managed by masters. Chapter 467. Giant ships, warships, wizard towers of various levels, some flying boats, mechanical birds, everything is available in the sky on all sides. This situation stunned Dualai. It was just an 8th level relic. Why did so many people fight for it? Ash looked around and sighed. She saw Dualai's expression and thought, a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. This guy has a high-level inheritance. How can he understand the hard work of those who have no inheritance? For ordinary small countries, the 7th level is the peak, and there may not even be an 8th level inheritance. She said softly at this time, I guess these people are all here for the 8th level inheritance. Look, there are not many 7th level masters among these people. Dualai was a little confused. Not really. Isn't the highest combat power of the human race at the 9th level now? These are at least an empire, so they can't even have an 8th or 9th level inheritance. Ash rolled her eyes at him unhappily. 99% of empires don't even have an 8th level inheritance. Dualai suddenly fell silent, as if he understood something. He looked at Ball, feeling quite grateful in his heart. He still benefited from Lord Ball. Ball coughed at this time and said, Don't look at me. I would die without you. This is what you deserve. What inheritance is not important, life is not important. Dole stopped looking at him and thought, with so many people, do you think we still need to go in? He was carefully observing the place that seemed to be a ruin, and the eye of the storm had been used. Ash looked at him in confusion. Ball was also observing, and he was confused at this time. The scale of this ruins is quite large, using a small world, and the rules of this small world, from the rules of this protected world, is actually a very large world. I don't know what is in it. If we go in, we will have no chance of winning against these people, but we don't want inheritance. It would be better if we can find some natural treasures. Dualai's Eye of the Storm was also observing. On the sea, the colorful light covered a large area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, like a colorful island, reflecting strong light in the sun. The energy reaction on the colorful light is indeed very strong, stronger than the general level 7 or 8 witchcraft. If anyone rushes over at this time, it will definitely be a dead end. It just floated on the sea, and the light reaction became stronger and stronger, and the range became larger and larger. He thought about the inheritance, but seeing the surrounding situation, he gave up. Even if he got it, he would not be alive to enjoy it. If it is really a place that has not been developed for thousands of years, it is estimated that there are many kinds of natural treasures. He just wants to collect some materials. Collecting some materials is fine, and it would be best to pull out a tree of life. Dualai said viciously. Ash snorted, "You are ugly, but you still want beauty." Dole looked at Ash's delicate profile, and touched his chin. "My face is ugly too? Then everyone else can die?" Ash blushed and stopped talking. Dole's face is not really handsome, but with his wise eyes and huge aura, he gives people a very reassuring feeling. He is not really handsome, but he is really good looking. The colorful light appeared on the sea, and the range was getting bigger and bigger. The people around began to move, especially after seeing several giant ships coming from afar. Other small forces began to slowly retreat. On the vast sea, there were as many as 9 of the largest forces at this time, either large wizard towers, towering in the air, or giant ships, large ships of 300 or 400 meters long. There were 9 of these forces, and there were countless small forces. Dualai and the other 2 hid in the distance, and did not go in at all. These large forces must have detected wizard formations, and he did not want to be exposed too early. Looking at the scale today, this relic is probably really big. At this time, Dualai's heart moved and looked back, and Ash also looked back along his gaze. The people of Ingwa have arrived. The giant ship slowly sailed on the sea, pushing away the huge waves, majestic and awe-inspiring. On the deck of the giant ship, there stood a group of people, all high-level warriors and wizards. Dualai also saw the leaders of the Amethyst Mercenary Group and the Orchid Mercenary Group, who were the highest combat power of Ingwa. When the people of Ingwa appeared, the people around them automatically made way for a path, looking very domineering. Dualai stretched out his hand, and a small black dot flew from a distance and landed in his cuffs. At this point, all his Xianxia worms have been recalled, without any omission. These Xianxia worms are not easy to cultivate. From level 1 to level 5, missing one feels like a loss of a lot of money. At this time, Dualai saw that those huge ships began to communicate, and several major forces shouted across the air, with loud voices and luxurious cars everywhere. Everyone from Ingwa has arrived. It's really stable. Anyway, it can't be open for the time being. It doesn't matter whether you come early or late. It is said that the ruins of Elder Shangfeng are very large, and so many of us are enough to go in. Meditation method, our Lai country is determined to get it. Haha, our Peng country is also determined to get it. Several major forces began to talk nonsense. After a while, Dualai understood most of the ruins. Before he spoke, Ash said in amazement, "I have heard of this old man Shangfeng. It is said that he is a great 8th level wind wizard. After reaching the 7th level, he touched the rules and cultivated a very powerful wind spell, which is as powerful as the 8th level. After reaching the 8th level, no one has seen him again. People thought he went to a higher world to seek a higher level. Unexpectedly, he died at sea." Dualai shook his head. It may not be that he died at sea, maybe it was just a place where he practiced. This old man Shangfeng was able to find a small world, and his spiritual power and spatial attainments were very powerful. I estimate that he is not far from the 9th level or entering the Tao. It is impossible for him to leave this world so quietly. Bar has a different view. No matter which world you are in, after reaching the advanced level, you will look for a more advanced world to seek a way to break through. If you are not at the god level, you cannot be immortal. This is a real problem. Either you become a god in this world, or go to another world, or a new world. This is an inevitable result. Aishi looked confused, not knowing what they were talking about, what gods or not. The highest level in this world is only the 9th level, and it has been like this since ancient times. Where did the gods come from? Dualai explained, God is a powerful life that has mastered the laws. After the 9th level, mastering the laws is a normal way to advance. She closed her mouth and stopped talking. She listened silently to the conversation between the man and the dog. She felt that she was like the person living in the countryside, who knew nothing. Dualai sighed and said, "Anyway, we can only know after we go in. However, the meditation method is out of the question. I guess these forces are going for the meditation method. Let's just see what kind of treasures are inside. I only want some high-level medicinal herbs and minerals." Chapter 468. Time passed slowly. On the sea, the colorful light was still expanding slowly, from thousands of meters to tens of kilometers, and slowly, the bottom part went deep into the water. Once it touched the water, the colorful light officially touched the material of this world, and the place of contact made a sizzling sound, and ripples spread out in all directions, full of strong energy fluctuations. At this time, they found that part of the water surface was being absorbed by the colorful light. At the same time, the colorful light became more intense, as if something was coming out of it. At this time, everyone found that in the outer area, a group of uninvited guests came to the sea, a huge school of fish, various marine creatures, and several huge breaths. Those were powerful monsters in the sea. There were almost no ordinary fish, all were monsters, densely packed in all directions. The human camp began to slowly shrink, staring closely at the periphery. Dualai naturally saw these monsters, among which there were several huge figures, which had aroused Baal's appetite. They were several colorful small fish, and the aura they exuded had reached the level of level 6, which was very powerful. They appeared next to Dualai and his companions, swimming back and forth. Their goal was also the colorful light, and they also targeted humans, with obvious malice. Monsters are also here to join in the fun? Dualai was a little surprised, but it was normal for him to imagine that this place was the territory of sea monsters. Ash stood next to Dualai, a little awed. Today's scene was something that could not be seen in Watsberg for 1,000 years. The human elites of several countries, and the monster elites of a sea area all gathered together to fight for something. They might fight in a while. This kind of scene was really rare. The number of warcraft is obviously greater than that of humans, but the large-scale equipment of humans is obviously more intimidating than that of warcraft, so both sides are cautious of each other. The scene has strangely reached a balance, but there are still many warcraft rushing here from afar. If the number continues to increase, it is estimated that the humans will soon be at a disadvantage. Dualai felt his hand was a little tight, and when he looked down, he saw that Ash had grabbed his hand. He patted the back of the other's hand with his other hand and said, "It's okay. Under normal circumstances, the ruins are not opened, and there will be no fighting." Ash was not worried about this. She whispered, "I mean, what if you go in and run into them?" Dualai was stunned, and then his eyes were stern, of course, kill them all. He thought for a while and said, "With the abilities of the two of us, with the help of the wizard tower, it is no problem to deal with ordinary level 6 monsters. With the ability of Lord Baal, we can kill as many as we can, and these monsters are all treasures that cannot be missed. Humans and demons are naturally hostile. This is an irreconcilable existence. They fight when they meet. This has become a routine. It's not time to fight now, because it's not time to fight yet." The colorful light in the distance quickly expanded and slowly expanded. The energy merged with the energy of this world, making a buzzing sound. At first, the sound was still small. After less than a moment, the sound became very loud, and the whole world seemed to have that sound. On the sea, there were constant sizzling sounds, and colorful light swallowed the seawater. It seemed that some inexplicable changes were taking place. The laws of the small space and the laws of this world were constantly converging, as if they were merging. Seeing this, Dualai did not care about being exposed, and silently opened the eye of the storm. He needed to observe these changes. When the eye of the storm formed in the sky, some of the surrounding monsters quickly noticed the magical fluctuations, and quickly came here. At this time, the temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped, and began to slowly become a murderous, cold, and cruel. The range of coldness became larger and larger, and it became colder and colder. Soon the whole area became a white area. Ash was helping Dualai to cover. Dualai nodded to Ash, and continued to observe. In the vision of the eye of the storm, the world in front of him was divided into 3 layers. Each layer was different. When he looked at the colorful world, he saw another different scene. An incomprehensible thing was violently intersecting there. That was the world, that was the most basic rule, and that was the beginning of everything. He saw that not only he was observing, but Bar next to him was also observing with unknown means, and the observation fluctuations of the two people were about to intersect. The man and the dog looked at each other, and then began to concentrate on observing. The collision of two worlds will inevitably cause fluctuations in the laws of space, matter, and basic laws. It's no harm to watch more. After reaching level 7, you will encounter rules under the laws, and you will benefit a lot. Ball conveyed the information to Dualai. Dualai observed silently. He was not a fool. Energy converges, rules converge, and laws converge. Although most of them cannot be seen, the energy fluctuations generated there are real. Under the energy fluctuations, some magic patterns that Dualai knows and doesn't know appear in the void and disappear in an instant. This is a real thing. He felt that he needed to raise the alchemy level. Compared with pharmacists, alchemists should be more likely to reach the bottom of the world. I don't know how long it took. When the colorful light touched 4 or 5 kilometers, the energy fluctuation reached a limit. The colorful light shook violently, and then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, the colorful light split, revealing a dark crack. Everyone saw this crack and their eyes widened, and even their breathing seemed to stop. What Dualai saw at this time was that the laws of the two spaces finally completely intersected and formed one. The energy that burst out at that moment was almost more than the combined power of all the witchcraft he had seen, and it was close to the 9th level. There was no big energy fluctuation, no big power. It was so simple, confined to a very small range, but it was so mysterious and so strange. The crack slowly opened, revealing the scene behind. A ray of light came out from the crack, and soon, a huge stone door appeared in the faces of everyone. This gate is more than 100 meters high and more than 30 meters wide. As soon as it appeared in this world, it immediately emitted a strong elemental fluctuation. He barely waited for anyone to breathe or marvel at the time. The gate slowly opened, and a very bright light shot out from inside. That was not light, it was a strong magical aura. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot towards the gate at lightning speed, and then disappeared. Seeing this, on the vast sea, one figure after another rushed to the gate. Those auras were very strong, and seemed to be confident in themselves. For a moment, the sea was in chaos. In addition to the human race, some powerful sea monsters also emitted a strong aura, and shot towards the light at a very fast speed. Chapter 469. How dare the demons touch my human race's things? A roar of anger rang out from the void, and a cold light shot out from a huge ship, hitting the demon that was shooting into the air. The demon's body suddenly froze, and suddenly exploded into pieces. Those large forces finally began to move. The demon was killed, and the demons on all sides were angry. Under the sea, powerful magic abilities exploded. For a moment, the surrounding heaven and earth began to be chaotic, as if the horn of attack was opened. On the sea, the waves were surging, and water spells surged towards the direction of the colorful light. In the sky, the strong wind, huge waves, and water drops, like a scene of a doomsday storm, came in a mighty manner. They seemed to be organized, hundreds and thousands of them came together, as if the sea suddenly exploded, a natural disaster came, and the world was extremely terrifying. At this time, in the direction of the human race, everyone rushed to the light gate, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be caught up by the various magics behind. At this time, those large forces had not yet completely entered. Several forces suddenly burst out with strong magic light, covering their entire forces. At the same time, several red, blue, and white energies burst out from the camp, blasting towards the huge waves, raindrops, and strong winds. On the originally calm sea surface, surging torrents burst out from all directions, and then quickly approached, like two giant dragons leaping from the sea and rushing to the opposite side. Comparable to witchcraft above level 8, they collided on the sea surface with a bang. Various torrents. Broken ice shot out on the sea surface, making a shocking sound. The sea surface exploded and collapsed, making a rumbling sound, and transmitted to all directions. At the same time, the monsters in the sea rushed from all directions. Dualai, Ash, and Ball had already climbed to the sky. The sea was too dangerous at this time. Ball flashed and took the two to the gate in the sky at a very fast speed. The stream of light they transformed into smashed countless witchcraft along the way, and directly sank into the gate. They were just a small episode, and no one noticed it at all. A white light flashed in front of him, and what appeared in front of him was already another world. There was a piece of land under his feet, surrounded by green grass, which looked like a forest. At this time, he was slightly shocked in his heart, because there was no one else around him, only himself. Random teleportation portal. This is amazing. This level 8 wizard is probably only level 8. He can make this kind of random teleportation formation for each life form. This attainment is very high. He was not worried, because he could sense it on the equipment made for Ball and Ash. At this time, he looked around and began to sense it. He was completely in the forest, with cold and damp ground under his feet, tall trees all around, and the sunlight above his head could not shine in at all. The forest was a little dark, and he could not see clearly in the distance at a glance. It was all dark. At this time, he felt a little strange, because he could not sense other people at all. There is something wrong with this world. He thought about it, and the magic patterns around him surged, forming ripples like water waves, and then the whole person quickly disappeared. Dualai slowly rose to the sky and noticed the other characteristics of this world. He found that except for not being able to sense other people, the rules of the world were basically the same as the outside world. There were all major elements such as earth, fire, wind and water, and the gravity was also at a normal level. The surrounding plants were lush, and it was obviously a normal world. Coming out of the woods, Dualai quietly sensed the surroundings, and did not find too many other lives, not even some small insects. When he flew into the sky, he found that there were many sky creatures here, the smallest palm-sized birds, as well as huge eagles, hawks, and some more powerful creatures of larger size, flying slowly and leisurely in the sky. Could it be that the owner here likes birds? But even if he likes birds, at least create a perfect food chain for them, otherwise these birds will starve to death sooner or later. However, as Dualai flew higher and higher, he soon discovered that many trees here were mutated. On the top of the treetops, there were many huge things similar to flower buds, releasing a lot of fragrance, which seemed to be edible. Dualai was stunned. He carefully observed the trees below. They were just ordinary trees. How did this happen? My goodness, could this 8th level wizard be a biological wizard? As he flew higher and higher, he saw more and more ground. He found that he was at the edge of a huge forest. There was a hill on the left and a forest on the right. The forest was very large, and the hills were not small either. They were ups and downs, extending all the way to the distant mountains. The sky was full of birds. These birds were not harmonious. Occasionally they fought. The big ones ate the small ones, and the small ones ate the smaller ones. There was a fierce competition between them. However, these creatures looked powerful, but they all relied on their physical bodies to fight. Few of them used witchcraft or fighting spirit. This world was a bit weird. Dualai tested it, and found that he could absorb the elements in the air normally. There was no problem of not being able to absorb. Then the question came, why can't these creatures use energy? Is it a natural condition? There are hills and mountains on the right, and plains on the left, but there are no buildings. Dualai estimated that he was not flying high enough, so he continued to fly up. Soon, his altitude exceeded the height of the distant mountains, and saw the scenery farther away. On the other side of the mountain, there is a huge city, but it seems a little dilapidated. He was refreshed, his figure flashed, and flew away. While flying, he observed the surroundings, and from time to time, he took action to catch some birds and lock them in the wizard tower. He was going to study these things to see what was going on. The creatures he caught were very bright. He caught almost 100 creatures at a distance of more than 100 kilometers, and put them in the detention room on the first floor. However, he soon discovered that although these creatures could not use energy, which resulted in their own strength not being very strong, their own matrix was indeed very powerful. Ordinary creatures could reach the 3rd level with only their flesh, and the strength contained in their skin, bones, and blood was very great. After a rough observation, Dualai had determined that this upper wind wizard should have turned into a biological wizard in the later period. This world might not be as simple as imagined. Flying over the mountain, Dualai did not find any powerful creatures. The highest level was only a 4th level skylark. He could beat the opponent into a sieve with a casual wave of his hand. It took less than an hour for him to stand on the top of the mountain, and the city in the distance was in sight. At this time, he found that in addition to himself, several people were already rushing to the city. At the same time, he saw many monsters hunting birds and beasts everywhere, and they seemed to like the blood food here. Chapter 470. Dualai didn't care about these things. He looked in other directions, and carefully sensed everything around him. He always felt that this world was not simple. It seemed that there were some things that their world didn't have, which led to this situation. And the city can be seen here, which means that there were people in the past. Now the city is dilapidated. Obviously, the people here are no longer here, and only the empty city is left. If any of the old men in Confronting has a legacy, then it is most likely in that huge city. If there is no legacy, there may be something he is interested in that city. Dualai thought about it, and flew towards the city in a straight line. While flying, he observed the surroundings to see if he could find Lord Ball and Ash. This world is too weird. Lord Ball is fine, but he is afraid that Ash will suffer. But it doesn't matter. At this time, a skylark rushed over from a distance in a panic. Behind him, a sea creature stepped on the huge waves and flew from the distance of the sky. It was a ferocious crab, very big. He blew out a series of bubbles, and surrounded the skylark from all directions. The skylark was not small, with a wingspan of 5 meters. This size was considered very large in their world, and it could be said that it would definitely become a monster, but in this world, it was only a strong body, nothing more. Seeing this, Dualai came out of his invisible state, waved his hand, and a huge transparent wind blade flew out from in front of him, landing just in front of the skylark, splitting the skylark in half, and the giant blade passed by, splitting the crab behind it in half. Skylark didn't expect that there would be anyone here, and the crab didn't expect that there would be anyone here. After being split into 2 halves, the crab, as a magical beast, still had a strong vitality and was still alive. It was struggling to close itself. Dualai stretched out his hand at this time, and the magic hand swung out, spanning hundreds of meters to grab the 2 corpses together and threw them into the wizard tower. The shells on this kind of crab can be made into armor, which can sell for a lot of money. He is very short of money now. Dualai had just killed a crab, and soon felt the malice coming from all directions. However, at this time, he had already accelerated and flew towards the city. He had already thought that entering this world was random, so there must be someone who was teleported to the vicinity of here. Whether it was a demon or a human, basically everyone needed to be vigilant now, and they could not lose their guard just because they were of the same race. Re-entering the invisible state, Dualai fell down and flew towards the city gate. Why did he land at the city gate? Because he had discovered that no matter which side, demons, humans, or creatures of this world, there was no creature above the city, so there must be something strange. So, he landed at the city gate quickly. At this time, the city gate was a little lively. In Dualai's perception, the nearby woods were hiding in the surroundings, some huge and some weak. There was no movement, but they all stared at the city gate without exception, just to see who would go in first. Is there danger in the city? Dualai scanned the city with his mental power, and did not feel any danger, and then quietly moved towards the city gate. His speed was not slow, but very fast. It took less than 10 seconds to land, check, and enter. Just as he arrived at the gate, a beam of light suddenly shot out from the gate, hitting the invisible place. This speed was so fast that Dualai could not react. He was hit in an instant, and then his invisible body was directly hit out and revealed. He was exposed. At the same time, he panicked, fearing that the light would have other effects, and hurriedly opened various defenses and walked in a spiral at the gate. But at this time, there was no movement on the top of the city, as if it was just to break his invisibility, and there was no further situation. Dualai was relieved when he saw this, which scared me. In fact, he did not feel the malice of the white light, otherwise he would have slipped away long ago. The white light should be a witchcraft of reappearance. Seeing that he was fine, he took a step and rushed quickly into the city. At this time, outside the city gate, many people in the hidden crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. Just now, a demon wanted to go in, but was killed by the white light. There was no residue left, so how could the human race go in and be fine? They suddenly thought that the ruins here belonged to the human race, and it was obvious that the white light was only aimed at demons. Thinking of this, a series of human figures suddenly walked out from behind the trees and ran towards the gate. The demons hidden in all directions became angry, and sent out their most powerful forces to attack the city gate. For a while, dozens of giant wolves, water knives, ice arrows, and various ferocious beasts in various shapes were blown up from the ground and rushed towards the human race at the gate. What we can't get, you humans can't get either. Kill all these weak humans. Kill! Magic fluctuations and fighting spirit fluctuations broke out instantly, and the city gate suddenly became chaotic. Part of the witchcraft hit the city wall, which only splashed a little ripples on the wall, without any scars. Dole felt the situation behind him, shook his head slightly, ignored them, and wandered around in the city. This human city is very different from the human cities outside. Although the city has been destroyed, various buildings and halls have collapsed completely, leaving only a ruin, and part of it is full of years of wind and frost, but in terms of architectural style, it does not belong to any city he has ever seen. The avenue in the middle and the small roads around are now covered with various plants, moss crawling on every shadow, and various rotten smells coming from all directions. Although the streets are very dilapidated, they are very clean and not dirty. Obviously, the people here left by themselves, and took away everything they could before leaving. He scanned it with his mental power, and found that there was almost nothing valuable inside. This is a dead city, and Dole is somewhat depressed. On the streets, on both sides, in the corners, strong life forces broke out of the ground, forming various obstacles on the road. The trees covered the sky, adding some dark atmosphere to the city. Dole walked very fast inside because he noticed that someone came in at the door, and the speed was not slow. He turned into a stream of wind and went to the center of the city. Just now, he saw outside that there was a slightly magnificent hall in the center of the city. I wonder if there is anything worth seeing there. After passing through the dilapidated city, he soon came to the hall in the middle. At the same time, several figures also came around the hall, looking at the situation inside vigilantly. The hall is huge, occupying almost a quarter of the city. From the outside, you can only see the vents, but not the inside. When you scan it with your mental power, you are blocked by a layer of power. Obviously, you can't explore it. If you want to get what's inside, you have to go in. While Dole was thinking, a figure had already rushed to the door of the gate. There was no hindrance at all, and the person went directly into it. Seeing this, the others also knew that there was no danger at the gate and rushed towards the gate. At the same time, a figure released 3 or 4 fire snake-like witchcrafts, rushing in all directions to block others from entering.